Captain Yuji of the phantom ship. The waves rocked the vessel, and with a creaking sound, the decayed mast, encrusted with barnacles, snapped. The tattered, grayish sail, riddled with holes, sagged heavily, while a gust of wind stirred the corners of a black cloak. Gently brushing his face, Yuji felt the sapphire ring on his left index finger, cold as ice. He inhaled deeply, the humid air carrying the musty scent of rotting wood. Before the broken mast, he could barely discern the helm and ropes submerged in the water, along with another mast, slanting above the surface, devoid of sail. This two-masted sailboat had its foreparts submerged beneath the ocean's depths. A splash. A wave crashed against him, leaving a refreshing chill on his face. Turning around, he beheld an endless vista, the tumultuous sea merging with the dark clouds on the horizon. Yuji recalled emerging from within moments ago, his mind in disarray, instinctively moving toward the faint light. To his astonishment, he had collided with the shattered mast upon exiting. As fragmented memories gradually crystallized, Yuji swiftly came to terms with the surreal reality of his transmigration. The original inhabitant of this body was a young treasures. Iker, during a desperate flight from marauding pirates, he had ventured deep into the fog-laden waters, ultimately succumbing to a sea monster's assault. A shipwreck upon the ocean, an unforeseen transcendence. Yuji accepted all of this, yet he pondered why did this body still draw breath. Considering the environment, at least 6 months had undoubtedly passed. Flesh upon his hands, light before his eyes, sounds reaching his ears, and the steady rhythm of his breathing made this existence feel even more implausible than the act of crossing. Realms itself, he picked up a rusted, broken knife from the deck, advancing a few steps to pry off a barnacle. Scooping out the flesh, he placed it in his mouth. It was fresh and tender, imbued with the briny flavor of the sea. His taste buds awakened as well. Perhaps the act of eating roused his stomach, for it grumbled audibly. Feeling slightly hungry yet devoid of appetite, he pushed open the wooden door and was greeted by the sight of a white snake coiling upon the armrest of the captain's chair. At merely 21 years of age, Yuji had never encountered a snake before, nor did the original owner of this body possess any memories concerning a white serpent. Where did this snake come from? He distinctly remembered awakening from this chair, the former inhabitant opting for a watery demise by firing a bullet into their own heart. As this thought crossed his mind, Yuji unfastened the button of his shirt. A black, the size of a bullet hole, was evident at the position of his heart, with intricate white patterns radiating from it like roots. Could this be the reason for his revival? Yet, what was the significance of this snake? White serpent blade. An illusion? He squinted several times, focusing intently on the white serpent once more. Soul-burning white serpent blade. LV0 growth experience. 9100. An attribute panel? A golden finger. He glanced at the black dot on his chest, and information materialized. Yuji, the phantom captain. Level. LV00100. Soul. 171 devouring souls can elevate levels. Burning souls induces a phantom state. Infusing soul fire into the body can restore it. Current state. Dismembered and broken, spine fractured. Dismembered? His body felt perfectly intact. It appeared that burning a soul required the white serpent blade. Yet this was merely a snake. Instinctively, Yuji reached for his waist, where he recalled there being a dagger. Noticing Uji's movement, the white serpent flicked its crimson tongue and swiftly approached. Logically, Yuji believed he should feel fear, yet he felt none. The snow-white serpent measured approximately 1.5 meters in length, its head held high, with 2 eyes resin. Bling, small black beans, exuding a certain charm upon closer inspection. Crouching down, he gradually extended his right hand, and the serpent obediently nudged its head against his fingertips. The smooth scales of the snake felt cool to the touch, providing an exceptionally pleasant sensation. Transform into a blade? Subsequently, the white serpent slithered up his forearm, its tail straightening as it bit down on its own body, morphing at the 7-inch mark into a hilt, while its head shapedi into a curved guard, and its tail formed a sharp tip, altogether transforming into a one-handed sword. The silver blade gleamed like a mirror, reflecting a pair of wide black eyes. Rising to his feet, he swung the weapon a few times with remarkable ease, instinctively sheathing it. only for it to revert back into the white serpent coiled around his waist. Remarkably, there was no need for a sheath. The sword had become a serpent. But what about a gun? A shadow darted in from behind. It landed on the table, a beak holding a silver-white fish approximately 10 centimeters long. Soul-eating raven gun. LV0 growth experience. 26100. The snake was a sword, and the bird was a gun? What would the bullets be? Only experimentation would reveal the truth. His former self had been accustomed to firing with his left hand, and as Yuji extended his hand, the raven leapt into his palm. The transformation commenced. The bird's legs morphed into a metallic trigger, its body reshaping into a black iron gun barrel, tapering from a broad rear to a slender front, adorned with feather patterns and brass beak decorations flanking the muzzle. Upon closer inspection, he noted the absence of a chamber. Was it not relying on bullets? Even flintlock guns required a firing point. Yet this weapon resembled an exaggerated, oversized toy pistol. Without hesitation, Yuji squeezed the trigger with a resounding "Bayou." The shadow flickered, and the wooden planks of the cabin were pierced by a hole. The sound may not be loud, yet its power should not be underestimated. Before long, Yuji comprehended the essence of the bullets he had fired, what they truly were: souls. Soul 1. It appeared that the more souls expelled, the greater the force unleashed. By firmly gripping the trigger, the muzzle emitted a swirling black flame, indeed allowing for energy accumulation, while the soul reservoir remained unchanged until depleted by THR. Points. It seemed that future upgrades would enable the gathering of even more souls. Releasing the trigger, Bayou. Soul 3. Bang! The birdshot transformed into a rifle. A hole with a diameter of 1.5 centimeters was torn into the wall. Bang! His right hand struck his left in frustration. Why was I so reckless? Not only had he wasted 4 points of souls, but he also suffered from the ruin of the wall, an unfortunate consequence for himself. Gazing at the other gaping holes in the wall, which emitted a whistling breeze, these two openings seemed trivial by comparison. However, when juxtaposed with the ship that had sunk halfway outside, these holes appeared as innocuous as windows. To consume souls and elevate his level, with 167 souls at his disposal, how could he devour them? Shooting himself? This thought crossed Uji's mind, as he felt it might be the only option, considering the gun bore the inscription "Soul Devourer." He examined his personal panel. HM level LV0 4100. Striking against the wooden planks had resulted in the consumption of 4 points of souls. Could it be that the ship was the true body, while his human form was merely that of the captain? If the ship constituted the body, why was there no sensation of it? Recalling that the ship had been severed in half, Yuji likened it to the human condition, the ship's keel equivalent to the human spine. For one whose spine is fractured, survival may lead to paralysis or a vegetative state, resulting in a disconnection from parts of their own body. It is highly likely that this is the situation. The spine is broken, yet there is no sensation. The soul remains unspent, but such an arduous method of leveling up self-mutilation for advancement? In contemplation, Yuji pulls the trigger, the muzzle converging a dark flame, pressed against the wall. Experience 233. Now this is more like it. With experience increased to 75, Yuji attempts to press the muzzle against his chest, akin to a surge of adrenaline. Experience 1015. Level up to LV1. Fixed upgrade rewards. 5 enhancement in physique, 5 enhancement in spirit. Additional reward. Contract mark. This allows the contracting of a crew member with a level lower than yours to serve you for life. The crew member cannot exceed your level, and if their level is excessively low, He will level up alongside their service duration. If my guess is correct, the gun pressed against the chest bears a black and white mark, thus enhancing the soul-devouring efficiency. The upgrade effect is simple yet brutal. Though attributes are not explicitly defined, it is essential to understand that the percentages stack. To illustrate, the physique and spirit at level 0 are 100 at level 1, they become 105, and at level 2, the increase is 5 at 105, and so forth. Upon further reflection, does not strengthening the body, augmenting the muscles, equate to maximizing the upgrade effect? After the upgrade, with 71 souls remaining, as he relinquishes the handgun, it transforms into a raven, alighting upon Uji's shoulder. Recruiting crew members can be postponed for now, Ensuring that the ship does not sink into the abyss is paramount. Bring the knife. The white serpent darts into Uji's hand, morphing into a blade. What sensation accompanies the burning of the soul? Burning soul. The white serpent perceives Uji's intent, the hilt transforming into a serpent's head, bearing sharp fangs, and biting into his wrist. A slight pain lingers, yet when the flames of black and white ignite, it is not as unbearable. Rolling up his sleeves, Yuji smirks as the lower part of his right forearm transforms into a flowing white skeletal flame. Under the searing heat, even the white serpent is reduced to bones, its eye sockets ablaze with dark soul fire, while two fangs penetrate the gaps of his tibia, astonishingly mortifying into a serpentine bone dagger, aglow with flowing white soul fire. One might wonder, are phantoms not typically adorned with ghostly green flames? Yet what does it matter? Grasping the dagger, Yuji strides outside, thrusting it forcefully into the deck. Boom! The fire blazes and spreads, black flames emerging from within the white inferno. The deck gradually succumbing to a forest of skeletal remains, centered around the dagger's tip. The mast resting upon the deck transforms into a massive bone, flames erupting from its fractured ends, standing eerily upright. At the epicenter of the flames, a skeletal figure clad in a tattered coat contemplates, if I am, in essence, merely a framework of bones, with my body being a mere illusion of flesh. Does exorcising truly bear any significance? At that moment, a raven swoops down, clutching the triangular captain's hat, and amidst the flames, it too becomes a skeleton, its eye sockets ignited with milky white fire, its fra me adorned with black flames like feathers. Donning the captain's hat, Yuji muses that it will conveniently conceal his bald head, for he is devoid of scalp now. Chapter 2. The other function of the Covenant Mark, visualization of levels. After exhausting 71 points of soul energy, the white fire and black flame began to contract, and the bones gradually transformed into a normal deck. The blade morphed into a white serpent, slithering onto Yuji's back to knock the raven aside, claiming his left shoulder. With a loud squawk, the serpent unleashed a torrent of curses mid-air, prompting the raven to deliver a swift kick to the serpent, which then hastily retreated into the sea. What deep-seated enmity could possibly exist between a blade and a firearm? In skeletal form, the world appeared akin to an antiquated black and white film, albeit not entirely devoid of color. Occasional flickers of minute hues danced before the eyes. Glancing upward to gauge the effect, one could not help but be impressed by the immediate results. The mast had indeed risen. Whether it was an illusion or not, the number of holes in the sail seemed to have diminished somewhat, and under the caress of the sea breeze, the vessel glided with greater swiftness, though it also sank at a more alarming rate. As anticipated, after mending part of the hull's wounds, a subtle sensation of water flowing beneath the ship became apparent, akin to a heart expelling blood. Yet it remained a battered vessel, with its keel unrepaired, largely submerged beneath the waves. Sailing with the sail was perilous. The influx of seawater surpassed the rate of expulsion. Climbing the mast, Yuji severed the ropes with several swift strokes, causing the sail to plummet. One could only wonder how much treasure remained in the hold. The ring on his left index finger still glimmered, a testament that the ship had not been plundered. Thoughts of wealth felt futile amidst the grim weather, uncertain when a storm might arise. In his recollections, the treasure storage in the cabin contained 3 soul crystals. If obtained, they might restore the vessel. Shedding his leather coat and trousers, he removed his tall leather boots, donning the captain's hat upon the serpent's head. With a splash, he plunged into the water, the serpent peeking out from beneath the hat, obediently flicking its tongue. 5 minutes later, Yuji floated up, climbed onto the deck, and began to expel seawater in great gasps. Shivering uncontrollably, his hair standing on end, his skin covered in goosebumps. This was absurd. As a skeleton, why would he experience drowning? Those 5 minutes had been nothing short of torture. The sensation of suffocation was excruciating. The lack of oxygen could induce unconsciousness and panic. He had indeed drowned once, but he had not perished. Upon regaining consciousness, he was condemned to relive the torment of choking on water. Fortunately, the cabin was not overly complex, and he managed to swim out. Coughing and expelling water, he rid himself of stomach acid. A wave of hunger surged through him, and the slightest breeze felt like a blade against his skin. It was a saga of unparalleled suffering. Recalling his previous state as a skeleton, he realized that even when burned, he felt no pain and did not require breath. Yuji glanced at the white snake. What are you shy about? With a shake of his head and a smile, he grasped the white snake, transforming it into a blade. Though their time together had been brief, Yuji sensed that the white snake and the raven were part of him. With a mere thought, the hilt morphed into a serpent's head, its sharp fangs piercing his wrist. Flames flickering into existence and then extinguishing. Without a soul, he could not ignite himself into a skeletal form to plunge into the sea. Truly, he was beset by hunger and cold. Fortunately, his clothes remained dry. Yuji took refuge in the captain's cabin, closing the door against the wind. He discovered that the door sealed tightly, and the gaping hole in the wall had mostly healed, lifting his spirits considerably. Curiously, Yuji attempted to detach the fishbone, pulling up the nautical chart along with it. Had they truly fused together? Upon inspecting the chart, he found that much of it had become indistinct. For now, he could only drift with the currents, even if he relied on the stars in his memory to discern his position. He would have to wait for the weather to clear. Tap, tap, tap. This truly possesses a spirit. Well done. Yuji gently patted the little raven's head, unceremoniously biting down on half a fish and crunching through the bones. At that moment, the white snake nonchalantly slithered out the door and dove into the sea. Upon reaching the deck, Yuji awaited its return. Before long, the white snake emerged from the water, puffed up and buoyant. Ha. The raven stood on the railing, laughing heartily, bouncing with delight. Reluctantly, Yuji retrieved the white snake onto the deck, lifting its tail to pour out water. With a splash, 2 fish tumbled forth. The white snake lifted its head, casting a gaze toward the raven on the railing, its eyes seemingly filled with a profound mockery. Earlier, while exploring the cabin, Yuji had observed numerous fish thriving within. Yet, he could not deny that the little white snake exhibited remarkable talent, adept at swimming and catching fish. Had it not been for its inclination to swallow fish underwater, it would likely have drowned. However, one could not help but question the hygiene of the fish expelled from its mouth. Yet, the snake's expectant gaze made it difficult for Yuji to refuse, and he rinsed the small fish in the water before consuming them. After a few bites, the hunger pangs subsided somewhat. Perhaps, for a skeletal being, the act of eating held little significance. Yet, as a half-human, he experienced hunger and cold. Perhaps that was the true essence of living. Stroking the white snake's little head, Yuji raised his thumb in approval. Growth experience 1. An increase in growth experience? It turns out that nurturing leads to development. One might consider that swords and guns, in the course of daily life, gradually accumulate emotional connections, while combat serves to enhance experience. Fixating on another small fish, he remained focused, devoid of any information. With a mere thought, the contract mark was activated and a swirling vortex of black and white flames manifested in the palm of my right hand. At that moment, a prompt from the small fish appeared. No-level corpse, integrity 99, can be directly contracted. It became evident that the information from this extraordinary ability requires certain conditions to be perceived. Thus, the level information serves as one of the methods to assess the strength of others. This is indeed a remarkable talent in the depths of my memory. The original body relied solely on breath or experience to gauge the strength of adversaries, alongside the elusive sensation of soul power. In this realm, those endowed with robust soul power can cultivate battle aura and martial techniques, even sensing magic and mastering enigmatic spells. Similarly, sea monsters fall under this category. The original owner of this body was 25 years old, born aboard a ship, and became a sailor at the age of 5, spending 2 decades treasure hunting at sea, with numerous landings on various islands. Throughout these 25 years, he exchanged information with other treasure seekers, yet none dared to assert the true expanse of the world. His nautical maps merely illustrated an overarching region consisting of hundreds of islands, both large and small. Treasure seekers are individuals driven by dreams, and this vast ocean is replete with wonders, cherishing sea monsters, the fountain of youth, drifting vessels, ancient civilization ruins, and treasures sealed within chests, all awaiting discovery. Conversely, pirates are the pragmatic treasure hunters. Rather than toiling to find treasures, they prefer to engage in a heist. Strictly speaking, treasure seekers and pirates are indistinguishable. Their methods merely differ. Naturally, order exists, with bounty hunters and naval forces safeguarding shipping routes. Wait a moment. Can animals also be contracted? I nearly overlooked this crucial detail. My breath quickened, and my expression became animated. How exhilarating would it be to capture a great shark? To test the veracity of this newfound knowledge, I pressed my right hand upon the small fish, marking the contract. The flame scorched, revealing white spots and black lines on the fish's abdomen, contrasting with Yuji. Suddenly, It was resurrected, leaping upon the deck. How to reclaim the contract. The little fish transformed back into a lifeless form. Quite intriguing necromancy. If even a corpse can be contracted, one can only imagine the possibilities with the living. Glancing at the mark in hand. This mark is cooling down. Available in 20 days. Snap. Why did I act impulsively again? However, retaining a mark, can I still ascertain the level? After all, I am not clad in garments. Yuji dove head first into the water. Beneath the surface, he observed various small fish beneath the ship. Non-level creatures can be directly contracted. The only contract mark is cooling down. Just then, a half-meter-long fish swam out from the cabin. Level 1 creature. Contract mark cooling down. It is fortunate that I can discern levels. Until the next mark is available, I need not heed what the mark says. Will slaying a level 1 fish augment my soul? Chapter 3. Acquiring 3 soul crystals to repair the dilapidated ship's initial fortune. There is a possibility of spearing fish in the water. Yuji is no drifting white strip. He opts for the simplest method. He disemboweled a small fish, releasing a scent of blood, and impaled a rusty nail into the soaked deck. In ancient times, one awaited the hare. Now, one awaits small fish for larger ones. With nothing else to occupy his time, Yuji sat cross-legged on the deck, cradling the white snake, with a raven perched upon his shoulder. Observing the white snake in slumber, the raven hopped down and flitted away whimsically. Ravens, inherently clever, often behave mischievously, and given that it is a transformation of a gun, a temperamental nature is to be expected. Of course, the little white snake is not easily intimidated. Feigning sleep after being nudged, it awaited the raven's ambush. Snap! A fish struck on the head, exposing the plan. Enraged, leaped up, opening his mouth wide towards the sky, emitting a hissing threat. Growth experience 5. It was not the white snake that increased in number, but rather the raven. It seemed that taunting in front of him gave it a significant sense of accomplishment. Picking up the small fish caught by the raven, he tore it open and tossed it into the water, where numerous eager little fish had already gathered nearby. The essence of fishing lies in baiting. The clustered small fish need not be dispersed, for the likelihood of attracting larger fish is considerably heightened. As expected, after approximately 10 minutes, the half-meter-long fish with exposed teeth began to approach. Most of the fish bore frog-like eyes. As long as one remained still, they would not be frightened away. A gentle tap on prompted him to deftly slip behind, transforming into a blade, gripping the hilt tightly. Seized the moment and plunged the knife down. With a splatter. Knife experience 3. The surface of the water erupted in splashes as the knife's tip effortlessly pierced the fish's head, while its tail continued to thrash. Blood mingling with the frothy waves. Half a minute later, it breathed its last. Soul 12. The splendid news is that any life form exceeding level 1 possesses a soul. The soul is of paramount importance, not only for leveling up or repairing vessels, but also for assuming a skeletal form. Burning the soul. A searing sensation coursed from his right hand throughout his body. Should the soul fire not be utilized for vessel repair, the flames would swiftly consume the flesh. This time, the pain was more intense than before. The prior agony was shared between himself and the ship, whereas now it was solely his own. The smoldering fire within erupted from his eyes, nose, and mouth, causing to stifle a groan. Half a minute later, the flames extinguished the eyeball. Soul -1. A preliminary calculation revealed that the remaining 11 points would sustain for 11 minutes, which should suffice. Stepping forward, I entered the inundated ship's cabin entrance. Even beneath the water, the black and white flames continued to flicker upon the bones. This fire did not possess true heat. Many small fish, lured by the radiant light, darted through the crevices of the ribcage. The knife embedded in the ribs transformed into a serpent's head, brandishing its fangs, incessantly dispersing the small fish, asserting its dominion. The underwater environment was dim, yet in a ghostly state. My black and white night vision proved adept as I followed the route etched in my memory toward the storage compartment. The first layer of the cabin bore the marks of soul fire. The mollusks and coral polyps adorning the passage had fused with the ship's structure, resembling a layer of fossilized embellishments. This vessel measured less than 20 meters in length, and while making my way to the second layer, a green light caught my attention. In a world painted in shades of black and white, any splash of color easily captivated the gaze. The green light concealed itself in the upper left corner of the passage. Seemingly aware of its discovery, it flickered and vanished. A soul. In that fleeting moment, I discerned a human visage within the ghostly green orb, its expression one of palpable fear. Remarkable. Am I more terrifying than a specter? Most likely. It belonged to a sailor who met his demise aboard the ship. I was not merely drawn to summon him aboard. Rather, I sought to liberate the lost soul. I advanced in search of traces, but found nothing. Yet, I sensed the presence of the spirit nearby, perhaps even watching me. At that moment, an unsettling realization dawned upon me. There were multiple souls lingering in the passage. Just moments ago, as my corporeal form submerged, my heart raced involuntarily. Initially, I attributed this reaction to claustrophobia and fear of the sea. Now, it was clear, it was not panic but exhilaration, an insatiable desire to consume the souls. In this ghostly state, I could perceive the souls, yet I could not fully see them, let alone grasp them. Could it be that the spirit is still insufficient? Following the instinct within, Yuji summoned the raven. A minute later, clutching a half-broken iron knife, the raven emerged, wings flapping as it swam through the water. Grasping its leg, it transformed into an intricately designed skeletal handgun, flames swirling within its ribcage, the barrel resembling an open beak. Guided by intuition, 3 soulfire bullets were chambered, aimed at the upper right corner of the passage. If these were real bullets, they would have little lethality underwater. However, soulfire bullets are unimpeded by resistance, hitting their mark with precision. A hit. Though no visible change occurred, the positive feedback of experience growth was unmistakable. Furthermore, the level remained unchanged. Had it struck the ship, the experience should have increased by 3 points. 2 seconds later, a bizarre scene unfolded. Flames ignited. Black fire outlining a human figure that struggled to burst through the wall from the left, only to surge upwards through the floor. The physical structure could not hinder the free passage of the soul. After a while, the soul count reached 54. It seemed the black flames had completely consumed the spirit. Black and white, devouring and releasing? Both the raven and the white serpent possessed dual-colored flames, albeit their flames differed significantly. Now, the soul count soared to 59. Not only could one venture to the lower levels, but strolling underwater posed no challenge. As for whether another shot was necessary, it seemed redundant. Other spirits had likely been frightened away. Yuji turned towards the end of the passage, where a broken wooden plank obstructed the way, and fired to shatter it. To elevate to level 2 required 150 experience points, and he currently possessed 10. Efficiency was paramount. Descending the stairs, he arrived at the 3rd level, where the treasure storage compartment awaited just beside the door. A powerful punch shattered the door, while the soul fire did not reach this place. Within it lies a trove of treasures. Gold, a precious metal, is scarce even among treasure hunters, with most riches derived from the remnants of sea monsters. The entirety of the sea creature is a bounty, with bounties placed on its eyes and glandular tissues. Among these, the soul crystals hold considerable value, and in certain locales, they are even regarded as a universal currency. However, the materials of the sea monsters, once vivid in memory, have long since decayed under the corrosive embrace of the ocean. Soul crystals encapsulate soul power, a unique crystal existing in a realm between the ethereal and the tangible. A small iron box, unlocked, was discovered. Even if crew members harbored selfish intentions, they would not dare to pilfer such an item. The soul crystals were placed in a bustling corridor, serving the purpose of mutual oversight. Should one crystal go missing, all would be scrutinized to the fullest extent. If the entire crew were to betray, reaching such a level of incompetence, there would no longer be a need for their captain, despite his demise. Upon opening the box, 3 crystals, akin in size to a fingernail, were revealed. Extracting one, he ignited it in the palm of his hand. Soul 152714. As anticipated, the soul crystal was indeed a manifestation of the soul. This suggests that within a powerful being, not only resides a soul, but it may also condense into soul crystals. Much like the sea monsters. While burning the soul crystal, Yuji's gaze drifted to the scattered jewelry, sensing an essence of soul within them. There exists a notion regarding the soul. It is fundamentally an energy that yearns for life. The more potent the life force, the more readily it attracts souls. As life bestows upon the soul both sentience and intellect, thus defining it as a soul, most souls tend to inhabit precious objects, allowing them to be claimed by humans or sea monsters, thereby forming a cycle. For life to grow stronger, it requires souls, while souls aspire to transform into souls, necessitating life. When an excess of souls accumulates, crystalline formations arise within living beings to store these souls. Perhaps this is why powerful individuals often unearth great treasures. As the souls beckon to them, grasping a string of pearl necklaces, black flames ignited. The efficiency was regrettably inadequate, yet there was cause for celebration. The treasures indeed harbored souls. with the intent to scour and ignite everything in sight. Wealth and souls would be theirs to claim. 3 soul crystals in hand. They ignited as they moved, arriving at the midsection of the vessel. The fractured keel lay exposed, and prying open the planks at a 45-degree angle towards the seabed. Nearly 2/3 of the ship was submerged. Fortunately, it had not split in two. Salvation was still possible. Gripping the hilt of a knife, it pierced the fractured section. Flames spreading forth. Chapter 4. Where did the sea urchin come from? The 3 soul crystals, all of the lowest quality, yielded a total of 421 souls when burned. Leveling up could be postponed, ensuring the ship's integrity took precedence. As more soul fire was infused, Yuji felt the vessel moving as though it were a part of his own body. The fractured keel regained its alignment, or rather, this enormous spine reconnected, emitting a crack reminiscent of bones clicking together. In that moment, Yuji realized he had truly come alive, undergoing repair and restoration, much like a starving individual yearns for sustenance. This ship craved the infusion of more souls. Soon, only 24 points remained from the consumption of hundreds of souls. The water receded, and half of Yuji's body was already above the surface. In simple terms, the ship's fatal exterior wounds had healed, at the very least. It no longer leaked and could expel water, yet internal injuries persisted. Yuji surveyed the vessel. The majority of the cabins were in disarray, resembling shattered organs. Upon reaching the first level, I was greeted by the unexpected sound of fish flapping against the wooden planks, a delightful surprise. After the vessel's recovery, these fish were confined within. As I traversed the deck, numerous wooden fish bones lay scattered, their bodies largely integrated into the ship's structure. It appeared that in the skeletal form, fueled by soul fire, the vessel consumed living beings to mend its damaged parts. I swiftly dispatched a half-meter-long fish of level 1 with a single thrust of my knife. Knife experience 7, soul 15, shouldering the substantial fish. I made my way to the deck. Alas, could it be? As I approached the mast, I waved my hand vigorously, and with a whoosh, the sail plummeted, filling with wind and propelling me backward a step to steady myself. Automation? My heart soared with joy at this prospect, and I waved my hand once more. In the next instant, the ropes at the base of the sail began to move, slithering like soft serpents, yet they were unable to automatically retract the sail. My impatience had led me astray. It seemed my level was insufficient, and my strength was inadequate to command the ropes with the dexterity of a hand. Nevertheless, this reaffirmed my hypothesis. With a sufficient level, the ship could indeed achieve full automation. On a windy day, it would be impossible for one person alone to manage the sail, but rather than severing the ropes, I contemplated an alternative method for retraction. Brandishing my white serpent blade, I plunged it into the mast. Under the searing heat of soul fire, my right hand transformed into bone, and the mast similarly morphed into a colossal bone structure. The sail, in turn, became akin to a fleshy membrane, contracting like the wings of a bat. Simultaneously, the holes within it gradually diminished. I was not mistaken. The sail indeed possessed a self-repairing capability under the influence of soul fire. With a mere thought, the fallen ropes, now resembling dark red veins, secured the sail tightly. Drawing forth the white serpent blade, the mast reverted to its former state, the sail securely bound by ropes. This endeavor consumed 6 points of soul energy. Once the keel healed, the vessel's hull largely returned to normal, with a faint fishbone shape visible on the rudder. Remnants of the great fish that had previously been slain merging into the ship's structure. Driven by curiosity, Yuji pressed the blade against the rudder and infused it with soul fire. Soon, the rudder completely absorbed the fishbone, and when it assumed its normal form, no peculiarities remained. Thus, he dragged the great fish to the ship's side, placing it in the gap where 2 railings were missing, and pierced it with soul fire. Immediately, the half-meter-long fish carcass began to melt, and from the gap emerged 2 bones. Once the burning was nearly complete, he withdrew the blade. The originally incomplete railings were restored, undetectable from any prior damage. Soul -4. It was likely that the most skilled carpenter in the world could not achieve such a level of restoration. Yuji gazed at the foremast at the bow of the ship, devoid of sails. This was the guiding mast, intended to control direction and assist the main mast in navigating the vessel. No signs of sails sprouting were evident. Preliminary assessments suggested that to fully restore the ship, at least 800 or more souls would be required. To ensure the ship's integrity was straightforward, whatever was lacking could simply be replaced, with soul fire serving only to repair and transform. Following the original owner's encounter with a sea monster, in an effort to prevent the vessel from sinking, They had ordered the abandonment of cannons, gunpowder, and shells into the ocean. Such wastefulness. Ultimately, they met their demise, a true squandering. The situation was clear: a nautical chart, navigational tools, and an accurate understanding of one's current maritime location were urgently needed. There was no point in hastening the acquisition of long-range artillery. At present, the immediate priority was to don clothing to stave off further shivering. Upon returning to the captain's quarters and changing into fresh attire, it is worth noting that I had previously overlooked the fact that, after being scorched by the soul fire, even the garments appeared revitalized. The original owner of this body, named Will, was a somewhat renowned treasure hunter who took great care in his personal appearance, always hoping to attract the fabled mermaids or sea witches with his handsome visage. Ostensibly a young and valiant captain, he secretly yearned for a life of luxury funded by others. From the drawer, I retrieved a mirror, which also contained a comb, a nose hair trimmer, a bottle of perfume, a kerosene lighter, an aluminum box filled with moldy tobacco, and a Sherlock Holmes-style short pipe. The reflection revealed deep black eyes and a sharply defined face, indeed possessing the potential to live off the generosity of others. However, the appearance did not entirely align with my memories of Will. He was a fair-haired, blue-eyed individual with flowing golden locks that women would envy. In contrast, I bore black eyes and hair that had barely grown to half a centimeter. Silvery in hue. Donning the captain's hat, I leaned back in the chair to relax. For now, rather than repairing the ship, it would be prudent to upgrade my soul. An upgrade of my essence would equate to an enhancement of the vessel itself, with the benefits being permanent. Repairs could be addressed later. Going with the flow can also be a form of romance, as long as the ship does not sink. However, just as I began to unwind, an insatiable hunger surged within me, accompanied by an intense thirst. The small fish I had previously consumed had turned to ash during my skeletal transformation, leaving my stomach empty once more. It felt as though the gastric acids were beginning to digest the stomach lining itself. "Are you hungry?" I inquired of the white serpent. As if understanding my words, the serpent coiled on the table shook its head in negation. It seemed that neither the white serpent nor the raven had any need for sustenance. At that moment, the white serpent's muscles tensed, resembling a spring coiling with energy. A raven swooped in, bearing food. The white serpent leaped suddenly, opening its jaws wide to lunge at the raven. Midway through the dash, the white serpent experienced a pang of regret. Clutched in the raven's talons was a sea urchin. Where did the sea urchin come from? As Yuji uttered this query, the raven had already tossed the sea urchin into the white serpent's mouth. With a resounding cackle, the white serpent bit down on the spines, revealing the raven's other side as it danced and hopped upon the ground. A pipe lodged in its beak. The musty scent of stale tobacco wafted through the air. Lacking fresh water, Yuji was compelled to salivate from the pungent smoke. The age-old remedy of visualizing plums to quench thirst proved ineffective, the sensation of dehydration intensifying. Extracting the last spine from the white serpent's mouth, Yuji offered soothing words. "It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. You're such a good one." The wound healed rapidly, and the white serpent nestled into Yuji's embrace, looking utterly aggrieved. While gaining experience from battling monsters was a natural progression, the notion that they could also accrue experience through mutual torment left him perplexed. Upon reflection, it was evident that the knife and gun had their own growth experiences, likely awakening long before him. Perhaps they had already begun their scuffles. Was it possible they perceived each other as monsters, grinding experience from one another? Prizing open the sea urchin with a small knife, the rich, creamy roe was far more delectable than fish meat. Suddenly, a realization struck Yuji. Sea urchins thrived in rocky environments. The raven's ability to procure one suggested the presence of hidden reefs or islands nearby. Bursting out of the room, he found the horizon devoid of any islands. This could only imply the existence of submerged reefs, or rather, that they were already ensconced within such treacherous waters. Chapter 5. The simple folk of an unknown island. The vessel was devoid of cargo, with a draft of 2 to 2.5 meters. Strictly speaking, this posed minimal issues, yet the environment magnified these difficulties exponentially. On stormy days, should the ship become ensnared among the rocks, battered by the relentless waves, it would be as uncomfortable as being trapped in a sack of sand. Gazing into the abyss of the sea, one could faintly discern the chaotic arrangement of submerged rocks, with some jutting above the surface. If the ship merely grazed the obstacles without becoming lodged, it would be tolerable. However, if it were to become trapped, that would be intolerable. Having just repaired the vessel, sustaining damage once more would require a soul's worth of effort to mend, akin to the futility of skipping stones across water. Taking the captain's hat, Yuji wore a grave expression, The captain's hat was akin to a king's crown, and one could not simply discard it at will. Imprinting a dent upon the hat, he signaled for the raven to descend. As the raven alighted, the hat transformed into a nest, its weight grounding it against the wind. Wearing it upon his head provided a sense of reassurance. Suddenly, a white serpent slithered onto his shoulder, menacing the raven to take flight. Behave, do not cause a stir. Yuji tightened the serpent around his arm, balancing a bird atop his head while the serpent coiled around his neck as he grasped the helm. The helm was utilized to govern the sails and the guiding fins beneath the stern. However, the ship was severely compromised, with internal mechanisms jammed, rendering it incapable of flawless operation. Yet, Yuji felt an instinctive connection. As his hand turned in one direction, the vessel responded accordingly. Additionally, he perceived another sensation, as if the ship possessed a radar-like ability to sense surrounding objects. Detecting an object approaching within 10 meters to his left, Yuji swiftly turned the helm to starboard. Using the protruding rock 30 meters ahead as a point of reference, he not only felt the ship veering right but could also see the bow aligning with that direction. With this instinctive awareness, Yuji deftly navigated the vessel through the treacherous underwater hazards. Rain splashed against his nose, the droplets cascading into his eyes, akin to a refreshing eye tonic. His control over the vessel grew increasingly adept. Were there an experience panel for sailing? Yuji would wager that his proficiency surged by at least 3 points per second. The hull rocked side to side, and he swiftly turned the bow, adjusting the angle to create an up and down motion. Sailing relied not on wind or oars, but solely on the waves. Wherever the sea surged, the boat would follow. As the downpour intensified, Yuji gripped the helm tightly, tilting his head slightly to drink in the rainwater cascading down the ropes. The thick, dark clouds blurred his vision. Yet by gauging the light, he deduced that dawn had arrived and noon was approaching. Time slipped away unnoticed until the wind and waves subsided, the rain diminishing. Releasing his hands from the helm, Yuji shouted with exhilaration, refreshing. For him, mastering the technique had rendered sailing as effortless as swimming. It was inherently the same principle. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, as if he were destined to dash onto the shore. Racing to the bow, he beheld an unknown island ahead, and his heart raced. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand, and in a swift motion, the mast lowered the guiding rope, which he seized firmly. With a thud, he tightened his grip on the rope and stepped forward to counter the inertia. The outcome was a mixed blessing. He had made landfall, albeit with a jarring impact. It wasn't entirely harsh, for through the vessel's bottom, he sensed the gentle embrace of the soft seafloor beneath him. Returning might present some challenges. The island was basking in the ebbing tide. Gazing below, the beach sparkled under the sun, its vast expanse indicating significant tidal fluctuations. The vegetation appeared to be over 20 meters from the shoreline, signifying the furthest reach of high tide. Leaning against the railing, he glanced back, observing the retreating currents. The nearest waves merely lapped at the stern of the boat. What else is there to do but to embark on a dungeon raid? Embracing the situation, one may encounter minor creatures to gain experience or, if fortune does not favor, face formidable beasts, compelling one to scavenge and flee. The course of action is clear. Engage in combat to accrue experience. A sudden beam of light pierced through, prompting Yuji to flinch and retreat a step to the right, only to be met again by the blinding glare. Someone was intentionally reflecting sunlight to dazzle him. Among the foliage ahead, shimmering specks of light danced. If it were a plea for help, one could simply emerge openly. A trap? It appeared to be more intricate than that. A minute later, Yuji sensed an approaching presence near the vessel. Something was being tossed to grasp the railing, akin to a grappling hook, ascending stealthily. How could they confidently assume that only a solitary individual resided aboard this ship? After all, mirrors are commonplace. Yuji retrieved a small mirror to survey his rear. The mystery unraveled. The intruder was a wild man, diminutive in stature with dark skin. The foremost figure bore bizarre decorative markings on his body, clutching a grotesque skull that seemed a fusion of goat and human. Behind him, several others brandished blowpipes, bows, and stone-tipped spears. Was this a tactic of intimidation? To instill fear in their adversary, sapping their will to fight before delivering a lethal blow? A brief but sharp sting coursed through him, followed by a numbing sensation in his wrist. He had been struck by a poisoned dart. A roar. The wild man clutching the fused skull was rendered speechless, collapsing to the ground as his pupils dilated in shock. Meanwhile, those wielding spears and blowpipes trembled uncontrollably. A few leapt from the vessel in sheer panic. In their eyes, the skull, with a serpent's bite upon its neck, burned with a hellish conflagration of black and white flames. Beneath the inferno, the white serpent coiled around the neck transformed into a mere skeletal remnant. As the serpent's bones slithered to my right hand, my wrist transformed into a skeletal form, and the venomous needle fell away, revealing a dagger forged from the very bones of the serpent, raised ominously before me. What monstrosity was this? With a swift stroke, I cleaved the grotesque skull held by the savage in two, his eyes wide with terror, oblivious to the deep gash that carved from his left shoulder to his right lower abdomen. In an instant, the wound ignited, blood unable to quench the flames that seared his very soul, inflicting excruciating agony that tore from him a heart-wrenching scream. Concurrently, Yuji lifted his left hand, and a raven swooped down, transforming into a firearm. A gentle squeeze of the trigger silenced the cries abruptly. A dark spot appeared upon the savage's brow, from which black flames erupted. Knife experience 5, gun experience 5, soul 17. These savages were indeed uncivilized, their souls scarcely loftier than that of a fish. While my entire body had assumed a skeletal guise, Yuji retained only his head and right hand in this form. Such minimal consumption of soul energy allowed him to maintain focus with his left hand, aiming his firearm at the individual wielding the blowgun. Upon witnessing his companion's demise, the savage trembled, his legs quaking in fear. Strung around their necks were necklaces of bones, woven from human phalanges with nom marks etched upon them. Their decisive slaughter was not merely an act of self-defense, but a consequence of their predatory instincts towards humanity. And indeed, they had reason to fear. They had never hunted a human like Yuji. After a brief pause of hesitation, Yuji executed a headshot followed by a swift decapitation. One savage, brandishing a spear, lunged forward, only to be met with a bullet striking his scapula, followed by a dagger plunged deep into his chest. In a fleeting moment, for lives were claimed as Yuji aimed his firearm at the wild man halfway down the boat's stern. A lifeless body slumped against the ship's railing, oozing black blood. To Yuji, blood appeared dark, highlighting the stark distinctions between humanity. The souls within the cabin had previously yielded dozens of points. Below, chaotic footsteps echoed as a dozen wild men sprinted frantically towards the island. Yuji steadied his aim on the fastest among them, but ultimately lowered his weapon. Despite existing in a spectral form, a flicker of compassion stirred within him. However, as another group of wild men surged forth, the courage of those who had fled halfway back was perplexing, as they turned and charged with a cacophony of cries. This island truly embodied a rustic simplicity. Just half a minute prior, they had been regarded as fellow beings. Now, they were merely a swarm of experience-giving adversaries. Chapter 6. The power of this shot will be tremendous. Standing at the ship's railing, Yuji fully embraced his skeletal form, arrows protruding from his tattered coat. Suddenly, a sharp arrow whizzed through the air, striking directly into his eye socket. In the next instant, the wild man's left eye was obliterated by a drawn bow, causing him to collapse instantly. The soul-eating raven gun has been upgraded to level 1 upgrade ability. Consume souls to create a 15-meter targeting line, costing 1 point per minute. A targeting line, akin to a tactical laser, perhaps? Testing its efficacy, Yuji expended 1 point of soul, and a dark line emanated from the muzzle, forming a dot upon the forehead of the fleeing wild man. Bayu. The wild man's skull was instantly shattered. It turns out that soul bullets possess their own trajectory, yet they are remarkably more accurate when relying on instinct rather than aiming. A black line found its mark on another wild man's nose. A single shot pierced through his brow. While this ability may not be particularly practical, relying on instinct proved to be far smoother. Alas, even if they storm the ship, what awaits them is akin to a slaughter. The deck and the waters below are strewn with corpses. These wild men, realizing the futility of their advance, retreat to the sandy shore, gathering 80 meters away. Extracting arrows from their eye sockets and leather armor, Yuji turns to drag the 14 bodies from the ship to the center of the deck. Here, a fracture remains, not yet fully healed, a 3-centimeter gash running horizontally across the vessel, arranging the bodies in a line to cover the fissure. He plunges the serpent bone sword into the pile, flames engulfing it, melting the corpses into a material for mending the ship's wounds. After consuming 97 points of soul energy, this section of the vessel transforms into tightly fused white bones. Withdrawing the serpent bone blade, the flames recede, revealing a deck seamlessly restored, as if brand new. Furthermore, Yuji senses the ship has seemingly grown slightly larger. With 484 souls remaining, it is time to upgrade. Having previously accumulated 10 experience points, he grips the raven gun, directing it towards his chest, expending 140 souls to elevate his level to LV2. The fixed rewards for leveling up include a 5 increase in both physique and spirit. To ascend to LV3, 300 experience points are required, which is precisely sufficient. The black flames at the gun's muzzle swirl, infusing his chest with soul energy. Experience 202025. Level up to LV3. Fixed upgrade rewards. 5 physical, 5 mental. From level 3 to 4, 500 souls are required. This can be postponed. Yet if one chooses to upgrade, it must be done in one go. The utility of souls is manifold, necessitating that one maintains a reserve within the body. Subsequently, he glanced at the sword and gun. Soul-burning white serpent blade. LV0, 57100. Soul-devouring raven gun. LV1, 15100. After elevating the gun to level 1, the growth experience cap remains unchanged at 100. Upon reflection, at level 0, defeating a minor foe yielded over 5 experience points, whereas at level 1, it has dwindled to 4. Thus, while the upper limit remains constant, the lower limit has diminished, still requiring a full 100 for an upgrade. It is conceivable that as levels ascend excessively, the growth experience values for the gun and sword may decrease to 1, or even below that. This is a minor concern. True strength is ultimately a reflection of oneself. The gun and sword serve merely as auxiliaries, to be nurtured gradually. After consecutively ascending 2 levels and regaining human form, Yuji endeavored to manipulate the ropes overhead. The enhancement of his physicality was not markedly evident, yet his mental acuity exhibited a significant improvement. The soft, pliable ropes, under the influence of his focused intent, began to move in midair, performing actions akin to sit-ups. Following this trajectory of development, it is anticipated that by around level 5, he will be able to control the ropes to tie themselves and even to coil objects without the need to expend souls for transformation. How many ropes can he control at most? Only experimentation will unveil the answer. 2 minutes later, 12 ropes hung horizontally from above, uniformly executing the sit-up motion. The task at hand proved somewhat arduous. Beads of cold sweat formed on Yuji's forehead. Perhaps controlling 12 ropes was his limit. Yet it was not the pinnacle of his capabilities. He commenced fine motor training, coaxing the second rope into a sinuous, swimming motion akin to that of an earthworm. This was reminiscent of the coordination required to draw a circle with one hand while sketching a square with the other, an exercise in dual focus, or rather, a challenge of 12-fold concentration. As he directed the third rope into a spinning motion, reminiscent of a butcher-esque technique to disperse flies, the complexity escalated. When he attempted to orchestrate a different movement with the fourth rope, the difficulty surged. The remaining ropes, engaged in a form of sit-ups, ceased their motion. Hunger, thirst, fatigue, weariness. Initially, Yuji believed these primal urges stemmed from a mental confusion. He reasoned that if he refrained from contemplation, if he remained indifferent, they would dissipate. After all, he was merely a spectral skeleton. How could a mere framework feel hunger? Yet, in his concentrated control over the ropes, he had not entertained any thoughts. Suddenly, these sensations erupted from within, flooding his consciousness, as if every cell were clamoring for sustenance. The muscle cells yearned for respite. The brain cells craved slumber. Hunger demanded nourishment. Thirst called for water. At that moment, suffering acutely, Yuji clutched his white serpent blade and thrust it violently into his abdomen. The pain of his body being pierced was strikingly vivid. The blade's edge scraping against his spine produced an unsettling sound. In comparison to the torment inflicted by these corporeal sensations, he would rather ignite his soul and become a mere skeleton. As the flames of his spirit consumed his innards, the pangs of hunger dissipated, yet the sharpness in his back muscles intensified, bearing down upon him with the weight of a mountain. As he incinerated his corporeal form, the muscles in his arms began to ache, reminiscent of the strain from carrying 2 buckets of water. The discomfort escalated, as though the water had transformed into lead. With the combustion of his limbs, all suffering surged into his mind, overwhelmed by exhaustion and fatigue. For 3 consecutive days, Yuji immersed himself in gaming. Yet he had never experienced such profound fatigue. The most challenging aspect was the persistent inability to fall asleep. Devoid of oxygen, his brain teetered on the brink of death, oscillating between a state of cerebral demise and acute alertness. It felt as if he had stayed awake for several days, only to finally doze off. Jolted awake by dreams of plummeting from great heights, an unending cycle of torment. Unable to perish, he remained in suffering, conscious suffering, until his skull was reduced to ashes. Only then would all his anguish dissipate. What he found most unbearable was the rapid transition to a skeletal state after advancing 2 levels. With the pace of his soul's burning accelerating. Previously, it would consume 1 point of his essence every minute. Now, it devoured 1 point in merely half that time. As a human, one requires sustenance, water, and rest. As a specter, the need for souls is incessant. Is this the price of immortality? To eternally bear insatiable desires? The soul yearns for more souls. Clutching a knife and gripping a gun, Yuji gazed at a group of wild men congregated not far away. They appeared to be engaged in some ritual, overseen by a flamboyantly dressed shaman, who bit into his own arm, smearing his blood onto the weapons of the other wild men. Enchantment. This sight filled Yuji with unease, while he regarded these minions with disdain. What if things took a turn for the worse? At 80 meters, a clean headshot would not be an easy feat. The raven transformed in his grasp into a raven bone gun, firing soul bullets with the same potency as in its normal form. However, a dilemma arose. The white serpent blade could cleave foes in both its forms. Once it morphed into a serpent bone blade, it inflicted additional soul fire burns. The raven gun could shoot soul bullets and metamorphose into a skeletal gun, undoubtedly possessing some unique attributes. The serpent bone blade unleashed soul flames. What did the skeletal gun unleash? Bones infused with souls. Yuji discovered a hollow avian bone structure, reminiscent of a chambered casing. He detached a finger bone from the necklace of bones left by the wild people and placed it within the empty cavity of the bird bone. Remarkably, had it not been for a sudden spark of inspiration, this ability might have remained unnoticed. He aimed at the wild priest, who was cavorting and singing 80 meters away, infusing 3 points of soul energy to create a projectile. While 80 meters is not an insurmountable distance, it is crucial to acknowledge that not everyone possesses the marksmanship of a sharpshooter. Merely utilizing ethereal bullets that are unaffected by wind conditions, one cannot expect absolute precision even at close range. In truth, even a miss would bear little consequence, as there was not merely a single bullet at his disposal. Yet, Yuji understood that once he fired this shot, the wild people would not remain complacent, nor would they foolishly seek out their own demise. They would undoubtedly be frightened away. The force of this shot would be considerable. Surely, I must be out of my mind. Why not simply disembark and pursue them directly, striking and slashing as I go? Realizing this, Yuji leapt from the vessel, brandishing his knife and raising his gun as he charged into the throng of wild people. Chapter 7. A day full of bounty. The wild people, engaged in a hunting ritual, gathered together, smearing blood upon their weapons. They believed that this act would empower them to slay the untouchable beasts that dared to harm their kin. Their mindset cannot be gauged by the standards of ordinary folk. While a common person might scream ghost, upon encountering a spectral skeleton, they would likely faint or flee, never contemplating a challenge against the apparition. However, this group of wild people was different. They not only consumed their own kind, but also adorned themselves with human bones as ornaments, showing no fear of animated skeletal figures. Of course, a sudden sighting would still elicit a startle. Yet, emboldened by their numbers, they possessed the courage to confront their fears. Now, they ought to be the ones afraid. A wild man gazed excitedly at the oncoming Yuji, letting out a fervent roar. All the wild men turned their attention towards him. Yuji halted 20 meters away. The shaman of the wild men murmured incantations, cradling a pulsating heart as he approached Yuji. Not only did he use his own blood, but he also sacrificed a clansman for the offering. He believed that the heart of a warrior could instill fear in the monster. This sentiment resonated among the other wild men, as they envisioned Yuji being overpowered and besieged. One wild man licked his lips, raising his spear partially, and the others followed suit. Archers placed obsidian-tipped arrows into the chest of the deceased clansman, drawing a bit more blood, aiming for a lethal strike. Once the shaman completed his chant, they were confident in their ability to encircle and slay Yuji. Qualagu, the shaman shouted, raising his arms. Qualagu. All the wild men echoed in unison. Bang. The shaman's head burst like a ripe watermelon, and a tall wild man behind him had a gaping hole torn through his chest. Gun experience 9, soul 87. This amount of soul is utterly insufficient for ignition. Bang. A soul bullet, devoid of bone, pierced through a wild man's calf. As he fell, a swift knife severed his throat. Gun experience 2, knife experience 6, soul 18. Showing mercy to the enemy is a path to destruction. Neglecting minor foes only nurtures them into formidable threats. The wild men, gathered for the sinister ritual, scattered in panic, with some fleeing along the beach. Venturing into the unknown island posed significant risks. Yet Yuji chose to hunt the wild men sprinting along the shore. In the pursuit, Yuji was resolute, firing to maim, and without a blink, he brought down his blade. Gun experience 232. Knife experience 655. Soul Blade White Snake Knife upgraded to level 1 upgrade ability. Consuming souls allows the blade to inflict the curse of serpent venom with a maximum of 3 souls, leaving traces for those poisoned. In skeletal form, Yuji pursued relentlessly, not knowing fatigue, chasing down to 100 meters away. The last wild man on the beach turned and fled towards the island. Consuming 3 souls, the fangs of the serpent bone knife unleashed venom towards the blade. A drop of deep black liquid trickling to the tip. With a swift flick, the knife embedded itself into a coconut tree, while the wild man clutched the wound on his left shoulder, vanishing into the dense underbrush. Pulling out the knife, Yuji noticed a faint black trace lingering in the air. Glancing back, he observed a corpse every 10 steps. Taking a step forward, Yuji ultimately resolved to refrain from venturing deeper. It was too perilous to go alone, and the boat was not within sight, rendering it unsafe. Knife experience 3. A wisp of white mist drifted in, entering his body. In ghostly form, he could perceive souls. Souls 16. Is the power of snake venom truly that formidable? Following the trace, within 2 minutes, he pushed aside the leaves and beheld a wild man collapsed. The black veins of his left arm spreading towards his heart, lifeless. In addition, the wild man clutched a cluster of small fruits in his hand. Looking up, he lay beneath a tree heavy with fruit. Residue of unfinished fruit stained his lips, indicating his desperate attempt to detoxify himself with these fruits. Whether they could indeed serve that purpose remains uncertain, but it was evident that they were edible. Gathering a substantial bundle of fruit clusters upon his shoulder, Yuji departed. Upon returning to the boat, a large bundle of fruits and several coconuts lay on the deck. Maintaining a spectral form is a folly for the soul. This resembles a jujube, a deep crimson fruit. When crushed and placed at the tip of one's nose, it exudes a fragrance akin to that of an apple. Upon tasting, it reveals a delightful sweetness. The white serpent deftly slices through the verdant exterior of a coconut, sending droplets of juice flying. Gulping down the coconut, he eagerly shoves the fruit into his mouth, swallowing greedily. Another swift cut cleaves the coconut open, and its nectar flows forth. Gurgling, Wu Jie slowly rises, the soreness in his muscles quite unbearable. A wave of genuine fatigue washes over him. It seems that merely closing his eyes would grant him a most refreshing slumber. You too, cease your quarrel for now. A hollow coconut shell crashes upon the white serpent's head, and a raven descends, landing before Wu Jie. With a flick of its tail, he swats the raven away, the creature curling up obediently while flicking its crimson tongue. Ahem. Wu Jie clears his throat, prompting the raven to finally drop the coconut shell, which lands atop the serpent's tail. Hiss. Currently, the accumulation of souls stands at 627, sufficient to elevate to level 4, and also to retrieve the corpses beneath the ship for repairs. Yet now, Wu Jie yearns solely for rest. He turns, as ropes descend one by one, enabling him to grasp them and drag his weary form into the captain's quarters. Before closing the door, Wu Jie states, "Keep watch diligently. I intend to sleep." Tap, tap, tap. The sound of knocking rouses Wu Jie from his slumber at the table, and before he can open his eyes, a sharp, acrid scent invades his nostrils. Who dares to set my ship ablaze? The raven, perched at the door, flaps its wings to avoid being struck, landing instead upon Wu Jie's shoulder, cawing in delight. Yes, indeed. Feigning understanding, Yuji nodded as he approached the bow of the ship. The beach glowed a resplendent gold beneath the setting sun, and not far off, a great bonfire blazed, consuming corpses that were reduced to charred remains. Who could be responsible for this? Yuji's brow furrowed as he noticed dozens of figures bowing in his direction by the fire. They were indeed savages, yet their frames were more diminutive, adorned with intricate markings that bore little resemblance to those of the previous group. They were not of the same tribe. At that moment, the leader among them caught Yuji's attention with a mirror dangling from his staff. Was it he who had dazzled Yuji with its gleam? With a white serpent coiled upon his shoulder, Yuji leapt from the vessel, advancing toward the savage. Upon seeing Yuji, the leader exhibited a flicker of fear, uttering incomprehensible words in a primitive tongue. However, it was evident that this group of savages was at odds with the earlier one. The corpses by the fire had been dismembered. The leader then gestured to those behind him, and a dozen savages approached, carrying offerings. Among the items presented was a girl, dressed as a living sacrifice, a token of gratitude. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, the mirror's blinding light was not an act of hostility, but rather a warning. It seemed reasonable, as Yuji gazed toward the towering mountains deep within the island, where various structures and watchtowers were visible. The vast sea before him indicated that the opposing tribe had discovered him first. Looking back at the ship, he noticed bone and vine crafted into grappling hooks along the railing. Clearly, this new group of savages had a history of attacking grounded vessels. No, not merely grounded. They were stranded. A memory surfaced of a wild island shrouded by treacherous reefs to the east of Black Malt Island, inhabited solely by uncivilized natives. If the vessel is inadvertently swept away by wind and waves, it is highly probable that it will run aground, subsequently facing an assault from savages upon reaching land. The location is established. The sun descends upon the ocean's surface, confirming the western direction. Concurrently, the tide begins to rise, the waves crashing against the hull, evoking a sense of unease. Among the gifts bestowed by the savages, there are remnants of humanity, with only a glass lantern filled with oil being of any use. Most of the offerings consist of island provisions, fruits and vegetables, along with 2 small black pigs and 5 speckled chickens. It appears they have witnessed their own foraging efforts and possess an understanding of husbandry. These savages exhibit a degree of civilization surpassing that of another, more primitive tribe. As for the savage maidens, it is best to forego that notion, adding another mouth to feed, and their aesthetic sense leaves much to be desired. Moreover, enlisting a sea creature as a crew member would be more befitting of a ghost ship's identity. Without an anchor to secure the vessel and no crew to oversee it, coupled with the rising tide, embarking on an expedition now would be a fool's errand. Once these matters are settled, the hull rises, drawn by the waves. For the sea is the true home of the ship. As night falls, the vessel has already drifted far from the island, guided by instinct. Yuji navigates beyond the treacherous reefs. The lantern flickers dimly. Under its glow, Yuji bites into a papaya, locating Ryegrass Island on the blurred sea chart. A pig's squeal echoes from outside. The day's harvest is commendable, elevating his level to 3, with knives and guns reaching level 1, alongside 627 souls. It seems prudent to slaughter one of the small pigs for a celebratory feast. Suddenly, the light dims slightly, and Yuji perceives the presence of ghosts aboard the ship. Chapter 8. Ghost hunting requires firearms. The night is thick, and the unrigged vessel drifts upon the sea. With a lantern in his left hand and a raven gun gripped firmly in his right, Yuji halts before the 2 small black pigs. Each pig measures over 1 meter in length, their legs bound, froth escaping from their mouths. Was it seasickness or an encounter with a ghost? Yuji firmly believed it was the latter. The 5 fluffy chicks trembled, and to his surprise, they had laid eggs. The livestock on the boat were disposable. Each time they reached a new island, they replenished their supply of fresh animals. The focus was usually on recently birthed female goats and hens. Why female goats? Because they provided goat's milk. Picking up an egg the size of a lychee, Yuji offered it to the mouth of the white snake perched on his shoulder. It shook its head, refusing to eat. Remarkably, neither of them required sustenance. This innate ability was something Yuji greatly envied. Raw eggs are rich in nutrients, though their texture leaves much to be desired. He discarded the eggshell into the sea, pondering a peculiar thought. After consuming so many coconuts and various fruits, in addition to a raw egg, why was there no inclination towards an upset stomach? Even with a robust digestive system, it shouldn't be this resilient. There had to be something amiss. Lifting his shirt, he used the flickering light of the oil lamp to illuminate the white, root-like veins etched onto his six-pack abs. They were not protruding like blood vessels, but appeared as if tattooed. He recalled that when he first awakened, those white lines had not extended this far. Could it be that the white lines served as a signal, indicating his bodily condition? Lost in thought, Yuji drew a small knife from his pocket and made a swift cut across his left forearm. A sharp sting accompanied the laceration, and a trickle of blood emerged. Under normal circumstances, a wound would yield much more blood. To his astonishment, the wound healed rapidly, leaving no trace behind. Hungry, thirsty. After devouring 2 large papayas and drinking a coconut, the feelings of hunger and fatigue lingered, but they were not unbearable. Inspecting his abdomen, he noticed that the root-like white lines had grown longer. At this moment, Yuji comprehended that if he fully succumbed to the state of the burning undead, the nutrients within him would be entirely consumed, leading to various physical torments and the subsequent spread of white lines. Conversely, by maintaining the health of his body, those white lines would retract. He recalled that upon first awakening, the black spots and white lines on his chest were merely the size of a palm. Immediately upon waking, he had begun to burn his soul to repair his vessel, incinerating his flesh, which resulted in a severe depletion of nutrients, accompanied by an escalating sensation of hunger. Black signified replenishment, while white denoted consumption. No wonder the white snake and the raven were at odds. For now, he needed to eliminate the spirits aboard the ship. Armed with his gun, Yuji fired a shot in reverse. A bullet pierced through the deck. Experience 1, another shot followed, but it missed. The bullet flying out into the sea, a slight waste of soul energy. Yet, he could sense the ghost before him. How could he aim? Perhaps the black aiming line was not as trivial as it seemed. With a thought, he expended 1 point of soul energy, and the gun's muzzle expelled a targeting black line. At a distance of 15 meters, which was quite short, Yuji was certain it served a purpose beyond mere assistance in aiming. The black line swept across the air, and suddenly, a point materialized. Bayou. Gun experience 2, the bullet struck its target, yet the black flames did not ignite. A single point of soul energy was insufficient to vanquish the spirit. Even without killing it, he had already gained 2 points of experience, indicating that this ghost was undoubtedly a high-level foe. Unfortunately, he could not discern its level, as the contract mark offered no insight. Next, Yuji gently tapped his cheek with his index finger. The white snake coiled upon his shoulder, lifting its head, flicking its tongue in surprise and delight. It leaned in for a gentle kiss, a ticklish sensation coursing through him, akin to a mild electric shock. Then it bit him. Its sharp fangs pierced his cheek, causing a brief sting before it seared into a skull. The world transformed into shades of black and white, a faint glow cutting through the darkness. Bayou. The bullet struck the mast. This ethereal light swiftly descended beneath the deck. Lowering the oil lamp, I entered a state of the undead, my night vision unfaltering. Yuji descended the deck, a dark line scanning the cabin, and in an instant, Bayou. Gun experience 4, did it fail to strike a vital point? The black flames erupted, and a ghostly figure emerged, grotesque and charging toward Yuji. He fired again. This time, no experience was gained. The previous shot had already vanquished the specter, and now it merely struggled. With 2 shots, the ravenous black flames consumed it, the phantom dissipating into nothingness as I incinerated it from less than a meter away. Soul 61. It was certain that this was not the ghost struck on the deck. Without further hesitation, Yuji infused his body with the soul. After expending 498 souls, his level ascended to LV4. Level up fixed reward. Constitution 5, Spirit 5. To reach level 5, 1,000 souls are required, effectively doubling the amount needed. However, this enhancement was markedly apparent. As I lifted my right foot, the door creaked open. Strangely, it felt akin to striking my left hand with my right. The left hand would sense it beforehand, being part of the same body. Likewise, this door, designed to resist violent entry, opened automatically, entering the vacant room. I recalled that the first solitary chamber on this level was the first mate's quarters. Unlike the sailors who slept in hammocks, the first mate surely had a dedicated personal space. Aiming the gun towards the corner, a line formed a point. Captain Will. First mate. Is it truly you? I was terrified by your presence. Thank the sea gods, you are alive. Are you still Captain Will? In the corner, a ghostly figure materialized, his left hand nearly translucent to the point of vanishing. Through the contract mark, information appeared. LV, 3-level wraith, devoid of a physical form. Unable to contract, current unique contract mark on cooldown. After a moment of silence, Yuji emitted a deep, hoarse voice. You may need to possess a physical body for me to revive you. You've discerned my intentions. I feared disappearance and sought to inhabit a pig. But that proved futile. The ghost lifted his head, his body emanating an eerie green glow that stood out starkly in this monochromatic realm. After you shot yourself, I witnessed your soul being dragged away by a sea siren, yet your body, curiously, it has never decayed and continues to consume sustenance. Is there a raven feeding me? Indeed. The first mate's ghost slowly rose. In retrospect, everything falls into place. The raven perpetually searches for food to sustain, while this body merely eats and sleeps until I can take control. Please, as before, eradicate all the souls of the crew, including mine. Why? Yuji inquired, puzzled. In his memories, this first mate seemed rather commendable. They have lost their sense of self, myself included. I can scarcely recall my own name. Upon hearing this, Yuji felt a tinge of embarrassment. Moments ago, The first mate could still attempt to inhabit a small pig, yet now he appeared immensely weakened, having been severely injured. I sense nothing at all. You are not Captain Will, are you? Then you are not my captain. Please fulfill your duty. Tightening the trigger, Yuji inquired before releasing. I do not recall possessing this ring. From whence did it come? The siren offered it as recompense for a soul. Safe travels. A single shot, brimming with souls, dispatched the first mate. Amidst the black flames, he gradually faded away, leaving behind a whisper, I feel so warm. Aside from treasures, a certain belief circulates across the sea. It is said that the malevolent spirits of the ocean would use wealth to soothe the corporeal remains of the deceased, purchasing souls, and thus forming a peculiar transaction. Legends assert that the deceased, who are adorned with gold, silver, and jewels, remain uncorrupted in flesh and can attract souls into their bodies. Once enough souls are amassed, the deceased shall resurrect in another form. Consequently, in this world, gold, silver, copper, iron, and glimmering gemstones perpetually serve as hard currency. Rather than contemplating the journey to the island, it is imperative to first confront the specters. Chapter 9. Landing on Barley Island. 2 days passed. The sky was devoid of clouds, and the sun blazed fiercely. 6 pig legs and various cuts of meat hung from the ropes, drying in the sea breeze and sunlight. The spirits aboard the ship had been thoroughly dealt with, and the souls accumulated to the number 451. Yuji, roasting meat skewers over an oil lamp, found it hard to feel joy, as fresh water once again posed a problem. Without water or chili powder, the dried meat was nearly unpalatable. After consuming too much coconut water, he felt as if he had transformed into a coconut tree. Life is fraught with tribulations. When one is hungry, they yearn for food, yet when food is available, they become finicky. In his boredom, Yuji filled his pipe with moldy tobacco, smoking while grilling meat, determined to endure each day at sea as it came. Gun experience level 5, soul-devouring raven gun enhanced to level 2. Upgrade capability, soul targeting range increased to 20 meters. Capable of charging up to 5 points of soul energy. As the triumphant caw of the raven echoed outside, Xiaobai slinked through the window, dejected. Wu Jie recognized that Xiaobai had once again encountered some form of distress. Climbing into his embrace, the white serpent opened its mouth wide as if to cry. Yet no tears came forth. It curled into a ball, occasionally emitting sounds reminiscent of sobs. How childlike it seemed. With a resigned shake of his head, he freed a hand to comfort the white serpent. The nautical chart on the table appeared as if it had been fished from the mud, marred by large, indistinct stains. Barely usable, lacking a compass, he could only rely on the sun to discern that they were sailing westward. Alas, a southwest wind blew. He dared not lower the sails, for should they veer southwest, they would encounter vast, uncharted waters. The sea was immense. Despite adhering strictly to the western course, it was inevitable they would miss Reimald Island. With a soft sigh, he bit into a piece of roasted meat, forcing it down. At that moment, a rope snaked through the window, trembling as it hoisted a coconut onto the table. The level did not deceive. The enhancement was even more formidable than anticipated. Now able to manipulate objects weighing under 10 pounds. With a punch, he struck the green coconut, cracking it open and releasing its juice. Clenching his fist, he dared not claim to possess Tyson's strength, but in unarmed combat, he would undoubtedly secure a gold medal. I cannot even defeat myself. Who could possibly harm me? Nevertheless, in this unknown world, maintaining a low profile and exercising caution would always be prudent. There is something. Sensing an object approaching the ship, Wu Jie extinguished the oil lamp and, armed with his knife, ventured outside. The raven circled above the water, marking the proximity of the object. Squinting against the bright sunlight, a figure swiftly traversed the azure waters. A mermaid? Suddenly, a peculiar silhouette surged from the depths, brandishing a large half-shell in hand. Kneeling upon the deck was a veritable sea monster, a wizened old crone. Her skin as pallid as a corpse, with gills beneath her neck and seaweed festooning her form. Level LV 22 cannot be contracted. At level 22, she would require a finishing blow to vanquish, assuming one could indeed prevail against her. Please, spare some. This creature, resembling a beggar, clutched her shell as if it were a bowl for alms. It is often said that kindness begets kindness, yet this entity, leaping aboard and immediately demanding money, bore a striking resemblance to a fortune, possessing the strength to seize by force. She chose instead to kneel and beg, a curious adherence to principles indeed, one that seemed rather contradictory. Casting a glance at the raven, I signaled. And it soared into the cabin, returning with a string of golden necklaces clasped in its beak. Give generously, and may the sea god bless you. Demonstrating a semblance of decorum, she was able to communicate coherently, suggesting she was indeed a siren. Before depositing the necklaces into the shell, Yuji inquired, "Could you kindly direct us to Black Barley Island?" With a sharp crack, she detached one of her elongated, pale fingers from her 8-fingered hand, which then hovered in the air, pointing like a compass needle towards our destination. "Thank you." After placing the necklaces into the shell, Yuji adjusted the helm, aligning the ship's bow with the direction indicated by the spectral finger. Turning back, I noticed the figure had vanished, leaving only the ethereal fingers suspended in midair and the damp traces of her presence as evidence of her existence. Uncertain of whether the direction is right or wrong, one can only press forward with determination. If the path is indeed correct, it would yield immense rewards. A mere necklace could lead to the right course, a treasure more precious than any other. Should the direction prove erroneous, it is of little concern. What is the worst that could happen? Aside from soliciting money, the other party harbors no ill intent, as if this journey were a form of spiritual cultivation. A sorceress of the sea? If one were to truly encounter such a being, one must concede that this fortune far surpasses that of Will. After drifting upon the waves for many years, he has encountered sea monsters and mermaids, yet never such an extraordinary entity. This world is more outlandish than one could ever imagine. Perhaps the legendary ghostly seas are indeed real. Another day has passed, and at last, the sea breeze blows westward. Yuji lowers the sails, quickening their pace. Upon awakening in the morning, the first task for Yuji is to ensure that the ship's bow aligns with the direction of the finger. Stepping outside to inspect, he finds no deviation in their course, and before them, the silhouette of an island emerges. The journey has been remarkably smooth, almost unbelievable. After more than half an hour, as they approach the island, Yuji fixates on the finger. If it still exists upon reaching the shore, he would surely erect a tent to sell tickets. It seems that, in comparison to the eerie finger floating in midair, people would be far more intrigued by a fiery skeleton. Shaking his head, he dismisses such fanciful ideas. There is no need to constantly think of making money when funds are not lacking. Half a minute later, under Yuji's watchful gaze, the finger drifts away and sinks into the depths of the sea. Ahead of the ship, they have indeed reached the long-remembered Barley Island. At the morning dock, several workers are already busy transporting goods. For reasons unknown, they cease their labor, gathering on the wooden walkway, waving their hands as if attempting to communicate with themselves. As the distance narrows, the people suddenly flee in a frenzy. Gazing at my arm, I realized I was not in skeletal form, and thus should not appear intimidating. Alas, with neither sail lowered nor anchor cast, one hand pressed firmly upon the captain's hat while the other grasped the rope. It was time to push forward. Thud! I collided forcefully with the cargo planks, splintering them as barrels of dark beer tumbled into the sea. Fortunately, the ship came to a halt, for beyond lay the stone platform, immovable. It was the inaugural day of sailing, and here was this captain, seemingly prepared to incur losses. The rotund proprietor of the tavern beamed with delight. On the 5th day, Yuji wore a serious expression. Losses are too harsh a term. I purchased this beer. As night fell in the dockside tavern, that young captain could sail solo. I swear upon the heavens, his vessel bore only a mainmast sail, devoid of an anchor or crew. To boast so brazenly invites the wrath of the sea god. I have heard an amusing tale of a renowned young man who procured 100 barrels of beer. Now that's a true connoisseur. That young captain even kept a white snake. Ah, carpenter, come here. You can attest to this. Both fellows were present. The carpenter took his seat, his expression grim. That ship. It is the most extraordinary vessel I have ever seen. It struck the dock without a single blemish. After downing a mug of beer, the carpenter burped, recounting how the captain had rewarded him with 3 gold coins, ancient and weighty, enough to exchange for at least 8,000 sea credits. He requested my assistance in rigging the foresail. I summoned a few lads, procured the sail, and helped to set it up. Why the long face when you're about to make a fortune? Are you not merely digging into your own pockets? I dare not accept his money. Do you comprehend? His vessel is. It is akin to a carpenter's fist slamming upon the tavern table. It is alive. At that moment, a large black bird swooped down, alighted on the trio's table, deposited 3 gold coins, and then took flight. Silence enveloped the 3 men. After a long pause, one of them spoke. Perhaps you should keep it. I sensed that refusing him would be an affront. Breaking news. The bounty for the murderous beast at the church on the mountain has been taken up. The young server at the tavern eagerly spread the word. Is it a bounty hunters guild? That gentleman is alone. He has already ascended the mountain. In this late hour, does he not fear for his life? Chapter 10. How can one level up without actively confronting monsters? On a shadowy mountain path, torches flickered in the wind. The mayor glanced at the youth beside him, feeling as though he were committing a crime by leading an impulsive man to his doom. Young man, your attire is truly splendid. I mean, it looks magnificent on you. The mayor sought to persuade Yuji to turn back in this manner, preserving his dignity while granting him a night to ponder. Venturing to the church alone, especially at night, was tantamount to a death sentence in his eyes. Let us discuss this monster. Yuji held a hand-drawn bounty notice, depicting a bull's head, with the reward increased from 5,000 C tokens to 10,000. C tokens are a form of credit currency, a waterproof banknote imbued with magic, akin to plastic in texture, with denominations ranging from 1 to 5,000. Credit currency significantly differs from common currency, as precious metals, soul crystals, and rare materials hold universal appeal. In essence, the maritime currency is but a mere piece of paper, hardly suitable even for the most mundane of uses. Its intrinsic value, akin to that of all paper currencies, lies solely in the trust it commands. Over 50 years ago, the 9 great empires of the sea collectively instituted the maritime currency to supplant metallic coinage, thereby forging an economic federation. Under the weight of authority, smaller kingdoms were compelled to join, culminating in a colossal financial conglomerate, colloquially known as the Thousand Kingdoms of Maritime Currency. In contemporary times, even the remote island of barley malt has begun to embrace this currency, a testament to its perceived value. As a conservative, Will harbors reservations regarding this form of currency. Upon receiving maritime notes, he promptly exchanges them for their equivalent in precious metals. On the other hand, as a forward-thinking traveler, he has encountered electronic currencies and thus regards the maritime notes with indifference. Upon spotting a bounty notice at the tavern entrance, Yuji eagerly accepted it. Recognizing the maritime currency as merely a supplementary incentive, one cannot ascend in prowess without actively engaging in battles. Observing Yuji's unwavering resolve, the mayor spoke. Initially, we endeavored to rally the populace against the monsters, but alas, we were nothing more than a disjointed assembly, with a significant portion fleeing before we even reached the halfway mark. Bounty hunters have occasionally graced us, yet they dismiss the meager rewards we offer. The royal seamen who visit our shores merely impose taxes. As for the church, their perspective is even more absurd. They perceive this as a divine retribution from the sea god upon Barley Malt Island, vowing to send aid only after a decade has passed. Even pirates adhere to a code of conduct. At least they limit their plunder to the high seas. The mayor's fervor intensified, resembling an old dog whose spine had been broken by tyranny, lamenting the inequities of life in hushed corners where no one could overhear him. And here I am I not? Yuji listened intently, his ears growing weary of the lamentations. Young man, you lack even a weapon. Upon hearing this, Yuji withdrew a white snake knife from his coat and plunged it into the ground, relinquishing his coat to the mayor. You conceal the knife within your garments? The mayor inquired with curiosity. Then I kindly asked the mayor's wife to fashion a shawl from this coat, mending any damaged areas, with the cost deducted from my bounty. Handing over the coat and hat, Yuji seized the torch. It is settled then. I shall follow this path to the church, correct? What is your name? As the flames receded into the distance, the mayor murmured, white hair, black eyes? Could he possibly be of noble lineage? A foul stench of decaying flesh wafted through the air as Yuji fastened the buttons of his shirt and kicked open the iron doors of the church. Caw! A raven perched upon a cross, suspended by chains, caught his attention. The cross obstructed the entrance, with the other end of the chain affixed to the church's roof, emanating a sense of blasphemy. Approaching for a closer inspection, the light illuminated a mummified corpse bound to the cross. Confirming the nature of this entity was a straightforward task. A swift stroke severed the head from the body. Knife experience 3, soul 8 now. It was evident that this indeed was a corpse. As he crossed past the cross and was about to push the great door open, Yuji suddenly recoiled, sidestepping swiftly. With a resounding crash, the cross soared upward amidst a flurry of wood splinters. The bellowing of a bull reverberated, deafeningly loud. Thud. The cross, suspended at the entrance, collided with the door, striking Yuji in the head, leading him to question whether the bull was practicing its iron head technique. In his left hand, holding the torch, White dots and black lines materialized, revealing his level through the covenant mark. Level LV6, soulless entity, unable to form a contract, currently the only one. Observing its demeanor, this minotaur indeed lacks intelligence. With a level higher than mine by 2, it should be formidable. The creature heaved aside the cross, panting, as it scraped its hooves, exuding an aura reminiscent of a locomotive poised to depart. It planted a torch firmly into the ground. The raven gun flew into my grasp. Charged with 5 points of soul energy and with precision, I struck the minotaur directly in the forehead. Gun experience 1. The black flames did not ignite. Yuji swiftly dodged to the left as the minotaur barreled forward, its massive horns colliding with the iron gate behind me, propelling it outward for over 20 meters. This beast, it seems, is truly not astute, merely charging in a straight line, incapable of turning. The blade transformed into a white serpent, latching onto my left hand. As flames spread and scorched it into a skeletal gun. Brother, I shall borrow your teeth for a moment. With that, Yuji crushed the skull of a corpse beneath his boot, seizing a handful of teeth and stuffing them into the skeletal gun. The strategy must evolve. The power of a shotgun blast surely surpasses that of a single shot. The foolish bull bellowed, its horns adorned with 2 large iron gates, charging straight ahead. Bang! The iron gates bent upon impact, lodged within the stone doorframe, resembling a head caught between doors at first glance. With such might, it would fare better tilling the earth rather than embodying a monstrosity. I aimed the gun at the Minotaur's head, utilizing 5 points of soul energy as gunpowder. Boom. For the first time, I felt the recoil. The bull's head was shredded by the onslaught of teeth, obliterated into mere fragments. Gun experience 2. It should not have been this effortless. Subsequently, the 2.5-meter-tall muscular form of the Minotaur stirred, yanking its head away to avoid being caught by the door. Its front hooves launched the iron gate aside, as its hind hooves scraped against the ground, gathering momentum. I stood my ground. Bang! Yuji did not flinch as the bull monster collided with the church wall like a headless fly. What was intended as a monster-slaying endeavor had unexpectedly devolved into a spectacle akin to acrobatics. Remaining vigilant, Yuji rushed towards the creature. Seizing the white serpent and transforming it into a blade, cleaving through the bull's leg with a single stroke. Blade experience 3, again, he struck, severing the other leg. Blade experience 2, to avert any unforeseen consequences, he swiftly dispatched both forelegs. Despite these efforts, his experience remained unchanged. The bull monster lay motionless, devoid of any soul, resembling a puppet under manipulation. Suddenly, a small scarecrow emerged from the bull's back, remaining utterly still. Was this sorcery? The scarecrow appeared to control the bull-headed creature. Upon inspecting its level, the scarecrow's designation revealed itself. Level LV6, soulless entity. The level did not pertain to the monster or the scarecrow, but rather indicated the puppeteer. Gah! A raven sensed impending danger. Turning around, Yuji beheld a tall, slender figure, draped in black. Scaling the church wall that stood at a height of 1.5 meters, wielding a long-handled scythe, its face obscured beneath a dark hood, revealing only a faint glimpse of his skull. It towered at an estimated 4.5 meters, akin to a utility pole. In that moment, the raven seized the shadow's hood and yanked it away. A scarecrow was unveiled, more specifically, one perched on stilts, adorned with a skull around its neck. The unknown instilled a palpable fear, as the creature, garbed like the Grim Reaper, was stripped of its guise, revealing a rather mundane reality. The scythe descended, and Yuji parried with his blade, producing a resonant clang. A torch was hurled into the air as he yanked the scythe's handle with his left hand, causing the scarecrow to topple forward, and Yuji charged, delivering a powerful headbutt. Crack! The skull shattered upon impact. In midair, the raven grasped the torch with its talons and inserted it into the hollow neck of the scarecrow. Flames ignited as Yuji delivered a forceful kick, toppling the tall scarecrow backward. With the scythe resting on his shoulder and his right hand firmly clutching a knife, Yuji strode into the church. An ominous transformation ensued, accompanied by the sharp sound of chains clattering outside the door. Turning to glance back, he beheld a headless cadaver suspended from a cross, dragging itself along the ground by its hands, burdened by the weight of the cross and its chains. Still attempting to conjure specters? However, it was evident that the true culprit lurked upon the rooftop. With a decisive kick, Yuji shattered the corpse beneath the cross, yanked the chains free, and fashioned a grappling hook from the scythe. Chapter 11. The power of money. On the church's rooftop, a small triangular wooden cabin had been constructed. This church, perched atop the highest peak of the island, boasted the loftiest vantage point. Inside the cabin, candles flickered on the table, illuminating shattered corpses submerged in a vast vat of blood. A pallid man emerged from the gruesome sight, extracting a handful of wheat straw soaked in crimson. In his festering hands, the straw seemed to come alive, writhing like veins. Soon, a scarecrow crafted from the wheat straw materialized within his grasp. "Go forth, slay the intruders," he whispered fervently to the scarecrow before releasing it. The diminutive figure leapt away like a grasshopper. Then, he resumed the creation of yet another scarecrow. Sensing something amiss, he turned his head to see that the recently dispatched scarecrow had been seized by a bird at the door of the cabin. Had that creature detected my presence? But he certainly cannot ascend. I have already cast down the iron chain. The pallid man muttered to himself, then seized the flintlock pistol from the table. His movements so vigorous that he overturned the candle. He departed from the dim wooden cabin, surveying his surroundings, yet found no one in sight. Damn the bird. He aimed the gun at the raven and shouted, "Drop it, or I shall shoot you dead." The raven hopped back 2 small steps, prompting him to advance a large step forward. Damn bird. Bang. The raven stood steadfast in its place. The pallid man was taken aback, feeling as though he had struck his target. With a sense of uncertainty, he stepped several paces closer, reaching the edge of the rooftop. At the sound of a crisp, unusual noise, he turned his head to the left, a chill creeping along his right side. Chains. A scythe? Then, he felt the world spin, his body weightless. With a violent crash, it felt as if every bone in his body shattered. He struggled for breath, his chest constricted, as if a mountain were pressing down upon him. His pus-ridden hands fumbled, grasping a half-buried scythe embedded in his ribs. As his vision gradually cleared, he discovered someone standing upon his chest, a knife slowly raised. "I have something too. No interest in hearing your last words." The head rolled away, and as his gaze dimmed, he glimpsed, not far off, a burning scarecrow. Experience with knives 17. Sold 287. With just 28 more experience points, the novice could ascend to level 2. Meanwhile, Yuj discovered something. As firearms and blades became part of his being, his own level up would enhance their power. Moreover, the elevation of the knife and gun levels primarily unlocked additional capabilities. For instance, at that moment, he carved a deep gash into the ground, the blade remaining utterly unblemished. In the future, perhaps one could still unleash a blade's aura. With 287 points of soul energy, it feels as though the effort invested does not equate to the rewards reaped. A sense of regret lingers within. Wu Jie gazes upward as a raven descends from the rooftop, clutching a key that lands upon his left shoulder. The white snake blade quivers gently, and Wu Jie is certain that if he were to release his grip, Xiaobai would spring forth to bite the raven, only to have its mouth ensnared by the key. Where there is a key, there exists a door. It appears he has stumbled upon a hidden quest. From the mayor's words, subtle hints can be gleaned. The church believes this place to be cursed, hence their indifference, advising a return only a decade later. This seems rather unreasonable. Of course, one cannot generalize from a single point. The foundational intentions of any religion are noble, yet human hearts are fickle, and the emergence of malevolence within the church is not uncommon. Upon entering the church, he shifted into a spectral form with his right hand, as white flames danced upon the serpent bone blade, radiating like a torch. Ahead, behind the pulpit used for sermons, the visage of the father was deliberately obscured, smeared with a layer of black and red. Approaching for a closer inspection, it became apparent that this was the result of countless applications of blood, dried to form a sanguine mud. The atmosphere was thick with sacrilege, suggesting a possible assault by pagans upon the indigenous faith. The question arises, if this is indeed the work of pagans, should the church not dispatch individuals to eradicate them? Churches typically possess cellars for storing red wine. After a brief search, he discovered a door where the keyhole aligned with the key brought by the raven. Upon unlocking the door, before even stepping through, Wu Jie caught a whiff of an overpowering stench, akin to stepping into a bustling fish market. The door opened to reveal a staircase leading downward. To prevent any lapse in firepower and to seize the initiative, Wu Jie refrained from descending immediately, instead opting to investigate outside the church, where he found the shattered skull of a cow scattered across the ground. Collecting the formidable tusks of cattle, if one were to liken human teeth to pellets, these would undoubtedly be akin to large-caliber shot. Regarding the mastery of firearms and blades, Yuji felt there remained substantial potential yet to be explored. However, time is of the essence. Weapon development can proceed at a leisurely pace, for the white line exhibits a tendency to proliferate rapidly, presenting no immediate concerns. This morning, Prior to disembarking, Yuji exchanged a portion of jewelry for sea orders, stashing an assortment of provisions in the captain's quarters. He tucked 15 formidable tusks into the pockets of his trousers, thus addressing the matter of firepower. Upon returning to the corridor, the blade pierced his left palm, igniting the flame of his soul. In terms of mental prowess, beyond the manipulation of objects aboard the vessel, he could also exert control over the ethereal fire. An increase of 5 in mental capacity proved significantly more impactful than mere physical enhancement. At level 3, he barely managed to contain the spiritual flame from engulfing his entire being. Now, Yuji had mastered the ability to confine the fire to his left hand, the flames licking only up to his wrist. With gain comes sacrifice. While the depletion of soul and corporeal energy lessened, the burden on his mind intensified, requiring unwavering focus to maintain control over the ethereal fire. As the flames danced, the crow gun transitioned into a skeletal form, into which he inserted a single tusk, the black flame swirling as he infused it with 5 points of his soul as ammunition. With a firm grip on the trigger, he stood ready to release at the first sight of an adversary. Fortunately, Yuji had no prior experience with firearms. Typically, a single squeeze of the trigger results in a single shot, while a sustained squeeze allows for a barrage. For a soldier, it would take time to acclimatize to the mechanics of holding the trigger for power and releasing it to fire. Taking a deep breath, Yuji descended the staircase. His gaze was drawn to a metallic glimmer. Upon lowering his head, he discovered a golden thread beneath his feet, composed of gold and silver coins. Extravagance, an absurd and unfathomable opulence. Following the trail of coins, one's gaze is drawn to a resplendently robed corpse, slumped against the wall at the end of the road. Its neck is adorned with an array of embellishments, while its withered wrists are laden with exquisite jeweled bracelets, and every finger is bedecked with rings. Even the legs of the chair are inlaid with gold. At its feet lies a heap of bloodied scarecrows. Oh, devil! Please do not hasten my departure. I have always harbored souls within me. Take them. In the bewildered eyes of Yuji, this mummy-like entity raises its hands, cradling a handful of gold coins. Take the money. I have always been a vessel for souls. You cannot claim me yet. It is unfathomable that the weight of wealth could be so profound as to purchase life itself. Through the mark, information emerges. A dying being of no rank. Solely a corporeal vessel for devouring souls, destined to become a wretched corpse. Contract mark and cooldown. It appears this individual is not dead. He has been sustained by the dark machinations of an outside force providing him soul energy to cling to life. Furthermore, by inspecting the lower tier, one can uncover more details, even foreseeing his inevitable transformation into a wretched corpse. Such entities are commonplace. Evenwell has encountered many upon the sea. They are not even considered living beings, mere soulless shells devoid of intellect, posing little threat, driven only by instinct to seek souls that sustain their movements. It has been noted that beings devoid of reason and spirit, no matter how many souls they consume, fail to form a true essence. Indeed, he is still among the living. What is your name? I am called. I. To eliminate such a creature would be to grant it liberation. Yuji raised his hand, declaring, I shall grant you a swift passage. Let these coins serve as my reward for this act. The devil. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Yuji suddenly recalled that the chamber was loaded with large caliber bullets. A single shot would undoubtedly splatter his own flesh. Yet, he could not persist in holding it any longer. Thus, he retreated to the stairway and released the trigger. Boom. A crimson mist enveloped the area. Chapter 12. Attempting to steal my bounty? Retribution awaits. As the blood mist dissipated, Yuji approached to inspect the scene. A large hole had been blasted into the wall, and the corpse was reduced to mere fragments. Among the gold and silver jewelry, something gleamed enticingly. Upon picking it up, he discovered a soul crystal. Its quality surpassed the previous 3 significantly, now exhibiting a faint green hue. A conspiracy theory suddenly surfaced in his mind. Collecting soul crystals from the sea monster was no easy feat, and their quality was not guaranteed. Where there is demand, there will be supply. 10 years hence, could it be that humans were being used to nurture soul crystals? What concern is it of mine? Having reaped the benefits, it was time to depart. Realizing the need for haste, Yuji adorned himself with the gold and silver jewelry, extracting every last coin from the ground. Before leaving, he locked the door securely and discarded the key into a ravine. Feeling uneasy, he returned to the church to retrieve the large black robe, using it as a makeshift bag to gather his possessions. With the burden of over 20 pounds weighing down on him, The load was sufficient to overshadow his hunger. Back in the captain's quarters, he lit an oil lamp and devoured white bread and sausages voraciously, washing it down with a hearty mug of beer. As he drank, Yuji set down his cup and, burping, thought to himself, I am not a thief. Why should I feel guilty for ridding the world of its evils? He produced the soul crystal, nodding in affirmation. This must be the end of it. Time to don my cloak and conceal my merits and name clutching the soul crystal. He felt the black flames devour its essence. A soul crystal has yielded 628 souls, which can be classified as a considerable profit. The battle against the foes proved to be more effortless than anticipated, encountering only a weak-willed man, consumed by his dread of death. This encounter resembled a fortuitous happening, akin to a small-scale dungeon. After accounting for minor expenses, I amassed nearly 900 souls, along with over 20 pounds of gold and jewels. Coupled with the previous 400 souls, I now possess a total of 387 souls, sufficient for an upgrade. I infused the souls into my being, elevating my level to LV5. Fixed upgrade rewards. Constitution 5, Spirit 5. Additional rewards. Contract Mark 1, Crimson Flame. Crimson Flame. Capable of consuming life hearts of level 5 or above, it can potentially evolve into a crimson ember under the right conditions. The ember represents the heart. By repeatedly consuming souls, the black and white spiritual fire can transform into a high-temperature crimson flame, with the temperature escalating alongside the level. To reach level 6, I require 2,000 souls, doubling the previous amount. I am still short by over 1,600 souls. May fortune favor me in future endeavors. A new ability related to fire? I shall delve into its mysteries after a brief rest. Overcome by drowsiness, I was reminded by my companion, Yuji, to keep watch before succumbing to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, my first instinct was to devour food ravenously. Alas, what is this bread? It is excessively hard. A bite of the sausage proves difficult to swallow. A sip of beer tastes sour. How long have I been asleep? Rising to peer outside, I was greeted by brilliant sunlight. Have I slept until noon the following day? That seems unlikely. As I unbuttoned my shirt, I noted that the dark spot on my chest had shrunk to the size of a bottle cap, the white line reduced to a mere finger's length. Hunger. Thirst. From the drawer, I retrieved a stack of sea coins. As previously mentioned, after landing on the island, Yuji exchanged some treasure for currency to cover the dock repair costs. Pay for 100 barrels of beer and was left with 152 sea coins. While using sea coins to gauge prices is not entirely precise, it provides a reasonable estimate. This island engages in agriculture, abundant in wheat and beer. With a pint of beer costing 3 sea coins and a large loaf of bread priced at 2 sea coins. When purchasing beer, the merchant boasted that his brew, once transported to the next island, could fetch 12 sea coins per pint. However, acquiring a large iron anchor on the island demands a staggering 10,000 sea coins, as there are no iron mines, making metal extraordinarily valuable. The lack of iron is so pronounced that even the thought of stealing from the church is unthinkable, underscoring the authority of the church. Naturally, one cannot dismiss the fear instilled by monsters. The island produces no weapons or cannons. Stretching lazily, Yuji pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to drape the white snake over his shoulder. Keeping a white snake is not particularly unusual. At worst, he would be seen as a man of unique taste. The ship was tethered to the dock's wooden pier, and as Yuji walked along the rope, his sense of balance significantly improved. He leapt off the vessel, and the dock manager approached from a distance. "Sir, you must pay the docking fee. We did not see you for the past 2 days. The charge is 30 sea coins per day, totaling 90 sea coins. Goodness, did I sleep for 2 whole days?" Yuji handed over a 100 sea coin note and said, "No need for change. Where's the mayor's residence?" "Thank you for your generosity, sir." The manager leaned back, deliberately keeping his distance from the white snake as he accepted the coins. "The mayor is currently awarding bounty prizes to demon-hunting heroes at the tavern by the dock." Demon-hunting heroes? After receiving the payment, the man in charge stepped back, shrugged, and remarked, "Who would have imagined that a petty rogue could slay the monstrous bull-headed creature of the church last night and even procure the severed head of the nefarious sorcerer sought by the kingdom?" In the dockside tavern, a portly man, bare-chested and with a protruding belly, leaned against the bar where a somewhat decayed, pallid head and 2 large bull horns lay on display. Disgusting as it was, everyone deemed it his trophy. With a beer in his right hand and a thick stack of sea bounties in his left, he began recounting his tale. The great beast was merely 2 meters away when that vile, grotesque voodoo sorcerer ambushed me from behind, trying to choke me. How did you escape the pincer attack, O demon hunter? Inquired a patron. I simply let out a foul fart that knocked him out. He chuckled heartily. Laughter erupted, and the tavern was enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. The crowd gathered around the front to listen to the story, leaving the back of the tavern rather empty. In a corner, Yuj sat disgruntled. He cared little for the title of demon hunter. 10,000 sea bounties. This scoundrel has stolen my ship's anchor. Young man, so you truly have raised a white serpent? The mayor approached, carrying 2 mugs of beer, and took a seat. My apologies, the bounty belongs to him. I doubt he possesses the skill, but he has the evidence, and even managed to obtain the head of a wanted criminal. So, after accepting the beer and savoring the tavern's signature dish, Yuj set down his glass and said, I fled 2 days ago. The monster was likely slain by him, Mr. Mayor. Where are my clothes? He then proceeded to introduce his wife, whom he had met during his youth in the imperial city of Oakland, noting that she was well versed in the current trends. A woman with vibrant orange hair approached, her appearance not strikingly beautiful, yet exuding a comforting charm. Adorned with a modified triangular captain's hat, her face radiated warmth as she cradled a substantial bundle of clothing. Upon receiving the garments, she presented them to the mayor, introducing the updated attire with enthusiasm. This coat is crafted from black cowhide, showcasing a somewhat vintage craftsmanship, and it appears remarkably new. You must have commissioned it. Am I right? Nodding politely, Yuji smiled in acknowledgement. Your tailoring skills are commendable, yet they do not quite match mine. Observe, she said, revealing the semicircular cape on the back of the coat and the pristine decorative patterns on the cuffs. This is the most fashionable captain's coat design in the capital, inspired by noble aesthetics. Once you don it, you will undoubtedly captivate many hearts. With a few modifications, the trench coat indeed became significantly more appealing. Thank you, Yuji expressed with a grateful smile. Additionally, I have selected a casual jacket, a shirt, men's trousers, undergarments, and even a set of pajamas tailored to complement the coat's silhouette. I shall gradually guide you through the ensemble. Enough, enough. Men are not as particular as you women, the mayor replied, exasperated. What do you know? Why should I not wear the clothes I made for you? Do you not realize that clothing is akin to a bird's feathers? Only when they are vibrant and splendid can they attract the favor of Lady Luck. The mayor's wife interjected, hands on her hips. As Yuji rummaged through his pocket for coins, he inadvertently revealed a few large canine teeth. I have 2,000 hailing. I wonder if it will suffice. The mayor glanced at the teeth beneath the table, fully aware of their origin, and felt a pang of guilt. However, the bounty had already been claimed by another. He sighed. It is rare to encounter a young man of such modesty. How can I accept your money? If it falls short, feel free to take more from the shop. How could I possibly refuse? Hailing is a tribute to the craftsmanship of the esteemed lady. Yuji replied, 800 hailing will suffice. The mayor's wife chuckled softly. This lady speaks wisely. Yuji readily handed over the entire sum, stating, keep the excess as a token of admiration. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted from the front, prompting Yuji to rise and furrow his brow in concern. A figure clad in black, with a blue scarf wiping the blood from a gleaming dagger, donned a white mask and departed the tavern with an unsettling nonchalance, as if taking the life of a man were as trivial as dispatching a mere dog. Yuji pushed through the crowd, spotting a rotund man clutching his neck, blood gushing through his fingers, saturating the coins scattered on the floor. As he contemplated pursuing the assailant, a thought struck him. What business is it of mine? The mayor, seemingly contemplative, chose to remain silent, observing the young man before him, who was now shrouded in an air of mystery as he drank deeply from his beer. I shall forego the cold water. My wife is rather timid. I will leave my coat on the table, he remarked, handing his hat to Yuji before shouldering his wife, who had succumbed to faintness, and departing. Chapter 13. The Crimson Blaze is the heart-hailing bank of Rymald Island. Yuji was not foolish enough to exchange the jewels plundered from the church for currency. Instead, he redeemed the remaining jewels from the cabin. After the exchange, he accumulated a total of 36,000 sea coins, 7 notes of 5,000, and 10 notes of 100. Without the presence of an appraisal expert, Yuji felt as though he had been swindled. This was an unavoidable predicament, while showed little interest in sea coins, and as a newcomer, he would have to learn gradually. The 5,000 denomination sea coins bore the emblems of the 9 great empires, each distinct in shape and symbolism. The island of Black Barley lay within the maritime domain of the Auckland Empire's vassal kingdom, known as Taga. The distinction between an empire and a kingdom was not merely one of power, but also hinged on religious sovereignty. Each of the 9 great religions worshipped a deity akin to an almighty god who created the heavens, summoned forth islands from the sea, and governed monsoons and ocean currents. Thus, obtaining religious endorsement was tantamount to receiving divine blessing, enabling a king to ascend to the status of emperor. Indeed, in a world inhabited by demons and monsters, feudal superstition equated to science. After all, matters beyond Newton's explanation could be elucidated by God. Coincidentally, the emblem of the Auckland Empire featured a cross, yet lacked the figure of Jesus. Essentially, the cross served as an instrument of punishment, and the redemptive church believed that corporeal suffering could salvage the soul. Returning to the main topic, Yuji wished to remain uninvolved in ecclesiastical matters. The fervor of the living was far more terrifying than the wrath of monsters. Having procured all necessary daily provisions and stockpiled ample maritime sustenance, he stored 50 barrels of drinking water in sealed casks, in addition to 100 barrels of beer and an extra 20 barrels of fruit wine. Water, unlike wine, deteriorated over time, so acquiring additional barrels for reserves was prudent. Originally a non-smoker, Yuji succumbed to the solitude of the sea and purchased 5 boxes of tobacco. 2 days prior, the installation of the anchor and iron chains was completed, and the installer left the vessel with trembling legs, finding camaraderie with the carpenter in a tavern, both sharing tales of their ailments. He acquired 3 large coils of rope, fully aware of the potential utility they would offer. A total of over 28,000 sea coins was spent. While shopping, Yuji attempted to haggle, yet found himself lacking the finesse of seasoned merchants. Aside from daily necessities, the majority of maritime supplies were unavailable on the island. Through discussions with the town mayor, he was advised to procure his items from White Mountain Island, a hub for goods from the Tiger Kingdom, where sailing equipment was plentiful, including the coveted cannons he yearned for. Located to the north, fortune permitting, he could reach it in just 2 days. Yuji did not manage to acquire a maritime compass, deeming it unnecessary to pilfer from other captains. The notion that one person's satisfaction ensures the well-being of the family is not a valid excuse for stagnation in the absence of precise navigation. On this night, a northern wind swept in. With a firm press of his hand, Yuji released 2 sails, causing the vessel to retreat. A hard left turn realigned the ship towards the open sea. Meanwhile, on the pier, the carpenter and the anchor installer, arms slung over each other's shoulders, exchanged drunken banter, exclaiming, "Behold, his ship is alive." Yuji did not bid farewell to the mayor. A gentleman's friendship is as light as water. Cultivating too close a relationship could lead to troubles that might disturb another's tranquil and happy life. After all, he was not one to excel in eloquence or social graces. The moon hung high in the sky. Beneath its silvery glow, Yuji walked the tightrope, securing a rope between the tops of the 2 masts, precariously navigating his way across. It is essential to recognize the circumstances. On the open sea, the vessel sways unpredictably. After taking just 2 steps, he loses his balance. And in that fleeting moment, a rope swings by. He seizes it to leverage his descent onto the deck. Subsequently, he ascends the mast, repeating the act of walking the tightrope. In terms of strength, there is indeed little room for improvement, as physical prowess is determined by the elevation of one's capabilities. However, this does not impede the exercise of the body. Since he cannot enhance his strength, he focuses on refining his coordination and agility, continuously falling and climbing. He has progressed from instability to walking 2 meters with confidence. The time taken to ascend the mast has decreased from 1.5 minutes to 50 seconds. A tangible improvement. Perhaps he could also practice his swordsmanship or marksmanship. But how to train without a manual? Would he merely flail at the air? A call pierces the air, and the white snake darts into Wu Jie's embrace, a gesture that has become an unspoken understanding, akin to the gentle caress of a cat. Of course, the feline overlord is not as obedient as the white snake. Humans, by nature, often succumb to clichés. Wu Jie has contemplated bestowing upon the white snake names of elegance, such as Bai Suzhen or Qingyan Bailong. Yet, no matter how extravagant the names, they pale in comparison to the warmth embodied in Xiaobai. The raven, Wu Jie, would not dub it Xiaohei, for humans are prone to falling into stereotypes. It is widely known that Xiaobai can represent a rabbit, a kitten, or even a white snake that transforms into a blade. However, Xiaohei merely evokes the image of a black dog, making Xiaohei Z an unsatisfactory choice. Only caged birds possess names, and thus he decides against naming the raven. When one finds stillness, thoughts of the future inevitably arise. With the upgrade ability granted by his golden finger, the future is promising and prospects are bright. Presently, he holds 2 contract marks, and retaining one to assess its level is of utmost importance. The world is vast, and the applications of soul power are myriad and peculiar. Humanity can assess strength based on one's identity, status, and reputation. Yet, even the monsters lurking in the deep sea possess extraordinary abilities, and through levels of judgment. One can pierce the veil of the unknown and the mysterious. An abundance of marks loses its significance. It is time to seek a crew member. Ordinary individuals can be dismissed. Having a regular person aboard would render the entire ship rather peculiar. A sea witch well-versed in magic should suffice. With a pipe in his mouth, Yuji retrieved a kerosene lighter, only to set it aside. I have a new flame ability. As he spoke, he flipped his right hand, revealing a phantom of a heart. Is this my little heart? Why does it not beat? The heart is a blazing red flame. With a mere thought, the heart's apparition transformed into a small red bean, half a centimeter in size, radiating a searing warmth in his palm. At that moment, Yuji inexplicably felt as if his heart truly rested in his hand. What does it mean for the heart to be grand? He used the tiny flame floating in his palm to ignite his tobacco, and remarkably, it caught fire. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Yuji glanced at Xiaobai and noticed its tail tip transformed into a burning state of white spiritual flame resembling a serpent's bone. Only through the essence of the soul can one ignite the flames. Upon revisiting the information regarding the flame, it became evident that the fire embodies the heart, and the spark brings about a qualitative change in spiritual fire. This implies that once this tiny flame evolves into a spark, it can endow the spiritual fire with intense heat, allowing both Xiaobai and the crow to wield blazing crimson flames. Conversely, once the flame becomes the heart, it can ignite the soul without the need for self-harm, thus entering a spectral form. Currently, resorting to self-inflicted wounds to ignite the soul equates to utilizing Xiaobai to stimulate the inner conflagration of the soul. Because, prior to level 5, there was no heart. But now there is. So it is, upgrading is indeed a continuous process of self-enhancement. Upon reflection, the heart, liver, spleen, stomach, lungs, and 2 kidneys, along with a multitude of flames awaiting to be unlocked. Given the current situation, possessing a stomach means that even without the raven, one can still devour souls. Perhaps it is even more formidable than imagined. Once the stomach is attained, the ship could consume souls during its voyage, even absorbing flesh and blood to mend itself. Once the lungs are acquired, could a single breath propel the sails? With the liver, would one never tire, becoming the embodiment of vitality? And with the kidneys? My previous speculations were entirely accurate. Xiaobai and the raven can sustain their physical forms without food, for they are integral parts of the body. With the heart now within me, it is as if they too possess a heart. To become a spark, must one consume hearts of level 5 or higher. It is time to level up and slay monsters. Monsters, surrender your hearts. Chapter 14. Conversations that touch the heart upon the vast ocean. There were no raging winds nor dark clouds, only a solitary ship navigating the waves. Pondering mathematical concepts while puffing on his pipe, Yuji stood atop the mast. According to the principles of parabolas and fluid dynamics, relieving oneself from such a height should result in a projection of 20 meters. A sensation from the raven echoed within him. After finishing, Yuji fastened his trousers and gazed in the direction of the feeling. On the surface of the sea, the raven appeared merely as a small black circling around an object. Lowering the ropes and adjusting the helm, 2 minutes later, he discerned that the raven was revolving around a wooden crate. A rope swung into my hands, which I cast into the ocean. Under the influence of my thoughts, the rope coiled several times around a wooden crate measuring 1 meter in length and 60 centimeters in width, securing it with a slip knot. I attempted to retrieve the crate, but could only draw it closer until it brushed against the side of the boat, insufficient for a full salvage. Nevertheless, it spared considerable effort. As I managed to haul the crate up, the wooden planks were remarkably new, embossed with the commercial inscription Bafang Shipping. If all goes as expected, a certain cargo ship must have encountered an incident. This appeared to be a mail crate, its label long since claimed by the waves. Upon prying open the top of the crate, I discovered another box within, exquisitely crafted and coated with a layer of black paint. Lifting the latch, I opened it to reveal 2 hardcover books with white covers, a letter, and a set of miniature knight armor. approximately 13 centimeters tall. The combined thickness of the two books rivaled that of a dictionary, titled The Legend of the White Wolf Knight, in 2 volumes. I unsealed the letter, which read, "A birthday gift for dear Jimmy. May the sea breeze convey my regards to you. This is the most popular novel from the kingdom of Tagua." Discarding the letter, I embraced the box and entered the captain's cabin. With a cigarette in my mouth and a sip of sweet fruit wine, I turned to the first page. To every reader, we shall forever remember the great White Wolf Knight. Each letter on the page was uniform in size, bearing the indents left by the printing press, far more advanced than handwritten texts. I began to immerse myself in the book. By the time I closed the final page, outside the unglazed window, the moonlight danced upon the surface of the sea. 2 volumes narrate the life story of a noble knight. At the tender age of 8, he began his studies in the family legacy known as the White Wolf Soul Condensation Technique. By 15, the spirit of the wolf manifested within him, marking his emergence as a squire. At 17, he single-handedly annihilated an assassin's guild and was formally knighted. At 23, he joined the righteous imperial army, leading his family from darkness into light in an assault on the royal city. A year later, he overthrew the tyrannical reign of a foolish king, supporting the ascension of the 5-year-old Prince Taga to the throne, pledging allegiance to the empire in the Church of Atonement. By 42, he had developed the White Wolf Sword technique, rectifying the shortcomings of the White Wolf Soul Condensation technique. At 50, he thoroughly eradicated the remnants of the former king's regime and was elevated to the rank of Grand Knight of the Empire. The tale concludes on a positive note, as the Grand Knight of the White Wolf, at 63, retires to wander the world, combating evil and vanquishing any lawbreakers opposed to the Empire. It remains an open-ended conclusion. Gazing at the exquisite replica of armor resting on the table, with its intricately crafted cross patterns, Yuji cast it out the window. This figurine was deemed inauspicious. Overall, a glimpse into the essence reveals much. The brash knight's application of soul energy is termed soul condensation, transforming the soul into a source of internal power, with the manifested soul energy predominantly taking the form of the beast within. The texts also reference soul magic, soul incantations, sea monsters, sirens, and dragons, despite the myriad forms. The core remains unchanged. In Yuji's perspective, armored creatures, those who perform tricks, engage in deceit, and possess the ability to dive or soar, are all variations of monstrosity. Regarding the realms of power, there is no detailed classification, merely a mention of individuals who wield soul energy being able to sense one another's soul force. In the narrative, the protagonist discerns formidable adversaries through 2 distinct sentiments. When the White Wolf Knight perceives that his opponent's soul power is inferior to his own, he charges forth with his sword, vanquishing the foe. Conversely, when confronted with an opponent whose soul power surpasses his, the White Wolf Knight does not retreat. Instead, he triumphs over the formidable enemy through love and courage. Soul power is something Yuji can sense, akin to the aroma of a delectable meal. Within the text, the White Wolf Knight's method of soul condensation involves observing wolves and envisioning himself as one. The creation of the White Wolf sword technique stems from emulating the hunting tactics of wolves, wielding the sword as if it were the claws of a wolf. Can one avoid falling into obsession? Midway through the tale, the White Wolf Knight tragically slays his own wife, an act the author praises as a point of honor. Is there no concern about imparting such notions to impressionable youths? If this is the case, then what of the dragon knights, sirens, and shark knights? The imagery is simply too vivid. Mastering a myriad of techniques pales in comparison to practicing a single technique 1,000 times. Perfecting the use of firearms and blades, one can engage in both close quarters and ranged combat, with level advancement proving more beneficial than anything else. One strike can shatter myriad techniques. A single shot can obliterate divine beings. The narrative is absurd, merely a tale that seeks to redeem a traitor, prompting Yuji to discard the 2 tomes. He harbors no interest in soul condensation techniques. He finds the concept of soul burning far more pragmatic. Magic and spells demand early training, requiring extraordinary talent and heightened perception. With a flick of his palm, a small flame ignites a bundle of tobacco, and Yuji muses that he too possesses magic. It seems that today he has scarcely consumed anything. As long as he avoids self-immolation, his dependence on food is not as significant as he had imagined. Of course, hunger still gnaws at him. And after a modest repast to satiate his belly, Yuji steps outside to take the helm. The following day, as dawn broke with a pale light, a sense of fatigue eluded him. While the reduction of sleep hours could imply an increase in productivity, the absence of engaging activities transformed time into an excruciating monotony. Having drifted aimlessly for 3 days without sighting any islands, it was evident that he had lost his way. Suddenly, he glanced up to see a raven descending with a sea urchin in its grasp. Xiaobai quickly buried his head in his arms, haunted by a lingering psychological shadow. Were there hidden reefs nearby? Before long, Wu Jie spotted a ship in the distance. As he drew closer, he realized that this vessel was considerably larger than his own. Now, he could sense the presence of a substantial object within an 18-meter radius, navigating deftly through the treacherous reef environment. Approaching without dropping anchor, he allowed the bow of his boat to collide with the larger vessel. Thud. The bow penetrated half a meter into the hull. This grand ship appeared to be ensnared between 2 reefs, though the damage seemed minimal. After waiting a while, no one emerged to curse or call for help. Had those aboard met with an untimely demise? Ascending the mast, Wu Jie observed an unsettling scene on the deck, apart from the securely bound cargo. It was devoid of life. Gazing down, he found no trace of any struggle. To proceed or not to proceed. Hesitation often leads to defeat. Akin to lingering at the threshold of a website, ultimately, one must leap forward. Grasping the rope, Wu Jie swung across like a pirate from the movies, landing steadily. The air was tinged with a sweetness that suggested a few more breaths could leave his nostrils stained with blood. Then, crouching down, he pressed his ear against the deck. A faint sound emerged, reminiscent of a mouse nibbling away in a corner. There were teeth, gnawing on something. Indeed, there was a monster lurking. Suddenly, the raven's gunfire rang out, punctuating the stillness with a series of shots, carving a circular mark upon the deck. Thud. As I stepped down, I found myself locking eyes with a pair of yellowed, lifeless fish eyes for a brief 2 seconds. Level LV6. Subsequently, those eyes retreated into the abyss, vanishing from sight. As they withdrew, I caught a glimpse of the large intestine sashimi below. Ah, I wish to engage in a heartfelt conversation with you. Chapter 15. Grilling the heart of the sea monster. There are likely numerous level 6 monsters lurking beneath the ship. To venture deeper recklessly would be fraught with peril. Approaching the edge of the ship, I assessed the claw marks on the hull, estimating conservatively that there are no fewer than 20 of these creatures. Furthermore, the largest claw mark appeared larger than that of a grizzly bear, with a depth of 2 centimeters. There is undoubtedly a formidable beast within, boasting a grand heart. Scanning the deck, I noticed several discarded one-handed swords and a long-barreled musket, devoid of bloodstains or signs of struggle. Grasping the musket, I found it still loaded, having not been fired. This suggests that these individuals departed in peace, perhaps even without encountering any monsters. Hypnosis? It seems plausible that such creatures possess the ability to emit a sort of mesmerizing mist. Gently pinching my nostrils, the sweetness in the air intensified. Carrying a scent reminiscent of blood, human blood does not possess such a fragrant allure. Could it be the blood of a monster? This scent evokes an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Bring forth the perfume. The raven departed, and half a minute later, it returned clutching a bottle of fragrance. I had never used this perfume. It lay in a drawer, its volatile essence serving as a pleasant aroma. In terms of appearance, maintaining a fresh and polished exterior is sufficient. Moreover, my body can be dry cleaned. With a single burn, everything transforms anew, including my garments. Upon unscrewing the cap of the perfume bottle, I let 2 drops fall onto the back of my hand. The fragrance enveloped me, revealing a striking similarity between the 2 scents. Could it be that some of the ingredients in this perfume are derived from the blood of a sea monster? I examined the bottle for clarification. It stated that the perfume was crafted using the blood of the fragrant blood tiger fish, designed to bestow upon you an aura of charm and allure. The fragrant blood tiger fish? Upon reflection, I recalled having heard of it. A creature whose blood possesses a peculiar aroma, and when concentrated to a certain level, can induce a state of stupor. This sea beast is known for its predilection for human entrails. However, it does have a weakness. It is drawn to the sounds created by metal scraping and colliding, exhibiting a fondness for such noises. Hunters typically exploit this trait to lure the creature into their traps. Yuji seized a handheld blade and began to scrape it against the white snake knife, producing a sound reminiscent of a 2-stringed instrument. Remarkably, the blade, transformed by the little white, not only gleamed with a metallic luster, but also emitted a crisp sound as the edges rubbed against one another. After approximately half a minute, a pair of yellowish pupils emerged from the entrance of the cabin several meters away, their gaze dazed and entranced, crawling closer. The creature's skin was a pallid gray, with large claws that bore webbing. In comparison to its body size, it resembled a malnourished tiger, emaciated to the bone. It was another level 6 monster. The white snake knife was on the verge of leveling up to level 2, and I aimed to enhance its rank first, to ensure maximum damage. I expended 3 points of soul energy, causing deep purple venom to swirl along the blade, coalescing at the tip. Come closer, my precious. The approaching sea monster halted 2 meters away, its murky eyes reflecting the cold glint of the blade. Such a good creature. At that moment, it sensed the aura of danger, emitting a series of low growls from its throat and revealing its fangs towards Yuji. Taste my blade. Stepping forward, I thrust my blade into the beast's maw, twisting my wrist to widen the gash. A guttural roar echoed as the creature recoiled, its forelegs bending as it leapt back a meter, incited by a surge of fury. I observed it quietly, as purple veins began to emerge from its skin. Fixating its gaze upon me, the sea monster swayed its elongated tail behind, signaling an imminent attack. With a guttural growl, I declared, "Another slice for you." My left hand flicked, sending the iron blade flying like a dart into the creature's mouth. After all, a beast is a beast, quick to roar and intimidate. It tossed its head like a rattle, attempting to dislodge the blade lodged within its jaws. Seizing the moment, I plunged my dagger into its neck. The scent of blood intensified, and I knew that extracting the blade might result in a gory spray that could daze me. Instead, I formed my left hand into a fist the size of a sandbag, raining down powerful blows. My iron fists, capable of cracking coconuts, struck relentlessly upon its crown. As the purple veins spread further and the weakened creature succumbed to its injuries, it ultimately lay lifeless, a deep crater forming on its forehead. Despite being of the same rank, the feeble man had yielded over 200 souls. It became evident that rank is not merely a reflection of the soul's energy within, but rather an assessment of overall prowess. The aroma of blood grew ever more pungent, and a long-forgotten drowsiness washed over me. The blood of the sea monster would surely fetch a handsome price. Casting a sweeping glance across the deck, I noted that the other creatures remained concealed within the hold. Leaping down from the bow of my ship, I retrieved 2 empty beer barrels and descended back aboard. This cargo vessel was equipped with a pulley system. Utilizing a pulley and rope, the sea monster's legs were bound, and it was suspended at a height of 1.2 meters. The lid of the barrel was opened and placed beneath its neck. As a gust of wind swept through, I swiftly drew the white snake knife, turning my back to the sea breeze to avoid inhaling the overwhelming scent of blood. The vessel rocked under the force of the wind, yet remained steadfast, deeply submerged and firmly lodged. As the last drop of blood was drained, a half-barrel of fresh crimson liquid was collected, and the lid was secured. Turning, I plunged the knife into the monster's chest, beginning the dissection. My technique was somewhat lacking, and I inadvertently sliced into a gland, releasing a foul odor that permeated the air. However, this scent served to sharpen my focus. The sea creature was a treasure trove. Perhaps this gland possessed detoxifying properties. After a minute, I set down the knife and extracted a heart the size of a cantaloupe. Its shape was not conical but rather oval. How to consume it? Raw was certainly out of the question. With a thought, a phantom image of the heart materialized in my left hand, transforming into a small flame. As the flame made contact with the heart, it ignited, and the organ was gradually consumed. It was scorching, akin to grasping a piece of burning coal. Once ignited, I placed it on the ground to roast slowly. A tantalizing aroma of cooked meat wafted through the air. Little whites circled the heart, a picture of curiosity, with a flicker of flame dancing at the tip of its tail. After approximately 5 minutes, the heart collapsed inwardly, reduced to a pile of ash. Simultaneously, the white flame on Little White's tail grew significantly larger. During the heart's incineration, I expended 6 points of soul energy, a negligible amount. Meanwhile, the tiny red bean in my palm expanded to the size of a chickpea. As the flame extinguished, I realized that when the fire reached the size of the heart, it would become a spark. Seated on the ground, I repeated my previous method, striking the iron knife against the 2 strings of the arrow. Thud, thud. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from the ship's hull, and Wu Jie sensed that the largest sea monster was disrupting him through its cacophony. It was relentlessly battering the vessel, attempting to sink it. Inaction was not an option. Should the ship succumb to the depths, it would become the monster's domain, not to mention the valuable cargo on board. He had yet to secure a profit. How could he allow it to sink? Abandoning all notions of dignity, he acted swiftly, prying 4 tusks loose with his knife and stowing them in his pocket. Wu Jie then fully embraced his ghostly form. In this monochromatic realm, many sensations faded away, along with fear. Entering the ship's hold, he encountered a haphazard array of cargo. Seizing a garment, he noted the inscription "Maritime Trade" in all directions. Above him, a sea creature hung upside down, its maw agape. However, the skeletal bird perched on Wu Jie's shoulder had already detected its presence. With a swift motion, he struck with his knife. The creature's head severed, and its lifeless body plummeted to the ground. Extracting its heart, he ignited it with a flame in his eyes. He beheld a crimson blaze, the flickering fire reminiscent of the blood pulsing from the heart. Impaling the heart on his knife like a barbecue, he heard a faint cry for help emanating from ahead. Approaching, he discovered a man lying on the ground, his eyes gouged out and his body mangled. Is someone there? Cough, cough. I feel so drowsy. The air is tainted. Understanding, Wu Jie replied. Your voice sounds peculiar. A gas mask would suffice. The safety of the cargo is paramount. Please, take a moment to inspect the most precious of goods at the bottom and ensure that the chains are securely fastened to that creature. I find myself in a state of discomfort. After bringing an end to this individual's suffering, Yuji inserted a fong into the skeletal gun and fired with a swift motion. The shot rang out, silencing the creature that had approached stealthily, its forepaw suspended in midair now shattered. An elegant blade pierced its neck. With the acquisition of souls, Yuji gained experience in blade mastery. The white serpent blade ascended to level 2, enhancing its abilities. The cursed venom now consumed 5 points of soul energy, capable of inducing paralysis. Chapter 16, Weapon Development, Serpent Venom Bullets. Congratulations are in order as Xiaobai reached level 2. The two ships were tightly aligned, and utilizing the hull's sensory range, Yuji pinpointed the monster's location. Suddenly, he withdrew several steps. The ground erupted as a powerful claw emerged, relentlessly expanding the opening. This creature intended to break free. Loading the skeletal gun with a fong the size of a pinky finger, he firmly gripped the trigger, determined to make the creature understand that the times had changed. Half a minute later, a mangled sea monster carcass was tossed up by a massive claw. Its death a gruesome sight, reminiscent of the fate that befell the people here. What was its intention? 2 minutes later, another sea monster's body was flung up. Could it be that this creature intended to disorient itself with the blood of its kin? To suggest that this monster lacks intelligence would be a grave misjudgment. It possesses tactical awareness, utilizing its own blood to craft a favorable environment for itself. To declare its intelligence is akin to the 7 injuries fist. The crux lies in its propensity to strike its own kind. It would be prudent to observe the developments with patience. Yuji maintained a facade of unconsciousness, silently advancing toward the cave's entrance. Thud, thud, he peered downward. The sea monster stood on its hind legs, bringing its forelimbs crashing down, creating a gaping hole in the ship's hull as water gushed forth. Level LV-8. An imposing creature of level 8 proved to be quite formidable. The roles were distinctly delineated. The sea monster breached the hull, while smaller sea creatures surged forth, clawing at the wooden planks to hasten the ship's inundation. First, a shot to steal, then action. Just as Yuji was about to release the trigger, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, revealing that poison need not be administered at close range. Even the sea monsters understood the necessity of evading direct confrontation. Nature is merciless, akin to lions, tigers, and wolves. Any injury could lead to infection, impeding the hunt, resulting in gradual weakness, and ultimately, demise. Thus, the sea monster chose to prey upon the smaller ones, using their blood to incapacitate the masses. He glanced at the skeletal gun in his left hand, its bullet spinning rapidly under the influence of black flames. His gaze shifted to the white knife in his right hand, where pale fire flickered gently. By expending 5 points of soul energy, venom materialized at the blade's tip. Subsequently, Yuji cautiously brought the knife closer to the skeletal gun's muzzle. A wondrous scene unfolded. The swirling black flames absorbed the venom from the knife's tip. In its rapid rotation, the venom appeared to adhere to the fong-like bullet. It is essential to recognize that serpent venom is a curse born of a transformation of the soul, essentially a mutated essence. The black flames possess the ability to devour souls. Thus, the serpent venom could indeed be absorbed, enveloping the fong bullet in a swirling embrace. Indeed, the potential for the development of firearms and blades is immense. Although the Golden Finger did not bestow any extraordinary skills, mastering the nuances allows for countless variations. If the flames could evolve into embers, enabling the manifestation of crimson, high-temperature spiritual fire, Would it not imply the possibility of imbuing bullets with incendiary effects? Epiphany. Let us increase the dosage and experiment further. By expending 5 points of soul energy, a venomous liquid materialized at the blade's tip, drawn into the gun's chamber. Just as before. Soul 5. Upon reflection, the current maximum charge for the Raven gun is 5 points of soul energy. Thus, the expelled souls cannot exceed this limit. This suggests that the souls previously discharged were not merely bullets, but rather, in essence, gunpowder. If gunpowder is so formidable, what of the poisoned bullets? If one can strike from the shadows, why engage head-on? Seeking stability is always prudent. Yuji expended 1 point of soul energy, and a slender black line shot forth from the muzzle. The distance was minimal, directly below, without the need to consider trajectory. The black line coalesced into a point, landing upon the head of the sea monster. The beast incessantly hammered the hull, its head moving restlessly, rendering the chance of a miss quite slim, yet risk remained. While a headshot is gratifying, there is an old adage, strike the dog from behind. As the sea monster rose, poised to strike down, a soft puff echoed. The sound subtle, the bullet hole modest. Gun experience 6, blade experience 111. Thud. The sea monster, once again, slammed its claws onto the hull. But this time, upon collapsing, it found it difficult to rise. The bullet embedded within its body, the venom began to take effect. In Yuji's eyes, a misty black line manifested in the air. This was the curse's tracking effect following the poisoning. Alas, the colossal sea monster lay languidly on the ground. Only now realizing it had been ambushed, the venom continued to spread, and the infuriating decimal of experience had once again made its appearance. Fortunately, the growth limit for knife and gun experience remained unchanged. Otherwise, it might have been as futile as attempting to chop through an unyielding barrier. Seizing the moment, Yuji reloaded his weapon with a fong and firmly pressed the trigger to gather strength. Simultaneously, he discerned an intriguing detail while the bullet struck the monster's midsection. The cursed mist of serpent venom emerged from the ribs beneath its neck. Could this be its Achilles heel? With a graceful leap, he plunged into the water, splashing as he thrust his blade towards the source of the mist. Affected by the venom, the sea monster attempted to retaliate, yet its body failed to respond, leaving it to emit a feeble roar. With a swift thrust, the blade seemed to pierce the monster's vital point. The roar ceased, and it lacked even the strength to struggle, perishing 2 seconds later. The bounty was substantial. At that moment, a horde of sea monsters surged forth, encircling Yuji with unwavering determination. It was evident that this behemoth was indeed their master. Aware of the creature's weakness, Yuji entered a state of slaughter, no longer burdened by concerns over blood. With each strike, he dispatched the last of the sea monsters, the encroaching seawater now rising to his thighs. Checking his status panel, he reveled in the abundant gains. Flame Soul White Snake Blade. Level 2, 84. 7-100. Devouring Soul Raven Gun. Level 2, 67-100 Soul. 1954. Casting a sweeping glance around, several long ropes, as thick as shoelaces, crisscrossed the area. With a swift motion, I drew my blade and severed them, selecting the longest one. Subsequently, I quickly extracted the heart of the sea monster, puncturing it with my knife to thread the rope through. This was repeated multiple times, stringing together 18 hearts, the largest being as big as a watermelon. During this process, I acquired 2 soul crystals, which I tucked into my pocket. After completing this task, the seawater rose to my chest. Alas, the remaining materials from the sea monster were left behind. A peculiar exhalation echoed through the air, as if the severed ropes had released the seal of something hidden. It was not wise to linger here. Bearing the hefty string of hearts, I traversed the water to the upper deck, determined not to let the previous sea monster escape. As per usual, I retrieved 2 hearts, but no soul crystals this time. With only 1 sea monster left, I chose not to extract its heart directly. Instead, I grasped its hind leg and dragged it to the deck. A little blood could be shed. Utilizing a crane, I hoisted the sea monster, opening the lid of a wooden barrel and delivering a swift blow to its neck. Since it was already deceased, blood did not spurt forth but flowed sluggishly. What a pity! Had the sea monster not succumbed to madness and instead behaved as before, taking its time, I could have harvested several large barrels of fresh blood and meticulously dissected it for usable materials. Nonetheless, it was still quite profitable. The deck was laden with ample cargo. Even if the ship were to sink, it mattered little, as I could gradually descend as a skeleton to retrieve the spoils. I was just shy of a few points to reach the 2,000 soul mark. Though the body may perish, the wandering souls still linger in the ship's hold. Returning to the cabin, I unleashed a dark line of energy. Amidst a chaotic barrage, each bullet is imbued with a fragment of the soul. Engaged in this exhilaration, a sudden sensation alerts me to an intruder stealthily boarding the vessel. Are these ships sent to rescue us? It would be prudent to address the threat aboard before contemplating assistance. Chapter 17. The heart brings a transformative heat after securing the majority of a barrel of blood. Yuji meticulously dissects the corpse of the sea creature, uncovering the foul-smelling glands reminiscent of previous encounters. Collecting these remains may prove advantageous in the future. He then severs the ropes connecting the two vessels as the ship gently drifts backward. Guided by a favorable breeze, Yuji confidently adjusts the helm to the right, allowing the ship to gracefully turn. With the wind at his back, he feels assured that even if pursued, no vessel could catch him. In a world where resources are scarce, it is wise to avoid unnecessary enmities. Though no lives have been claimed, this world is devoid of reason. Can one truly afford to provoke danger? This is a fortuitous circumstance. After ascending in rank, even when enveloped in a spectral form, his corporeal essence does not deplete instantaneously. It appears that enhanced physicality yields such benefits. Entering the captain's quarters, he ignites an oil lamp with his left hand, sipping beer to soothe his stomach. While clutching a knife with the other, he strides toward the hold. Guided by intuition, he senses the intruder lurking within the storage compartment. Upon reaching the threshold, he hears the unmistakable sounds of someone gulping water and tearing at jerky. As he pushes the door open, a figure collapses to their knees. "Thank you for releasing me from my shackles, for providing sustenance, for sheltering me aboard your ship, and for not despising my appearance." Before me kneels a figure adorned with tentacles. At first glance, Yuji believed he beheld Medusa. Through the mark, he assessed the individual. Level LV 3. A witch with the soul of a siren. The immediate act of kneeling indeed aligned with the initial impression of a siren. He had intended to recruit a crew member skilled in magic or sorcery, thus his impression of her was not adverse. "Introduce yourself. Please do not cast me off the ship. I am truly famished. The sea has forsaken me. What is your name?" "Clara." "Sir, your ring. How did you come to possess such a ring? How much is this ring worth in sea currency?" Yuji inquired. "This is not a matter of monetary value. If it concerns you, this ring is crafted from mithril and adorned with a blue mountain gemstone, valued at approximately 6,000 sea coins. Very well, once I am satiated, I shall meet you on deck." "Yes, at your command. How may I address you?" "Captain. At present, there are 453 souls. Sufficient to convert into experience points to reach level 6. Leveling up is never unwelcome." The Raven's gun pressed against his chest. Level experience 100, 110100. Level increased to LV 6. Level up, fixed reward. Constitution 5, Spirit 5. The experience required to ascend to level 7 is 3,000, an increase of 1,000 has not doubled to 4,000. Acceptable, for if it were to consistently double, it would be utterly disastrous. Next, to roast a heart. With a flourish of his hand, a flame the size of a walnut materialized. Simultaneously, the tip of his white tail ignited with a bright fire. The enhancement in spirit was markedly evident, fatigue lessened, yet hunger intensified. A peculiar sensation emerged, enigmatic and profound. Wu Jie contemplated the notion of making the flames whirl. The small flame in his palm began to spin, forming a miniature vortex. Controlling the flames within this confined space became as effortless as manipulating his fingers. He decided to ignite something larger for experimentation. He retrieved the heart of a sea monster, roughly the size of a watermelon, and pressed the swirling crimson flames against it. In an instant, the heart ignited, transforming into a fireball within a mere 5 seconds. The heart pulsated oddly, flames surging within it. Suddenly, flames erupted from an artery with a diameter of 2 centimeters, followed by the larger 4-centimeter vein, which drew the external flames into the heart. The sight was undeniably bizarre. The heart expanded, propelling the flames, and contracted, siphoning them back. If one were to liken the flames to blood, this mirrored the very principle of a heart's function. As it throbbed, the once massive heart was consumed by the flames, reduced to nothing more than charred remains. The fire extinguished. Gently touching the carbonized heart with his finger caused it to collapse into a pile of ash. He summoned the flames once more, which grew to the size of a tennis ball. With 19 hearts remaining, it seemed sufficient. The cycle of combustion continued, each heartbeat resonating louder, the burning accelerating. Placing his right hand upon his chest, he quietly attuned himself to the rhythm of the heart within. Wu Jie discovered that the frequencies of the two hearts aligned perfectly. Intuitively, the heart within felt artificial, while the flames outside represented the true essence of a heart. As only two sea monster hearts remained, the flame he held had now assumed a size akin to that of a normal heart. Crimson ember, the ember infused within the body. Possessing a heart, he struck the flame against his chest. Boom! The scarlet flames penetrated his being, searing him with their heat. A searing sensation gripped my chest as though it had been seared by a red-hot iron, even burning through my shirt. Soon after, a wave of heat spread throughout my body, coursing through my veins like boiling water. Gritting my teeth, I endured until the fervor subsided, the embers merging with my being. I bit my fingertip, hastily allowing the blood to drip onto the deck before the wound could heal. In response to this connection, I snapped my fingers. The droplets of blood ignited into a dance of black and white flames. Transform. Another snap, and the black and white spirit flames morphed into a vivid crimson fire, extinguishing to leave a charred mark on the deck. Taking a deep breath, I clenched my teeth, summoning the black and white flames from my palm, exerting pressure until a flicker of red fire emerged. In an instant, the flames transformed into a heat-emitting blaze. The raven fetched a pipe, igniting it with the flame on its finger, the sensation proving quite pleasurable. Now liberated from reliance on the spirit, I could enter the soul ignition state independently, unlocking a realm of possibilities. Ignite, little white. With a hiss, the spirit nodded, instantly transforming into a skeletal serpent enveloped in white flames. It is noteworthy that previously, we could only ignite our souls through mutual harm. However, now with a heart, we could ignite even when apart. Transformed to crimson, with a thunderous roar. In less than half a second, the white flames adorning the serpent shifted into searing heat, transforming into a blade. In the next moment, a fiery serpentine blade materialized on the ground. Grasping the blade, I swung it effortlessly, producing a whooshing sound. It seemed the intense heat bestowed an additional effect. With a vigorous motion, flames arced across the air. Crack! The railing 5 meters away was cleaved in two. Had I unleashed a blade wave? Not quite. The serpent bone blade in my hand had morphed into a fiery whip. The extreme heat had reformed the weapon. Gazing at the slender bone whip entwined with flames, Yuji momentarily fell into a stupor. With a tug, a series of crisp sounds echoed as the whip transformed into a knife amidst the eerie clatter of bones. Such a remarkable feat. A dual-form weapon. What then might the transformation of the crow gun be? Setting down the little white creature, it morphed back into a white serpent, summoning the crow to fly forth. A flicker of white spiritual fire ignited in his left hand, subsequently undergoing a metamorphosis with each heartbeat. Bayou. The flames that struck the deck were of a fiery red hue. With a vigorous flourish of the gun, amidst the dissonant sounds of dislocated bones, a skeletal spear materialized. The handgun had morphed into a sniper rifle. Chapter 18. The new mark inside the captain's quarters. The little white creature occupied Yuji's right shoulder, fixated on the crow perched on his left, as if poised to take a bite at any moment. Seated in a chair, Yuji summoned spiritual fire from his palm and pressed it against the gaping hole in his shirt. As flesh transformed into bone, the tattered shirt remarkably restored itself, resembling skin. A series of knocks reverberated from outside the door. Come in. Entering was a girl whose hair was tightly wrapped in a gray robe, adorned in a makeshift garment fashioned from burlap and barefoot. Despite her disheveled appearance, her beauty was unmistakable. Yet, the vertical pupils in her eyes betrayed her non-human nature. Why do you thank me the moment you speak, and assume I have prepared food for you? Intrigued by this, Yuji continued to inquire. Can you foresee the future? Clara shook her head. No. But I can sense that this ship is under your control. I was so famished at that moment, seeing so much food. I presumed it was prepared for me. Nodding thoughtfully, Yuji pressed further. Why do you believe I would take you in? So far, I am still alive, unharmed and uncast overboard. I believe Captain has no ill intentions towards me. How intriguing. Yuji seized a rope from the table. Is this the shackle that binds you? Indeed. It bears a curse. The sea monster that attacks people. Did you summon it? At this, Yuji's interest peaked. Have you committed a grave error at sea? My only mistake lies in evading the fate of becoming a sacrifice, Clara asserted firmly. You cannot survive in the sea, nor on land. What makes you think I would offer you shelter? Clara pushed the door open, revealing traces of blood on the deck, which I cleaned thoroughly. Looking outside, the deck gleamed as if brand new. Yuji lightly tapped his pipe. If you wish to remain on this vessel, What do you think my purpose is? To conquer the ocean. Little girl. In the flames, Yuj revealed a skeletal form. Who am I? Gazing at the horrifying sight before her, Clara inhaled deeply. Captain, you are hired, with no salary, no holidays, to serve this ship for eternity. Then, a mark of white dots and black lines appeared on her palm as Yuj beckoned her closer. This is a contract. A pact to sell your flesh and soul. Where would you like it stamped? Clara raised her scarred left hand, stating, the palm. The moment the mark was pressed into her palm, the white dots enveloped it, and the black lines began to spread. Furthermore, the scars on her palm gradually faded, transforming into smooth, fair skin. This, Captain, my curse has vanished. I am no longer being pursued. Clara exclaimed in surprise. It was precisely because of her captivating ability to attract monsters that Yuj resolved to take her on as a crew member. However, unexpectedly, she did not attract any monsters, resulting in a significant loss. Contracted crew member Clara, soul of the siren, possesses the innate talents of a siren, capable of wielding siren sorcery. Level, LV, 3-21-100, Twin Soul Seal. The souls absorbed by the contracted crew member are divided, with half allocated for growth and the other half for contribution. Half for contribution. This implies that when Clara engages in battle, she receives half of the spoils. Quite favorable indeed. I am Yuj. Now that you are aboard, there is no need for you to be overly restrained. Let us discuss this ring. Yuj removed the ring and handed it to her. Captain Yuj, do you not find my hair unappealing? Does it shed dandruff? She giggled. Not at all. Clara untied the gray robe that held her hair, allowing it to cascade down her back like fans unfurling, revealing slender white tendrils. Why are your tendrils white? Yuj inquired, astonished. I wish to leave you with a favorable impression. My hair can change color, she responded. Upon hearing this, Yuj touched his forehead, realizing his hair had grown to just above his eyebrows at an accelerated pace. Yuj shrugged and said, you need not try to please me. Be yourself. Now, let us examine this ring. A slender, dark green tendril reached out, coiling around the ring and bringing it close for a thorough inspection. She began to speak. This is the wealth used by sirens to buy selected souls. Buy? Why not simply seize them? Yuj furrowed his brow in inquiry. Some calamities are deliberately wrought by sirens. To mitigate their misdeeds, they must bestow blessings. Inscribed upon it were the words, to the possessor of this treasure, please lend your assistance, suggesting it had been previously utilized. Thus, it was no surprise that a sea creature sought financial aid, presenting itself as a mysterious benefactor. In the lowest chamber lay a treasure vault. Calculate its total worth. As you command, Clara replied, closing the door as she departed. Having a knowledgeable subordinate certainly proved advantageous. Now, I shall commence my self-exploration. Yuj's palm flipped over, revealing the ethereal image of a pulsating heart. Heart of flame. A spark infused within the body, consuming the heart in flames. Capable of restoring the power of the heart's fire and forming a consumable called Heart of Fire. Heart of Fire, infusible with the soul's burning essence. Capable of accommodating up to 6 points of soul energy, increasing with level advancement. Quantity of Heart of Fire, 3-22-100. With a flick of his right hand, a crimson network of veins materialized, resembling capillaries when compared to the heart's ethereal image on his left hand. The Heart of Fire was a byproduct of the previous heart's combustion, and Yuj proceeded to incinerate the remaining 2 hearts. What purpose does this serve? These veins bore an uncanny resemblance to the contract marks, albeit in different hues. Could it be that their usage is analogous? Fetch a fish. In an instant, Little White darted out the window, eager to seize the credit. The raven, however, was unhurried, taking its time to fly out. This raven, approximately 30 centimeters in height, could lift objects several times its weight, showcasing a significant increase in strength. With a decisive flap, the raven let go of Little White, purposefully allowing the snake's head to collide with the edge of the table. Gun Experience 1. Their love-hate relationship was not a recent development, and Yuj had long grown accustomed to it, patting Little White on the back. With a splash, a belly full of seawater and 3 small fish emerged. Perhaps, Xiaobai indeed possesses an innate talent for swimming. With a bit of practice, there is no harm in it, for he cannot drown regardless. Well done, Xiaobai. Gently stroking the serpent's head, Xiaobai held his head high, exuding the proud demeanor of a victorious rooster. Grasping a small fish, Yuji attempted to imprint the Heart of Fire upon it, but to no avail. The soul-burning consumable seemed to require Xiaobai's assistance. With a mere glance, Xiaobai swiftly transformed into a blade in Yuji's hand. Subsequently, he inscribed the heart of fire upon the blade. Heart of fire -1. The crimson veins seared into the edge of the knife, resembling a bloody tattoo. He pierced the lifeless fish, the veins tracing up the blade's tip. As he gazed upon the fish adorned with red markings, an intriguing notion arose within him. Infusing it with soul could ignite its existence. With a focused thought, he expended 6 points of soul energy. In an instant, the fish was revitalized, thrashing wildly, and within less than 10 seconds, it was reduced to ashes. The fish's body was far too fragile to withstand the life bestowed by the heart of fire. There exists vast potential for development, Yuji remarked casually. This could be likened to a time-limited contract mark, capable of bestowing crimson spiritual flames, persisting until the soul is depleted, provided it can endure the heat. To resurrect the dead is one thing, but could one not also bring death to the living? Chapter 19. The Cursed Wealth Report to the Captain. After my preliminary assessment, the total value stands at approximately 187,000 C coins. Understood. At this moment, Yuji traversed the rope strung between the two masts, having gained control over his balance. With each step, he moved with remarkable steadiness. A day swiftly passed, and as the evening sun painted the sea crimson, Yuji had mastered the art of walking as if on a leisurely stroll. He did not find it boring. On the contrary, immersing himself in a single task brought him immense relaxation. Captain, do you have any fire-starting tools? I believe it is time to prepare a meal. Yuji slid down the rope gracefully and remarked, You can cook? A little, Clara nodded. Allow me to introduce my right-hand companion, Little White. Upon hearing this, Clara turned her gaze to the white serpent coiled upon Yuji's shoulder. Hello, Little White. Hiss. Little White expressed its fondness for her. Really? May I touch Little White? Of course. Taking 2 steps forward, Clara raised her left hand. In a flash, Little White bit Clara's wrist, swiftly wrapping its body around her arm. Do not be afraid. Little White only bites those it likes, Yuji reassured her. Swallowing hard, Clara gently stroked Little White's scales with her right hand, awkwardly inquiring, Is it burning? Immediately, black and white spiritual flames spread, engulfing her chest. It hurts. She crouched down abruptly. The sensation of her flesh being consumed by flames was unbearable, yet Clara stifled her cries. 2 minutes later, she noticed a profound transformation. The entire world had lost its color. Looking at her hands, she saw her bones enveloped in the black and white flames. Then she glanced at her body, witnessing the small holes in her clothing swiftly mending. How miraculous! Indeed, it is astonishing. Your hair catching fire is quite distinctive, Yuji said, handing her a small mirror. Through the mirror, she beheld her hair, flowing like flames, deftly maneuvering as if the tendrils of a luminescent jellyfish swaying with the currents of the sea. How does it feel? I feel nothing at all. Yet, another sensation arises. The essence of my soul power diminishes, and it seems I can absorb an abundance of souls. Speaking thus, Clara murmured an obscure incantation. Her hands clasped together, her hair rising like a verdant canopy. Souls, heed my call. At that moment, Yuji noticed the 2 soul crystals in his pocket trembling as if responding to magnetic forces. He retrieved the crystals, which levitated and flew toward Clara, gradually shrinking. Soul 202324. Soon, the 2 soul crystals vanished, and Yuji acquired half of the souls, totaling 212 points. In Yuji's eyes, Clara's level 3 growth experience surged to 62 points. Captain, this is astonishing. In just a brief moment, I have absorbed a soul power that would typically take a month to attain. Little White slipped away, observing Clara, who was still in a state of soul combustion. Yuji said, Try to control the flames and extinguish them. After a while, Clara shook her head in frustration. I cannot. I feel nothing. After all, she was depleting her own essence. Amidst the burning spiritual fire, Clara received a warning. Insufficient external soul power. Internal essence is about to be consumed. A minute later, Clara's growth experience diminished by 1 point. Though the consumption was minor, if left unresolved, would it lead to her rank diminishing? Continuing to burn like this is untenable. At this juncture, Yuji found himself in a quandary until a raven alighted upon Clara's shoulder. In the next moment, the black and white spiritual flames ascended, being absorbed and devoured by the raven through its legs. As the flames receded, flesh began to regenerate. Clara observed as the rapidly growing flesh buds in her palm transformed into skin, and she started to breathe, the world regaining its colors. Feeling the wind sweeping across the sea, She exclaimed with delight. This is extraordinary. Is there truly such a wondrous soul technique in existence? No, this transcends mere sorcery. Captain, you must be a remarkable soul master, hidden from view. Am I not correct? Unlike Yuji, who need not worry about burning souls, as a traveler, his soul did not belong to this realm. Upon his arrival, he incinerated all souls cleanly, utilizing them for upgrades and ship repairs without any adverse effects. However, a pressing question arose. Why could he not discern Clara's external soul energy information? Was it possible that she had yet to unlock the fire of her key organ? Upon further reflection, Yuji realized this was the formidable nature of the contract mark. Only he could lift the soul-burning state. As he contemplated expanding his crew, he anticipated encountering less compliant sailors. Wait, a new function of the contract mark. In this instant, Yuji uncovered a blind spot. The contract mark could bind individuals of a lower rank than himself without requiring their consent. It could simply be stamped upon them. Imagine, in the future, when encountering someone deserving of punishment, he could directly imprint the contract and render them a fool. The contract refreshes every 20 days, which is inconsequential. It seemed there were even more elaborate possibilities, such as abducting the offspring of the powerful and marking them with a contract. How did thoughts of piracy suddenly emerge? Etching this newfound discovery into his memory, Yuji cleared his throat and declared, I am no great soul master. And I have never even heard of such a thing. Little White, ignite the flames. In the next moment, the small white flame coalesced, initially manifesting as white fire before transforming into a vibrant red blaze. At first glance, it resembled a pile of kindling. Captain, he inquired, is this method of cooking acceptable? It is environmentally friendly, devoid of pollution, and entirely harmless. A cast iron pot, half a meter in diameter, was perched over the fire. It cost Yuji 600 sea coins. As the aroma of the simmering dish wafted through the air, the expenditure seemed truly worthwhile. In the vastness of the ocean, being able to savor a warm meal was a rare blessing. Floating in a ceramic bowl was cabbage, and with a wooden spoon in hand, Yuji took a tentative taste. Surprised by its delightful flavor. Have you ever been a chef? He asked. Cooking is far simpler than concocting potions. My master often chastised me for not maintaining the proper heat. Clara, blowing on the steam rising from her bowl, remarked, Are you not like the sea sirens? Guided by a master? I am not a sea siren. I was once an apprentice wizard. Alas. After a lengthy sigh, Clara continued, I clandestinely studied forbidden arts, which led to my severed ties with my master. The sea sirens coveted my skills and transformed me into this form, ultimately deceiving me into becoming a sacrifice. I fled the ocean, but the wizards did not believe I could master the forbidden arts and insisted on dissecting me for research. Forbidden arts? What kind of forbidden arts? Yuji probed. Much like before, I possessed the ability to summon souls, though regrettably, my capabilities fall short of yielding substantial results. The realm of wizards is shrouded in mystery. Most perceive them as lunatics obsessed with the study of souls. Yuji chose not to delve further into the topic. Captain, Clara broke the brief silence. I hope I am not overstepping, but may I speak candidly? Speak your mind. The treasures in your storage room are imbued with soul curses, all of negative effects. Who bestowed them upon you? I found them. Above, there exists a soul spell that enables tracking, which commenced operation 2 days prior. Why did you not mention it sooner? Yuji furrowed his brow. If these items were given to you by a friend, I feared that revealing it might lead you to detest me, to suspect my intentions. Henceforth, speak freely without overthinking. Is there a way to lift the curse? Shaking her head, Clara replied, I can only comprehend it. I am unable to break it. The tracking began 2 days ago? Let the raven fly out to scout. Yuji quickened his pace in consuming his meal. Chapter 20. Unexpected Gains, the Walrus Vessel. The moon hung in the firmament, casting a silvery sheen upon the sea. Yuji stood atop the mast, surveying every movement in the surroundings. By the reckoning of time, it had been 12 days since their departure from Black Barley Island. The tracking soul spell activated 2 days ago, implying a lapse in time. One could deduce that upon discovering the church's basement had been ransacked, someone hastily reported the situation to a certain location. It is evident that this is a well-organized group. Yet they do not regard their own safety with sufficient seriousness. They may have sought assistance in recovering lost treasures or exacting revenge. A process that required nearly 10 days of patience. 2 days ago, they ultimately decided to seek him out for trouble. As anticipated, the approaching party likely does not possess overwhelming strength. 180,000 sea coins is indeed a substantial sum, but it does not warrant the dispatch of formidable adversaries. Captain, this object bears the tracking soul spell. Clara approached the mast with a necklace in hand. Is it valuable? It is worth approximately 30,000 sea coins, however. Inscribed upon it is a warning from the spellcaster that those who steal this item shall be pursued to the ends of the earth. 30,000 sea coins? Does this necklace possess any other soul spells? There exists an ancient soul incantation, which I personally feel does not belong to the one who cast it. I see. Is it just one person coming? Out on the vast ocean, a small boat, devoid of sails, glides swiftly forward. Ahead, a walrus is tethered by two of its tusks. The ropes connecting to the bow of the vessel, functioning similarly to a horse-drawn carriage. Under the moonlight, the mask appears even more pallid, a source of great vexation. In the palm of the masked man, a black-backed rhinoceros beetle rests, its horn pointing towards the direction in which he travels. Crack! He lashes the walrus with a rope, exclaiming, "Hurry up, you wretched beast." After enduring the strike, the walrus puffed and exerted itself even more. Eureka! Not long after, the masked man glimpsed a ship adorned with two sails in the distance. Crack! Another lash followed. Hush! Make no sound. Approach slowly. Beast! Do you dare to glare at me? Crack! The walrus continued to laboriously swim forward. As they drew closer, the masked man declared, "I shall go aboard to slay a few. You beast, remain silent." He cast a rope, securing it to the ship's railing, and climbed aboard. Simultaneously, two figures emerged from the depths of the sea. Clara gently placed her small hand on the walrus's snout, soothingly whispering, "Hush, make no sound." At that moment, the walrus seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Its master was about to encounter peril. Only in crisis does it seem appropriate. Thus, the walrus obediently hushed and nodded quietly. The walrus tugged the boat, demonstrating remarkable skill. Hush! Clara and the walrus simultaneously turned towards Yuji, signaling for silence. On the deck, the masked man gently pushed open the captain's cabin door, peering through the crack. A figure lay sprawled across the table, deep in slumber. Under the flickering glow of the oil lamp, a dagger was stealthily drawn from within the folds of his garments. The masked man edged closer, preparing to strike. Death! The blade plunged down, meeting resistance akin to piercing through cotton. Upon lifting the heavy coat, he discovered a mere pillow concealed beneath. Oh no! By the time he registered the deception, it was too late. Bang! The door slammed shut. Simultaneously, an alluring fragrance wafted through the air, leading his gaze to the source, where crimson blood streamed in through the crack beneath the door. You scoundrel! How despicable! Realizing his precarious situation, the masked man inhaled deeply, his right hand manifesting the foreleg of a walrus. Indeed, only those possessing a certain mastery of soul energy could wield such power. Bang! He struck the door with a fist. Damn it! Is this door forged from iron? As he exclaimed this, he tucked his fist under his arm. The previous blow felt as though it had landed upon solid rock. This blood is suspicious. A dizzying sensation clouded his mind as he stepped back, his eyes catching sight of a window devoid of glass upon the wall. He rushed towards it, gasping for fresh air. Splash! Half a bucket of blood was hurled through the window, transforming his white mask into a crimson one. Despicable! Removing the mask revealed a ghastly pale visage, the man covering his face with his hands, to no avail. Blood stained his hands and collar. The feeling of faintness intensified as he bellowed, "Face me if you dare." Meanwhile, outside on the deck, Yuji loaded a large tooth into the skeletal gun. Bang! Bang! The man trapped inside began to kick the door with growing feebleness. Once his curses faded into silence, Yuji commanded, "Open the door." The door swung open automatically, revealing a frail figure who stumbled forth with unsteady steps. "You bastard!" He spat, swallowing hard. Ahead of him stood a slender individual, flames dancing fiercely from his left hand. Yuji brandished his gun, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he elongated the raven's skeleton amidst the flames, some bones seemingly suspended in the air. "Which leg will you use to kick the door? Let us speak civilly." Bang! The man's right leg was shattered instantly, flesh remaining intact. Though it was the same caliber bullet, the long-barreled gun concentrated its force, avoiding the previous carnage. Bastard! The agony of his broken limb jolted the man back to reality, prompting him to hurl a throwing knife in retaliation. The blade pierced Yuji's palm, emerging from the back of his hand. Not bad for a response, but alas, this knife is coated with poison. Prepare to meet your end. In the next moment, Yuji's right hand was reduced to charred bone. You, With a flick of his wrist, he seized the knife, launching it with force. The man instinctively raised his hand in defense, but the blade embedded itself in his arm. Yuji chuckled. This knife is laced with poison. Await your demise. Despicable. You are utterly vile. Do you have any last words? Someone will avenge me. You are a lich, aren't you? Do not presume you can escape unscathed. Where did you acquire that knife? With a level of experience at 11 in blades and a soul count of 427, the man, at level 9, stood little chance against Yuji in a fair fight. Even if he could not emerge victorious, he would at least avoid total defeat, costing Yuji only a bit of effort. At that moment, a stag beetle flew away from the man's embrace. Clara, come and see what this peculiar creature is, he beckoned. Clara climbed aboard the ship, examined it, and declared, this is an enchanted insect. Simply crush it. With that, Clara leapt into the ocean. Steady. Half a minute later, a small boat sped across the water. Captain. The sea is quite obedient. The captain retrieved over 5,000 sea tokens, a bronze coin, and a small vial of transparent venom. Nothing else was found. The bloodstained mask bore no information either. Perhaps only the bronze coin held the key to understanding. A knife plunged into the man's chest, and black and white spiritual flames spread forth. The blood in the room vanished, as did the man's corpse, leaving behind merely a complete set of night-walking garments. Observing the stag beetle in his hand, Yuji resolved to refrain from involvement. He crushed the beetle and cast the necklace into the sea. Captain, that was exhilarating. Would you care to join in? Chapter 21. The collision 2 days later, a raven soared through the sky, clutching an aluminum tobacco box, and at the opportune moment, it released its grip. Simultaneously, Yuji balanced himself on a rope between two masts and swiftly sliced downwards. Clang! The aluminum box split in two, while the rope merely swayed slightly. Turning back, he noted that he had leapt 2 meters forward. Maintaining his equilibrium while wielding the knife proved significantly beneficial for his balance. He raised his hand, and a rope brought forth a wine glass, uncorking the beer froth. Yuji indulged in a hearty drink, truly relishing the experience. Captain, yesterday you consumed merely 2 slices of toast, 3 glasses of beer, and a cup of water, yet today you have already indulged in 2 more glasses of beer. Clara gazed upward at Yuji, the midday sun piercing her pupils, and inquired, Aren't you hungry, Captain? Hungry? Yuji loosened his buttons, revealing a mere span of white along his chest. It appeared that his reliance on sustenance was not as profound as one might presume. With an ample stock of provisions, Yuji deemed that he could easily manage at least 8 meals a day. The battles of the previous days had left his hands ablaze, causing the white lines to spread. Yet he felt no pangs of hunger. Could it be that with an elevation in rank and a fortification of his physique, his body had become less delicate? It seemed to be the case during his time on Savage Island. The insatiable hunger that felt as if he could devour 2 cows had not graced him in quite some time. Calming himself, Yuji allowed his body to completely relax, awakening his primal instincts in an instant. A wave of hunger washed over him. The incessant balance training over the past couple of days had left his limbs aching and numb, accompanied by a sense of fatigue. It was not that he could not feel hunger or exhaustion, but rather that he had grown resilient to both. These instinctual bodily reactions could be suppressed by the mind. Yet there existed a limit. Once that threshold was reached, it would likely erupt forth like a volcanic explosion, uncontrollable. On the deck, as Yuji devoured his meal voraciously, Clara marveled, How extraordinary. Captain, it seems you can consume enough food for 2 days in a single sitting. Do you have a request for me? None at all. Clara responded, shaking her head fervently, her hair curling restlessly, betraying her evident anxiety. Lying, like many skills, is a matter of innate talent, and it is evident that this young lady lacks the gift for deceit. Let us speak plainly. I wish to fashion a nest for the walrus using 2 loops of rope, allowing it a place to rest. Borrowing some rope? Clara nodded vigorously. Just like weaving a hammock, it should be suspended outside. Is that all? Yuji found it rather peculiar that a mere request for 2 loops of rope warranted an official report. Is it permissible? Clara's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. Thank you, Captain. After satisfying his hunger, Yuji enjoyed lounging against the ship's railing, pipe in mouth, gazing out at the vast sea. On the deck, Clara expertly crafted a net from the 2 loops of rope. 8 ends of the rope were securely tied to the port side of the vessel, and when cast overboard, the ropes tightened to form a cozy nest. With a low grunt, the 3.5-meter walrus squeezed into the net, causing the ship to rock gently, and soon, a soft snoring could be heard from below. As for the small boat tethered to the walrus, Clara removed it and hung it on the starboard side. This species of walrus had long been domesticated, akin to camels in the desert, making it easy to care for, as it could forage for food independently. By the way, could you take a look at this? Yuji presented a bronze coin to Clara. As she grasped it with her tentacles, her eyes widened in recognition. A bounty hunter's coin. Worth 1 piece of silver. A bounty hunter? The captain seems concerned about his identity. However, being a bounty hunter is merely a side occupation. Many treasure seekers also take on this role, and even pirates can be bounty hunters. It appears to be quite enigmatic, as the masked man bore no insignia to reveal his true identity. Moreover, Yuji could discern that the masked man was not the same individual he had encountered on Barley Island. Clara continued, the bounty coin serves as a token, once emblematic of the maritime assassins. Since the 9 great empires issued the maritime decree, assassins have transformed into bounty hunters, daring even to place bounties on emperors, with relaxed membership requirements leading to a mingling of various factions. Nowadays, it has evolved into an organization where anyone with sufficient strength can join, encompassing all manners of sections. So one might say that such coins are a manifestation of power? Indeed. The most formidable bounty hunter in the Tiger Kingdom is said to possess a strength equivalent to 5 coins. 5 coins? The White Wolf Knight. The captain must have heard of him. He carries a bounty of 5 coins, with a reward of 2 million maritime decrees. It is rumored that this individual has slain the White Wolf Knight, thus justifying his 5-coin strength, though I suspect it is mere self-aggrandizement. Upon hearing this, Yuji remarked casually, I rather believe this person is the White Wolf Knight himself, feigning his own death to engage in clandestine activities. That is indeed a possibility. After their conversation, Clara, as was her custom, carried a bucket to clean the deck of the ship. Yuji had gained a new understanding of bounty hunters. One could say they constitute the most extensive and least disciplined organization in the contemporary world. The monetary system is stratified, with bounties placed not only on sea monsters and merfolk, but also on the heads of the powerful. The magnitude of one's strength determines the amount of bounty coins they possess or the value of the bounties placed upon them. As evening fell, they enjoyed grilled fish over the snake fire. Earlier, having passed through a school of fish, Clara, with her commendable swimming skills, had caught 2 large fish. She sprinkled a dash of fruit wine to season the grilled fish, humming a tune. The cursed treasures of the sea, the forgotten treasures of the sea. The treasures of the sea locked away, offering one's soul to unveil the treasure, sacrificing one's brain to discover the riches, surrendering flesh and blood to unlock the bounty. What song is this? Half a year has passed, and yet the face of the melody has nearly faded from memory, but the tune it hums daily remains indelibly etched in my mind. The more I speak of it, the more frustration brews within me. The fish remains uncooked, and Clara takes a hearty bite as if it were a treacherous siren deceiving her. Caw, a raven descends. And Yuji swiftly rises to observe. To the front right, a vessel is sighted. We have encountered a ship. Could it be pirates? Clara exclaims impulsively. Not necessarily. Let us steer clear. With that, Yuji turns the helm to the left. Unfortunately, another ship approaches from that direction as well. We are caught in a pincer. At that moment, murmuring an incantation, Clara conjures a bubble, holding it as if through a magnifying glass. A pirate flag, 2 skulls, the twin pirates Bill and Nor. Do you recognize them? I have heard of them. They once visited our academy, purchasing potions and hiring mages to enchant their weapons. Did no one apprehend them at your academy? Yuji inquires in astonishment. The mages are solely concerned with profit in academia, when pirates arrive with wealth. They turn a blind eye. What of their strength? Quite affluent. As the distance narrows, under the setting sun, the black pirate flag displays 2 skull insignias. They are raising their flag. This signifies an imminent attack. This is dire, Captain. They are preparing to fire. I see it. On the pirate ship ahead. The bow's barrier rises, its cannon aimed directly at us. Take cover. Boom. Looking back, Wu Jie felt a surge of dread as he noticed the iron chain cannonballs hanging from the main mast. These cannonballs, linked by iron chains, were specifically designed to target masts and flew through the air with a rapid, spinning motion akin to that of a hammer throw. With a screech, the heavily damaged mast shattered, leaning precariously. What shall we do, Captain? Charge ahead, Wu Jie declared, advancing to the bow. Plunging his snake bone knife into the deck as flames spread, and the ship began its grotesque transformation. Chapter 22, Journey Through the Misty Sea. Well done, Bill exclaimed, lowering his monocular and giving a thumbs up to the gunners on the firing ship. Once ashore, I shall arrange for you 2 women. Captain, the gunner squinted, noticing the cannonballs were imbued with flames. But why do they still appear black and white? Don't be foolish. Enchanting a single cannonball costs at least 2,000 sea dollars. Captain, something's amiss. It's coming towards us. A sailor from the lookout tower on the mast shouted. What on earth? Bill peered through the telescope, only to see the recently severed mast slowly rising. Damn it, fire again. Hard to port. We're cursed. Bill bellowed. His lips began to tremble as he rubbed his eyes, praying that what he had seen was merely an illusion. Looking again, he saw the dark crimson sails puffing out, and the closer he examined, the more eerie it became. This was no mere sail. It was unmistakably a layer of skin. Known as the skin-peeling captain, he reveled in the act of flaying human skin to assert his dominance. His twin brother was no better off. Setting down the telescope, Bill reflected on the common saying of poetic justice. Now, retribution had indeed arrived. I said hard to port. Captain, I dare not move. What? Bill turned his gaze towards the helm, where a skeletal bird, wreathed in black flames, perched upon the ship's wheel. The devil has come. The devil has come. A timid sailor cried out in alarm. It's crashing towards us. The first mate has jumped overboard. With a thunderous impact, he was abruptly thrown backward. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed a dark crimson object soaring overhead. Captain, save me. What? Bill shook his head in disbelief, focusing intently as he noticed a vine-like rope coiling around the first mate's right leg. Save me. Let go. He drew his knife and severed the mate's hand, rising swiftly to survey the chaos around him. Tendrils, resembling veins, surged forth, ensnaring everything aboard, as if intent on dragging the vessel into the abyss. The scroll. I possessed the scroll. Trembling, he extracted the precious magical scroll he had acquired at great expense. Once unfurled, it would unleash a barrage of magical projectiles. Captain. All 25 crew members hung, suspended in midair. The left side of the ship's bow had been shattered, engulfed in black and white flames. Amidst the inferno, he beheld countless orderly skeletons forming a deck, and following the trail of flames, a sinister bone dagger was embedded within the bones, grasped by a cloaked skeleton. Devil, what do you desire? I will give you anything. Just spare me. Bill's legs trembled uncontrollably. He leaned forward slightly to gaze into the distance. On the surface of the sea, his brother Noel's ship had already changed course, growing ever more distant. You scoundrel, how dare you abandon me? I am your brother. You have caused me to suffer a tremendous loss of souls, and collectively, you cannot compensate for it. Hearing the raspy, somber voice emanating from the skeleton, Bill clenched the scroll tightly and retreated, exclaiming, Take them. Seize the souls of these individuals. By the way, I have left the money on my brother's ship. Go seek him for compensation. Drawing forth the white serpent blade, Yuji raised his hand. Do not approach. I possess magic, should I unleash it. You would not wish to be reduced to a heap of shattered bones, would you? Hey, you are holding the scroll incorrectly. He glanced at his hand, confirming that the scroll was indeed not reversed. A deceiver? Knife experience 2, souls 41. So feeble? Yuji observed the individuals suspended by ropes. Please spare me. I became a pirate because I have 5 children at home. I have never taken a life. I swear, I am still a virgin. May the sea god bless. May the sea god bless. Essentially, they were all of levels 1 to 3, no different from ordinary folk. Are they truly this weak? Yuji turned his gaze towards Clara. The tentacles coiled around the scroll on the corpse, and Clara exclaimed, A magical surge scroll. What a remarkable item. Little Clara, are they not well known? Why are they so weak? Well, Clara shrugged. They merely stumbled upon a sunken ship laden with treasure orders. They can handle merchant vessels, but that is all. With such wealth, why has no one dealt with them? Pirates are extravagant. They never save money. As soon as they reach land, they spend it all. Clara inquired of the dismembered first mate suspended in midair, What are you doing on the Fog Sea route? Ambushing vessels emerging from the Fog Sea. We have intelligence that a group of treasure hunters has discovered riches within the Fog Sea. Hence we are lying in wait to plunder them along the way. Is this the route to the Misty Sea? Yuji inquired. Clara turned to Yuji. Isn't the captain heading to the Misty Sea? Indeed, to the Misty Sea. Yuji conceded, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the thought of mentioning White Mountain Island. I understand now, exclaimed the one-armed first mate, his face lighting up with a semblance of relief. The devil comes to collect the souls of the deceased. That group must have perished in the Misty Sea. We are safe. What gives you such confidence? Yuji questioned him. The devil never attacks the living. Bill here is steeped in sin. He deserves death, but we are not beyond redemption. You cannot kill us. You lack the authority. At that moment, A crow's gun flew by, and with a swift motion, Yuji sent the suspended figures swinging like pendulums. Devil, what are you doing? Practicing marksmanship, moving targets. Gun experience 222. Soul 413936. Soul devouring crow gun upgraded to level 3. Soul line extended to 40 meters. Maximum charge of 8 soul points. Once he had dealt with these individuals, Yuji concentrated, releasing 2 rather stout corpses. Subsequently, he affixed the Heart of Fire mark to the blade, piercing it into the corpse. Soul -6, Heart of Fire -1. The crimson mark seeped into the wound, and fiery veins appeared upon the corpse's surface. Gradually, the corpse began to rise. Contrary to his expectations, it did not instantly turn to ash. Instead, it was in a smoldering state, with red veins resembling flowing magma radiating warmth. He continued to employ another mark, conjuring a second fire puppet. Move the cannon over. 2 flame puppets complied, one in front and one behind. Lifting the several hundred-pound iron cannon onto the huge ship. Do not touch the barrels of gunpowder. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, both puppets collapsed. Their souls inscribed within expended, their bodies reduced to charred husks, cracked and desiccated. Report to the captain. There are still 6 cannons, 32 barrels of gunpowder, and 118 shells on the second deck. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Entering the ship, Yuj emerged carrying a cannon. Addressing Clara, continue the search. As night fell, the deck bore 8 cannon carriages, gunpowder, and shells. Clara, indulging in hearty bites of food, choked momentarily. Yuj handed her a cup of fruit wine. She downed it in one go, exhaling a sigh of relief. The valuables were indeed scant, totaling merely 27,000 sea tokens. Though they had gathered several crates of magical potions. Letting out a satisfied burp, she gestured towards a pile of items on the ground. Captain, may I examine these? I believe magic and sorcery are akin. Certainly. After taking a sip of beer, Yuj inquired with curiosity, what do they refer to as demons? Liches or abyssal demons. Akin to sirens, seek souls. However, they adhere to stricter codes. I've heard they possess their own civilizations and realms hidden beneath the sea. Yuj handed Clara the seized compass for her inspection. Is this compass broken? The needle spins erratically, appearing quite abnormal. We have already reached the boundary of the foggy sea, where the magnetic field is disrupted, rendering the compass ineffective. What brings the captain to the foggy sea? From here onward, the captain intends to traverse the foggy sea. Is there a problem? Not at all. Passing through this fog-laden region will lead directly to the royal city of Tagger. Yet all vessels navigate around it. Simply stating that it is perilous would suffice. Indeed, it is quite dangerous. Chapter 23, Navigating the Foggy Sea. Where enemies converge in the captain's quarters, the oil lamp flickered dimly. The pirate's nautical map was saturated with the scent of rum and the acrid odor of sweat, compounded by the wildly spinning compass. For a moment, Yuji felt utterly at a loss. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Captain, the fog outside is exceedingly thick. Gazing out the window, Yuji beheld the grayish haze, which brought him a sense of familiarity. It was now July of the 59th year of the sea era, and this ship had drifted in the fog for over half a year. Is there something to report? Clara, her hair in curls and her nervousness palpable, began to fidget, her hands changing color under stress. The sea lion was startled during the previous battle, but it has now returned to slumber. Speak plainly. Well, I would like to demonstrate how a magical apprentice studies scrolls and potions. Yuji shrugged. If you feel frightened outside, then remain here to study. It's not fear. Clara replied, as she began to bring in various jars and odds and ends from outside, locking the door behind her. Yes, there is a legend. Pray tell. In this foggy sea surrounding the kingdom of Tagger, there exists a small island that holds captive the demons left over from the Bronze Age. Since the dawn of human navigation, the age of exploration has commenced, leading to the convergence of various civilizations across vast regions and the subsequent emergence of the Gregorian calendar. The Bronze Age endured for 841 years, followed by the Silver Age lasting 303 years, and the Golden Age which persisted for 648 years. 59 years ago, the era of the Sea Command began. With a quill, I traced a straight line on the nautical map, and Yuji casually remarked, if that demon were still alive, it would be at least 2,000 years old, wouldn't it? Clara approached the table, her expression grave. This demon has slain an entire nation. Over 2 millennia ago. This place was not a fog-laden sea, but rather a bountiful and prosperous expanse of water. Have you lived for over 2,000 years? I inquired. I am 17 this year, she replied. Then how do you know it has taken the lives of an entire nation? I pressed. Well, Clara responded with utmost seriousness. People say that this demon bears immense sins, bound by the most unyielding chains in existence. It wields a small hammer, and the moment it shatters those chains will mark its release from captivity. Thus, those fortunate enough to escape the foggy seas claim to hear the resounding echoes of its hammering. It has been striking for over 2,000 years without breaking free. Yuji's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Those chains must be of remarkable quality. Ah, the captain certainly possesses a unique perspective, Clara remarked, raising an eyebrow as she glanced down. This nautical map is flawed. Her finger pointed to the lower left corner of the foggy sea region, indicating an island of savages that was omitted, the location of Rai Island slightly misaligned, and White Mountain Island needing adjustment further north. From which direction did we enter the foggy sea? Directly south of the island of Taga. In simple terms, the misty sea of Taga lies at the heart of the Great Carousel, with maritime routes navigating in circular patterns. Yet, there are those intrepid sailors who dare to challenge the fog, attempting to traverse it directly. Naturally, most meet their demise therein, and even those who emerge do so having strayed far from their intended course. The chaotic magnetic fields, coupled with the dense fog obscuring the sky and the rampant sea monsters, create a veritable headache for any traveler. First, let us level up a few dozen times. How do you know this nautical chart is flawed? Clara inquired with hands on her hips, a hint of pride in her demeanor. I have examined the charts from the Academy. The Mages Guild is widespread across the globe, and their maps are considered the most accurate in existence. Your memory is quite remarkable, she added. Thank you for the compliment, Captain. As time slipped away, Clara sat on the ground, tinkering with various peculiar items, occasionally releasing waves of magical energy. Meanwhile, Yuji found himself quite bored, relegated to giving the little white creature countless scalp massages. Amidst the silence, Yuji curiously asked, "What is the difference between a mage and a sorcerer?" "There is no difference. The earliest mages were indeed sorcerers. One such individual, renowned for his obsessive research into sorcery, was dubbed the Mad Mage by the world. In the year 154 of the Bronze Age, he devised a more logical approach to the use of sorcery, naming it magic after his own title. His aim was to harness soul power, to study it, and to manipulate all forces in the world through it, rather than being governed by it." "Ah, so that is what magic is," Yuji remarked, appearing to fully comprehend this concept. He then instructed the little white creature to transform into a dagger, imbuing it with venom derived from soul energy. "Look, isn't this venom a form of sorcery?" Clara cast a fleeting glance, her gaze lingering as if frozen in time, and approached to investigate further. "Do not touch. This is venom. The captain need not worry. I am confident." She delicately touched the deep purple toxin, rolling it between her thumb and forefinger. This is soul, pure soul, a tangible manifestation of the soul. Captain, you are quite the enigma. I am beginning to suspect you might be a mad sorcerer, for you behave as though you have slumbered for millennia, still unfamiliar with this world." Then, Clara's hand delved into the box, retrieving a slender silver needle, which she dipped into the venom. "You reckless girl, what do you intend to do?" "Captain, fret not. I am certain." She pricked the back of her right hand. Instantly, all the snake venom, including that on the needle's tip, penetrated the tiny puncture. How astonishing! The moment the wound appeared, the soul transformed into a curse, rendered unsolvable. Within 3 seconds, the deep purple veins spread up her arm, and within 10 seconds, they reached the cuffs of her short sleeves. To the naked eye, Yuji saw no trace of the curse from the snake venom. However, it was evident that the girl's body had stiffened, presenting the appearance of someone gravely ill. "Captain, I seem to have underestimated." Flames erupted from her palm, seizing Clara's right hand, and in no time, it seared away half of her body. A raven swooped in, dispelling her state of burning soul. "How marvelous! Let us do it again. If one were to lose hope, there are countless ways to meet death in this world." Yuji lamented, acknowledging that this girl, once a sorceress, was willing to disregard the consequences in her pursuit of knowledge. "Ha ha ha. Yuji glanced at the raven. "Did you mention a ship ahead?" "Hajie, do you need an oil lamp?" Yuji inquired. "No need." Clara exhaled a glowing bubble, illuminating the surroundings akin to an electric bulb. Then continue. "What other organisms can you experiment with?" Holding the oil lamp, Yuji stepped out. Arriving at the bow of the ship, the dim light was ineffective in the mist, yet carrying the lamp had become second nature. "Why are you following me?" Glancing back, Clara's tentacles were entwined with several glowing bubbles, which changed colors in tandem with her appendages: red, yellow, blue, and green. At first glance, it resembled a Christmas tree. "I notice a slight wrinkle in your captain's attire," Clara teased, gently tugging at the minuscule crease in Yuji's cloak. "There, all fixed. You are exceedingly insecure. After being pursued for a year and a half, with threats to my life, it is only natural to feel a bit frightened." At that moment, a rope fell beside Clara. "On my ship, one must always maintain balance." "Why?" Thud. Clara stumbled, realizing the significance of balance. Yuji halted the vessel, preferring to collide. She grasped the rope and stood, gazing ahead, where a ship loomed. A small hole marred its hull. Compared to the larger gashes, Yuji's minor breach was inconsequential. The glowing bubbles ascended, illuminating a corner of the hull. A three-masted schooner. Clara approached for a closer inspection. It was the infamous pirate ship, Moby Sang, which had vanished 6 months prior. "Fate has intertwined our paths." Yuji gasped, recognizing that the pirate who had cornered Will was none other than this very vessel. Alas, there are other vessels ahead. Could they possibly be the treasure seekers mentioned by the pirates? Chapter 24. Journey into the Misty Sea, Employee Development Plan. Gazing at the imposing vessel that loomed 2 meters above the deck, Clara hastily retrieved a bundle of ropes. "Captain, shall we climb aboard?" With a resounding thud, Yuji kicked a significant hole into the opposing ship's hull, shaking off the wood shavings from his boots. "If we can walk, why bother climbing?" "Captain, this makes me appear rather foolish." A raven alighted on Yuji's left shoulder, cawing something indistinguishable. "There are numerous unsavory things aboard. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Then, Clara took a couple of steps back. "I shall await the captain's good news. Perhaps you might want to practice." At that moment, the rope in Clara's hand slithered into the gaping hole like a serpent, emerging with a rusted one-handed dagger. Instinctively catching the weapon, Clara quickly tossed it aside. "I cannot wield such a thing. Wizards utilize staffs, not daggers." "You possess a staff?" "Alas, no. Merfolk never employ staffs in their sorcery." "Do you wield offensive magic or spells?" Yuji pressed. "Not yet. My skills are still lacking, and I am not adept at casting spells." "Then you must learn." With a bold leap, Yuji plunged into the abyss. Half a minute later, a corpse was ejected from the hole. Clara staggered back several steps, her throat dry with fear. A revenant. Gradually, the corpse began to crawl towards her. "Have you fainted from fright?" A voice echoed from the opening. "How could I? I am not easily frightened. I am merely dealing with the revenant. Is the matter resolved?" Emerging from the gaping hole, Yuji shook his head vigorously. The previously discarded corpse had been tightly bound. Clara stepped onto the back of the corpse with her left foot, her hands taut around the ropes. "Captain, do not mistake me for one of those delicate young ladies. Sever its head." "Why? Tying it up merely restrains one foe. What if there are two?" "But there is only one here." "Are you certain?" With a smile, Yuji seized one of the corpses by the neck and hurled it towards Clara. "Is this necessary, my esteemed captain?" Clara abruptly released her grip, sprinting towards the captain's quarters. Bang! The door slammed shut. "Is this truly necessary?" Pressing against the door, she appeared diminutive, pitiful, and helpless. A rusted knife was brought before her by the ropes. "I shall fight you." Gripping the knife, Clara clenched her jaw and swung at the corpse, embedding the blade halfway. "If you lack strength, do not wield the knife with one hand," Yuji cautioned. With a swift kick, Clara sent the corpse sprawling. Her hand trembled. The sensation from her earlier strike felt akin to hacking at a decayed stump. Progress is evident. You've learned to use your feet. Adjust your breathing, steady yourself. Weak legs yield no strength. With both hands gripping the knife, Clara struck once more. Crack! The desiccated head plummeted. Soul 5. There's another. I am aware. She lunged forward, swinging her knife. Crack! Soul 4. Discarding the knife, Clara approached the ship's edge. Feeling a wave of nausea, desperate to retch but unable to do so. You have become an exceptional warrior. Now, descend and slay more. My esteemed captain, I hesitate to invoke notions of gentlemanly decorum, yet might I request to be regarded as a young lady? Address me as captain or captain, sir. Who shall prepare your meals should I be bitten? The undead may well. Clara gazed upon the severed head upon the ground, then glanced at another, questioning the absence of teeth. Are you mentally prepared? Soon, we shall encounter not only those with teeth, but also those wielding blades. Hee hee. You have extracted their teeth. Let us proceed. Wait. Captain, sir, may I change into suitable attire? Am I permitted to utilize those magical items? Indeed. Yuge raised 2 fingers. Clara opened her palm, indicating 5 minutes. Yuge retracted a finger. It shall be ready shortly. In a flurry, she dashed into the cabin. Emerging clad in a suit of night gear, wielding a pristine blade, and adorned with a magical scroll at her waist. What is that jingling sound? Look! As she opened her garment, Clara revealed an array of small vials hanging within. These are potent elixirs. They are effective upon being thrown. Moreover, this blade has been enchanted. As she spoke, Clara flicked her hand, causing the blade's edge to shimmer with flowing magical energy. The two then descended into the first level of the ship's hold. Carrying a lantern, Yuj led the way. In the dim corridor, the mournful wails of the undead echoed intermittently. Captain, do you think the treasure seekers on the other vessel have met their demise as well? Perhaps bubbling, glowing ones. Upon hearing this, Clara complied, expelling several bubbles that illuminated a figure approaching with a blade from 5 meters away. Level LV4. A white serpent transformed into a blade around the waist. And Mujia swiftly severed it with a single strike. Soul 24, Sword Experience 3, Captain, your pet suddenly morphed into a weapon. What is the principle behind this? Cheating. Cheating? I have never heard of such a capability. At that moment, a level 2 undead swimmer approached. Go. Watch closely, I'm exceptionally fierce. Clara lunged forward and beheaded the undead with a single stroke. Soul 7. Hey, try it a few more times. It's not so terrifying after all. Do you feel anything? Wujia inquired. The captain is determined to cultivate me into a female warrior. I meant, do you sense an increase in your internal soul energy? In Wujia's eyes, Clara's growth experience surged by 2 points. After a brief silence, Clara responded, just a tiny bit. Well, how would you respond to an unexpected situation? Wasn't that already an unexpected situation? Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door in the passage was forcefully breached. And a man yelled as he charged in. A person? This is a person, Captain. Oh no. Oh no. She hurriedly rummaged through her clothes and then produced several vials of potions. Don't come any closer. With a sharp motion, she hurled a glass vial filled with potion, which shattered on the ground, releasing a cloud of frost mist. The approaching man was slowed by the mist, and by the time he reached Clara, his limbs were exceedingly rigid. Gasping for breath, Clara retreated while cursing. You lunatic, do you want to bite someone? A man, frozen in place, exhibited cracks in the frost covering his body, mumbling indistinct words. Soul, let me consume your soul. You are as afflicted as the captain. Clara thrust a knife into the man's chest and retreated several paces. Illuminated by glowing bubbles, the man collided with the wall, shattering the ice. Then, he forcibly extracted the blade from his chest. Let me devour you. This is disastrous. Tentacles emerged from his clothing, revealing several vials of potions. After scrutinizing them, Clara exclaimed urgently, no fire, no dizziness. Where's the lightning? Don't come any closer. Bang. The man's head shattered, and he collapsed dead before Clara. This. Lighting the dim oil lamp on the wooden rack with a finger, Yuji spoke with a hint of disappointment. Little girl, your combat skills are lacking. It would be wise to practice your culinary skills, or I shall have to dismiss you. I produced several glowing bubbles, Clara retorted defiantly. At least I can provide illumination, right? That merely proves your saliva is viscous enough to form bubbles. This is a spell bubble I created by combining incantations and magic. It has nothing to do with saliva. Can you produce ink? Can you? No. How could I possibly do that? Chapter 25. Journey into the Sea of Fog, descending to the next level muttering incantations. Clara enhanced the brightness of the glowing bubbles emanating from the tentacles. She crouched down and used her knife to slice open the corpse's sleeve. Corpse transformation curse mark. Gazing at the twisted mark upon the corpse's arm, resembling a scar formed by scalding water, Yuji inquired, has someone placed a curse upon him? No. This is a naturally occurring curse mark. It manifests when one is engulfed in extreme fear and despair, leading to madness and the shattering of the soul. Hence, the appearance of a zombie-like curse mark. Was he terrified to death? Indeed, the deceased's body remains quite fresh, suggesting he was yet another treasure seeker who boarded this vessel from the other side. Generally speaking, treasure seekers have encountered a fair share of the world. Those lacking courage would refrain from venturing out to sea. What could possibly instill such profound fear in a living person? Yuji remarked casually. What he encountered must have been extraordinarily terrifying. Do you never look in the mirror? I mean no offense. Ahem. The tentacles adorning your body are rather becoming. Amidst the sound of footsteps, a figure emerged at the end of the corridor. Sola. Here it comes again. Clara swung her tentacles forward, sending bubbles forth. A decayed and grotesque visage materialized, with deeply sunken eye sockets devoid of eyeballs. It's blind. You should be able to handle it. Zombies do not rely on sight. They are drawn to souls. However, I am confident in my ability to resolve this. She produced a vial of shimmering potion, exclaiming, "Let us taste the flavor of lightning." With a crack, electricity surged, causing the zombie to tremble. Shortly thereafter, a pungent, charred odor wafted through the air as the zombie collapsed. At that moment, Yuji perceived ethereal waves approaching, half entering his body and half merging with Clara's left hand. The souls contributed by the contracted crew members would be split in half, nurtured properly, allowing for upgrades even in repose. It must be said that the souls within the wretched corpses are alarmingly scarce. A level 3 undead yields a mere 24 points of soul energy upon defeat, hardly surpassing that of an ordinary human. "I can feel it," Clara exclaimed, her left hand tingling with soul power. She turned to Yuji, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, her numerous tendrils trailing on the ground. "So this mark possesses such formidable abilities. Captain, you have bestowed upon me something of immense significance. I shall strive with all my might." There's no need for such formality," Yuji replied. "Captain, you are exceedingly kind to me." With this newfound opportunity, Clara's heart raced. From the age of 3, she had been sent to the Taga Magic Academy, where she studied diligently until the age of 15. During her studies, she had consumed numerous potions designed to enhance soul power. However, most of them failed to retain any substantial energy within her, let alone strengthen her soul. Yet now, merely by vanquishing a somewhat formidable creature, she could distinctly feel her soul power augmenting and nurturing her spirit. Yuji remained silent, maintaining an air of expertise. Once Clara steadied her emotions, she declared with utmost seriousness, "By the sea god as my witness, from this moment forth, I, Clara Morin." "Do not make such vows lightly," Yuji interjected, interrupting her grandiloquent declarations. "Action is the true testament." "Understood," Clara affirmed. Thus, Yuji illuminated the path behind her while Clara ventured forth to engage lesser foes. Soul 876. The efficiency was not particularly high, but progress was steady. Yuji could already envision a brilliant future for this warrior maiden. One might ponder, given that Clara possesses the soul of a siren, whether her training as a fighter might render her too specialized. Perhaps she could also cultivate the growth experience of the little white creature. "Little white, go play with Clara." With a slight nod, Xiaobai slipped down from her shoulder. Suddenly, the white snake slithered from her ankle to her waist, startling Clara. "Xiaobai, put down your knife and grasp the vital point of Xiaobai." Upon hearing this, Clara complied. In the next moment, a glimmering blade appeared in her hand. How marvelous! She thought to test its might. Understood. Fixating on the stumbling wraith before her, Clara swung the knife. It struck with the ease of cleaving through a radish. The wraith's head severed with such swiftness that the headless body took a few steps before collapsing. Soul 5, Knife Experience 0. 1. Such a sharp blade. It certainly can be used to gain experience, yet the rate of increase is insufficient. It is better to rely on oneself. In an instant, the knife transformed into the white snake, coiling onto Yuji's shoulder. "I wish to try again." The knife is far more effective than magic. Raising her left hand, the raven morphed into a gun. Yuji remarked, "Give this a try. It is much more useful than magic." "All right." Accepting the black gold raven handgun, Clara marveled. It resembles a work of art. Can it actually fire bullets? She tightened the trigger. Clara followed through, yet no response ensued. Gazing at the lingering traces of black flames in the air, Clara's expression filled with longing. Indeed, it is far more effective than magic. What is the captain targeting? A wraith. Ahead, the air ignited suddenly, black flames outlining a humanoid figure, which vanished after 3 seconds. Soul 51, Gun Experience 2. The rewards from defeating a wraith far exceed those from a wraith. The captain can perceive the invisible wraiths as well? Not visible. Why was it possible to strike accurately? By intuition. Contemplating, Clara clasped her hands together, her hair billowing. "What are you doing?" "Summoning magic. Derived from the soul arts of abyssal demons. The Academy forbids its study. It's evident they cannot master it, envious of my abilities. Hence their desire to investigate my mind." "Continue." "It's effective." Gazing ahead, Yuji focused intently, a sense of hunger emerging. Not a physical hunger, but a spiritual one. Akin to the invigorating first sip of icy cola on a summer day. At that moment, Yuji felt the refreshing cola drawing near. Bayu. A shot was fired, igniting black flames in the air. Gun Experience 2, Soul 50, Clara murmured with her eyes closed. There is soul power. Why has Tia been absorbed by me? Even with the summoning magic, you haven't T sensed an increase in soul power? Yuji raised his hand for another shot. But this one missed. No, the souls dissipated too swiftly. It was evident that the black flames consumed rapidly, taking precedence over the so-called abyssal demon soul arts. After a span of several minutes, Yuji had fired 33 shots, hitting 12 wandering souls, garnering nearly 500 souls. The Raven gun had previously leveled up to level 3 and now boasted 27 experience points. The white serpent blade was on the verge of breaking through to level 3. However, he still needed a substantial amount of souls, over half of the 3,000 required to elevate his own level to 7. More foes must be vanquished. That will suffice. With a long exhale, Clara's gaze became vacant, fatigue washing over her, and she suddenly yearned for a nap. Shoo! After a moment of silence, Yuji grasped Clara's left hand tightly. Boom! The black and white flames erupted violently. Two skulls gazed into each other's eye sockets. Captain, what does this mean? The Raven placed the oil lamp upon the beam, which then transformed into a skeletal spear in Yuji's hands. Do you remember what I said was most crucial aboard the ship? Maintaining balance? A crack appeared beneath their feet with a sharp snap. Bang! The two plummeted to the next level. Chapter 26, Journey Through the Misty Sea, Slaughtering Foes. In a moment of weightlessness, their bodies crashed through another layer of planks, thudding face first onto the ground. The back of Clara's head. As she pushed aside the fiery tendrils enveloping her face, Clara bolted upright, feeling no pain at all. Can I still blow bubbles? I have mentioned before that my bubbles are not made from saliva. Clara attempted to blow bubbles to prove herself, but without lips. She could only exhale floating black and white ethereal flames. Just teasing you. I can see even without light now. She brushed off the wood shavings from her clothes. The ship's lowest deck was spacious, resembling a cavern. Ahead, a towering figure sat amidst a heap of corpses. Yuji had heard of the Mobison, a three-masted sailing vessel over 100 meters long, once a grand passenger ship. After being seized by pirates, it naturally became a pirate ship. At this moment, the treasure hunters' still fresh corpses dangled like cured meat from ropes and chains. Clattering, the imposing figure extracted a round coin from the pile of bodies and tossed it toward Yuji. Take the coin and scram. Clara surveyed the layout of the surroundings and the changes in the figure's form. This is bizarre. What dark path have you traversed to become a half-walker? Do you aspire to be a lich? Oh, it seems you possess some insight. Are you two not here to extort money from me? The towering figure withdrew a large blade as he stood, descending with a crunching sound as he crushed bones beneath his feet. With a single stroke, he severed the corpse hanging in midair, the very entity that sought my demise. He struck a menacing pose, his face transforming into a visage reminiscent of a fierce tiger. The Black Tiger Blade, captain of the Moby Sang pirate ship. The figure before me stood nearly 2.5 meters tall. Despite his inflated physique, his swollen hands seemed discordant, akin to a grotesque aberration. Clara offered her observation. You have grown so large, perhaps to house more souls within your flesh. I suspect you have feasted on many wandering corpses. Ah, you. With your stylish hair, little bone, you exhibit a keen perception. How about joining me? Get lost, Clara exclaimed, hastily covering her mouth, glancing at Yuji. Captain, in your eyes. I am still the obedient Clara, am I not? Tony Jean. This name resonated clearly in Yuji's memory. He recalled it vividly when the original body, Will, had taken his own life. If you know my name, do you idolize me? Haraha. Roar. Tony Jean bellowed like a fierce tiger, causing the ship to tremble slightly. Bang. A tooth embedded itself into his flesh. Such an uncouth individual. He used his thick fingers to extract the tooth, forcing it out as if he were squeezing a pimple. Do you not know to introduce yourself before engaging in conflict? Suddenly he squinted, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Yuji. Will, blonde Will, have you transformed into a devil to seek vengeance upon me? Haraha. Bang. Another blow of teeth strikes this man's face. No, you are not Will. Your attire may resemble his, yet I must commend you. Despite being a mere skeleton, you exude far more masculinity than he ever did. Level LV10. With a thunderous roar, Tony Jean charged forth like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. Clang. His blade intercepted the strike, sending Yuji spiraling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a pillar. Witnessing the fissures erupting on the column, Tony Jean lamented. I have struck too forcefully. Let us instead pursue peace. Depart, lest you cause damage to this vessel. I propose a far superior alternative, Yuji retorted, straightening his bent wrist. You should take your own life to spare yourself my torment. Are you attempting to frighten me? Wretched skeleton, Do you believe I have not dispatched creatures like you before? Watch as I reduce your bones to dust. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Tony Jean absorbed the impact with his face. At this moment, it was merely a trivial annoyance. In the next heartbeat, a fiery bone blade swung toward his visage. At that instant, unease gripped Tony Jean amidst the searing flames, and he raised his hand to parry. With a whoosh, the bone blade softened instantaneously, transforming into a whip that lashed across his back, tearing a gash into his flesh. Get away. He shouldered Yuji aside, persistently grasping at his wounded back. Upon his skin, a crimson vein began to spread. This was the mark of the heart of fire. Certainly. This single strike was far from sufficient to incinerate him into a flaming puppet, yet the searing veins flowed like molten lava. What manner of fire is this? Soul. My soul. Do you have any idea how many brethren I have slain for these souls? What does it matter to me? The searing pain on my back is unbearable. Tony Jean gritted his teeth, summoning the Black Tiger's essence. In this fleeting moment, even the Black Tiger manifesting on his back was laced with fiery veins. It is crucial to understand that, although he possessed some degree of power and had made minor progress in soul condensation techniques, achieving a complete soul form was an unattainable feat at his current level of strength. Indeed, he was forcibly harnessing soul energy, and in the blink of an eye, beads of sweat adorned his brow, his breathing labored. Soul condensation is the process of materializing the beast within one's heart. If the body cannot withstand the surge of primal instinct, it will be met with a fierce backlash. A sound akin to a purring cat escaped his throat as he began to overexert his physical form, slipping into a haze of confusion. You worthless bones. Woe. I shall. Woe. Be gone. Or else woe unto you. Ha ha. Clara laughed loudly, mocking, what Black Tiger? This is clearly a wildcat's soul condensation technique. And a flawed one at that. You can hardly speak, reduced to barking like a dog. You scarcely qualify as a cat. Silence. You. Little bones. You appear quite delectable. Go to hell. You cat. Clara stepped back several paces as the other party began to resemble a wandering corpse. Who taught you such techniques? No matter how many souls you consume, they will never become your spirit. At most, you can only form soul crystals. Silly cat, no? Foolish giant lesser than a cat or dog. Clara's taunts were relentless. Fool. I am trapped in this misty sea, and were it not for Mr. White teaching me this, I would have perished from hunger long ago. Mr. White? Where? Just as the poisoned Yuji began to inquire. It felt as though Tony Jean resembled a church priest at this moment. It has nothing to do with you. Tony Jean infused his right hand with soul energy, his aura surging dramatically. Tell me, if he genuinely intends to rescue you, why does he not take you with him? Yuji pressed further. He said. A single utterance momentarily halted the advancing Tony Jean, who began to deceive himself. Mr. Bai claimed that by cultivating here, I would attain immortality. Well, there has never been such a thing as an immortal body. You. Ha ha ha. As long as I consume you, I too shall achieve immortality. Tony Jean struck down with a fist, causing the vessel's structure to begin to splinter. With a resounding crash, a gaping hole appeared above, through which he gazed at the ashen sky, roaring, Heaven bear witness. I, Tony Jean, shall obtain my immortal form today. With that proclamation, he discarded his weapon and crawled forth, only to suddenly freeze mid-motion. The overwhelming force generated an immense inertia, sending him tumbling forward, while Yuji sidestepped effortlessly. Thud! The grotesque figure collided with a pillar. I delight in wearing mirrors, so that the vanquished may behold their own demise. Yuji procured a small mirror with his right hand, igniting a flame with his left to illuminate his visage. The shattered reflection revealed a visage marred with violet veins, a grotesque visage of decay. Poison. Tony Jin's pupils trembled in shock. With a swift thrust, the white snake blade pierced his swollen hand, abruptly yanking out a soul crystal. Just a minute prior, in a skeletal state, Yuji had discerned the weakness marked by the cursed venom. Blade experience 175. White snake blade upgraded to level 3. Upgrade ability. The consumption of cursed snake venom has risen to 8 soul points, enhancing the paralysis effect. It took 3 shots of venomous bullets for the paralysis effect to manifest. This fellow is quite resilient to toxins. I feel an intense chill will. I am in pursuit of you, yet ensnared in this fog-laden sea. Have you discovered the treasure? The treasure I seek is this vast ocean, so you have not found it. I have suffered a great loss. Soul 59, picking up a walnut-sized, vibrant green soul crystal. Yuji understood that this individual's soul resided within. To be precise, this person bore no grudge against him, yet slaying this individual would provide immense satisfaction, uplifting his spirits enough to indulge in several hearty bowls of food. Captain, the raven released Clara from her burning soul state. She lifted her garment, her abdomen resonating like a drum, 2 black lines extending to her navel. I am famished. Does the captain view this as emergency rations? Surely. I cannot be included in that assessment. Chapter 27. Delving into the foggy sea, struggling under the weight of a sack full of treasures. Clara climbed onto the deck, wiping the sweat from her brow with a tentacle. She glanced at Yuji, who continued to devour his meal voraciously. Slamming the sack onto the ground, she angrily kicked the iron rear of a nearby cannon, hopping around while clutching her toes. Do you see nymphs celebrate your treasures by hopping on one foot? Report to the esteemed captain. Your diligent crew member is laboring alone within the pitch-black confines of the ship, and the work proceeds remarkably well. Even if the gold coins are entangled amidst the corpses, I am extracting them one by one from the grasp of the deceased. Well done. Keep up the good work. Yuji took a hearty swig of beer and then remarked, If you feel weary, you may take a moment to rest. At your command, Captain, she replied. Let us dispense with that formality. On my ship, all are equal. With her small face puffed up like a bun, Clara hurried to stand before Yuji, extending her mud-stained hands. I do not read palms. Captain, I am well aware that this is my duty, yet I have a modest request. Even if you do nothing but watch, it would ease my fears. Being down there alone is rather daunting. This is merely a test of your courage, Yuji stated earnestly. Apologies, but my courage has been thoroughly frightened. Seated before Yuji, she crossed her arms, adopting a posture that conveyed her reluctance to move if he did not. If you're tired, then rest. I am not urging you, he said nonchalantly. Seeing Yuji's indifferent demeanor, Clara felt increasingly aggrieved, tears welling in her eyes. As an exemplary young man, Yuji could not bear to see a girl cry. Thus, he turned away, pretending not to notice, and continued to eat. Clara adjusted her position, sitting once more before Yuji, her watery eyes brimming with tears that threatened to spill over her chin. Crying or not, the task must be completed. Captain, you are even worse than my father. Wah, you are nothing short of a tyrant. The term tyrant essentially referred to a wealthy capitalist. Yuji had surmised a hint about Clara's background. A family capable of sending their child to a magical academy was likely affluent or of noble lineage. Upon hearing this, Clara sprang to her feet, emptied the sack of money onto the ground, and, hoisting the bag once more, continued her quest for gold. All right, time to switch. You rest while I go down to scavenge. Reflecting on the fact that Tony Jin's heart remains unprocessed, it is likely that its incineration could yield more than 3 heart of fire marks. I shall not rest. My apologies, Captain, for my inability to manage my emotions, resulting in my lapse in decorum. Please forgive me. Listen well, I lack the leisure to tend to your feelings. I was fatigued moments ago and had no desire to move. So, you are not angry with me? You. Perhaps it would be wise to speak less if you cannot articulate your thoughts. Hee, it is a relief to know you are not upset. In the lower deck of the Moby Song, Clara gathered all the treasures into 2 piles, one consisting of cursed items, and the other of ordinary riches. Captain, I have collected all valuables. Shall we venture to the other ship? Indeed, we shall depart shortly. Captain, is it customary to reduce the enemy's heart to ashes? What ritual is this? At that moment, Yuj thrust the serpent bone knife into a grotesque heart, as crimson flames engulfed it, transforming the heart into a charred remnant. Heart of Fire 5-31-100. This mark can be utilized in conjunction with others, proving remarkably effective for the creation of puppets or the enchanting of blades. Furthermore, upon the incineration of this heart, Yuj felt his body rapidly rejuvenate. He retrieved a shattered small mirror, and the white patterns on his face vanished. It is not a ritual, rather, it is a form of restoration. I do not quite comprehend, Clara continued. This ship has sustained grave damage, and many items are missing. We have not located any cannons or similar weaponry. Are the treasures you brought aboard devoid of curses? Yes, all this considerable heap on the left can be taken, but I advise against taking the pile on the right. Can it be exchanged for currency? Certainly, the bank has its own means of resolution, which does not affect the value of gold and silver. Take everything away. At your command. Yuji had previously severed the canvas from the ship, packing the treasure together. Weighing approximately 200 g, shouldering the burden, he felt no heaviness. Naturally, it could not all be precious gold and silver ornaments. Most were copper coins left from a bygone era. Clara had yet to finish her inventory, but she estimated its worth at no less than 600,000 sea dollars. She then roused the walrus, and the two of them boarded a small boat, making their way to the treasure hunter's vessel on the opposite side. Upon stepping onto the deck of the ship, they entered the chart room. Clara examined the nautical charts, while Yuji perused the notes left by the ship's captain. These individuals did not come for the Moby Sang. They had ventured into the foggy sea in search of a legendary island, the Island of Demons. Clara deduced this from the navigational routes depicted on the charts. Yuji closed the captain's diary, realizing they were headed to the Island of Demons to seek the hammer possessed by the demon. The final page of the captain's diary revealed that during their voyage, they unexpectedly encountered a large ship and boarded it in search of treasure. The consequences were dire, resulting in all aboard becoming wandering souls. Even the valuables on their ship were pillaged by Tony Jane, which ultimately benefited Yuji. What audacity did they possess to provoke the abyssal demon? The diary mentioned that they had a method to confront the demon. Within the cabin lay the skull of an angel. Shall we search for it? Entering the inner sanctum of the ship, Yuji kicked open a door and illuminated the space with his lantern. The room was quite spacious, containing only a single skull, displayed like a trophy within a glass case. Is this truly the skull of an angel? Yuji inquired with curiosity. Angels are mere fabrications of the human imagination. This skull, undeniably, belongs to a harpy. A birdman's skull? Indeed, angels exist solely within the tomes of the church, yet this bone appears to be imbued with a holy essence. Holy essence? Yuji raised an eyebrow, encountering yet another novel term. It is said that the great ones, capable of resisting the corruption of the abyss, possess souls that are sacred. Demons dread such souls, and even Tony Jane would likely hesitate to approach this relic. Cradling a glass box approximately 40 centimeters on each side, Yuji shook it gently, causing the skull within to rattle. Observing this, Clara murmured, "The captain is neither a lich nor a demon. Set sail for Demon Island." Understood. "Oh wait, Captain, are we truly going? Is that even a question? But how do we get there? Did you not mention the island emits thunderous sounds of hammering? We shall drift for a few more days. Upon hearing the sounds, we shall follow them." Understood, understood. Upon returning to the ship, having secured the treasures, Yuji settled into a chair, retrieved a soul crystal, and began to ignite it in his hand. Soul 201300240. The quality of the soul crystal was remarkably high. As it burned down to the size of a fingernail, he had accumulated 842 souls. Combined with his previous harvest, he now possessed a total of 412 points. It was time to upgrade. He infused the souls into his body using the Raven's gun. Level increased to LV 704,000. For the next upgrade, 4,000 souls are required. Thankfully, it hasn't doubled. Fixed upgrade rewards, 5 Constitution, 5 Spirit. Additional rewards, Contract Mark 2. 2 marks at once. Along with the one in hand, there are a total of 3 marks. As for the other functions of the contract mark, Yuji had long been prepared, aside from the contracted crew. Imagine, if one were to contract a sea monster with a level not exceeding 7, it would hunt daily in the ocean, forcibly splitting the souls it absorbs in half. The horizon expands. Chapter 28. Into the Misty Sea, New Employees, Double-Toothed Shark Salad. In the Misty Sea, distinguishing between day and night becomes impossible. At the side of the ship, a walrus sleeps within the net, suddenly jolted awake, emitting a startled "oh-oh-oh-oh-oh." It attempts to wriggle its rotund body out of the net, only to find the exit blocked by excess ropes. "Oh, Captain, how can we use such a delightful walrus as bait? Why don't you take its place? Fear not, walrus. If you perish, I shall prepare you most delectably. Shoo." Toss some bubbles ahead. Clara exhaled a flurry of luminous bubbles, which floated forward amidst the billowing mist on the sea surface. Triangular fins spiraled around the walrus's net. Level LV 5, Beast Soul Sea Monster, sharp teeth capable of tearing through thick skin. Blood will send it into a frenzied state. Contractable. Current remaining contract marks. 3. A monstrous shark. With fire igniting in his left hand, black flames began to swirl as Yuji inserted a tooth. Spray. The little white creature ejected its fangs, venom spraying forth like through a syringe, embedding itself into the skeletal gun. Adhering to the bullets as they spun in the black flames. Not transforming into a blade, the little white creature could still consume souls to produce venom, and moreover, the rate of venom production was accelerated, enabling it to spit like a king cobra. Previously lacking such capability, with the elevation of his rank, The physical prowess of the novice also improved. Of course, this was primarily due to the incessant torment inflicted by the raven, which likely triggered a surge of latent potential within the novice. In a moment of inspiration, he unleashed a stream of venom skyward, catching the raven's attention with this newfound tactic. While it could hardly be classified as a novel skill, it nonetheless liberated his right hand and significantly reduced the time needed to imbue bullets with poison. Grasping the raven by the bony nape of its neck, the black and white flames transformed into a crimson hue as he yanked forward, fashioning a lengthy skeletal firearm. With a resounding splash, a column of water erupted from the surface of the sea. Gun experience 0. 5. Knife experience 0. 10. 1. The shot did not strike a vital area, for the intention was not to slay the shark, but rather to conduct an experiment. Soon, a large shark surfaced. Measuring approximately 4 meters from head to tail, its skin a deep shade of bluish-black. A cable line soared through the air. Seizing it, he leaped over the ship's edge, his body suspended above the water. Subsequently, he pressed the contract mark, a white dot with black lines, onto the shark's abdomen. In an instant, the black lines began to spread. Contract crew, nameless sea beast. Soul, nameless soul, unable to fully imprint the contract. Twin contract, nameless contract. The contracted individual cannot achieve contract growth. All absorbed souls will be entirely contributed. Level, LV 544-100. Using flames to incinerate the poisoned areas, he dispelled the state of burning soul, allowing the flesh to regenerate naturally. After approximately 3 minutes, the great shark flicked its tail, rolling over to reveal a pair of immense eyes gazing at him. It began to circle. The shark paused momentarily, then its tail whirled like a propeller. No, it was meant to turn this way. Yuji traced circles with his finger. In the next moment, the shark raised its left pectoral fin, mimicking Yuji's movement, appearing quite adept, as though greeting with a wave. Yet, something was amiss. It chased its own tail to bite. The great shark, seemingly contemplative, flicked its tail, striking the trembling walrus ensnared in the net with a resounding slap. Oh! The walrus emitted a plaintive sound. Then, the great shark opened its cavernous jaws, revealing 4 rows of teeth, poised to snap at the walrus's tail. Stop. I suppose I understand your intellect now. Wag your tail, little by, demonstrate. Little by coiled around Yuji's shoulder, lifting its small tail and shaking it like a rattlesnake. At that moment, the shark's head submerged, then it raised its tail, swaying from side to side, exhibiting remarkable obedience. Captain, your animal training skills are quite impressive. No need for flattery. You are merely an example. Raising her fist, Clara contemplated striking Yuji, but ultimately lowered it, stomping her foot in frustration. You were eavesdropping on me? Who told you to sleep in my wardrobe? I couldn't even put on a piece of clothing. How did you manage to squeeze in? I tend to sleepwalk. Upon hearing this, Yuji wore an expression that suggested he sensed the complexity of the situation. Oh dear. I simply adore squeezing into tight spaces. It feels secure while I sleep. Your words are quite merciless. Go bite something then. I won't. Clara's face turned crimson, her tentacles also blushing, exclaiming, only cats and dogs express their anger through biting. I wasn't talking to you. Just then, the shark opened its massive mouth, and the walrus let out a mournful wail. Oh. Go to the sea and bite. The great shark plunged deeply into the ocean. Captain, I am truly incensed. Why can you not regard me as a normal girl? Are you quite sure? Yuji inquired, furrowing his brow. Swallowing hard, Clara retreated. I am somewhat uncertain now. The notion that women aboard brings ill fortune is a rule adhered to by both treasure hunters and pirates alike. To prevent you from casting me overboard, I shall resign myself to fate. Alas, once upon a time, I, Clara. Shoo. Be quiet. Clara whispered. You truly do not wish to know me. After all, I am a member of your crew. This is no mere triviality, and furthermore, I am the eldest daughter of the Morin family. In an instant, Yuji became intrigued. I see now, kidnapping you could yield a handsome ransom. The captain's line of thinking was indeed beyond my comprehension. Hush. Before long, a large fish leaped from the ocean's surface, only to be violently torn apart by the ferocious shark. The shark's growth experience yielded no enhancements. Excellent specimen. From now on, the shark shall be named Sharala. Yuji applauded, recognizing that nurturing a continuously strengthening shark was far more meaningful than rearing a mere laboring sea creature. Hearing these words, Clara's heart nearly stopped. If he jested again, I might truly vomit blood. You shall not even spare my name, will you? Sharala, come here. In less than 5 seconds, the shark, clutching a sizable piece of fish, swam over. Sharala. The shark nodded its head, having accepted the name bestowed upon it, contracted crew member Shalalala. Level: LV 551-100, soul of the sea beast, a creature capable of instinctively devouring flesh and soul power, influenced by the contract. Possessing boundless potential for growth. Twin contract. Like Clara, half growth, half contribution. Regarding the contract, Yuji discerned a newfound difference. A name is essential for a contract. Without a name, one can simply assign one, holding two more seals in hand. He gazed at the quaking walrus and ultimately chose to abandon it. Level LV2, a soul that has long lost its beastly nature. This walrus lacked the value for a contract, not due to its low level or ordinariness, but rather because this creature, long tamed, no longer harbored a yearning for strength. It could serve as a vessel aboard the ship, but nurturing it with seals bore no significance. Are you familiar with this type of shark? It possesses 2 rows of teeth on both the upper and lower jaws, appearing quite formidable. Clara, still fuming, despite her anger, explained, the teeth of a shark can be replaced at any time. They can replace their teeth throughout their entire lives. I see. How fortunate it is to have you. Or else I would remain illiterate. Huh? Fortunate to have me? Clara, suddenly no longer angry, chuckled. Oh dear, Captain's compliments make me rather bashful. To be honest, I am not very familiar with this type of shark either, but it appears to be still growing. Teeth can be replaced throughout a lifetime? In that moment, Yuji felt a spark of inspiration. Shark tooth bullets. Salalala, I am Clara. I look forward to your guidance in the future. With these words, Clara exhaled deeply, her heart finding solace. She began to release the burdens of the past, be they humans or monsters, all cohabiting within this vast sea. Why should one dwell on gain and loss? Blow a bubble, let Salalala learn from you, and see if it can blow teeth. Captain, you truly are on the verge of driving me mad. You are not a pufferfish. Do you think a pufferfish, in a fit of rage, might explode? Chapter 29. Delving into the Misty Sea, Staff Upgrade, Spirit Level 15, Contracted Crew Member Salalala has risen to Level 6. Fixed Upgrade Reward, Constitution 10. The soul of sea beasts converges into a bloodthirsty form. Blessed by the contract, the body serves as a vessel for the soul. Salalala's spirit shall reside within you. A pure fleshly form, becoming the chosen path of advancement for Salalala. In the captain's quarters, Yuji awakened from his slumber on the chair, stretching his neck with a crack, resolving his stiff neck issue. Outside the window, a gray haze enveloped the scene, and a refreshing sea breeze wafted in. He rose and opened the wardrobe behind him. A petite figure was curled up inside, clad in white wool pajamas, a bubble forming on her lips, expanding and contracting with her breath. Get up. It's time for work. As the bubble burst, Clara jolted awake. Gee, good morning. At your age, how can you still be sleeping? Salalala is continually progressing. And you are still in slumber? Clara wore a bewildered expression. After the contract with Sharala, she did not disappoint Yuji, providing approximately 10 to 50 points of soul energy almost every hour. Now, the news of Sharala breaking through to level 6 awakened Yuji. It is evident from the upgrade information that Sharala follows the instincts of a beast, engaging in slaughter and consumption, possessing a powerful physique to contain soul energy. With her spirit anchored in Yuji, she naturally embodies a soul, transcending the mere function of a killing machine. As an elder crew member, Clara has yet to level up, remaining at level 3. Yuji felt a pang of guilt for not elevating this girl's level. Her growth experience currently stands at 89-100, nearing her upgrade. Good morning, Captain. Yuji retrieved a soul crystal, no larger than a fingernail, from his pocket, a remnant of a previous absorption. Clara's bright yellow vertical pupils twirled. Captain, are you being so nice to me? Have I wronged you in any way? Setting aside the facts, you have always treated me very well. If you keep talking back, I'll serve you braised octopus. Accepting the soul crystal, Clara murmured, if I had the materials, I could concoct a potion to enhance soul energy. Absorbing it directly is not beyond my capabilities. Upon hearing this, Clara considered using forbidden techniques to absorb soul energy. Her tendrils floated, and she began to chant. The soul crystal levitated, hovering before her eyes. After 2 minutes, the crystal showed no signs of diminishing, and her growth experience remained unchanged. This can't be right. Why can't I absorb it? Give me your hand, Yuji commanded. As black and white spiritual flames ignited in his right hand, Clara followed the instructions, placing her left hand upon the surface. Soon, a flicker of ethereal flames ignited within her palm, marked by a stark contrast of white and black lines. The pain was excruciating. Gritting her teeth, she trembled, wishing her entire being could be reduced to mere bones, for then she would feel no pain at all. In an instant, the flame spread up her arm. Do not entertain such thoughts, Yuj urged, releasing his grip and allowing the raven to absorb the fire. If you fear the pain, the flames will consume you entirely. Therefore, you must endure, allowing the fire to only burn within your palm. However, as she gazed at Yuj's right hand, Clara found herself at a loss for words. Captain, you have borne this pain all along. I once thought as you do, Yuj replied solemnly. If I could turn to bone, devoid of sensation, I would no longer fear pain. He continued, that notion is fundamentally flawed. To abandon the flesh is to forfeit one's identity, transforming into a mere existence that yearns solely for the soul. With a determined nod, Clara undertook her second attempt, gripping the flames tightly. The sensation was far from pleasant. Her wrist constantly sprouted flesh and nerves, and though the ethereal fire bore no heat, the feeling of her flesh melting away was vividly clear. Indeed, mastering the delicate balance between the two was imperative. Even the slightest miscalculation could lead to her being engulfed by the flames. After several attempts, Clara's forehead glistened with sweat, her complexion paling. Once more. This time, she succeeded. The ethereal flames danced only upon her left hand. Observing the dark lines that crept up her arm, she inquired with curiosity, is this the price of consuming the flesh? Very well, Clara grasped the soul crystal. Soul 402831. How astonishing. This is even more effective than forbidden techniques. By simply gripping it, she could absorb soul power. Indeed, you have absorbed the essence of souls, yet have not transcended into a true spirit. At that moment, the raven greeted Yuji and took flight to patrol, observing Clara's unwavering growth experience. Yuji pondered and urged, utilize your magic to draw the soul into your being. Clara complied, her hands clasped together, and her tendrils floated upwards. The notion of a heart demon swiftly crossed Yuji's mind, and he remarked, you must either consume the other or be consumed. Clara's experience, 684. Clara's level ascends to level 4. Fixed rewards for leveling up, mental fortitude, 10. The soul of the siren begins to flourish, under the blessing of the contract. The mind serves as a vessel for the soul. Clara's corporeal form shall reside within you, a pure manifestation of spiritual intent, guiding Clara's chosen path of evolution. Clara's experience, 232. I comprehend now. Yuji remarked softly, what you consume is not humanity, but the humanity you have evaded. Well done, young lady, you have indeed grown. I feel. Clara wiped away her tears, resolutely stating, the captain is correct. I have lingered too long in indecision. I coveted the power bestowed by the siren, yet feared the loss of my humanity. In truth, none of that matters. I am simply myself, Clara. Noticing Yuji engrossed in filling his pipe with tobacco, Clara stamped her foot, exclaiming, I am bearing my soul here. Captain, are you listening? Of course, you are correct in your assertions. Yet, do you only heed the first part of my words? Exhaling softly, Clara shook her head and smiled. They are right. You indeed possess the gift of becoming a pure soul. However, Yuj took a puff from his pipe, gently patting Clara's small head. Pouting, Clara sighed. I have grown accustomed to the captain's sense of humor. Then release an ink bubble. Despite her familiarity with it, she added, yet, it still angers me. Hiss. The little white snake, coiled upon her shoulder, suddenly lunged towards the window, launching itself like a dart. Simultaneously, a raven swooped in, clutching an eel. Gaha! The raven landed on the table, hopping joyfully, immensely pleased. Little White, another ambush has failed. It's an electric eel. Clara glanced at the fallen little white snake, which was twitching and biting the eel. Having suffered a significant loss, Little White expelled the eel from its mouth, as usual, and opened its mouth wide, looking utterly aggrieved. After soothing Little White, Yuj examined the eel. What species is this? I have never ventured into the misty sea. It appears to be a shallow water eel. Hush. Do you hear that? Clara nodded, swallowing hard. The sound of metal striking. Stepping outside, Yuj turned the helm to approach the source of the noise. Gradually, through the distant fog, several towering pillars emerged, seemingly connecting heaven and earth. Chapter 30. Delving into the misty sea. The solitary old demon loves to forge. Observing the massive stone pillars drawing nearer, Clara called out, Captain, we are about to collide. I know. My esteemed captain. Forgive my audacity, but is it not customary to lower the sails before dropping anchor? Thus, Clara clutched the ship's railing as I began to comprehend the significance of maintaining balance. With a resounding thud, the vessel came to a steady halt, colliding with a colossal stone pillar, broad as several meters. Subsequently, Yuji drove his blade into the deck, infusing it with ethereal flame, causing the ropes aboard to transform into dark crimson veins, skillfully binding the sails. Amidst the clattering of chains, the anchor, suspended at the stern, descended into the depths of the sea. My feet, they are ablaze. Clara danced a tap on the skeletal deck, her feet enveloped in mystical flames. This is indeed a more expedient way to moor the ship. Yuji withdrew his sword, the flames receded, and the battered bow of the vessel returned to its former glory. Feet, feet. After a brief frolic, Clara leaped beside the raven, raising her foot, and requested assistance. The raven perched upon Clara's foot, only to ignite suddenly in a crimson blaze. In an instant, the flames on Clara's foot transformed into searing ethereal fire. Hot, hot, ha ha ha. Thus, Clara hopped on one leg, the raven mimicking her movements in pursuit. Silence. Captain, do all the pets you keep possess such mischief? Hush. Moments later, a cacophony of clangs reverberated through the thick fog. The sound intensified, causing my eardrums to throb. Put on that avian skull and take the small boat. Captain, do you harbor a particular fondness for this lamp? I am merely curious. It has been in use for so long. Yet there appears to be no discernible depletion of oil within. Is the oil not diminished? Where did the captain's lantern come from? Have you successfully landed on the Isle of Savages? I have heard it is riddled with treacherous reefs, and there is little of value on the island, rendering it nearly deserted. However, one can never be certain. This lantern might be a treasure. The walrus ceased its movements, displaying a demeanor of trepidation. It was afraid. Clara asserted, Captain, do we really have to go? Yes. If the legends hold any truth, we are to confront a demon that has existed for millennia, one capable of annihilating a nation. Those treasure seekers dared to venture forth for a mere birdman skull. Why should we not? Yuj countered. But they all perished, their bodies hanging like desiccated meat. Treasure hunters do not gamble with their lives. They encountered misfortune rather than perishing on this island. What sort of logic is that? The challenges they could not overcome, we shall conquer, thus granting us an advantage. Clara hesitated, pausing for a moment before conceding. I find myself at a loss for words. Suddenly, a deafening cacophony erupted from all directions, startling the walrus into a state of alarm. Captain, it has become immobile. It will move, replied Shalala, emerging from the water and waving her flipper at the walrus, then opening her cavernous mouth. The walrus immediately surged with energy. Should it lag, it would become Shalala's appetizer. After approximately 5 minutes, bolstered by Shalala's encouragement, the walrus charged onto the beach, unleashing its full potential, dragging the small boat ashore. Stepping off the vessel and onto the beach felt akin to treading upon smoldering coal remnants. Clack, clack. A creature approaches. Clara nestled behind Yuji, whispering, Captain, what shall we do? Just wait and see. Amidst the discordant sounds of mechanical friction, 2 crimson and yellow orbs emerged from the fog, gradually drawing nearer. If these luminous points were indeed eyes, the entity they belonged to would likely tower no less than 5 meters. Clack. It bore a large basket on its back, and with the clanking of gears, it mechanically crouched down to dump the ash from its furnace. An unranked, soulless automaton. Are there robots in this world? This seemed to be an ancient craft, refurbished yet long forgotten. Who would still possess such knowledge? Let us proceed. Yuji and Clara trailed behind the colossal puppet. And as they ventured deeper, the mist began to dissipate. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at an exceptionally bright area, following the automaton through a grand gateway. Their bodies embraced warmth, with the sun hanging high in the sky. Could it be that the sun was visible amid the sea of fog? Clara mused in disbelief. How intriguing. Yuji gazed upward, as if ensconced in the eye of a storm, surrounded by dense mist, while here, sunlight blazed brilliantly, in stark contrast to the desolation outside. Ahead lay a tree-lined path, where a figure resembling a human was methodically sweeping fallen leaves from the stone-paved road. The giant automaton stepped into the depressions formed over the years in the cobblestones, advancing steadily. Continuing to follow the massive puppet, they passed by the sweeping figure, which too was a construct of metal and stone, diligently using a broom to clear leaves to the base of a nearby tree, endlessly repeating its programmed motions. In a tranquil moment, a melodious, ticking sound resonated through the air. A raven, drawn by the sound, flew forth and retrieved a box-shaped iron bird from the trees, which emitted a sound reminiscent of a music box. How enchanting. I have never encountered such craftsmanship. Who could be the creator? Only by entering could one discern the truth. Continuing on, I observed numerous animated metallic creatures along the way, yet they all appeared as strange hybrids, rabbits that bore no resemblance to rabbits, and cats and dogs that were equally unrecognizable. Who could possibly construct such whimsical, albeit seemingly useless, trinkets? What purpose do they serve? Clara furrowed her brow and murmured to herself. The romanticism of man, indeed. I sensed the solitude of this fellow. Ahead loomed a grand structure. Resembling a castle with a pronounced industrial aesthetic, its towering chimneys belching forth black smoke. The great puppet halted its march, positioning the basket upon a 2-meter diameter pipe. At that moment, it mechanically pressed down on a trigger plate. With a whoosh, ashes cascaded from the pipe. Simultaneously, a click echoed from the right, as another large puppet, similarly burdened with a metal basket, approached. It was laden with coal, poised to activate a mechanism on a large elevator platform. Don't just stand there, move, Yuj urged Clara, leading her to the corner of the elevator platform. The puppet pressed the mechanism, and the elevator began its ascent. Captain, is this truly the way to go? Aren't we supposed to bring gifts? Yuj shook the glass box containing a skull. As the elevator reached its zenith, they were greeted by another large puppet, which gathered the coal and set down a new basket upon its return. At that moment, the two had already begun their advance into the doorway. Upon entry, a wave of heat enveloped them. Evil, a demon, there truly exists a demon. Clara's anxiety manifested as her hair transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. Ahead of them, in the furnace, glowing embers burned, and a robust, red-skinned demon with twin horns stood with its back turned to the two. The hammer it grasped between its fingers appeared almost like a mere lollipop compared to its imposing physique. Captain, be cautious. Do not touch anything recklessly. If we breach the demon's rules, it would have every justification to take a life. It forges iron, but why does it strike at such a lofty height? As he spoke, Yuj approached the gilded railing and peered downward. Within the hollow castle, stone coffins were meticulously stacked like gold bars, concealing the depths beneath. Clang, clang, the sound of the anvil rang out, not overly loud, yet resonant. Yuj glanced upward, where a circle of trumpet-shaped amplifiers connected to 50 cylindrical pillars in the inner sanctum. Little Clara, do you comprehend? It employs a transference spell to amplify the sound through the outer stone columns. Whispering, Clara gazed at the figure still engrossed in its smithing, wondering if it had yet to notice their presence. Here, frighten it. Yuj placed an object into Clara's hand with gentle urgency, prompting her to dash toward the demon's rear with a piercing scream. Suddenly, the demon swiftly turned its head. Ah, a demon. Wow, a monster. At that moment, the outer perimeter of the island reverberated with a colossal sound akin to a volcanic eruption from the 50 massive stone columns. The sound traveled far and wide, reaching even the ears of the king and the royal city. The misty sea. There is movement. Someone approaches. Hasten. Chapter 31. Delving into the misty sea, two demons do not come any closer. The brawny demon cowered in the corner, clutching its head with trembling hands. Clara momentarily found herself at a loss, glancing at the object in her grasp, a mere open glass box. Your face, Captain. This jest is truly in poor taste. The demon, wedged against the wall, quivered and implored, terrifying creature, do not approach. Do not drag me into the depths of the ocean. Turn around and take a good look. I am hardly frightening, Clara exclaimed, slapping the demon on its back. Startled, the demon cried out, please, do not pull me into the sea. Hey, I should be the one fearing you. Gol interjected. As per our agreement, I have brought the skull to lift the curse. Smash this skull with your hammer, and you shall be free. Agreement? Clara asked, bewildered. What agreement? You. Gol slowly turned his head, revealing a terrifying visage adorned with snot. Are you sent by my uncle? What on earth is happening? Clara looked back and forth, increasingly confounded. Wait a moment. Let us clarify this situation. What on earth is going on? In the sweltering heat, Gol shed his coat, pressing it firmly against the railing with a sharp crack. He casually handed Clara the captain's logbook. Is this stimulating? What stimulation? Clara replied, taking the diary and flipping through its pages. With each glance, her expression grew more animated. So, the treasure hunters were entrusted by the demon to deliver the saint's remains to Gol to break the curse? The reward is a promise from the demon to grant each of them 30 years of life, demanding secret actions. With a shrug, Yuji smiled and remarked, indeed, as I stated, they encountered an unexpected event. Had they not encountered the Moby Dick, there would have been no incident. Captain, you were already aware that there was no danger. Why not say so directly? Isn't it exhilarating? Clara gasped in frustration, feeling overwhelmed by the thrill. I thought you were pushing me towards death. I never engage in life-threatening gambles, Yuji replied earnestly. Observing the unfamiliar duo, Gore cautiously inquired, You are not individuals sent by my uncle, are you? In a sense, this object can attest to that, Yuji said, shaking the skull. Wait a moment, are you Gore? The demon who annihilated this nation over 2,000 years ago and was imprisoned here? Glancing at Clara, Gore abruptly turned his head away. Your tentacles outnumber my grandmother's. Keep your distance. Mr. Demon, you have truly wounded my pride. Do not frighten the poor soul, Yuji said, pushing Clara aside. Rising on tiptoe, he awkwardly draped his arm over the formidable demon's shoulder. Gore, let us converse about your uncle. I kindly ask you to leave. You have never witnessed a true bird. Have you? With a whistle, a raven arrived, landing before Gore. Leaning forward, Gore scrutinized the diminutive black creature. This is a genuine bird, capable of flight? Have you seen a snake? This is Little White. Immediately, Little White slithered onto Gore's broad shoulder, its icy touch causing him to shiver involuntarily. What? A magnificent being. Your uncle entrusted me with inquiring about your feelings in this place. It's splendid, Gore exclaimed with enthusiasm. Here, I can pursue any endeavor I desire. Basking in sunlight and surrounded by verdant flora, 1,000 times more delightful than the gloomy depths of the ocean. Upon hearing this, Yuji shifted the conversation abruptly. Are the occupants of the coffin all victims of your uncle? Indeed, my uncle was rather excessive in his pursuits. He took the lives of everyone here in his quest to collect souls. Gore, as if a dam had burst, unwittingly divulged everything. Yuji remained silent, absorbing the tale and learning of the events that had transpired in this place. Legends hold a kernel of truth, yet reality diverges from myth. Over 2 millennia ago, a demon wreaked havoc and obliterated this land, paying dearly for his transgressions. 50 pillars emerged from the ocean floor, confining this realm, shrouded in a misty sea, forming a prison. As punishment, the demon was shackled with an indestructible iron chain. A hammer, disproportionate to the demon's size, must be wielded to strike the chain, the sound resonating through the pillars. The punishment would conclude when the chain was shattered. The demon race aimed to demonstrate to the world that the abyss adhered to reason and ancient customs. However, this demon employed an unknown power to sever the chains binding him to this prison. According to Gore, when his uncle found him, he was still ensnared by the chain. Thus, a clandestine conspiracy unfolded, and Gore, in his naivety, took up the hammer, unwittingly becoming a substitute for his uncle's punishment. Returning to the essence of the matter, Gore. This demon is indeed guileless, finding enjoyment in his time here. He engages in self-taught forging and studies the arts of ancient civilizations, embodying the spirit of a tech enthusiast. Completely oblivious to his uncle's manipulations, perhaps out of a sudden pang of conscience, his uncle had visited Gore 2 centuries ago, claiming he would discover a means to lift the curse of the misty sea. Now, his uncle has fulfilled that promise. By shattering this skull with a hammer, the seal of the misty sea would be broken. Yet, Gore was reluctant. He had always been timid and gentle, unwilling to harvest souls, and even less inclined to exist like other abyssal demons. For him, once the seal was lifted, the mist would disperse, and this place would no longer be isolated from the world. According to the customs of abyssal demons, sunlight was not a realm for their kind. Yet, he had a peculiar fondness for the sun. Level LV 18. To be fair, demons were born as apex beings. Since his emergence from the abyss, Gore had never consumed a single soul, and thus faced disdain and scorn from his kin. Having sat in this place for over 1,800 years while maintaining his level 18 prowess was indeed terrifying. Did you construct this castle yourself? Gore chuckled innocently. It was once a prison. I merely made some modifications. I have a technical position available on my ship. Would you be interested? A ship? One that floats on the sea, like leaves on the water? Yuji nodded. My ship is quite spacious. Would you like me to show you? Upon hearing this, Yuji became serious. Listen, your uncle instructed me to take you away. I cherish this place. It is my everything. Thank you for allowing me to glimpse the form of a bird. I will remember it well and create a replica. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Yuji decided against forceful tactics. This is an 18th level demon. Even if he has never fought before, a single punch from him could reduce bones to powder. Moreover, the level disparity is far too great, rendering the contract mark untouchable. Ultimately, fate has eluded us. Placing the skull into a glass box, Yuji remarked. This is something your uncle gave you. I will leave it here for your convenience. Please wait a moment. Gore retrieved 2 white stones, the resonant stones. I remain quite curious about the outside world. If one day I wish to join. Accepting the other stone, Yuji nodded. Understood. I hope that when we meet again, you will pay attention to your appearance. At the very least, refrain from having a runny nose. Gore chuckled as he sniffed back his mucus. Clara, could you hand me my coat? Upon reaching the elevator, Clara passed Yuji the overcoat, which concealed a broken golden railing. Captain, you truly are remarkable. A fair exchange. One cannot travel for naught. That skull possesses a sacred soul. Why does the captain not keep it? Do you dare to covet a demon's possession? Beyond the misty sea, the fleet departing from the royal city towards the fog-laden waters suddenly found themselves propelled by a favorable wind, sailing at remarkable speed. Aboard the flagship, the general observed an inexplicable apparition before him and inquired, "This esteemed demon, I do not recall having any prior encounters with you?" The demon's ethereal form, pierced by iron chains, muttered to himself, "The skull is right beside that fool. Indeed, right beside him. Yet it remains unshattered, still unbroken." "What are you speaking of?" The general's brow furrowed into a deep furrow. "You yearn to become a hero, to reclaim the misty sea for the king, journeying towards the windswept horizon, compelling that foolish demon to wield a hammer and shatter the skull contained within the box." At this moment, the general's eyes glazed over as he repeated, "I desire to be a hero, to restore the misty sea for the king, and to have that demon personally wield a hammer to crush the skull in the box." Chapter 32. The fog lifts. The dead return. Yuji leapt aboard the vessel. Shedding his coat. From its folds, a gold coin tumbled forth, along with 5 musical box birds and a peculiar cat rabbit that scurried about, colliding with everything in its path. Meanwhile, Shalalala clutched a sweeping robot in its jaws, trailing behind the walrus-shaped small boat. "Captain, lend us a hand," Clara called out. They hoisted the sweeping robot onto the ship and exchanged a knowing smile. "Captain, shall we celebrate with a clap?" "Splendid work." They clapped their hands together. Had it not been for the gargoyle's immense, coal-laden form, Yuji would have considered bringing it aboard as well. He plunged his knife into the deck, and as the soul flame spread, the anchor was automatically drawn up and secured. Although no new crew members were recruited, their horizons had expanded, granting them a fresh understanding of the world. In simple terms, they set sail. Time elapsed, though its passage was indiscernible, as was his custom. Yuji balanced on the ropes between the 2 masts, honing his equilibrium and reflexes. Bottles and jars cluttered the deck, as Clara endeavored to transmute magic back into its purest form of incantation. Meanwhile, Shalalala continued its hunt in the sea, occasionally providing souls. Yet, regrettably, after reaching level 6, its growth experience remained stagnant. The contract granted the ability to grow, but it was not without its limitations, as it could not surpass or equal Yuji's level. Until, suddenly, a gust of wind surged forth, accompanied by a sound that pierced the very membranes of their ears. Rising from the deck, Yuji shook his head. His eardrums had self-repaired, yet a persistent buzzing echoed within his skull. Glancing to the other side, he beheld shattered bottles and jars strewn across the floor, while Clara lay on the ground, clutching her ears. As he regained his senses and his hearing gradually returned, Yuji gently patted Clara's cheek and inquired, "Are you feeling better?" "Allow me a moment." What transpired? The moonlight cascaded downwards. Raising his gaze to the sky, he observed the luminous moon reigning above, casting his sight in all directions. The dense fog upon the sea had vanished. "Have we departed the fog sea?" he pondered. It did not seem so. Yuji fished out a compass that had lost its utility. The needle continued to spin erratically until, after a while, it finally indicated the cardinal directions. It was not that they had escaped the fog sea, but rather that the fog sea had dissipated entirely. Suddenly struck by a thought, Clara dashed to the ship's railing. "Captain, the walrus, it's on the brink of death." Peering downwards, they witnessed the walrus bleeding profusely from all its orifices, barely clinging to life. Handing a small vial of transparent poison to Clara, Yuji stated coldly, "And it's suffering. But I understand." After dealing with the walrus, Clara climbed back aboard and remarked flatly, "It was killed by its master's poison. It shall follow its master into the afterlife, before the poison completely claims its life. I could save it. Do you believe it should be saved or not?" "Let it be. Its prior cowardice has sufficiently demonstrated its unsuitability to accompany us on our voyage." The resonant stone provided by Gore had shattered. Clutching the remnants in his palm, Yuji declared, "I must venture out alone." "Understood." He continued, "Thus, I now entrust to you my most cherished possession." With that, he placed the captain's hat upon Clara's head. The captain's most treasured possession is his hat? The ship. Yuji rolled over and leapt from the vessel, with Clara in pursuit. There he stood, treading upon the back of a shark, his hand pressed against the belly of a walrus. Amidst the flames of spirit fire, the walrus first transformed into a mere skeleton, followed by a raven that soared into the great net as the flames subsided. Oh! Subsequently, Yuji retrieved his mark. The 20-day cooling period was of little consequence, for he intended to always retain a mark upon his hand. At this moment, the walrus was fully restored, apart from its intense hunger. It bore no distinction from a normal walrus. The previous tremors had stirred a multitude of fish upon the surface, ensuring this walrus would not perish from hunger. It was time to bid farewell. With his right hand gripping the bone knife, Yuji plunged it fiercely into the back of the shark beneath him. In an instant, the spirit fire erupted, and Yuji along with Shalara were reduced to mere skeletons, descending into the depths of the ocean. As she beheld the fleeting glow of the flames, Clara inhaled deeply and addressed the walrus below. "You shall encounter a master who will treat you well, surely. Depart. Do you not comprehend? The captain's future destinations are ill-suited for you. There is no place for you upon this ship any longer." In the depths of the sea, a figure emerged. As the spirit fire dimmed, he swept his white hair away from his eyes. "This journey has consumed 421 of my souls." Yuji turned to Shalara in the ocean and urged, "Go, slay a few more." 50 towering stone pillars had become ruins, the fallen columns crushing numerous warships. While amidst the crashing waves, a deep blue naval flag drifted to his feet. Click, click. The battered giant puppet limped its way to the beach, mechanically mimicking the action of toppling objects, yet devoid of a large basket, with its left arm and head missing. As it ambled forth, the once lush path had vanished, replaced by fractured tree trunks as if ravaged by a tempestuous storm. Coffins and their lids lay scattered, while the cobblestone road was riddled with deep cracks. Ahead, a relatively intact sweeping robot collected a fallen, music-playing mechanical bird, nudging it to the roadside. Continuing forward, Yuji arrived at the ruins, where the dismembered bodies of sailors sprawled in disarray, reminiscent of popcorn erupting in a frying pan. Above the wreckage, faint metallic clinks resonated. Stepping over warped golden railings and shattered tiles, Yuji ascended to a higher vantage point. There, he beheld Gol, bound by iron chains, 3 knives embedded in his form, a broken horn on one side, and blood trickling from his nostrils as he hammered away. He clutched a fractured little hammer with his misaligned, fractured fingers, striking a piece of dark iron upon a partially destroyed anvil. Before him lay a half-formed black raven. Scanning the surroundings, Yuji sensed no lingering souls of the deceased. Approaching Gol, he remarked, "You, bleeding from the nose, are far more handsome than one with a runny nose." "Uncle has been here," Gol replied. "Did he transform you into this?" A large group arrived first, led by a formidable man who knocked me down. "I inhaled my blood," Gol continued. "Then they tormented me, laughing as they proclaimed themselves heroes of demon slaughter, kicking me, trampling me, stabbing me with knives. Indeed, they inflicted upon me great suffering. I was rendered immobile, and that man grasped my hand, compelling me to shatter my own skull. Swallowing the blood that filled my mouth," Gore continued, "after the blow, an exceptionally bright light emerged, and I awoke to find everyone suspended in midair, their souls captured by my uncle. These individuals were not slain by my hand." A moment of contemplation ensued. "My uncle mocks me as a fool, declaring that the means he has discovered is not a release from the curse, but rather its transference to me. Chains flew from him, binding me. An unranked abyssal demon, shackled by a curse, its soul on the brink of departure, its corporeal form nearing extinction, inevitably advancing towards death. You appear to be on the verge of death. I must hasten my actions, then. Do you desire vengeance? To personally slay your uncle, consigning his soul to the flames, relishing the agony of his last moments." Silence enveloped the air as Gore struck the iron sheet. "Do you see who this is?" Yuj produced a shattered small mirror, reflecting Gore's woeful visage. He cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. "Look at you, coward. You have borne the brunt of your uncle's punishment for nearly 2 millennia, yearning merely to bask in sunlight and cultivate trees. Meanwhile, he revels in luxury, having slaughtered countless innocents. Who shall bear the weight of these transgressions? You. Observe yourself. This is the outcome you have wrought. Everyone believes you have annihilated a kingdom, and soon they will solely attribute these murders to you. The only fate that awaits you is death here, your bones spat upon by the masses, Please, do not speak further. My uncle is far too powerful. It is impossible to kill him. Very well, you seek retribution. I grant you the opportunity. Step aboard my vessel, begin anew, and gradually gain strength. Speak. Do you desire vengeance? In the next moment, the typically straightforward Gore reveals an unexpectedly sinister side. With an unperturbed tone, he utters words of chilling intensity. A true demonic whisper. I yearn for revenge. I wish to slay Uncle Gerwin, binding him with this iron chain to burn in the flames. Welcome aboard, Mr. Gore. Surrender your soul and flesh to me, and from this moment forth, none shall know you still exist. This small white mark shall accompany you for life. Where would you like it imprinted? On your face. I, Huge, henceforth, shall be addressed as Captain. Chapter 33. The Shipwright's Extraordinary Talent Under the Midday Sun. Clara wielded a small knife to gut fish, preparing them into jerky for drying, while the entrails were cast into a wooden barrel. Suddenly sensing movement ahead, she held her breath and retrieved a magical scroll from behind her. A figure clutching an iron chain leaped aboard. Huge, grasping the chain with both hands, swayed as he dragged the red-skinned demon onto the ship, its body ensnared in iron chains, a massive anvil, and a small hammer bound to its back. Gore resembled a ferocious wild dog, scrambling towards Clara with alarming haste. Don't eat me. May I consume these? His fiery crimson eyes fixated on the fish upon the deck. Help yourself, Clara replied, closing the scroll with a flick of her wrist and stepping aside. With a sudden clang, Gore flung the iron chain from his hands, gathering all the fish in a ravenous manner. After devouring them, he seized a wooden bucket and, as if savoring porridge, poured the entrails into his mouth. This grotesque display sent a shiver down Clara's spine. Would the captain turn his appetite towards me once he finished? She swiftly stepped aside. Just as Clara moved, a 1-meter-long tuna was hurled her way by Gore. With a few swift cuts, Yuji skewered chunks of fish onto his knife, conjuring crimson flames to dance upon the blade. After grilling it to a perfect medium, he devoured the skewers with gusto. I shall fetch the wine and water. Half an hour later, following the relentless efforts of Yuji and Gore, the deck lay barren. At that moment, the dark lines on Gore's broad face showed signs of diminishing. He downed a barrel of beer in one gulp and declared, delicious, refreshing. Clara pushed a barrel of fruit wine towards Gore, welcoming the gentleman aboard. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Clara Morin. As you can see, I am responsible for various tasks aboard the ship, akin to a maid. After consuming half a barrel of wine, Gore chuckled, I do not quite grasp what a maid is, but your tentacles do not resemble my grandmother's. I no longer harbor any dislike for you. The first mate, this girl, is the ship's first mate, second only to me in rank, Red. You must heed her commands from now on. Upon hearing this, Gore swiftly rose. His towering frame of over 3.5 meters startled Clara. The iron chain clinked as he clenched his fists in an X shape before his chest. Bowing his head with respect, he proclaimed, once known as Gore Tuchalu, I now stand ready to obey the commands of First Mate Mr. Hong. Clara blushed and said to Yuji, Captain, when did I become the first officer? I am not qualified for such a position. Yuji replied, Are you doubting my judgment, or are you doubting yourself? I understand. Taking a deep breath, Clara gestured for Gore to relax and said, Tuchalu, you are an ancient demon of the highest caste among demons? Gore sat down, dismissively sniffling. My parents used to say I would become something great, but I never liked that. My family ostracized me, banished me, and cast me into the abyss until my uncle found me. In terms of identity, you are far more impressive. Clara gave a thumbs up. After some conversation, Clara gradually came to understand the demon before her and set aside her preconceived notions. I am not as unfortunate as you, homeless one. From now on, consider this place your home, first officer. Gore looked serious for a moment. You were so gentle. It reminded me of my grandmother when she was not so strict. You really are going to drive me mad, Clara exclaimed. I apologize. You can apologize? Clara intentionally glanced at Yuji. Goodness, Captain. How polite he is, feeling guilty for offending a girl. What is the difference between a girl and a woman? Gore tilted his head in inquiry. Forget I said anything. Clara gave up on the explanation. Now, on to serious matters. Gazing at the azure sea, Yuji said solemnly, Gore has died once, and the curse upon him has been lifted. Therefore, his uncle will also believe him to be dead, and from now on, he shall be referred to as Red. Nodding slightly, Clara remarked, I understand. Indeed. There exists a sense of transcendence upon being bound by the captain's contract. However, does the captain assign names so casually? Introducing himself, Gore retrieved a small, half-damaged iron hammer. its surface marred by cracks, and with immense pride declared, "I am known as Big Red. The captain has appointed me as the shipwright." Big Red is the shipwright aboard this vessel. A warm welcome. Clara chuckled as she applauded. As the fog receded, this maritime expanse was poised to transform into a treasure-hunting paradise for countless adventurers. The royal fleet dispatched by the king had perished here, and the reckoning for this loss would undoubtedly fall upon Big Red, Uchi analyzed. A bounty, Clara mused, stroking her chin. Big Red is likely to become the most sought-after individual in the kingdom, surpassing even the White Wolf Knight, with a reward exceeding 5 pieces. It was well known that bounty hunters pursued fame and fortune, especially when it concerned a demon. An escaped demon from its seal would certainly stir a tempest. "Captain, there are many things calling out to me," Big Red said as he touched a large cannon, critiquing, "This weapon generates power through gas propulsion, quite subpar." He then approached the ship's helm, observing the crude craftsmanship. "I believe it can be improved." Uchi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Big Red's contract details were quite fascinating. Contracted crew member, Big Red. Level, LV-0, 27100. Soul of the artisan. A demon of the abyss possessing the soul of a craftsman. Both its body and spirit have been entrusted to you, and all it creates shall become part of the ship. Twin contract. Currently, there are 3 crew members. Shalala experiences physical growth through the act of consumption, devoting her spirit entirely to Yuji, thereby enabling direct communication through thought. Much like the bond between Xiaobai and the Raven, akin to controlling one's own hands. Clara, on the other hand, is solely focused on the pursuit of spiritual development, diligently researching all forms of soul arts and exploring the essence of soul power. As for Da Hong, she has yet to level up. The benefits of advancement will only be revealed upon her ascension. Naturally, the simplest method to gain experience is through battling monsters. Shalala has grown to the point of reaching a cap on experience, with all the souls she devours being directed towards Yuji, the captain. Observing the cleaning robot at the bow of the ship, Da Hong inquired, "How did it come to be aboard?" Yuji and Clara exchanged glances, prompting the first mate to explain the presence of the robot on the ship. "Me?" Clara felt overwhelmed, her embarrassment rendering her speechless. With a clap of her hands, Da Hong's eyes glistened with tears as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much. I thought everything was lost, but it turns out the captain and first mate preserved it for me. I am truly grateful." "Captain, Da Hong thanks us." "No need for thanks. It is our duty," replied Yuji, maintaining a serious demeanor, which prompted Clara to stifle a laugh. "Follow me." The 3 descended to the lower deck, where Da Hong had to crawl to barely fit into the treasure hold. Placing an oil lamp on the ground, Yuji said, "Da Hong, you can feel the souls present, can't you?" "Indeed. First mate, do you sense it as well?" Clara pondered. "I can only discern that many of them are filled with curses. However, soul curses are indeed a product of soul transformation, so referring to them as souls is quite apartment." Da Hong lifted a substantial trove of treasures, comprised of metals and gems, greatly admired by my family. "Da Hong, I desire a golden mask." "No problem." Da Hong meticulously selected gold from the bounty, kneading it in hand, before releasing the iron chains and placing the hefty anvil and hammer from her back, embarking on the process of forging. Amidst the rhythmic strikes, Yuji could sense the souls embedded within being absorbed by Da Hong. "They've vanished. How is this possible?" "The souls have disappeared, and so too has the soul curse," Clara exclaimed. Thus, Yuji discerned the reason. Da Hong, utilizing her innate talent, was transmuting the treasures into a component of the ship. Yuji had previously attempted to incinerate the cursed treasures with soul fire, aware that the one who cast the curse was of a higher level than himself. Some curses could be dispelled, but the majority could not. Now, Da Hong was forcefully dispelling these soul curses through her unique abilities. Chapter 34. Preparing to land on Baishan Island, the gold, malleable in nature, gradually took shape into a mask under Da Hong's skilled hands. With each hammerfall, Yuji could perceive feedback from the contracted crew within his mind. "Captain, does this suit your preference?" Upon completing her task, Da Hong presented the golden mask to Yuji. Da Hong's growth experience, 47,100. Her talent was indeed formidable. Merely through casual forging, she could absorb the souls within the metal and gain growth experience. This was remarkably suited to Da Hong's penchant for technical mastery. "Would you like to see it?" Yuji offered the mask to Clara, who was eagerly anticipating. Taking the mask, Clara examined it closely, exhaling a bubble that she held like a magnifying glass. As she scrutinized it, she exclaimed, "Da Hong, you are simply a genius." This golden mask bears no remnants of soul energy. All spells have vanished. It is merely a mask made of gold. Captain, what purpose do you have for this mask? It is not intended for me to wear. With that, Yuji placed the mask upon the anvil. Dahong, fashion a mask for yourself according to the size of your face. Indeed, Clara agreed. Dahong's appearance with snot running down his face is utterly ridiculous. Hee hee. Dahong chuckled as he inhaled the mucus. This is not merely snot. Look at the other side of Dahong, and you shall see. Yuji pointed his hand at Dahong's face, infusing it with spiritual fire. In the next moment, the skin on Dahong's face began to dissolve, revealing his true visage, or rather, the absence of one. He possessed a face devoid of any features, an empty void. Had it not been for the two burning horns of spiritual fire that floated above, one might not even recognize it as a head. Dahong snotty as always. Indeed. A distant voice emanated from the hollow, as if it were echoing from a profound abyss. Soon after, a hand gradually emerged from the void. Ethereal and resembling a viscous, transparent liquid. This is. Clara stepped back several paces, her breath quickening in disbelief. The abyss. Under the immense pressure capable of crushing steel, it is said that seawater becomes viscous, and even deeper in the ocean, the water assumes various forms. My thoughts upon first witnessing this are quite similar to yours, Yuji remarked, placing a gold coin into the hand shaped from the illusory transparent liquid. Achoo. Soon after, a small golden orb was expelled from the hollow. The coin was compressed into a perfect spherical shape. Captain, I personally believe that within the depths of the Great Red, there lies an abyss capable of crushing and tearing apart souls. Thus, the Great Red requires a mask. Should others behold this visage, the news would spread, and the demons of the abyss would surely discover the Great Red. I do not wish for my family to know. The urgency in the Great Red's tone was palpable. You need to disguise yourself, to don a different face. Very well. The Great Red was also not fond of Gore's countenance. Initially starting with a mask, and with continuous reminders from Yuji, the Great Red fashioned a horned helmet. Throughout this process, the relentless hammering of metal and the selection of suitable materials allowed him to surpass 100 experiences. Crew member Great Red's level has risen to LV1. Level up, fixed reward. 5 Constitution, 5 Spirit. Yuji silently nodded. The Great Red was on the same upgrading path as him. It was only natural. For blacksmithing was indeed a laborious task that drained both physical strength and mental fortitude. This helmet was forged from a blend of gold, silver, and other metals. Its craftsmanship could not be deemed exquisite, lacking any ornate engravings. When the Great Red donned the helmet, his entire demeanor transformed. Coupled with the iron chains adorning his body, he resembled a champion of the arena. A bull warrior? Yuji inexplicably entertained this notion. Great Red. You should refine all the treasures on the left into gold and silver bars. Furthermore, you may adjust the space within the cabin as you see fit. After speaking, he glanced towards the door, a curious arch raising his eyebrows. The door seemed to expand, as if the presence of the vibrant crimson hue was causing the cabin's confines to adjust autonomously. Come on, Dahong. I didn't allow you to experience my culinary skills earlier, but I shall let you taste them shortly. All right. The voice of Dahong emanated from the mouthpiece of the helmet, while a stream of mucus trickled from the nostrils. Captain, may I have the oil from the lamp? Upon hearing this, Wu Jie handed the oil lamp to Dahong. Do you know what this is? I recognize it. This is fire-refined oil, used when the lamp oil does not provide sufficient brightness. As Dahong spoke, he poured the lamp oil onto the anvil and began to hammer it vigorously. Soon, the anvil radiated intense heat, resembling coal glowing with cracks. Ding, clang. With each strike from Dahong, the fissures in the anvil began to close. And even the hammer showed signs of restoration. The demonic metal is even more extraordinary than the texts described. No wonder demons possess the ability to slay deities, Clara exclaimed. Slay deities? Wu Jie inquired, casting a glance at Clara, awaiting her elaboration. I am not entirely certain. The historical documents in the library state that demons killed gods and their progeny, with only 9 devotees persevering in the name of the divine against the abyss. Shaking his head, Dahong replied, I am not well acquainted with matters at home. Then how old are you this year? How many years have passed? Clara pressed. How old? How many years? Dahong paused momentarily. We do not possess the concept of age. When I was born, my mother mentioned that someone attempted to kill me. But they failed. The Abyss Walker, the Red Dragon Knight, the war god Hanmoro, ventured into the abyss over 4 millennia ago to prevent the birth of a demon god, never to return. Your background is truly terrifying. exclaimed Yuji, drawing in a sharp breath. As expected of my first mate, you possess an astonishing clarity regarding ancient history. Ah? Clara replied in surprise, Captain. These myths and legends are common knowledge. Even the statue of the Red Dragon Knight can be found in the royal city of Tagar. Indeed, my shipwright. A defeated foe at birth is revered as a hero by the people. Remarkable. Sighing, she added, compared to the captain and the magnificent Red. I suppose a humble person like me should stick to cooking. On the deck, Sharala tossed a tuna once more, just as she was about to grill it. Clara hurriedly stepped in front of Yuji. Captain, this fish is best enjoyed raw, paired with the marrow from its bones, ensuring a taste that will linger for a lifetime. With a collaborative effort, Yuji skillfully extracted the fish spine, pouring the marrow into a large bowl. Clara sliced the fish, dipping it into the gelatinous marrow and offering it to Yuji, who took a bite and was met with incomparable freshness. Delicious. As he savored the fish, Yuji felt the weariness within him dissipate considerably. Indeed, in life, one must prioritize the nourishment of the body. Before long, the fish was prepared. A raven flew into the cabin, calling for the Red to join the meal. Once on deck, the Red removed his helmet, quietly basking in the warmth of the sun. Red, come and taste this, Clara called, striking the bucket filled with sliced fish. I've added some seasoning and infused it with fruit wine. I hardly ever ate before. He mused. Embracing a wooden bucket, De Hong relished a mouthful of fish and meat, exclaiming contentedly, the captain says that indulging in food is beneficial for one's health. Speaking of appetite, there exists beneath the ship an even more voracious creature named Salala. Clara shrugged her shoulders, instructing the first mate, please prepare a list. We are ready to disembark at White Mountain Island. Blowing 2 bubbles, she held one in her hand, using it as a telescope to gaze at the towering snow-capped mountains in the distance. Clara nodded and remarked, indeed, it is White Mountain Island. The captain's eyesight is remarkable. Chapter 35. It turns out you are also one of Mr. Bai's associates at White Mountain Island, within the VIP lounge of the Hailing Bank. A stunningly dressed woman entered, tapping on the door, and placed 2 glasses of iced lemonade on the table. Please wait a moment, gentlemen. You've revealed yourself, Clara whispered, subtly adjusting her newly purchased frog-patterned sunglasses. Your attire? Is there an issue? Oh dear, your outfit fails to conceal that, she teased. Consume more papaya, and you too could resemble me. Are you attempting to emulate a nun's style? It looks quite appealing, but nuns don't wear sunglasses. It would appear rather odd. Receiving direct commentary from the alluring woman, Clara tightened the white cloth atop her head, asking, aren't you embarrassed? You criticize me, yet cannot even imitate the accent of the capital, dressing in such a manner. How can you claim to be fashionable? Humph. Unable to distinguish between open-mindedness and promiscuity. Young lady, I do not dress this way for your approval, do I, handsome? Yuji gave a thumbs up, remaining silent. Cough, cough. The door swung open as a balding middle-aged man entered the room, placing a scale capable of measuring up to 10 kilograms on the table before sitting on the opposite sofa. The alluring woman, recognizing the situation, discreetly exited. Yuji nodded, acknowledging the truth in the words spoken. The discovery of treasures and their acquisition is inconsequential if they cannot be utilized. Otherwise, they merely serve as burial goods. Before delving into the crux of the matter, I must request the patience of both of you for a brief moment. Approximately 3 minutes later, another individual entered. His complexion as pale as a ghost, a shade that was all too familiar to Yuji. He did not utter a word. Instead, he lingered at the doorway for a moment, cradling a stag beetle in his palm. These treasures are not what we seek. You may continue, he stated before the door closed behind him. The 2 of them pretended not to have seen this and proceeded, taking out a hefty gold ingot. It was weighed on a scale. The bald man adjusted his glasses before examining the ingot, appreciating its craftsmanship, or perhaps pondering if the excess strength he possessed had found no other outlet. This gold ingot had a complex origin. It was painstakingly reconstructed by Dahu, who had shattered all the treasures and pieced them back together, albeit at a considerable cost. For instance, gemstone necklaces had been dismantled in the process. Yet, in retrospect, it seemed worthwhile as it did not provoke any complications. What is its worth? He inquired. 1. 65 kilograms, with a purity of approximately 70, valued at 300,000 hailing. With a purity of 95, it would be 520,000 hailing, Clara casually replied. Upon hearing this, the bald man squinted his eyes. My dear miss, are you the appraiser? Or am I? He raised his hand to snatch her glasses, placing them atop the gold ingot. The left lens emitted flecks of fluorescence. The magical lens for gold appraisal contained soul energy, which, upon being absorbed by the gold, manifested as glowing specks. There were 9 points of light on the lens, along with half a faintly glowing point. With a 95 purity, you allege it to be merely 70? The bald man wore a stern expression. Forgive my candor, but such industry secrets are known only to fellow practitioners. With arms crossed, Clara replied with pride, "These lenses are disposable, priced at 5,000 C coins. I might allow you to earn 20,000 C coins, so let us renegotiate." "Damn it, these lenses cost me 8,000 C coins. Let us be forthright. I propose 400,000 C coins. A bank of this magnitude cannot afford to incur losses, can it? 500,000. If you continue to prattle, I shall send someone else." He then retrieved a receipt, placing his hands beneath the table to jot down figures. "Do not conceal it. Report 52,000 and some change. While only giving us 50,000, keeping the surplus for yourself, am I correct?" For the first time in over 30 years, the bald man found himself led by the nose by a client, a sensation that felt foreign to him. "Please wait. I shall fetch the money from the vault. By the way, miss, I have a question. How can you discern anything while wearing sunglasses? Have you never worn sunglasses?" The luminous objects become exceedingly conspicuous. The bald man forced a professional smile, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then, taking a gold ingot, exited to retrieve the funds. At that moment, Clara also discerned the underlying issue. She removed her sunglasses and discovered the lenses left by the bald man bore disturbingly clear traces of soul magic in operation. "My perceptive abilities have improved so significantly, advancing a level, enhancing her mental acuity by 1/10. Such a singular augmentation of ability was indeed formidable." Of course, Clara was unaware that to upgrade this capacity did not afford her the immediate opportunity to sense that change. Now, she marveled at the swiftness of her own enhancement. "I see it now. Your family runs a bank." With a resigned smile, Clara pointed to the portrait of an elderly gentleman on the wall. "This is my grandfather. He truly ran a bank. In the Empire of Auckland, my family oversees the operations of the Sea Order Bank, which has 3 subsidiary nations under its wing. Alas, in the past, I could boast about it, but now, given that De Hong is working as a deckhand, I feel rather embarrassed to mention my modest status. In this world, one is forever compelled to speak of their background, and it seems that Yuge has come to realize he possesses none. Were you forced to become an orphan? Yet, he cannot compare to the might of the sorcerers. The sorcerers would be the first to storm into my home to perform a craniotomy on me. Humph. A bunch of madmen intoxicated by academia." Upon hearing this, Yuge gazed at Clara with a smile. "Your family is quite affluent and holds a deep affection for you." "Captain, please do not say such things. It frightens me. Someone is coming." 2 minutes later, the door swung open, revealing a female knight clad in mithril scale armor, accompanied by several others who were dragging an unconscious pale-faced man, the very same individual from earlier. She removed her helmet and tucked it at her waist, bowing slightly. "Please do not be alarmed. The treasure you have extracted from the sea is indeed your rightful reward. I have a few questions, and I will leave once they are answered. Level LV 14. Ask away." The Second Fleet has confirmed its total devotion to the nation. Yuge interjected. "What fleet? Why the devotion? It appears that neither of you is aware of the events unfolding. There is a demon lurking in the misty sea, having escaped its seal. As the mist dissipated, many individuals surged towards it like wild dogs scenting a corpse, displaying an utter lack of self-awareness. Is that all?" The female knight pointed at the pale-faced man and continued, "Did anyone see this person enter? I suspect he is colluding with this gentleman. Have you heard of a certain name, Mr. White?" At that moment, the bald man standing nearby was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes pleading for mercy. "I have neither heard nor seen anything. Thank you for your cooperation. Mr. White is a title within an organization that lurks in the shadows, conspiring to defile the church and assassinate the king. I hope you can report any intelligence to the authorities." One final question. The Mage Academy and Guild have jointly announced the loss of a crucial experimental subject, a creature with tentacles on its head that occasionally disguises itself to mingle among the crowd. Just then, the assistant beside the female knight nudged her, indicating to observe Clara, who sat silently on the sofa. "Miss, may I inspect your hair?" She does not wish to show you, so you cannot look." "Sir, are you openly defying the law?" "Indeed," the bald man interjected. "This young lady suffers from a severe skin condition and has ventured out in search of treasures to remedy her ailment. Young women often wish to conceal their less appealing aspects, do they not? Is that so?" Yet I must conduct an examination. Knight Commander. A soldier rushed in, exclaiming, "A blackbird just flew by with a white mask. This is the mask we are searching for. I sincerely apologize for doubting your innocence, gentlemen. We shall take our leave." The female knight pursued, while behind her, several individuals dragged away a bruised and battered pale-faced man. At first glance, I mistakenly believed these soldiers were summoned by you. Everyone harbors secrets. You conceal mine, and I shall conceal yours. But what of the blackbird? The bald man inquired, perplexed. Let us dismiss that group first. Moments later, shedding his mask and evading pursuit, the raven flew in through the window. Since you provided cover, I might as well divert them. It turns out, you are also one of Mr. Bai's associates. Yuji sensed a hint of suspicion. His intention was to don the mask and eliminate the target, shifting the blame onto others. Yet now, it appeared that this bald man was not merely coerced into obeying the pale-faced individual, but was indeed a member of the same faction. Chapter 36. Knowing and not knowing for the best. Clara counted the sea currency, the room filled only with the sound of paper bills rustling. After completing the tally, she remarked, 527,000 sea currency, and you didn't pocket any for yourself? We're all on the same side. Why take from your own? Yuji remained silent, observing the other party intently. Rest assured, someone will come to rescue that fellow. What transpires here is of no concern to you both. Since you have acquired the funds, proceed with your own affairs. I shall not pry. All of this is for Mr. Bai. Have you ever met Mr. Bai? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in the bald man's eyes. Could it be that you have seen him in person? I have not. I joined not long ago and am still uncertain about my role. We indeed share this predicament. Many of us do not know each other at all. Since the demise of the White Wolf Knight, that esteemed individual has taken to referring to himself as Mr. White. He intends to liberate this nation from the grasp of Auckland and the Church, thus granting true freedom to these waters. The bald man stated earnestly, if funds are still lacking, I have personally saved a considerable amount over the years. Feel free to ask if needed. As everything is for the sake of Mr. White. Indeed, let's push forward. With a wooden box filled with 5,000 sea tokens in hand, the two departed from the bank. Captain, may we proceed to the wizard's shop? I wish to procure some materials to concoct a disguise potion, enabling us to temporarily mask the tentacles as hair. You are the first mate. You are responsible for the ship's daily expenses. Very well. Clara opened her shopping list and meticulously reviewed each item, adding some with her pencil: salt, sugar, soybean oil, flour, knives, forks, plates, beakers, parchment, potion exchange vials, sunset fruit, mandrake. These are the items I require. Then, she turned to the bold red section of necessities. 2 small mounds of refined coal, 1 small mound of refined iron, timber from 2 forests, 10 blocks of granite. Captain, it appears that the bold red does not grasp the concept of measurement units. The items he requests are quite ordinary, yet this is excessively extravagant. What does he intend to create? An aircraft carrier. What? Let us take our time. We cannot load all these items at once. Understood. Shall we start with the smaller purchases? Yuji patted the money chest. Let us exhaust these damn sea tokens. After the fog dissipated, even the once bustling Baishan Island, known as a transit hub of the kingdom, appeared rather desolate. Throughout the journey, there were no troublesome encounters, making the shopping experience remarkably smooth. The roads on the island had also grown quiet. Yuji summoned 7 horse-drawn carriages to follow him as he embarked on a grand sweep of all the shops on the island. Daily necessities were quite affordable. He spent 20,000 sea coins filling 3 carriages with pots, bowls, dried meat, and flour. Nautical supplies were a secondary priority. Initially, Yuji intended to purchase tables, chairs, and wooden beds, but upon reflection, he realized there was no need for such items aboard the ship. Clara could easily sleep in a box, and Dahong required no more than a seat to rest. Eventually, he ventured to the Mage Market, where this modest street consumed nearly 350,000 sea coins, yet managed to fill only half a carriage. Moreover, there were no soul crystals available for sale. At this moment, both Yuji and the carriage drivers shared a singular thought. Women were truly extravagant. It is well known that carriage drivers possess the deepest knowledge of hidden red light districts and are aware of which shops offer the finest tobacco. After a round of conversation, Yuji, following the advice of the eldest carriage driver, purchased 10 boxes of Old John tobacco. Coincidentally, one of the drivers, who had previously been a blacksmith, suggested acquiring a load of tools. Naturally, Yuji did not buy an excessive amount of iron and coal, with a mark of the heart of fire. Corpses could serve as firewood, and the sea was never short of such remnants. As for iron, it was unnecessary to acquire much, as pirates would always be around to provide cannons. By the time their shopping expedition concluded, night had fallen, and the 2 rows of street lamps along the road burned whale oil, their light reflecting brilliantly through the lenses. This island offered Yuji a long-forgotten whiff of modernity. The desolate dock was home to a mere handful of vessels. Yuji instructed the porters to simply drop off the cargo without requiring their assistance in transporting it. He and Clara proceeded to load the items onto the ship, while crows soared overhead, ensuring no prying eyes were present before they summoned the large red figure to aid in moving the goods inside. 2 hours later, everything was in order. Sitting at the dock, feeling the sea breeze, listening to the rhythmic sound of hammering from within the hold, and gazing at his ship, along with the dorsal fins of sharks breaking the surface, Yuji exhaled a plume of smoke, stroking the small white creature, feeling a sense of contentment. The date was August 16th, 59 of the Sea Era. Remarkably, less than 2 months had passed since the transition from a dilapidated vessel to this proud establishment. Turning around, he spotted a young girl standing 15 meters away under the flickering glow of a street lamp. She deliberately tilted her head back to avoid the shadows and to illuminate her flowing grayish-white hair and golden eyes. She was clad in the brown linen garment they had first encountered her in, her feet adorned with a pair of black cloth shoes of uncertain origin. "First mate?" Yuji inquired. The girl smiled and nodded. "Let us go buy some clothes. I have heard of a shop that opens at night with commendable craftsmanship. The ship is here. Do you seriously expect me to dash over there in a frenzy? Oh, come now. The disguise spell lasts for less than 6 hours. You can't expect me to purchase without trying on some garments first. Still need to try on clothes?" Yuji felt an unsettling premonition. For there are 3 great hardships in the world: repairing vehicles, mining coal, and accompanying women on shopping excursions. You go alone. Come on. Let us also have a few robes tailored for the large red one. He has been wearing the same oversized shorts for millennia. Can you really bear to deny him a proper outfit? Do not stand there foolishly. Someone is coming. Clara hurriedly approached. At that moment, Yuji brushed his fingers through her hair, noting its silky texture. "Your disguise magic is quite lacking," he remarked. "Hurry, set sail. I commandeer your vessel." A voice called out urgently. "Who is she?" The female knight encountered at the bank. The knight rushed over, clutching her abdomen, revealing a bloodied hilt where a blade had pierced deeply, making it perilous to withdraw. "My forces cannot hold out much longer. Set sail quickly. I require your ship to take me to the royal city. I possess critical intelligence that must be relayed to the king. How about you share that intelligence with me? And I shall convey it to the king," Yuji suggested. "Mr. White. He is the White Wolf Knight," she exclaimed. "Did you hear that?" She insisted. "Mr. White. The White Wolf Knight." Yuji echoed her words. "You?" The knight's pupils dilated in shock. Suddenly, an arrow erupted from her chest, and a figure descended from above, piercing her with a long sword, leaving her lifeless form at his feet. At that moment, a figure clad in a white mask turned, withdrawing the sword. "You cannot be allowed to live. Level LV 19. Wait. Another figure rushed forward, removing his mask to reveal the bald man from the bank. "Ah, miss. So you are not the experimental subject sought by the Magic Academy?" The bald man glanced at Clara. "Do you know them?" inquired the masked man, who stood at level 19. "Everything is for Mr. White," Yuji replied casually. "They too serve Mr. Bai. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to come to my aid." The bald man pounded his chest in assurance. Nevertheless, the masked man turned to Yuji and inquired, "What did that woman just say? I couldn't hear clearly. Did you catch it?" Clara shook her head, uncertain. "Did she speak just now?" "Very well, it is best not to know what one ought not to know. Proceed with your tasks. We shall handle the bodies." Upon hearing the sounds of striking from the ship, the masked man asked, "Is there a blacksmith shop aboard your vessel?" Yuji replied, "It is best not to know what one ought not to know. Proceed with your tasks. We shall handle the bodies." "Huh." The masked man chuckled for a moment. "Little brother, I admire you. I look forward to fate granting us the opportunity to perform the same task for Mr. Bai." Thus, the responsibility for the body was entrusted to Yuji, and they prepared to take action. The group arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. A dagger plunged into the heart of the female knight, igniting a fiery blaze. Heart of Fire 112. A total of 8 Heart of Fire marks were acquired. Her soul lingered nearby. As the raven approached, Yuji charged up to 8 points of soul energy, expending it to form a black line extending 40 meters. "Now, you steady the trigger and aim with this line. When the line becomes a point, release." Chapter 37. Alone on the Snowy Mountain. At the dock, Clara's fingers rested on the trigger as she accepted the weapon. Soul 11. I cannot use it. Indeed, weapons should not be entrusted to the crew. Previously, Xiaobai had confirmed that not only was the experience gained significantly diminished, but the effectiveness also failed to manifest. Though merely a disembodied spirit, it once possessed a level of 14 in life. At this moment, it seemed to sense danger and chose to conceal itself. In its corporeal form, the ability to perceive souls is inherently inferior to that in a state of soul ignition. Yuji perceives this as a straightforward relationship of sustenance. The physical state demands the fulfillment of various fundamental desires, and its senses, akin to those of an ordinary person, become increasingly acute with the rise in level. In contrast, the state of soul ignition requires only the essence of the soul, devoid of any other desires. Currently, the Raven gun is a mere 8. For experience points away from level 4, while Xiaobai lags significantly behind. According to the logic of leveling up, it is evident that every 5 levels represent a qualitative transformation. Upon surpassing level 10, the next organ's fire seed will be unlocked. What will be revealed upon the weapon reaching level 5? It seems that defeating more monsters is essential. As these thoughts lingered, Clara solemnly handed the gun to Yuji, declaring, Captain, shoot me. Are you certain? Yuji recalled a fleeting thought he had upon first seeing Clara. Had she not pleaded for mercy quickly, he might have shot her directly as if she were a monster. The pure black flame he had just witnessed felt like the very power missing from the soul summoning technique. Very well. Wait, Captain. Don't aim for my head, shoot my left hand instead. Following the subtle sound of gunfire, devoid of recoil, a bullet hole appeared in Clara's left hand. It is noteworthy that her physical form had not matured. Even a shot without a material bullet could inflict considerable damage. In less than 3 seconds, the black lines on her left hand spread to her elbow, and the wound showed no signs of healing. Following this, black flames began to emerge from her palm. 8-point soul bullets, burning in the palm of her hand. With eyes sparkling, Yuji clapped his hands and exclaimed, Congratulations, you have uncovered the blind spot. In truth, this bears a striking resemblance to the principle of the Heart of Fire. If we regard the Heart of Fire as a disposable battery, then the contract mark is akin to a rechargeable one. The solitary flame represents a pure effect. The black flame devours the soul, while the white fire nourishes it. At this moment, Clara had not entered the state of soul nourishment, which meant she possessed an equivalent of 8 points of black flame in her soul. The reason this realization came only now was primarily that Yuji had no need to discover it. He possessed both the white fire and the black flame. Now Yuji comprehended why the crew, despite absorbing souls, could not immediately convert them into growth experience. They could not absorb directly as he did. Instead, they needed to transform the soul into their personal essence, thereby facilitating an increase in growth experience. Xiaobai and the Raven were different. Their growth experience resembled skill proficiency. As a beast, Shalala could thrive merely by consuming, which is the pure essence of beastly souls. Clara, as a siren, had to digest through spiritual insight. Dahong had long abandoned the notion of absorbing souls like the abyssal demons and turned instead to honing his craft. Thus, his mode of growth was to continuously refine his soul through craftsmanship, akin to a skilled artisan. This brings to mind a universally acknowledged truth. Life imbues the soul with spirit and wisdom, allowing it to transcend into true essence. Even the original host of the body understood this statement. However, grasping its true significance required relentless exploration. This flame, Captain, you have bestowed upon me, before it extinguishes. Let it serve my purpose. Clara released a luminous bubble, bringing her hands together in a gesture of prayer, as the black flame from her palms flowed into the bubble. Black, a color devoid of light, now shines with an eerie green glow as the dark bubble illuminates the wandering soul. Even Yuji cannot help but give a thumbs up, acknowledging its illuminating power. The expression of the wandering soul shifts from confusion to horror within 3 seconds. I remember now, you are one of Mr. White's associates. As she speaks, her instinct warns her of danger, and she instinctively retreats, glancing at the dark bubble hovering above her head. After her wound heals, Clara boasts, Captain, although I cannot unleash the full extent of my magic, revealing the wandering soul is entirely within my capabilities. Yuji observes this soul, level LV1, a spirit recently bereft of its corporeal form, in the process of becoming a wandering soul. Level LV2, a soul undergoing a transformation into a malevolent spirit. Level LV3, a malevolent spirit capable of causing minor disturbances in reality. If you wait any longer, you may very well become a ghost. With a swift motion, he fires a shot to prevent the spirit's further transformation. Gun experience 11. Soul-devouring Raven gun upgraded to LV4. Upgraded abilities can charge up to 12 points of soul energy, enhances aiming assistance to a distance of 80 meters, and after unlocking the soul form, the aiming assistance no longer consumes soul energy. In the searing embrace of black flames, she struggles in agony, raising her hand to claw fiercely at Yuji. He neither dodges nor flinches, allowing the malevolent spirit to leave red scratch marks upon his face. In an instant, the scratches vanish. As she continues to speak, the malevolent spirit's form gradually becomes transparent, and she begins to forget what she intended to say. Level LV, 0. A wandering soul on the verge of being consumed. The unranked soul is transforming into a spirit. Soul 654 possesses an astonishing quantity of souls, should she continue her metamorphosis into a malevolent entity. A single shot may no longer suffice to vanquish her. Wu Jia has identified 3 pivotal points. Firstly, the upgrade information for the Crow gun indicates the presence of soul resonance. With soul resonance, aiming at the black line incurs no cost. It seems that the qualitative shift in the weapon upon reaching level 5 is related to the soul condensation technique, rather than cultivating soul condensation myself. Could I not allow the weapon to undergo this transformation? This notion appears plausible. In essence, both Xiao Bai and the Crow are transformed from blades and guns, and the essence of soul condensation lies therein. Transforming the soul induces changes within the corporeal form. Secondly, the souls of the deceased are initially feeble, often devoid of memories. Yet, they can experience rapid advancement, such as through stimulation, propelling them to leap several levels in an instant, transforming into malevolent spirits capable of inflicting physical harm. Clearly, the extent of their transformation is contingent upon the quantity of souls possessed. Thirdly, does this not herald the advent of the dungeon? The night is as dark as ink, and the distant towering snow-capped mountains continue to shimmer brilliantly. It would be best to ascend directly to level 10, while elevating the weapon to level 5. Captain, place the hat upon Clara's head. I shall proceed alone. Understood. I shall swiftly concoct a silencing potion to mask the sounds of Da Hong's activities. I assure you, no one will discover Da Hong aboard, and I guarantee the safety of this vessel. To preempt any unforeseen complications, Wu Jia places Xiao Bai upon Clara's shoulder. Should trouble arise, swiftly tap Xiao Bai's head 3 times, then discard him onto the ship. I will ignite Xiao Bai. Beneath the vessel lies a Saralara. You should comprehend the course of action required. With a single thought, Yuji summoned Shalalala from the water's surface. First to attend to the remains of the female knight, and then extracted the bullet from its mouth. The triangular, formidable teeth of the shark, laced with barbs, undoubtedly possessed immense power. Captain, the gentle monkeys residing on the snow-capped peaks of Baishan Island have always maintained a peaceful coexistence with humans. However, should anyone harm their offspring, these creatures would retaliate fiercely, even descending from their heights. I suspect that certain individuals are instigating chaos in this manner, but for what purpose, I cannot fathom. Clara interjected. Whether they wish to take advantage of the turmoil or seize control of the island is inconsequential. The workings of the world have little bearing on us. Even if they did, we currently lack the strength to effect change. Therefore, I shall gather souls while you and Da Hong keep watch over the ship. Our tasks are thus simplified. A crow retrieved a knife from within the vessel, the enchanted weapon previously confiscated from the pirate ship. Before departing, Yuji, lost in thought, handed the knife to Clara, instructing Da Hong to carve a blood channel into it. After a series of strikes, the knife Clara returned bore a new distinction, level LV, 1 magical weapon, forged and modified by crew member Da Hong. Using this weapon for slaughter will yield a slight increase in soul power for Da Hong. You would do well to learn the art of enchantment. It is remarkably beneficial. Yuji said earnestly to Clara. Understood. Author's note. Wishing you a healthy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 38. Ascending the Snowy Mountains, Frozen Lakes. In the morning, within the dense coniferous forest, a white deer lowered its head, foraging for sustenance beneath the thick blanket of snow. A sudden explosion of blood and flesh stained the pristine white with a touch of red. Black leather boots left distinct footprints in the snow as Yuji unsheathed his knife. Slicing off a portion of hind leg meat and skewering it onto the blade, he stepped over the carcass of a white deer and pressed onward. A crimson flame flickered from his left hand as the deer meat roasted to a perfect medium doneness. After a few hearty bites, Yuji instinctively released his grip. Sizzle. The knife fell into the snow, leaving a small indentation. He retrieved the blade, shaking off the grease, and with his left hand steadying the sheath. He carefully sheathed the knife. Currently possessing 214 souls, he found himself still halfway from the 4,000 required to reach the next level. Caw! A raven circled above, guiding him as he walked for about 10 minutes before discovering a hunter's cabin. A wooden fence, a meter high, enclosed the yard, within which hung various animal pelts on drying frames. Upon entering the yard, Yuji knocked on the wooden door. Who is it? Speak. Is there anyone there? Oh, mighty sea god, please do not let monsters come for me. From within, a faint sob could be heard, resembling the whimper of a frightened man. I am a bounty hunter, here to vanquish the monsters. This coin can serve as proof. With that, Yuji slid the coin through the gap beneath the door. After a moment, a middle-aged man with reddened eyes opened the door, returning the coin to Yuji. Praise the sea god, praise the bounty. It's remarkable that someone has come so swiftly to deal with the monsters here. Sir, are you referring to the monkeys? I have not seen a snow ape in quite some time, but I did encounter a creature that closely resembles the snow ape. What does it look like? Please wait a moment. Oh, and the hearth is quite warm. Do take a seat. The hunter ascended to the storage loft. Amidst the rustling sounds, he descended the ladder, revealing a large and a small white mask in his right hand. This symbolizes the nefarious organization sought by the kingdom, sir. It would be wise not to keep this mask in your home, Yuji kindly warned, casting the mask to the ground. The hunter hastily wiped his hands on his bare skin attire and spat outside, jumping thrice in place. Many believe that such actions can dispel misfortune. Observing the masks, Yuji raised an eyebrow and remarked, one is for a person to wear, while the other appears to be for a giant. My young friend, do not think me mad when I say this. I witnessed a white-haired giant crawling on all fours, adorned with the large mask. Upon hearing this, Yuji smiled and suggested, could it not be a snow ape of the mountains, wearing a mask? Impossible. My father was a hunter, and so am I. He never mentioned that apes would don masks. It must certainly be a white-haired giant. The hunter stubbornly defended his viewpoint. You may tell your children that you have seen it. Yuji picked up the smaller white mask, securing it with a piece of twine to hang from his belt. Which direction shall we take? After stepping outside, he spotted a stone by the roadside and stood upon it, gazing at a grand tree on the snowy mountain. Let me there. The hunter's face turned pale with fear. I have no desire to perish in the jaws of a monster. If you wish to hunt here safely for your livelihood, it would be best to take me with you. No, this is a matter for you bounty hunters. With a blade poised at the hunter's throat, Yuji coldly remarked, your family has hunted in this land for generations. Now that a problem has arisen, I come to assist you, and this is how you treat the one who offers you aid? The hunter, his Adam's apple quivering, stammered, I can only take you to where I saw the monster. Leading the way, the hunter traversed several snow-capped mountains, with Yuji following closely behind. Before them lay an expansive frozen lake. Halting at the lake's edge, the hunter spoke, this island is cold above and warm below. The townsfolk down the mountain are likely still clad in light sleeves. Ahead is the territory of the snow apes. 2 days ago, I witnessed a white-haired giant, masked and resembling a dog, racing across the ice. Terrified, I turned to flee and was tripped by a similar ghastly entity, only to find a large and a small mask in my grasp. Sensing something, Yuji gazed ahead. A raven circled above a massive stone across the icy lake, suggesting something lurked behind it. The moment Yuji stepped onto the ice, a howl akin to a wolf echoed through the air. Taking a few more steps forward, a large silhouette leaped from behind the stone, its primate-like structure running with a wolf's uncanny grace. 100 meters away, Yuji discerned that it wore a white mask identical to the one the hunter had discovered. Level LV 5, a life possessed by a cursed soul, gradually losing its original nature under the influence of the curse. The raven swooped down, its hands ablaze, elongating a skeletal spear. Yuji retrieved a shark's tooth from within his coat. Bang! The sound resonated as the monster's head shattered upon impact, its headless form sliding across the ice for several meters before coming to a halt. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a primate. From the pile of shredded flesh, I retrieved 2 elongated tusks, each the length of a finger, cleaned them against the creature's fur, and pocketed them. Subsequently, I plunged a blade into its chest, extracting the heart, and pressed my hand upon it, igniting it with the flame of the heart. Presently, with Xiaobai absent, I was unable to wield the flame of the heart or poison the bullets. Nevertheless, gathering the flame of the heart would ultimately prove advantageous. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the opposite direction. At that moment, I inserted the primate's slender tusks into the chamber of my firearm, aligning the sights precisely on its mask from a distance of 80 meters. According to the principles of aerodynamics, a conical bullet equates to a sniper round. 6 points of soul energy would suffice. Any excess would be squandered. I released my finger. Puff. The muffled sound, akin to a silencer, resonated as the white primate convulsed. Its mask stained crimson from the wound in its forehead. Crossing the icy lake, I tended to the body as before, and Yuji lifted the mask. The primate's visage bore a hint of canine characteristics, its tongue protruding beyond its lips, while its nasal bridge had morphed into a black snout reminiscent of a dog. Was it the curse of the soul? Clara had mentioned that primates were generally docile creatures. It appeared they had been grotesquely distorted. Were they subjects of an experiment? Concealed within the snowy mountains, were they conducting a clandestine study? The presence of 2 primates guarding this location suggested the existence of a den, a lair teeming with monsters. Perhaps the lair lay beneath the icy lake. Aiming my firearm at the ice surface, I charged it with 12 points of soul energy, generating a vortex of flames that drew in the surrounding air. Boom! The shark tooth shattered, creating a deep half-meter hole in the ice. I probed my finger into the dark abyss, finding no piercingly cold water within. From my pocket, I produced a 200-unit banknote, ignited it, and cast it into the abyss. The flickering flames descended, revealing the profound depths beneath the icy surface. The descent posed a dilemma. At that moment, Yuji transformed his firearm into a blazing raven. Hold onto my leg and attempt to pull me up. The raven flapped its fiery wings, while Yuji grasped my legs. I felt the soles of my shoes momentarily detach from the ice, prompting a spark of joy in Yuji's expression. His physique had been enhanced, yet his weight remained unchanged, consistently embodying a lean and muscular form. The raven, in its fiery state, emitted scorching heat, possessing strength akin to that of an adult. Thus, plummeting down was akin to being tugged by an adult, preventing any embarrassing falls. Subsequently, Yuji plunged into the hole, widening its entrance with each thrust of his blade. Chapter 39. Alone on the snowy mountain, a tremendous harvest, ascending 2 levels grasping the fiery raven, we plummeted, splashing into a shallow pool of water, the foul stench overwhelming my senses. Yuji surveyed his surroundings, the damp stone walls, a puddle barely 2 centimeters deep, and, was this the southern region of Guangxi? The rats here were astonishingly large. Rat-like creatures, reminiscent of black pigs, stared intently at Yuji, while behind them lay several mangled corpses of monkeys, ravaged beyond recognition. Level LV3. The largest rat barely reached level 3, merely a band of minions. Drawing my blade, I swiftly severed the oncoming massive rat's body. Soul 42, Soul 372527. Remarkably, these rats harbored a substantial amount of souls. After the encounter, I had amassed over 400 souls. After dispatching the rats, Yuji flicked the remnants of flesh from his blade and gazed upward. The expansive ice surface glimmers with an ethereal light, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. And it appears to rise to a height of approximately 30 meters. Crouching down, Yuji inspects the relatively intact corpse of a primate, its face grotesquely contorted, with 2 tongues, a long and a short one, protruding from its partially open mouth. A failed experiment, perhaps? This was Yuji's initial thought. He then examined other bodies, each exhibiting some degree of deformity. Although the primates on the ice were also misshapen, at least their features of nose and eyes were discernible. It seemed that the waters beneath this lake had been drained. Typically, areas with water would harbor underground caverns, making this a fitting location for experimentation. Gazing around, he noticed a dozen dim oil lamps scattered nearby, each seemingly corresponding to a different passageway. He approached the nearest lamp, only to discover it illuminated the entrance to a cave. With numerous such openings, the likelihood of becoming lost was considerably high. As he pondered this, he heard voices emanating from another cave entrance about 20 meters away. Concealing himself, he observed 3 individuals emerging with lanterns. Upon discovering the lifeless mice, they paused momentarily, then collectively looked up. Suddenly, a soul bullet struck one in the head, eliminating the armed individual. Yuji released his grip, transforming the gun into a bird, and rushed forth, wielding his blade to sever another's head. The remaining individual stumbled back 2 steps, mouth agape, attempting to scream. A raven seized a mouse's tail and deftly inserted it into his mouth. Grasping the man's face, Yuji twisted his wrist, snapping his neck. Soul 605862. Contracted crew member De Hong's level has been upgraded to LV2, upgrade fixed reward. Constitution 5, Spirit 5. Defeating foes while simultaneously elevating De Hong's level. It appears that the items crafted by De Hong serve as tools for him to absorb souls, calming his mind. Wu Jie sensed the subtle changes in the ship's hull from afar. He could faintly perceive that the contract crew member, De Hong, paused momentarily after leveling up before continuing to forge. Contract crew member De Hong, level 2-100, growth experience is still on the rise. Initially, the upgrade required no excessive amount of souls. Moreover, Wu Jie felt that the crew's need for souls was not as intense as his own. At that moment, a thought blossomed within him. Given the contract's effect, since De Hong absorbed half of the souls, what if he established a weapon shop to sell arms to others? The souls generated from their skirmishes would allow De Hong to collect a portion, while he could also share in the bounty. This way, De Hong could rapidly develop, and he could amass a considerable amount of souls. While the idea was indeed promising, it was not a concern for the present. Wu Jie rummaged through the three corpses. Aside from the white mask they carried, he discovered a silver key adorned with intricate patterns resembling a stag beetle. He gently bit the key, leaving a mark on the handle. A key made of high-purity silver? Durability was a concern, and the lock it could open was likely not ordinary. The three had exited through this cave, presumably heading to the opposite side. The stag beetle decoration. As he pondered, Wu Jie laid the key flat in his palm, and in the next moment, it began to move like a compass needle. Following its direction, Wu Jie arrived at an entrance on the opposite side. He took a moment to sniff the air, detecting a familiar scent. Glancing at the oil lamp hanging at the cave's entrance, its design was different, yet the oil burning within emitted the exact fragrance as the lamps discovered on Wildman Island. De Hong once remarked that this was fire-refined oil, a substance designed for forging, incredibly resilient to flames. Though its luminosity may not be particularly high, it serves as an excellent guiding marker. Relinquishing any thoughts of retrieving oil, Yuji ventured into the cavern. Initially, it was quite narrow, just sufficient for a person to pass through. After walking several dozen steps, to his astonishment, he encountered a door. The door was adorned with a lamp, and under its flickering light, a row of keys lodged in the lock caught his eye. Each key could only unlock the door once. No wonder they were crafted from silver. Disposable. It seemed that once the lock was used, the door would need replacing. Finding the corresponding lock, he inserted the key. With a slight exertion, the door trembled, and with a resounding clang, the key snapped within. Immediately after, a nearly 15-centimeter thick iron door began to creak open. As he stepped inside, Yuji was taken aback. A grand gemstone imbued with magic radiated a pure white light, illuminating a mountain of jewels. A veritable treasure vault. Breathless, Yuji regretted not bringing a sack. In the presence of wealth, one cannot help but succumb to rapture. He admired the scene for half a minute before sensing a fluctuation of soul energy. Souls. Like a famished ghost eyeing a wife cake, Yuji quickly turned his gaze to the pile of jewels. There, an entirely open pure gold treasure chest beckoned, its soul energy pulsating invitingly. Time was of the essence. Yet, would it be unwise to seize it hastily, lest there be traps? He proceeded. The raven soared forth and returned with a soul crystal. Grayish-white in quality and the size of a longan, inferior to the one he had previously extracted from a pirate. As the saying goes, discovering treasure is one thing, but being able to utilize and transport it is what truly defines treasure. These exquisite golden jewels, though visually captivating and valuable, cannot be taken away. However, the soul can not only be extracted but also upgraded on the spot. Grasped in hand, black flames flicker. Soul 1211-52145. This soul crystal provides 500 souls. The raven relishes the sensation of devouring souls. As Yuji's left hand, it soars to retrieve a larger soul crystal. Its quality remains a pale gray, yet it is the size of a small bon. The consumption continues, yielding over 800 souls in total. To prevent any gravity-sensing mechanisms akin to those found in films, Yuji instructs the raven to replace each extracted soul crystal with a stone of equal size. Of course, its utility is uncertain, but it lends an air of professionalism to the endeavor. The box is filled with pale gray soul crystals. Having absorbed over 7,500 souls, coupled with the previously acquired souls, the total reaches 1,900. Without further contemplation, he proceeds to upgrade, injecting 4,000 souls. Level elevated to LV 8. Fixed upgrade rewards, Constitution 5, Spirit 5. To ascend to the next level, 5,000 souls are required. This is more than sufficient. Injecting 5,000 souls. Level elevated to LV9. Fixed upgrade rewards. Constitution 5, Spirit 5. In an instant, a wave of fatigue and hunger envelopes Yuji. Rolling up his sleeves, white lines extend to his wrists, and he notices several white lines at his neck. To leap 2 levels unexpectedly burdens the body so greatly. Nevertheless, reaching level 10 remains the ultimate goal. He checks the soul requirements for ascending to level 10. Level LV 9, 10,000, a requirement of 10,000 souls? Indeed, it is a transformative level. What could the next organ of fire be? Just then, a voice echoed from above. What are you doing? Why the delay? Do not even think about stealing. Retrieve the soul crystal swiftly. Mr. Bai is waiting. Chapter 40. Ascending the Snowy Mountain, the Dark Experimental Site. Mr. Bai is waiting? The source of the voice was the luminous gem suspended in midair. Although unfamiliar with incantations or sorcery, Yuji discerned that this object could only transmit sound in one direction. It was a common form of transference magic. Dispatching the raven to survey the surroundings, he found no other soul crystals. These treasures, while imbued with souls, possessed a remarkably low combustion absorption efficiency. Such treasures were not to be taken. Yuji turned and exited, donning the mask that hung at his waist. Upon entering the vast space beneath the ice, Yuji shouted, "Come quickly! Someone has intruded!" His voice resonated in all directions. Within 2 minutes, a figure leapt down from a higher cavern, staring at Yuji in astonishment. "Is it you?" The white-haired friend from the dock. Level LV 19. Removing the mask, Yuji spoke with gravity. "My task is to track down an individual. Having pursued them to this very location, I noticed a hole in the ice and, upon descending, discovered these 3 corpses, realizing they were all our own. It seems this territory also belongs to Mr. Bai." Upon hearing this, the masked man glanced up at the ice, inquiring, "How did you descend?" Yuji remained silent as the raven approached, grasping its leg and ascending slowly. "So it is you." The masked man stroked his chin and remarked, "No wonder a blackbird has been soaring throughout the city, brandishing a mask and leading those soldiers in circles. Truly impressive." Suddenly, he recalled something with urgency and exclaimed, "Follow me." He led Yuji into the treasure cave, only to discover that the entrance was ajar. "Blast it! Blast it!" he cried, leaping onto a mound of jewels, only to find a pure gold chest filled with nothing but stones. He picked up the chest and tipped it over, revealing nothing but the stones within. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, discarding the chest and furiously kicking the jewels, raging at the audacity of the thief. Stealing was one thing, but to insult them by placing stones in the chest was intolerable. Upon witnessing this, Yuji, with a stern expression, inquired, "What was stolen? Why didn't you set up traps here?" In response to Yuji's skepticism, he shook his head, stating, "We never imagined anyone would discover this place. Nor could we fathom that someone would come directly for the soul crystal. Damn it, this fellow must possess inside information. His timing is far too precise, especially now." "When exactly?" Yuji asked, bewildered. "The fates have truly conspired for us to undertake the same task." The masked man removed his disguise, revealing a youthful, somewhat handsome visage with green eyes and brown hair. "Gillen of the 8 Directions Shipping Company." "Look at your puzzled expression," Gillen smiled. "My family has long been engaged in maritime trade. I am the eldest son of the 8 Directions shipping family, one of Mr. White's subordinates. Jimmy, Ulala. We cultivate wheat at home." "Ulala?" A surname I have never encountered before. However, my brother is also named Jimmy. What a coincidence. With a sigh, Jiren couldn't help but express his thoughts. "My brother is at the Magic Academy. I wonder if he has learned anything." Upon hearing this name and surname, Yuji immediately recalled the letter he had unexpectedly received at sea. It seemed evident that the ship was indeed bound for the Magic Academy. Had it not been for this encounter, Clara would either have been captured by a sea monster as a sacrifice or escorted to the academy by the arriving fleet for dissection. The world is vast, yet the circles we traverse are surprisingly small. "Forgive my boldness, Jimmy, for whom do you serve among the esteemed Mr. White?" This inquiry carried substantial weight. The term Mr. White does not refer solely to an individual nor specifically to the White Wolf Knight. Rather, it encompasses a collective term for the officials under the White Wolf Knight's command. "The Mr. White of Wildman Island." Yuji replied casually, engaging in idle chatter. Whether the other party was aware or not mattered little. "It was that old man. I heard he secluded himself on the island to study forbidden knowledge, and even the wild men have learned the terrifying art of sacrifice, venerating him as a deity." As he spoke, Jiren adopted an exceedingly respectful demeanor, bowing his head to the pale old woman by the door. "Mr. White, I apologize. The thief has made away with all the soul crystals." The old woman's face was marred with sores, and she lifted her bony finger, covered in various lesions. Pointing at Jiren, "How could the soul crystals I desire be stolen? Jiren, do you honor the wolf spirit that has been bestowed upon you?" "I am deeply sorry, Mr. White. I assure you, I will capture him." Yuji glanced sideways, noting, level LV, 11. In truth, this elderly woman was far inferior in strength to Jiren, which was to be expected. Those who wielded arcane spells often held more favor than mere brutes. At this moment, the elderly woman gazed at Yuji, her murky vitreous humor resembling a layer stained with mud. "Who are you?" "Soul." Jiren examined his attire. Coughing, Jimmy added, "Yuji, please be at ease." With his left hand delving into Yuji's coat pocket, Jiren's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he encountered an array of irregular solids. Subsequently, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife. Exhaling deeply, Jiren regarded the assorted teeth of varying sizes in his hand and inquired with a smile, "What do you intend to do with so many teeth?" The old woman emitted a hoarse chuckle. "My ears are not deaf, young man. You serve Mr. White from the Wild Man's Island. How is that old fellow faring? Has there been any progress with the bone curse?" "Not for me to disclose." "Your foul temper truly mirrors that of that fellow," the old woman retorted. "Jiren, fetch the soul crystal from him. Should we delay, Mr. White in the royal city will hold us accountable." After this, she departed, leaning on her cane adorned with a rhinoceros beetle. "I wonder if my brother stands as tall as you do. I'm unfamiliar with this place. Since the one I pursue is heading directly for the soul crystal, I surmise." "I understand. There is a traitor among us, working in collusion." Jiren's gaze turned cold. "I require that fellow's skull and heart. It is the task assigned to me by Mr. White." The two reached an accord. Following Jiren, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. "Greetings, my lord." Two individuals approached, each leading a small ape. "We may need to split up to search. You should take one as well." Jiren gestured for Yuji to catch the iron chain handed to him, mirroring his own actions. Without further ado, Yuji grasped the small monkey, barely standing at 1.20 meters, still in its juvenile stage. Upon entering, a sense of clarity emerged. Inside, torches blazed brightly, with pairs of individuals each leading a little monkey. Surrounding them were various shackled great apes, showing no signs of rebellion. "Open your mouth." Nearby, a figure adorned in a white mask held a plump white worm. Bringing it close to the great ape's mouth. Crack! The figure struck the small ape with a whip. Witnessing this, the great ape's expression twisted into one of fierce reluctance as it begrudgingly opened its mouth. The fat white worm was forced inside, and the ape howled, collapsing to the ground, its iron chains rattling in response. The air was thick with the echoes of anguished roars. "Quite brutal, isn't it? I sighed upon my first sight of it. We must focus on our tasks. Everything is for Mr. Bai. The noise here is overwhelming." Yuji replied nonchalantly, "As long as you can endure it, hold tight to the chains." "Sir, this individual was absent from his post. We suspect something amiss." 3 men approached, escorting a trembling figure. Chapter 41. Alone on the snowy mountain, bang. In the experimental field, pairs of individuals worked in teams, while groups of 3 operated outside, a configuration designed for mutual oversight. Jylin scrutinized the man and inquired, "Which position do you hold?" "Lord Wolfhead. We discovered him en route to the sluice. He was responsible for—" "Did I ask you?" "Let him speak." The man bowed his head low. "I was merely tasked with caring for Mr. Bai's stag beetle larvae." "And where are your companions?" Jylin pressed further. "They rendered me unconscious. I am innocent, and it is they who are at fault." Turning to Yuji, he darkly declared, "Jimmy, there is indeed a traitor among my ranks. How can you ascertain whether he was knocked out or if he incapacitated the other 2? Upon hearing this, the man shouted in protest, "Unjust." He looked at Yuji and said, "My lord, I have never encountered you before. Why do you wrongfully accuse me? A traitor will always feign innocence." A spectral wolf's head emerged upon Jiluan's shoulder, and with a piercing howl, it overwhelmed the 4 before him, leaving them breathless. Even the 2 small monkeys, shackled by iron chains, were forced to the ground, shrieking in despair. Yuji could naturally perceive this surge of spirit energy, yet it posed no restraint upon him. Casually, he retrieved a large, plump white worm, approximately 30 centimeters in length, from a nearby wooden barrel. Level LV2. A life harboring a spellbound soul. A stag beetle larva? This is how Mr. Bai of this locale shares his wolf spirit, which differs greatly from your Mr. Bai. Does it not? Jiluan elucidated. Have you consumed such a worm? At this, Jiluan displayed a trace of revulsion and whispered, "The wolf spirit I received was bestowed upon me by Mr. Bai of the royal city. I have been dispatched here to serve. When you discovered him in the sluice passage, what dire consequence awaited if the sluice was under the control of the traitor?" Yuji inquired. "To open the sluice and release the water." Jiluan's brow furrowed in concern, and just as he was about to move, Yuji restrained him. "How long will it take you to reach the sluice?" "Approximately 15 minutes, Jiluan replied, gesturing towards a wide vertical opening above them. "This vast chasm serves as a drainage outlet, akin to a well, and I find myself unable to leap over it. If the sluice is released, come down." Yuji once again grasped him, who was on the verge of departure. "This is not an enclosed space, is it? How did you manage to bring these large monkeys in here?" "Over there." Jiren pointed towards the far end of the cavern, where a grand door connected to the riverbed awaited. "We must proceed to open the door, should the flood arrive in a minute. It is the sole means to ensure that everyone remains unscathed. However, these snow apes will undoubtedly attempt to flee at the sight of light. Indeed, you possess the ability to fly vertically. Let us split up. I shall open the door while you thwart the traitors." With that, Jiren tossed the small monkey's chain to his subordinate and bounded over 20 meters, leaping past several monkeys like a grasshopper. Immediately, Yuji commenced his own mission, gripping the raven tightly as they ascended directly into the vertical shaft above. Below, the trio murmured, "This newly arrived master possesses far superior decision-making skills compared to the wolf-headed master who came a year ago." Notably, the lower-ranking members of this organization are unaware of the names of their superiors and do not inquire. The two highest-ranking individuals are referred to as Mr. White and Wolfhead. Jiren disclosed Yuji's true name, signifying his profound trust in him. At this moment, soaring upwards, the sensation of flight was distinctly exhilarating. Approximately 3 minutes later, Yuji entered another cavernous space. The ceiling was adorned with 2 luminous gemstones, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of mechanisms in motion, as a massive iron gate resembling a sluice exhibited signs of tremor. Upon flying closer, he observed 2 individuals at a control panel, simultaneously manipulating 2 wheel-like controllers. It is evident that this water gate requires the simultaneous operation of 2 individuals to function. Concurrently, the pair noticed Yuji hovering in midair. What an uncanny coincidence, to be discovered so swiftly. The 2 exhibited no signs of resistance. Rather, they produced a powder that resembled poison, intending to administer it to one another. In the doctrine of the church, suicide is considered a grave sin. For the king and the church, Yuji exclaimed hastily. The duo halted their actions, casting perplexed glances at Yuji. "I will hold them off. Continue, quickly." "All right." The 2 rejoiced, intensifying their efforts to manipulate the mechanism. Yuji descended upon the control panel as they swiftly coordinated their movements, turning the left and right dials with fervor, their hands in constant motion and their chatter unceasing. "Young man, do you also come here with a resolve to perish? What other choice do I have?" The individual on the right laughed heartily. "You appear so youthful, nonetheless. Our souls shall attain redemption through our valiant deeds, ascending together to that sacred realm filled with floral fragrances and radiant angels." Haha, I can already envision an angel embracing me, her form so voluptuous and inviting. The 2 continued their banter. "Gentlemen," Yuji interjected, disrupting their reverie. "When did you infiltrate here?" 2 years ago, the former leader of the wolves was executed by our comrades. These brutes sought to create a legion of monsters to seize control of White Mountain Island, using this place as a supply station for an assault on the royal city. "Are you aware that the White Wolf Knight is none other than Mr. Bai?" Yuji inquired further. "Do not be deceived. This is merely a tactic to tarnish the reputation of the White Wolf Knight." The man on the right declared resolutely, "The White Wolf Knights could never be such individuals. They are slandering. As the saying goes, people are inclined to believe only what they wish to believe." However, Yuji only trusts what he can see. For instance, this level 2 fat worm in his hand, if crushed underfoot, would yield 24 points of soul. "Gentlemen, are you aware of where these large worms are bred? If you venture out through that cave entrance and proceed straight ahead, you will find the nest where these repulsive fat worms are cultivated, marked by a blue-lit cave entrance. How long do you think it will take you?" "Not more than 15 minutes. The man on the left laughed heartily. "The holy ground is just around the corner for me. Even for Jiren, who possesses the greatest agility, it would take him 15 minutes to arrive here. Especially since he has been dispatched to open the door. Thus, the time is more than sufficient. You all do your best. I shall attend to my own matters." With an understanding that their souls would ultimately find redemption, Yuji bid farewell to the 2 men and, grasping the raven, soared towards the cave entrance they had indicated, beginning to sprint. In less than 3 minutes, he arrived at another spacious cavern, illuminated by 7 lamps, one of which glowed blue. Entering this cave, he ventured deep within. Suddenly, his vision cleared, revealing another frozen lake overhead. As he treaded upon the soft sandy ground, he felt unsettling wriggles beneath his shoes. At the center, a beetle the size of a bear, with its back turned to Yuji, was laying eggs. 3 masked individuals were gathering the eggs and placing them into the sand for cultivation. On the opposite side, a heap of decaying wood lay stacked, as 3 individuals wielded large hammers, breaking the rotting timber into fragments and scattering it across the sand. Heh, a brat from Wildman Island. I did not invite you. You sneaked in to spy. I'll gouge your eyes out. The pallid old woman drew a sharp knife from her cane. Boy, kneel down. Do you prefer to lose your left eye or your right eye? Without uttering a word, Yuji aimed his skeletal gun at her forehead. Faced with the eerie, fiery skeleton before her and the swiftly spinning object within, the old woman felt a wave of unease. What are you planning to do? Bang. Chapter 42. Ascending the snowy mountain alone, I have returned, stronger. After the gunshot, the headless corpse of the old woman collapsed. Gun experience 6 at that moment. Everyone in the cave turned their gaze towards Yuji. You, how dare you? Mr. Bai? Mr. Bai. Reloading the bullets, he resolved to eliminate everyone present. Gun experience 0. 8. Soul 455037. Having dealt with the old woman, his soul count did not increase. She was not yet dead. Without hesitation, Yuji entered a state of soul burning, searching for any trace. In this monochrome world, the colossal rhinoceros beetle at the center shone brightly. Beneath the ground, countless large white worms swarmed, like the myriad stars in a galaxy. Souls. These are all souls. Among them, a ghostly green figure floated toward the central beetle. A black line formed a point, and a black fiery projectile, charged with 12 points of soul energy, struck her. Gun experience 2. Within the black flames, the wandering soul emitted a piercing wail as it surged into the body of the great beetle. Boy, you shall pay for this. In the next moment, the stag beetle unfurled its wings and soared into the sky, colliding with the icy surface and producing a resounding thud. The beetle's exoskeleton was formidable. However, as it spread its wings to fly, a vulnerability emerged on its back. Drawing out the skeletal gun, Yuji loaded a shark tooth bullet. Bang! The triangular projectile, ablaze with crimson flames, tore a sizable hole in the beetle's back. Swiftly, Yuji reloaded another shark tooth bullet, and with a resounding pop, the projectile exacerbated the wound, causing the black insect fluid to erupt in a violent splatter. From a common perspective, this fluid was an intensely foul-smelling, viscous, dark green liquid. Boom. Little brat. You cannot treat me this way. I am a close friend of your dear Mr. Bai. As Yuji pressed forward relentlessly, the grand stag beetle emitted a voice resembling an elderly woman's plea from its mandibles. Sir, esteemed gentleman, spare my life. What have I done wrong? All of this is for Mr. Bai. Just as it spoke, the stag beetle unexpectedly expelled a liquid that struck Yuji. In the next moment, amidst the blazing black and white flames, the liquid was vaporized. How is this possible? You are not cursed. You have no soul. Yuji continued to fire at the beetle's wound, expending all his ammunition. You soulless monster. Spirit 1045. This creature harbors such a wealth of souls? Yuji then shifted his gaze to the large white larva beneath the soil. He dug down, extracting a sizable white worm and swiftly dispatched it with a single blow. Spirit 23. He then retrieved another larva of the same considerable size. Crush it to death. Soul 24. At present, it appears that with the use of the crimson weapon, he is able to extract less than 1/20th of the souls available. With so many large white worms, capturing them one by one is simply insufficient time. Sensing the roaring sound of the flood, without a second thought, Yuji grasped the raven and soared towards the ice's breach. The deluge engulfed the entire underground cavern. At the downstream exit, observing the torrent surging below, Jiren clenched his teeth in silence, a lifeless stag beetle resting in the palm of his hand. It has indeed occurred. How could Mr. Bai not have escaped? Could it be that he was slain by a traitor? It is plausible. After all, Mr. Bai's strength was far too feeble. Jiren lamented helplessly. Wolfhead, the fruits of our labor over the years. This matter must now be entrusted to you. I shall proceed to the royal city to answer to Mr. Bai and accept my guilt. Furthermore, should you encounter the esteemed gentleman from before, please convey to him that I owe him a debt. Alas, If I survive the acceptance of guilt, perhaps he has already perished in battle against the traitor. His words trailed off, Jiren's face ashen, unleashing a roar to the heavens. Fortunately, most had been evacuated in advance and were not trapped inside to drown. In his mind, as Yuji endeavored to thwart the traitor, he would likely fall victim to their might. Moreover, this was a critical moment. Mr. Bai's pet was entering its breeding season, necessitating a substantial supply of soul crystals to replenish its soul power, rendering it exceedingly vulnerable. Given the precise timing of the traitor's infiltration, Jiren believed their intelligence was ample, and their strength surpassed his own. With a sigh, he charged down the mountain. The wolf had ventured to the royal city, embracing his fate. Being a leader is no easy task. Behold, in the tumultuous torrent, countless monkeys of varying sizes were swept away, breaking free from their iron chains. Alas! Did you not seize the little monkeys as you escaped? Who has the luxury to save monkeys in a flight for survival? Run! Thus, the hunt for the snow monkeys commenced. On the opposite side of the snowy mountains lay a smaller, frozen lake. The ice surface bore holes from which water columns shot up, soaring over 8 meters high. In a fervent state, Yuji grasped the soaring through the air. Yet he still required over 8,000 souls, insufficient indeed. Suddenly, a large white worm was ejected, followed by an increasing number of these creatures surging onto the ice. A bountiful moment, a gift from nature? A mere soul bullet dispatched a worm. Gun experience 0. 2. Souls 24. I could grind through the night. Gun experience 0. 20. 2. Souls 242424. Soul devouring gun level increased to level 5. Upgrade ability, maximum charge of 20 soul points. Auxiliary aiming line extended to 120 meters. No consumption required. Condensed soul form, falling feather. The following day at noon, the small river gushed with rapid waters, compelling him to take a detour. Summoning his courage. He opened the door to find his home ransacked, as if thieves had invaded. All provisions had been pillaged. Swallowing hard, he glanced towards the bed, where a figure lay in slumber, with a standing guard beside the bed like a sentinel. That young man? He squinted, noticing some peculiar white patterns on Yuji's face. Alas! With no other option, he resorted to processing his prey, chopping wood in the courtyard. As evening approached, Yuji awoke from his slumber, placed 1,000 sea tokens on the table, and stepped outside. Bounty hunter, have you dealt with the monsters? Farewell. Grasping the raven, Yuji soared towards the direction his heart sensed the sea and the ship. Even with his eyes closed, Yuji could accurately discern the ship's location. As the saying goes, many a little makes a mickle. A large white worm yields 24 souls, while a smaller one provides around 15. After accounting for losses, he had amassed a total of 11,000 souls. Regrettably, after the raven gun surpassed level 5, the experience gained from slaying insects plummeted from 0.2 to a mere 0.01. What absurd numbers! Before the sun sank beneath the horizon, Yuji alighted upon the ship. At that moment, a towering man adorned with a horned mask and chains, his upper body bare and revealing crimson skin, ascended vertically. Dahong was impressive, having constructed a lift on the vessel and even relocated the cannon for modifications. Hiss! Little White surged from the sea onto the ship, burrowing into Yuji's embrace and nuzzling him incessantly. Little White and Sha-La-La were joyfully practicing their swimming. Clara smiled, Captain. Dahong thumped his chest, exclaiming, I have grown stronger. Congratulations. Chapter 43. Unlocking the lung organs, the icy flame. Why aren't you wearing a hat? I've always worn one. Clara shook her head, her gray-white hair swaying like tentacles, revealing a triangular captain's hat. Her tentacle retrieved the hat and handed it to Yuji. The captain's hat that I dared not remove, even in slumber. I understood that this was not merely a hat, but a weighty responsibility. Was this letter delivered to the wrong person? Have you read it? I never pry into others' affairs. As I tore open the letter, Yuji casually remarked, Then how did you learn the forbidden arts? Well, knowledge is not the same as privacy. The contents of the letter were straightforward, a farewell missive. Jiren intended to report the failure of the experiments here to the royal city and accept his punishment, which would likely be death. He had chosen to leave his family to follow Mr. Bai, a decision unbeknownst to his kin. At the conclusion of the letter, he mentioned his brother, Jimmy. To all corners of the sea. Jimmy, my friend, if you happen upon this letter, please convey to my brother, another Jimmy at the Magic Academy, that I am embarking on a journey to a distant land. To be frank, given our casual acquaintance, Yuji could hardly be expected to assist in this endeavor. It remains as it is. The workings of this world are beyond my concern. Yuji incinerated the letter, treating it as though he had never seen it. Whether Mr. Bai is the White Wolf Knight, and whether this nation might witness another coup, what concern is that of mine? If there is gain to be had, seize it. If not, why court trouble? Achoo. Captain, the first mate mentioned that your method of anchoring is quite unique. I have modified the anchor. In what manner? Yuji was curious, sensing a newfound power in the anchor. Try striking the helm with force. Yuji approached the helm and slapped it down. Boom. The cabin echoed with a sound akin to cannon fire. Amidst the hurried clinking of iron chains, the ship's anchor plunged into the seabed nearly 20 meters below the dock. Emotions intertwined like cannon and anchor, capable of being launched like a harpoon, transforming a gentle deceleration into a sudden halt. Impressive, Yuji praised. A chuckle escaped Dahong, who scratched his head in a sheepish manner. Dahong, give this potion a try. It may remedy your nasal affliction, Clara suggested, handing him a vial filled with a bright orange liquid. Is it as bitter as the last one? He inquired. Rest assured, I've added some sugar to it, Clara replied. During Yuji's absence, Clara had been experimenting with concocting a remedy for nasal ailments, though its efficacy remained questionable. Sipping the potion through a straw, Dahong shivered after swallowing. It's dreadful. Achoo. It still isn't working. Clara sighed. Something feels amiss. My crew does not fall ill, Yuji remarked, donning the captain's hat and stroking his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps it's due to differing constitutions, their scant literature on abyssal demons. Clara inquired further, Dahong. How many demons like you exist? My grandmother, my father and mother, my uncle, and myself. Many others in my kin. Though my parents deemed them as lowly as mere toes, I despise their lofty demeanor. The primal demons, 5 lords of the abyss. Perhaps this is not an illness, but rather a portent. A portent? Yuji and Dahong turned their attention to Clara, awaiting her next words. For instance, when one feels a hunger pang or experiences the urge to sneeze, it signifies that something within desires to be released. Wu Jie nodded, recalling that within Dahong resided an independent abyss that, though not of this world, was nonetheless real. Perhaps there lay some unknown entity within, continuously tapping his helmet. Dahong muttered, I can't seem to remember. Captain, first mate, I can't recall anything. Do not fret. It is possible that during your former days of great strength, you ingested something you ought not to have. We shall address it later, Clara reassured him. Captain, I believe you are hungry, she added, producing a piece of parchment. In a hushed tone, Clara whispered an incantation, causing the parchment to ignite in a vibrant red and yellow flame. I have successfully crafted a miniature fire magic scroll. Henceforth, I need not trouble Xiaobai for cooking. Well then, you all keep busy. I, too, must attend to some matters. It was time for upgrades and self-exploration. After reaching level 5, the Raven unlocked a new ability called Soul Aspect, Falling Feathers. With a snap of his fingers, the Raven twirled in midair, initiating the falling feathers. Ethereal, shadowy feathers, reminiscent of ink-stained snowflakes, gracefully descended. Upon landing on the table, these feathers vanished as if nothing had transpired. There was no information provided regarding this ability. To be candid, if not for the somewhat poetic name Falling Feathers, Wu Jie would have deemed it no different from shedding feathers. Moreover, Falling Feathers did not consume any soul energy. Aside from offering an additional special effect, he found it challenging to ascertain the proper application of this ability at that moment. It could be set aside for future exploration. Shedding his coat, Yuji unfastened the buttons of his shirt, the white lines on his chest sprawling across half of his body, nearing the threshold of his navel. The Raven transformed into a gun, infusing his soul with experience points. Experience 500, 500, 500. During the process of this immense infusion of souls, the white lines began to spread rapidly, gradually surpassing the navel and reaching lower still. In an instant, desire surged within his mind, and the table was dislodged. I am immensely powerful. At that moment, Yuji felt a burgeoning sense of strength, for this transcended mere physical prowess. The 7 emotions and 6 desires, particularly the craving for indulgence, are often the easiest to satisfy, yet in that regard one can endure with patience. Level upgraded to LV 10. Fixed upgrade rewards. Constitution 5. Spirit 5. Additional reward. Contract Mark 1. Blue Flame. Blue Flame burns and consumes the lungs of life at level 10 and above, under sufficient conditions. It can evolve into a blue spark. The spark itself is the lung. Repeatedly consuming souls can transform the black and white spiritual fire into a low-temperature azure spiritual flame. with its temperature decreasing alongside one's level. Once the spark is formed, burning lungs of level 5 or higher will yield a consumable mark known as the fire lung. When the consumable mark of the fire heart reaches 100, it can coalesce into the cursed mark of the heart of 100 fires. Steadying the table with his hands and pushing the chair back, Yuji took a deep breath. The enhancement of spirit is often more pronounced than that of constitution. Despite his desires, he knew that as long as his spirit remained robust, he could resist dwelling on them. With a flick of his left hand, 2 ethereal blue lung apparitions materialized, naturally larger than a heart, juxtaposed against his chest in accordance with his physique. In the future, I, Yuji, shall no longer be an indifferent soul, thus, I must engage in more heartfelt endeavors. A notion arises, as my lungs manifest a shimmering blue flame, akin to a small blue pill. I lightly tap my forehead, for such peculiar thoughts were foreign to me before. The fire of the heart brings forth intense warmth, and the mark of the heart now unlocks a new direction. Upon gathering 100, I shall obtain the curse mark of the 100 flames of the heart. It appears that upon reaching level 15, while unlocking the next organ's flame, gathering 100 marks of the fiery lungs will also coalesce into the 100 flames of the lungs. How fervent and passionate! Elevating to level 11 demands 12,000 souls, along with new prerequisites, 10 marks of the fiery heart and 1 mark of the fiery lung. Fortunately, it does not require the curse mark of the 100 flames of the heart. I currently possess 52 marks of the fiery heart, more than sufficient. First, I must ignite the flame before I can kindle the flame of the lungs, necessitating encounters with monsters above level 10 to transform the flame into a spark. My goal is clear, to gather souls and seek out level 10 monsters to unlock the lungs spark. Then perhaps produce 100 flames of the heart curse mark to observe its effects. The question arises, where shall I hunt these monsters? At this moment, Clara's voice echoes from outside, Captain, it's time for dinner. Give me half an hour. Understood. In this very second, Yuji persistently urges, shrink down. If you do not, I shall incinerate you. Chapter 44. The curious dragon maiden 8 days have passed. The bright moon hangs high in the sky as the ship glides over the tranquil sea. Since the mist dissipated, countless individuals have flocked to this unfamiliar maritime expanse. Yuji is no exception. Indeed, even though I have ventured here once before, this domain feels even more alien than before. The soul has reached level 245. The contract crew member, Sharala, has ascended to level 7. Upgrade fixed reward, Constitution 10. A massive shark over 5 meters in length surged forth from the depths, its jaws tearing into its prey, crashing heavily onto the surface and splashing water into Yuji's wine glass. Subsequently, Sharala deftly disassembled the shredded flesh, discarding a still-beating heart onto the deck. The heart, not yet devoid of life, is at level 8. Truly a marine hunter, excelling in the art of consumption, with a singular path of growth. A brutal method of devouring and an ocean brimming with prey, these factors enable Sharala to ascend rapidly. She plunged her white serpent blade into the heart, igniting flames. Heart of Fire, 11. Currently, her soul has accumulated to 200, and she has gathered 78-foot hearts of fire. This is precisely why Sharala has been patrolling beneath the ship. It has been quite some time since she last encountered a sea monster, let alone faced an attack from one. Little by remains at level 3, unable to find any monsters to hunt, leaving its soul state a mystery. Minor creatures are scarce, and the larger beasts, such as the level 10 lungs, are nowhere to be found. First mate, what is it, Captain? Clara, with 2 pieces of fabric in hand, skillfully threaded her numerous tentacles through a needle, stitching the cloth together with a speed rivaling that of a sewing machine. 8 days prior, Yuji had fulfilled his promise to accompany her to purchase clothing, fortunate that the shopkeeper had set sail for treasure hunting. Thus, settling for a compromise, she procured ample fabric to craft herself a suitable set of mage's attire, gray robes adorned with unique patterns and black-brown trousers. Aside from her gray-brown knee-high boots, which were meticulously laced, the entirety of her ensemble was fashioned by her own hands. He is accustomed to going shirtless and barefoot, relishing his ancient black shorts that, like the Hulk, show no signs of wear or dirt after millennia. Privately, Yuji once inquired of Dahong whether he felt discomfort in his unchanging attire. To his surprise, Dahong replied that the reproductive method of demons does not necessitate physical contact. Thus, he is untroubled by masculine concerns and naturally indifferent to matters of personal hygiene. This revelation broadened Yuji's horizons, The world is indeed wondrous. By the way, do you know how demons reproduce? Yuji asked. Why are we discussing this topic? Clara said, her cheeks flushed. How could I possibly know? I suspect. Dahong might be. What? What do you mean? Could it be? Dahong is a mother? The concept of gender among demons is nebulous. Yuji whispered, I have inquired about this matter, and Dahong told me he emerged from his father's body, given life by his mother. With each revelation, Clara's expression grew increasingly animated. She bit her lip, as if she had stumbled upon scandalous gossip. How marvelous! I too find it extraordinary, and I sense that Dahong is on the verge of an outburst. It is worth noting that the cabin where Dahong resides is enchanted with a silencing spell by Clara, though the sounds are muffled. Yuji is aware that he is sneezing and coughing more violently. First mate, Yuji took a deep breath. Are you prepared? We shall descend. Ready at any moment. Do we require scissors, hot towels, or warm water? Certainly not. Have you not noticed that Dahong lacks even a belly button? Ah. I find myself unconcerned with the well-being of Dahong. Shall we proceed? Indeed. Standing upon the platform, they gently activated the mechanism, allowing the two to descend into the ship's hold. The mast extended straight down to the keel, supported by two sturdy columns, upon which hung a round glass jar, within which floated Clara's luminous bubbles. Bathed in the radiant light, one could easily spot Dahong at the very bottom. He sat before an anvil, meticulously filing a rod adorned with a gear lever at its apex. As he worked, he was beset by violent coughs, accompanied by persistent sneezes. Dahong. Dahong Hong. Naturally, Dahong had no knowledge of his aunt, nor did he understand the nature of her laughter. Ahem, if I cannot contain it, I shall not. I eagerly anticipate witnessing the birth of Xiaohong. Wu Jia wore a broad smile, clutching two contracts. Acquiring another little demon posed no issue whatsoever. The children of employees could be taken in and raised, as it was not beyond their means. Dahong Hong, keep it up. Clara clenched her fist in encouragement, fervently wishing to witness firsthand the process by which a demon begets its offspring. Captain, first mate, what are your thoughts? Ahem. Wu Jia cleared his throat. Within you resides a life, one that you may be wholly unaware of, yet it indeed exists. My grandmother did not provide me with a partner. I should not be the one to nurture life. Your grandmother did not prepare a partner for you? Wu Jia and Clara echoed the same inquiry. Indeed. Should the family require a new child, it would necessitate waiting for grandmother to allocate another portion to father, then to mother, and finally to uncle, before it could become my partner. However, such an event shall not transpire. I intend to eliminate uncle, thereby disregarding that portion entirely. Dahong spoke with great detail. His words were comprehensible to all, yet none could truly grasp the nature of this peculiar method of reproduction. Achu. As the sneezing intensified, Wu Jie suggested, how about this? I will facilitate your transition into another state by expelling the contents within you. All right. I too wish to cease this incessant runny nose. Achu. Subsequently, Wu Jie ignited a black and white ethereal flame in his right hand and pressed it against Dahong's chest. Within the flames, Dahong gradually shed his corporeal form, transforming into an indescribable, humanoid shadow. The interwoven chains upon him resembled the very darkness that ensnares an abyss. As Clara grasped and examined the luminous bubbles emanating, she marveled. How extraordinary! It truly resembles the descriptions in books. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. Dahong, first loosen your chains. Very well. Dahong complied, removing the chains from his body and setting them aside. Do you feel anything? I feel an even greater urge to sneeze. Wu Jie and Clara stepped back slightly. Sneeze as much as you need. Achu, achu. Amidst a chorus of sneezes and coughs, a form gradually emerged from the profound darkness. Is it a person? Achu. With a thud, a wet and glistening figure plummeted to the ground, as if discarded. Ah, my nose no longer itches. I am the son of Han Moro. Quickly, put on some clothes. You are exposed. In haste. Clara removed her gray robe and, on tiptoe, draped it over the chest of the towering figure who was slowly rising. The captain must not look. The privacy of a girl must not be intruded upon. Who are you? The tall woman, feeble and weak, half squatted down, her crimson lizard-like pupils trembling. The sharp dragon horns atop her head and the scales dotting her skin revealed her draconic heritage. Where has my strength gone? How have I become so diminutive? So diminutive that I still consider myself the son of Hanmelo? Sister, you should refer to yourself as the eldest daughter. Wait, who is your father? She proclaimed passionately, my father is named Hanmelo. Oakland. He is a warrior. My mother is named Sanlin. Phineas. She is a great dragon. I too am a warrior. And I possess the power to vanquish all abyssal demons. Feel the might of my strong arms. Saying this, she gently embraced Clara, assuring her, do not be afraid. Little girl with dancing hair, I shall rescue you from the abyss, just like a hero saving a damsel. You're squeezing me. I can hardly breathe. I cannot draw breath. Chapter 45. The Abyssal Arrival, A Touch of Madness. The lone wanderer of the abyss, daughter of the Red Dragon Knight and warrior Hamelo. The surname remains Oakland, one of the 9 great empires of our time. Examining the opponent's level. Level LV, 5, a being of human life with half-ancient dragon blood. Her strength and soul have long been depleted by the encroachment of the abyss. Depleted in the abyss. Could it be that the Great Red has not only exhausted his own strength over the years, but also drained the dragon girl within him? To recruit an employee, only to give away another. At this moment, Yuji cast a benevolent smile at the towering dragon maiden. Are you human? State your name. The captain, Yuji. What is yours? My parents did not bestow upon me a name. They assigned me a mission to hunt the offspring of the abyss under the guise of anonymity. Excellent. I admire your spirited determination. How about I call you Xiaoong? First, let me go. Clara quickly patted her back. What troubles you? I have something to say. Then please, speak. With a swift bite to her shoulder, Clara finally freed herself, gasping, Are you trying to strangle me? Glancing at the bite mark on her shoulder, she expressed genuine remorse. If my grip discomfort you, do let me know, and I shall release you. Clara, rendered speechless, cast an adhesive spell upon her robe, ensuring it clung tightly to her form. I must admit, the tall figure, with her powerful curves, compelled Clara to praise. You possess an enviable physique. Save your compliments for later. She clenched her fist, a layer of crimson scales manifesting around it as she fixed her gaze upon Yuji. Now, come and match my strike. Do not engage in combat. Clara interposed, standing before her. In the next instant, a massive red hand descended from behind, pressing down heavily on her shoulder, while the other hand gripped a shattered small hammer. If you seek to strike the captain, I shall strike you first. With a resounding thud, she swiftly turned, looking at the vibrant red figure with a smile. Gore? So you were right behind me. When did you become so feeble? Not only you, but I too have grown weaker. Come, let me slay you. The raven perched upon the scarlet shoulder cawed. What is this? If you wish to engage in a duel, I am ever ready. However, I have a query. Your father is a man, and your mother is a dragon. How did they? Clara interjected hastily. Captain, do not inquire further. This is feasible. Throughout history, numerous instances exist of humans and dragons procreating. Oh. Yuji gestured. If her mother is a dragon of such grandeur, and her father but a man of this stature, how formidable. Captain, dragons can indeed transform into human form. I see. Yuji gave Clara a thumbs up. In this regard, you are the true expert. No. It is her father who is impressive. Clara deftly shifted the topic. Indeed, I aspire to be a man like my father. The dragon maiden declared with immense pride. Your father is a knight. So does that mean you shall ride a dragon? Yuji inquired curiously. A knight? What is a knight? The title of Dragon Knight was bestowed later, and it emerged due to her father, though it has since diminished in significance. Clara sighed, sensing the conversation was veering into awkward territory, and said to the dragon maiden, You had best come up with a fitting name quickly, otherwise, you truly shall be called Little Red. What is wrong with the name Little Red? Yuji replied, somewhat discontent, as if his naming abilities were being questioned. Can I name myself? She pondered, recalling her father's words. 3 parts thought, 7 parts strength, sufficient to conquer all foes in the world. I shall call myself 3 thoughts, 7 strengths. At this moment, Yuji struggled to suppress his laughter, pondering that this name was even less appealing than Xiaoong. Captain, what brings you amusement? It is worth mentioning that the phrase Sansi Wuchi sounds quite melodious. However, in Chinese, it simply refers to the numbers 3457. How delightful. Sansi Wuchi will work on my ship for a lifetime, until the end of the world. Yuji's palms revealed black lines against a white backdrop. The end of the world? Standing tall, half a head above Yuji, Sansi Wuchi declared with unwavering resolve, setting aside physical attributes. Who could possibly dislike a passionate and somewhat eccentric youth harboring dreams of saving the world? As she spoke, Clara extended her right hand in greeting, introducing herself. I am the first mate, Clara. What is this gesture? It's a customary salute before a duel. With that, Yuji extended his right hand and grasped hers, thereby accepting the challenge. After a brief pause, Sansi Wuchi gently pushed Clara aside, stating, "Do you wish to challenge me? I do not engage in combat with women." Grasping Yuji's hand firmly, she laughed heartily. "You must be the boss here. If I defeat you, can I not challenge Gore? From now on, he shall be referred to as Big Red. If you lose, you will serve under me for eternity." "No problem." At this moment, observing the black lines on Sansi Wuchi's hand extending to her wrist, Clara shook her head, saying, "You've essentially sold yourself," and still Haven T realized it. Hearing this, Big Red scratched his head and asked, "First mate, have you also sold yourself?" I did so willingly. Take this punch." Sansi Wuchi laughed as she threw a punch towards Yuji's face. Half an hour later, Yuji flexed his fists, realizing just how formidable he was in combat. The bruises on Sansi Wuchi's body vanished at a visible pace, only to be replaced by dark lines spreading across her skin. She lay weakly on the ground, her sweat-drenched crimson hair fanned out like petals, gasping for breath. What a rush. A bet is a bet. I shall heed your counsel from now on, yet I will incessantly challenge you until I triumph and earn the right to slay the crimson foes. Moreover, I shall vanquish all the demons lurking in the abyss and rescue my parents. Haraha. As she laughed, her pronounced canine teeth were revealed, appearing somewhat shorter than a vampire's, yet not particularly sharp. You seem capable of taking advice after all. Clara extended her right hand, suggesting, "Let us go. I shall craft you a garment. I do not engage in battles with women. This is merely an invitation to rise. I heard your stomach growl, and besides, you are a woman too," Clara clarified. "Not so." Yuji shook his head. "Sanchi is my good brother, brimming with masculine vigor, albeit without the typical endowment." Haha. What does it mean to be without the typical endowment? Contracted crew, Sansi Wuchi. Level, LV, 5, 27,100, Spirit of the Warrior, Sansi Wuchi, who entrusts 7 parts spirit and 3 parts physique to you, yearns for perpetual combat, and possesses the resolve to challenge the strong. Battle is her chosen path for heroic growth. Twin contract. Truly a division of 3 and 7. It appears that her upgrades enhance spirit by 3 and physique by 7. Crimson. I have made up my mind. I shall first eliminate your family, and then, in the end, I shall take your life. After Clara helped Chi-Chi to her feet, she solemnly uttered a cruel remark. Really? Dahong chuckled. I want to kill my uncle first. As for my family, I have no desire to harm them. If you wish to kill them, I shall not stand in your way. Very well. I shall first eliminate your uncle, then eradicate everyone in your family, allowing you to fully experience the anguish of losing your kin. After I rescue my parents, I will finally take your life. I shall assist you. Dahong had already conceived the idea of equipping Chi-Chi with exquisite armor and weaponry. At this moment, Clara turned to Yuji, astonished. Captain, how is it that their objectives are remarkably aligned despite various factors? Those from the abyss are somewhat peculiar, yet I find it quite appealing. Chapter 46. The time for monster hunting has arrived on the deck, enjoying a midnight snack of beer and barbecue. What is that large, round object hanging in the sky? Do not point. That is the moon. Do not use your hand to gesture towards it, for the moon goddess may stealthily sever your ears, leaving your pointed ears cast upon the moon. Measuring Chi-Chi's waist and shoulder width, Clara coaxed her to sit still like a child. The moon? Chi-Chi pointed at the tranquil sea surface. There are 2 moons. If you keep fidgeting, I shall deny you any barbecue. In the next moment, Chi-Chi obediently sat still. Dahong had already informed her that on the ship, the captain holds the utmost authority, followed by the first mate. If she disobeyed, Dahong would not entertain her challenges. Furthermore, the aroma of the barbecue was indeed enticing. After completing the measurements, Clara gazed at the numbers in her notebook, enviously exclaiming, Chi-Chi, what did you eat to grow up so splendidly? The abyssal monster, in times past, I was exceedingly powerful, and I remain formidable even now. And what weapon do you wield? Yuji inquired, taking a sip of beer. Sanchi brandished a fist the size of a sandbag, declaring, this. She then lifted her long, fair leg, revealing a right foot adorned with a few dragon scales on her calf and thigh. Yuji turned away, spewing a mouthful of beer. With a resounding slap, he struck down Sanchi's leg. Clara scolded with disappointment, you shall sleep with me tonight, and I shall enlighten you on the concept of shame. Dahong, craft a knuckle duster for Sanchi, the kind to be worn on the hand. Yuji gestured. Very well. After their late-night feast, the sweeping robot approached, diligently clearing the ashes of parchment from the floor. Within the captain's quarters, a glass jar sat upon the table, bubbles glowing and floating within. Cradling the seemingly slumbering Xiaobai, Yuji perused the nautical charts. Of course, they were of no use. Once the foggy seas dissipated, all maritime maps of the kingdom would become obsolete. It would not be long before those lost islands were redrawn by cartographers. This nation would undoubtedly acquire considerable territory. However, whether these islands would be reclaimed by the kingdom or appropriated by Mr. Bai was of no concern to me. The reason we don garments is that it distinguishes man from beast. To casually expose one's private parts is an act only the lustful beasts would commit. I comprehend now. My father donned armor, and my mother transformed into a human, adopting clothing, for such is a sacred act. Indeed, that is a valid interpretation. If you two are reluctant to part with this wardrobe, relocate it to the cabin. In the depths of the vessel, the clanging of iron resounded loudly as De Hong busied himself with his work. With such a large ship and only 4 individuals aboard, was there truly not enough space to share? Clara continued her narrative. Moreover, it is unwise to dwell in the same quarters as men. Such behavior is fraught with peril. I am a man, and I fear nothing. You must not entertain such thoughts, regardless of how masculine you may present yourself. Certain truths cannot be concealed. I recall a room that De Hong has left unoccupied, where I have cast a silencing spell. You may take residence there tomorrow. We shall coexist. Sanchi solemnly declared, you have shown me great kindness, and thus, I shall protect you. That, Clara interjected. You claim to be a man, which is why I cannot share a room with you. The captain is also a man. Your presence here poses a danger. I have known the captain far longer than you have. Who possesses greater understanding, I or you? I will not encounter any trouble. She speaks wisely, to prevent complications. You should relocate to the first officer's quarters. Wu Jie stated matter-of-factly. Understood. If you fancy this wardrobe, you may take it as well. Without a moment's hesitation, Sanchi hoisted the wardrobe aloft. Wait for me to descend first. Once silence enveloped the surroundings, even the sea breeze outside seemed to grow tumultuous. Settling his thoughts, Wu Jie reflected deeply, but the weight of contemplation soon brought him discomfort. Instead of pondering matters of affection, it would be wiser to focus on leveling up and defeating monsters. After all, regardless of life or death, they all sailed in the same vessel, wherever they ventured. They did so together. Such bonds, forged in shared trials, are far more reliable than romantic vows. A contract signifies eternity. There is no journey of parting. An unknown world awaits exploration. It is of utmost importance to conserve energy and test the efficacy of fallen feather in real combat. After a night of tranquility, the following morning arrives. Captain, come quickly and behold the new design I have crafted for Sanchi. Awakening from her chair, a twist of her neck alleviates the discomfort of a stiff neck. Last night, Wu Jie simplified Sansi Wuchi to Sanchi. Clara and Da Hong have also adopted this simplified nomenclature, emphasizing its simplicity and memorability. After all, the more succinct the phrase, the swifter and more eloquent the expression. Upon stepping outside, I encounter a dapper mummy clad in a white vest, exuding a striking presence. Sanchi stands at the ship's railing, gazing out at the sea. Her long red hair is styled into a high ponytail, and she is adorned with white bandages that wrap her limbs in a manner reminiscent of Muay Thai fighters. Indeed, her toes, thighs, dragon scales, and horns are all exposed, revealing a delicate, line-like navel. Is Sanchi truly born alive? Every part that ought to be revealed is on display, her enviable figure modestly covered by white fabric and bandages, yet curiously devoid of anything that might provoke discomfort. On the contrary, she emanates a refreshingly vibrant aura. During last night's idle chatter, Clara mentioned that regardless of location, dragonkin are exceedingly popular, regarded as noble bloodlines, and have no need to conceal their identities. Her small dragon horns, measuring merely 8 centimeters, are blood jade at the base, tapering to a pristine white tip, with a gradient in between. Her hair, pupils, and scales are all a deep crimson, while her attire and otherwise concealed skin are snow white, a delicate interplay of white and red. Indeed, you possess a remarkable talent for design. Wu Jie sincerely praises. Sanchi declares that she eschews shoes and the attire I wear, leaving me with little choice but to arrange her outfit accordingly. Clara merely shrugs. It is indeed possible. She solely relies on her physical combat skills. This attire does not hinder her agility. By the way, why does she lack a tail? Dragon can only possess tails when they transform into dragons. Sanchi, transform into a dragon and show us. Wu Jie exclaimed, turning around. Sanchi bared her teeth and struck a fierce pose. Woohoo. Huh. She paused, perplexed. Why can't I transform into a dragon? Your soul is so weakened. It is evident you cannot metamorphose into a dragon, Clara explained, covering her forehead. No need to reiterate. At that moment, Sanchi spotted a jellyfish swimming by in the water and exclaimed, soul manifestation. Delicious. With a splash, she leaped into the water, only to sputter and exclaim, why? Glub glub. Does the water sink here? She cannot fly, nor can she swim? It appears to be the case. Clara nodded. Wujia concentrated, summoning Shalalala to come forth. Half a minute later, a large shark emerged, dragging her out of the water. She coughed for a while perched on the shark's back. Sachi's eyes sparkled as she laughed heartily. This is so much fun. This abyss is extraordinarily interesting. This is not an abyss. I have told you numerous times, Clara retorted. Over the past couple of days, the ship has been filled with laughter, predominantly thanks to Sanchi's incessant joy as she dragged Clara along to share in her silliness. Happiness is indeed contagious. Even the typically stern Wu Jie began to wear a smile more often. She has been trapped in the great crimson abyss for over 2 millennia, and the memories of the outside world have long faded from her mind. However, according to Clara's research, time nearly comes to a standstill in the depths of the great red abyss. From Sanchi's personal perspective, it feels as though only a few years have passed. This implies that if sufficient time is granted for the great red to mature, it would essentially function as a super refrigerator, in addition to being a mobile storage space. Of course, theoretically, this poses no issues, but for now, it remains purely theoretical. This morning, a raven brought back a black leaf, and Sanchi shouted from the bow of the ship, in the distance lies a slumbering monster. Indeed, an island has come into view. It is time to engage in battle. Chapter 47. No, you are the treasure. Just as they were about to land on the island, Yuji sensed something rapidly approaching in the water, 70 meters away. Currently, Sharala was a kilometer away, preoccupied with hunting and unable to intervene. The raven flew in, clutching the white serpent blade. Suddenly, a turtle emerged from the sea. Landing on the deck, it was an old sea turtle witch. Level LV 52. I mean no harm. Why must we resort to blades? This sea witch, hunched and bearing a shell, had disheveled, yellowed hair dripping with water, obscuring the upper part of her face. The blade transformed into a white serpent coiled around her waist. Yuji greeted her politely, good morning. This was not Yuji's first encounter with a sea witch, and moreover, this particular turtle which had reached level 52. Up to this point, it was the highest level Yuji had ever witnessed. Youth, this island belongs to me, but the turtle witch scrutinized Yuji from head to toe. I recognize your ring. I have seen your face. You ought to be a soulless corpse. Yet that is not the case. You indeed possess a soul, an extraordinary one at that. What exactly are you? Captain. Yuji offered a brief response. The turtle matriarch slightly tilted her head, observing Clara, who had stealthily approached the door of the captain's quarters. As fellow kin of the sea, why did she wish to avoid me? Greetings, esteemed elder. Clara bowed in respectful salutation. Suddenly, the turtle matriarch vanished from sight, reappearing before Clara in an instant. She lifted her aged hand, turning Clara's left hand over to inspect the white spots and black lines. Your fate has been altered. Curious. The object upon your hand does not belong to this realm, yet it seems an integral part of it. Esteemed elder. Please do not take me as a sacrifice. You wish to seize the first mate? But I do not strike women, thus, take a kick from me instead. Do not come closer. Clara turned sharply, admonishing Sanchi, Sanchi, do not be rude. Oh, dragon. The turtle matriarch strolled towards Sanchi. Oh, powerful and beautiful dragon. I would willingly exchange my right leg for a single tear from you. Might you grant me this small mercy? Tears are the disgrace of a warrior. Sanchi resolutely declined. Your tears shall not flow for me. The turtle matriarch shook her head, her figure vanishing once more, only to reappear before Yuji. You are suppressing your true self. Why not unleash it and allow me to witness your genuine essence? This is who I am. What genuine essence could there be? Yuji inquired in surprise. Oh. TSK. I cannot see through you. Since the dragon is your subordinate, could you perhaps command her to bestow upon me a single tear? That is impossible. If she does not wish to give, then you cannot have it. As expected. Young man, please join me in my humble abode on the island. What beverages do you three enjoy? I have brought my own beverages. Captain, shall we proceed? Certainly. Yuji pondered in silence. It seemed the sea which had not noticed the large red object in the cabin. On the island, Within a wooden cottage by the sea, flickering candles illuminated the room, revealing an array of peculiar specimens and bizarre mummified remains. Jars contained eyeballs, their pupils still twitching. The two sat in silence at an old wooden table. Sanchi, with the curiosity of a child, gazed around, peering into jars and even extracting an eyeball. Alas, do not consume that, it is inedible, Clara swiftly interjected, recalling her own near miss with a dragon on her first encounter. Granny Turtle approached with a basin of water, placing it on the table. Is this drinkable? Sanchi inquired, pointing at the wooden basin. Do not overthink it. I am well versed in hospitality. I do not intend for you to drink this. Instead, please feel free to spit into the basin. Are you casting a spell upon us? Yuji raised an eyebrow. Merely a simple divination. Clara nodded, assuring the elder harbors no ill will towards us. As she spoke, she expelled a bubble and hurriedly spat a bit of saliva into the basin. You claim you do not use saliva to create bubbles? Yuji followed suit, spitting a small amount. Stop, Granny Turtle called out, halting Sanchi, who was preparing to take a deep breath. You need not do that. Do not unleash dragon breath and set my place ablaze. My saliva is quite potent. Please do so outside. Granny Turtle gestured toward the door. Sanchi, behave yourself. Clara then asked, May I inquire, esteemed elder? What do you wish to divine? To uncover the reason for your unexpected arrival here. The elderly turtle lady performed a series of peculiar gestures, akin to being jolted by electricity or suffering from a cramp, while murmuring indistinct words. Clara silently observed all of this. There were no splashes, not even a ripple. Noticing that the turtle lady had suddenly fallen silent, Yuji inquired, How should I address you, esteemed elder? She seemed to awaken from a trance, shuddering slightly. I cannot bear to be called esteemed elder. I am Alan. Alan, you are the master of my master's master. Clara's eyes widened in astonishment. Huh. For 5 years, she sought my guidance to divine her future, which foretold her heart being reduced to ashes and her lungs frozen into crystalline shards. From that moment, she changed, no longer heeding instruction, consumed by thoughts of stealing treasures not rightfully hers. Yet, I never foresaw your visit here today. My fate has been altered by your presence. After speaking, the turtle lady withdrew into her shell, and 2 minutes later, sounds of rummaging emerged. Then, a foul odor wafted out. That was my flatulence. 3-7 confessed inexplicably. Found it. The turtle lady emerged from her shell, holding a black cloth-wrapped object in her left hand, an exceedingly rotten mermaid's tongue, emanating an overwhelming stench. Esteemed elder, what is the meaning of this? What use do I have for this? Yuji asked, his face a mask of disbelief. In the bay north of the island lies a slumbering sea monster, which will perish today. This can lure it out, directly onto the land. That is indeed the purpose of my visit. Young one, before you embark, allow me a word of caution. I have sold the soul of your corporeal form to the white wolf. The bewildered and fragile white wolf yearned for power and aspired to accomplish great deeds. Understanding this, Yuji removed the sapphire ring and placed it on the table, returning it to its rightful owner. Elder, may I take a sprig of the fog-black grass you have planted outside your dwelling? 500 sea coins. Oh, reduce it by 2 sprigs, and it will be 1,000 sea coins. 1 sprig is sufficient. What do you need the sea coins for? The tides of time are inexorable. It won't be long before this sea is bustling with life. I need to hoard some sea coins to avoid being unable to pay taxes later. Outside the cabin, in the herbal courtyard, Clara whispered to her palm, her fingertips enveloped in the waves of soul power as she extracted a dark herb. Soul 15. With this, I can concoct a new potion. Captain, why do you gaze at me so intently? Yuji remained silent, his eyes growing ever more fervent. Do you desire this? I shall extract another. As we have paid for 2. Yuji examined Clara's growth experience, 54,100. She complied, and Soul 16 was attained, elevating her growth experience to 6,100. Pulling a blade of grass, she divided her soul, yielding 15 to 16 points. Remarkable. This efficiency surpasses that of monster grinding. Could it be that Clara is inherently unsuited for combat, and her true prowess lies in research and potion making, allowing for swifter growth? This black mist grass is rich in soul power, indeed a treasure. No, you are the true treasure. Captain, such peculiar words, please speak of them in private. Chapter 48. Are you truly burning? In the northern bay of a nameless small island, a slender line tethered to a gallbladder-shaped, foul-smelling sack, submerged in the shallows as if for fishing. A raven descends, clutching a pair of brass knuckles. These were the weapons crafted by De Hong 2 days prior. Following Wu Jie's vision, in a world abundant with cold weapons, such knuckles are unprecedented, marking the inception of a new armament. Crew creation, level LV3. An object forged through De Hong's relentless hammering, imbued with the soul of a craftsman. The bearer draws upon its essence, contributing 3 to De Hong. De Hong had recently ascended to level 3, thus his crafted weapon also attained this level. This prompted Wu Jie to recall the scarecrow man he first encountered. His puppets, regardless of their might, matched his level. More intriguingly, detailed data had emerged, including percentage figures. Prior to level 10, there had been no such explicit information. Only a gradual process of self-discovery. As an idea struck him, Wu Jie commanded Xiao Bai to transform into a blade, the heart of fire emblem manifesting upon it. Heart of Fire Soul Mark, Fire Heart, currently capable of infusing up to 10 points of soul. Capable of incinerating 10 of the total soul amount of beings at level 10 or below. Upon vanquishing them, they become puppets before their soul is extinguished. Subject to mental control. The information remains insufficiently detailed, failing to specify the effects against beings above level 10. However, one thing is certain, the higher 1's level, the greater the clarity of the information available. What effects might arise from gathering a curse mark? Subsequently, Wu Jie further directed the raven to fall feather in the sky. Regardless of whether in a normal form or a soul-burning state, the fallen feathers are uniformly black. Their precise purpose remains a mystery, causing me considerable frustration. What is this? Sanchi leapt to seize the descending feathers but found them beyond reach, let alone altering their trajectory. The soul manifestations and the soul condensation technique. Yet I have never witnessed the captain practicing such an art. Clara appeared perplexed by the situation. Sanchi, express your gratitude to Da Hong. He has provided you with equipment, which I shall assist you in donning. Yuji gestured for Sanchi to approach. Is this for me? She inquired, raising her hand and spreading her fingers, following her cue. Yuji fitted the brass finger armor onto her hand, which conformed perfectly. Why have my hands, my fingers, become so delicate, softer than my mother's? Is this truly the hand of a warrior? You just now realized? Yuji questioned, astonished that it took her 2 days to notice such a change. Clenching the finger armor, she quickly acclimated, discovering the nuances of its usage as she unleashed a series of punches through the air. I am still a warrior. It is worth noting that Sanchi had trained in the abyss for an extended period, and in terms of combat skills, Yuji would have to learn from her. Of course, in a one-on-one confrontation, she could not match Yuji, as there was a significant level disparity of 5 levels. First mate, prepare to enchant the weapons. Look, Clara exclaimed, lifting her robe like a street vendor displaying an array of potions. Thanks to a silencing enchantment, no clattering sounds accompanied her display. Here are the enchantments of lightning, flames, and frost. Currently, I can only concoct potions for basic elemental enchantments. What sort of enchantment effects do you desire? Yuji inquired. I want them all. Sanchi clenched her fist. No, applying all of it would lead to a chaotic surge of magic. Then, the color red, her mother's hue. Flame enchantment? Clara pondered, considering that perhaps the fire enchantment might be superfluous. After all, Sanchi had yet to ignite her soul. A blaze of crimson would transform her into a humanoid abyss. What might a dragon can be? Curiosity piqued, Yuji placed his hand atop Sanchi's right hand, and the black and white spirit flames ignited. As the flames spread, scarlet dragon scales emerged, fitting seamlessly onto her arm like a layer of armor. In the blink of an eye, her right hand morphed into a dragon claw, with knuckles protruding like those of a tiger's paw. Hiss, the long-forgotten sting. Sanchi gazed at her right hand, exclaiming, what is this? It turns out to be my powerful and robust arm. She threw a few punches into the air, producing a whooshing sound, and could distinctly feel her strength magnified significantly. This sensation was exhilarating. The moment she uttered these words, the black and white spirit flames engulfed her entirely, transforming her into a genuine dragonkin adorned with tightly fitted red scales. What a thrill! Energized as if she had been injected with vitality, Sanchi continuously executed various complex martial arts maneuvers. Let us test the heat. Yuji's hand, enveloped in red spirit flames, struck her back. In the next moment, the black and white spirit flames completely transmuted into red, and her shoulder blades tore open, revealing a small protrusion of wing tips, still insufficient to form fully fledged wings. Even more exhilarating, she laughed heartily, her crimson eyes ablaze like fierce flames, scanning the surroundings until they locked onto the immense silhouette just emerging from the ocean's surface. Come forth and engage me in combat. I shall consume you. There exists a phrase, bloodline suppression. The sea monster, drawn forth by the decaying mermaid's tongue, suddenly submerged into the depths. The raven descended, siphoning away all the flames enveloping her. As the fire waned, her scales faded alongside, and her wings retracted into her being. Sanchi gazed at her hands, the protrusions resembling knuckles transforming into brass knuckles. However, the bandages adorning her body had taken on a pristine appearance. Strength vanished had I known. I would have refrained from playing with fire, yet I just did. Yuji lamented, acknowledging both the positives and negatives. It was evident that Sanchi, in her soul-burning state, possessed immense potential, even exhibiting multiple dragon transformations, which was not entirely without merit. Waiting a little longer would be of no harm. Presently, the sea monster had awakened, unable to resist temptation. Captain, Sanchi suddenly stood before Yuji, her posture erect, her gaze revealing a hint of pleading for the first time. Please grant me that flame once more. I wish to remain in that state indefinitely. Are you mad? It would consume your soul. Yuji firmly rejected her. As the most dreaded scenario unfolded, the addictive nature of soul burning was indeed perilous. That state was exhilarating, a singular focus devoid of distractions, rendering all suffering imperceptible. Yet, it could not alter reality. To maintain such a condition would render one akin to a wandering corpse, perpetually yearning for souls, ultimately leading to a loss of self over time. I will be obedient. Grant me a bit more flame, and I assure you I shall be more compliant than the first mate. Hey, do not use me as an example. Will you truly obey? Nodding vigorously, Sanchi resolutely declared, a warrior never lies. I, Sanchi Wookiee, do not deceive. Obedience is not an option. Captain, if you do not comply, I shall refuse to obey. Is it too much to desire a bit of ambition? Yuji resolved to enlighten this wayward warrior. By growing stronger, you will master your own flame. After all, you are a dragon. I have scorched myself before, and it is unlike the burns inflicted by the captain. Your burns are genuine. At that moment, Clara could no longer remain silent and interjected. Captain, 3-7. The monster has emerged from the depths. Chapter 49. A crippled request for dragon tears. The siren's tongue lures the great fish. A monstrous purple sea creature, resembling a colossal grouper, breached the surface. The bait was minuscule in comparison, smaller than even a single tooth of the beast. Yet it was sufficient to entice the creature to awkwardly crawl onto the shore, floundering in its movements. Level LV 17. This is a behemoth capable of heart-wrenching feats. Pulling on the fine line, the massive fish followed suit, inching its way onto the beach. As if entranced, its deep purple eyes fixated on the bait, utterly oblivious to its surroundings. Indeed, it is true that one creature is drawn to another, a fitting match. In the ocean, hunting it would be a formidable challenge. However, on land, one mustn't be overly reckless. A prudent approach is always wise. Though I have yet to face a life-threatening crisis, there is no need to gamble with my life for a mere test of will. Yuji continued to draw back the fine line, guiding the sea monster closer to 20 meters from the water's edge. Fire in the hole. The raven took flight to deliver the news of the impending strike. Not far from the surface of the sea, the left side of the ship's barrier rose, revealing ominous cannons. Boom. A cloud of white smoke erupted from the cannon's maw. A gaping hole was torn into the lower left side of the monstrous fish, dark purple blood mingling with its innards as it flowed forth. The air is permeated with a fragrance reminiscent of green apples. Soon after, the sea monster secretes pus from its wounded area, which rapidly coagulates to seal the injury. Yet, it continues to crawl forward as if unscathed. Take this punch. Sanchi charges forth, relentlessly battering the creature's flesh with her fists. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that her knuckles are adorned with tiger claws, igniting with flames upon each strike. This second-tier weapon is enhanced with a 5th-tier enchantment potion. Indeed, Clara has reached level 5. And the enchantment potion is a creation of the crew, capable of siphoning 5% of his soul. Strength. My strength is increasing. Sanchi exclaims with exhilaration. Another discovery. Yuji inspects the weapon's effect, revealing siphon. There is no need to slay. Merely inflicting damage allows for the extraction of soul power. The possibilities are opening up. A weapon shop might indeed be feasible. Calculating, Sanchi realizes that the souls she siphons must allocate 3% to Dahong, 5% to Clara, and then split the remainder with herself. Souls represent energy, and the portions designated for the crew, if calculated in souls, present a multitude of frustrating decimals. Nevertheless, in a roundabout way, what she receives, they receive equally. Exceptional employees are still driven employees. Every situation possesses dual facets. This cannot be deemed as withholding. For without a contract, the crew could not so easily absorb souls. It is a mutual benefit. Almost overlooked, she must first elevate Xiaobai's experience. Currently, Xiaobai is not far from level 4. You take a break. Let me take a turn. Yuji hands the fine line to Clara and then charges forward. Wielding his blade with fervor, amidst the relentless slashing, experience surged beyond 100. The soul-infused white serpent blade ascended to level 4. The upgrade capabilities revealed a maximum of 12 points of soul curse snake venom, an enhancement of paralysis effects by 5%, and the unlocking of the soul manifestation, scale transformation. Scale transformation? Falling feathers and scales. Could it be that these two elements combine to form the complete soul manifestation? Sanchi, cease your attacks. Allow me to take over. You are the captain. As your warrior, I cannot permit you to engage directly. One must take matters into their own hands. Step aside, or else. Yuji threatened, I shall refrain from setting you ablaze in the future. At these words, Sanchi recoiled several steps, suppressing the urge to continue the assault. The experience continued to climb as he struck the sluggish fish. Yuji, invigorated by the increasing experience points, recalled his initial intention to discipline the crew with the soul-infused technique. It appeared to be effective. Captain, be cautious, Clara shouted in warning. At that moment, Yuji sensed an impending danger. Before him, the dark purple fish skin manifested a series of distorted patterns. Soul Curse, a formidable natural sorcery ability of the sea monster. Within these twisted markings, Yuji beheld a myriad of illusions, the fish transforming into a loathsome and fearsome entity. Supervisor. In the next instant, Yuji wielded his blade with even greater fervor. Just as he struck with enthusiasm, the apparition morphed into an unassailable form, an orange tabby cat, still napping atop a Siberian husky's head. Moreover, the illusion intensified as the silhouettes of his parents gradually emerged behind the cat and dog. The illusion of the heart manifests, revealing that what one fears most becomes visible. I concede that your illusionary sorcery is formidable. Yet I pose a question. What can you do if I choose to forsake my mind? In an instant, Yuji is consumed by flames, reduced to a mere skull. And all illusions dissipate, leaving only a luminous mass of food before him. He relentlessly strikes at the sea monster, while Clara, too, finds herself ensnared in the web of illusions. She releases her fine thread, crouching low, endeavoring to surmount the myriad phantoms with her mental fortitude. However, Sanchi is deeply ensnared. Her eyes vacant, she perceives a grotesque abyssal creature attacking her parents. Without hesitation, she charges forward, landing a punch squarely on Yuji's back. The impact produces a dull thud. Yet Yuji remains unfazed, enduring the torrential onslaught of fists upon his back. Ultimately, the venom takes effect, revealing the curse's vulnerability. A blade plunges into the eye of the sea monster, slicing open a wound, and a soul crystal the size of a bayberry emerges. With a deft twist of the blade, the soul crystal is sent flying. Captain, I beg your pardon. What did you just witness? I beheld a repugnant creature assaulting my father and mother. I am truly sorry. With spiritual fire, Yuji mends the torn fabric of his coat, raising an eyebrow as he plucks a crystalline tear from the corner of Sanchi's eye. There is no need for apologies. You have done well. Your instinct to protect your parents is commendable. He then turns his gaze to the crouching Clara, remarking on her resilience as my first mate, unaffected by the chaos around her. Captain, why have you abandoned us? Awaken. I had thought you were unscathed. As he kneaded the crystal in his hand, Yuji found himself perplexed and inquired, Sanchi, your eye mucus is truly substantial. Captain, there's no need to comfort me. A warrior requires no solace. Though your manner of consolation is quite commendable, is this not mere eye mucus? Youth, it is remarkable that you can evoke tears from a dragon. I beseech you to bestow upon me this single tear. Suddenly, Granny Turtle approached. Sanchi, this tear belongs to you. You shall decide its fate. It is the captain's. I presented to him as an apology. Sanchi turned his head away. Very well. Yuji gazed at Granny Turtle and articulated clearly. Allow me to sever a right leg of Senior Allen as a form of exchange. Aside from the title of senior, I am quite willing to accept any other terms. With that, Granny Turtle extended her right leg, indicating the mid-thigh. Please strike here. I assure you it will feel akin to cleaving through a delicate jellyfish. With a swift motion, the blade descended, The experience gained from Little White surged, propelling him up 2 levels. The soul-burning white snake blade has been upgraded to level 6. Upgrade ability can generate up to 30 points of cursed serpent poison with a paralysis capability of 5. Unlocks the soul manifestation, scale transformation. Dual soul manifestation, fallen feather scale. The fallen bird feather soul manifestation possesses soul-burning capabilities, while transforming into serpent scales grants soul-devouring abilities. In this fleeting moment, the fallen feathers ignited with white spiritual fire, cascading like snowflakes, settling in Yuji's palm and transforming into black serpent scales, akin to a layer of armor. Gripping the white snake blade, he severed a portion of the burning white firebird feathers, and at this instant, the blade was adorned with black scales, ablaze with pure black flames. This, indeed, is the authentic visage that the senior wished to behold. It has been said that I cannot bear the weight of your address as senior. Please take your leg away. I do not desire it. I merely wish to make a single cut, for it is not a ham that I seek. Young one, I implore you to present a request. While I am uncertain of your desires, I am well aware that I can fulfill them. Chapter 50. A tremendous enhancement. A request? To hand over the dragon's tear to Granny Turtle? Yuji felt a twinge of guilt, taking someone else's experience and severing their leg. Indeed, the other party had initially proposed exchanging a leg for the dragon's tear. The surge of experience indicated that Granny Turtle had sustained serious injuries. Now, to make yet another request, it would be ungracious to refuse her kind intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Yuji decided against inquiring about how to deal with the white wolf, prioritizing the welfare of his companions first. Thus, I shall respectfully address you as Granny. May I ask how to eliminate her master? Captain. Upon hearing these words, Clara hesitated, her expression transforming into a light chuckle. So, it is you who will be her executioner. Granny Turtle retreated into her shell, and 3 minutes later, she produced a slender, pale finger. This is the finger of my little disciple. It can guide us to her location. She fears sharks. So we must seek out shark teeth and find a way to embed those teeth into her body, crafting them into arrowheads or spears. I have a shark. You truly possess a shark? Granny Turtle inquired, perplexed. Indeed, a great shark, the kind that is exceedingly fierce. Senior, Clara playfully rushed over, swiftly gathering the severed leg from the ground. Please allow me to assist you. I am compelled to acquire some knowledge clandestinely. The old turtle lady gently tapped Clara's forehead twice with her elongated fingers, cautioning that knowledge is a curse, and one must not become ensnared within it. Let us depart. Captain, we shall take our leave now. In the next moment, the elder and the youth vanished from sight, leaving behind a solitary finger suspended in midair. Yuji sensed that Clara had instantaneously appeared at the opposite end of the island. This finger bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the octopus demon encountered previously. It dawned upon him that the sea demon they had met earlier was the apprentice of the turtle lady, and that apprentice was Clara's master, creating a lineage that spanned several generations. The bounty from this journey was indeed substantial: fallen feather, transformed scales. If he was not mistaken, these elements had to be united to form a complete capability. Yuji possessed scant knowledge regarding soul resonance. However, during her confrontation with Sanchi, she had effortlessly condensed her soul resonance as if it were an instinctive reaction. Consulting her would undoubtedly prove beneficial, especially since her father was a deity of war, and the title of knight arose from his legacy. Although the knightly identity has significantly diminished in prestige, with anyone assuming the role, it is evident that her father imparted numerous skills to her. Sanchi, why are you lost in thought? Turning to face Yuji, Sanchi pointed to her chest and lamented. I am in great discomfort. Advanced breast cancer. Yuji was bewildered by the statement. Rest for a while, eat something, and you will feel better. It appeared that the prior exertion of her soul had imposed considerable strain on her body. Sanchi then strode directly toward the carcass of the sea monster, tearing off a substantial piece of fish flesh. Do not eat recklessly. She brought it to her nose, inhaled its scent, and nodded, declaring, this is edible. Seeing her eat without any issue, and noticing the diminishing black lines on her body, Yuji felt a twinge of envy. Indeed, the physical prowess of dragons was astonishing, truly deserving of their legendary status. However, Yuji was also in a state of considerable discomfort, plagued by extreme fatigue and hunger. Picking up a dark green soul crystal from the ground, he estimated it contained at least over 2,000 souls. At this juncture, distributing the soul crystals to Clara and Da Hong seemed the most prudent course of action. First, he resolved to ignite the heart and lungs. He sliced through the skin of the sea monster and delved inside, surprisingly finding that the interior did not emit an unpleasant odor, perhaps due to the creature's prolonged fasting. Its bodily fluids bore a striking resemblance to the scent of green apples. After a brief exploration, he encountered a notification. Level 17 heart, not yet lifeless. Can be burned to restore the power of the heart fire and form the heart of fire soul imprint. With a swift thrust, he pierced the peculiar heart, and a burst of crimson flame ignited. It felt as though he were crammed into a chimney, the intense heat singeing Yuji's skin, yet somehow, it healed. Heart of Fire 235. He then turned his attention to the lungs. Level 17 lungs, not yet lifeless, can promote the growth of flames. Once the flames transformed into embers, lungs of level 5 or above could similarly evolve into the lungs of fire imprint. Next, a wisp of ethereal blue flame emerged. Adhering to the lungs, the cerulean flames flickered as they consumed heat, creating frost upon the surface akin to liquid nitrogen. The heart had long since finished burning. Nearly 10 minutes had elapsed, and the bone-chilling cold enveloped Yuji, causing his teeth to chatter uncontrollably. He had never felt so frozen, even in the icy winds of the snow-capped mountains. As the ice around his neck began to melt away, shards of ice started to fall. Gazing upwards, he beheld the frozen lungs, fissures breaking apart, with delicate blue flames flickering within. With a fierce blow of his fist, everything shattered, submerging Yuji. After exerting some effort, he emerged from the depths of the sea monster, donning his hat as Yuji rubbed his hands together, exhaling a cloud of mist. It was indeed cold. There were both advantages and disadvantages. Having scorched the monster's heart and lungs, his body no longer felt as fatigued as before. At that moment, Sanchi, having satisfied her hunger, sat on the beach, gazing intently at the noonday sun. She turned to Yuji, rising to her feet with arms outstretched. Is it cold? Come, feel my strong and warm embrace. Don't go crazy. Sanchi enveloped Yuji in her arms, resting her chin upon his captain's hat. When I trembled with fear, my mother used to hold me like this. You're taking advantage of me. I can't breathe. Stop hugging. Isn't a hug a wonderful thing? Sanchi released Yuji. Her brow furrowed in confusion. You're choking me. Wait, did you ever feel scared? The place I once inhabited was not as bright as this. It was darker than nights without a moon. She pointed to the sun in the sky and said, the first mate says this is the sun, bringing warmth to the world. I love the sun. Then you should find a way to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Yuji waved his hand, conjuring a ball of blue flame that transformed into a phantom of lungs. It was evident that the lungs were beginning to breathe, contracting and expanding, though they appeared feeble. Fortunately, 3/4 of the task had been completed. With one more level 10 lung, a spark could be formed. Captain, after vanquishing the abyssal demon, defeating the Great Red, and rescuing my parents, I wish to challenge you to a duel in a place where I can stand side by side with the sun. I accept the challenge. With a gentle clasp of his palm, Yuji extinguished the flames. Do you comprehend the concept of soul manifestation? I do not. You jest. I am not jesting. You truly fail to grasp metaphors. Understand soul manifestation? You must evoke the ethereal crimson scales upon your fist. Upon hearing this, Sanchi promptly complied, and in an instant, a dragon's claw manifestation appeared on her right hand. This is soul manifestation. I have learned. So this is soul manifestation. Yuji smacked his forehead, relinquishing any thoughts of seeking her guidance. At present, he possessed 104 fire hearts. He decided to attempt the 100 fire heart curse mark first. With a mere thought, he activated the spell, Fire Heart -100, 100 Fire Heart 1. A remarkably lifelike imprint materialized in his hand, pulsating like a heart. Just like the Fire Heart, it required the infusion of energy from Xiaobai. Consumable. 100 Fire Heart consumes tenfold the current level of soul essence to forge the 100 Fire Heart curse mark. The marked individual will bear continuously burning scars upon their flesh, and their soul will be inscribed with a burning emblem. The bearer of the curse mark will possess double the power of crimson flames. As long as they do not exhaust their own essence or that within the mark, they will continuously unleash their maximum potential. A double-edged sword. A weapon not to be wielded carelessly. Should it be branded upon an enemy, they could harness high-temperature spirit flames, augmented to twice their original strength. Moreover, it would unleash boundless potential, albeit at the cost of burning oneself like a matchstick. If it were to be marked upon himself, flames would double. Potential would surge explosively. Quickly shaking his head, Yuji hastily dismissed this notion. It was far too terrifying. Steady and cautious was the way to proceed. At that moment, a prompt resonated within his mind. The contract crew member Clara has leveled up to level 6. Upgrade fixed reward, Spirit 10. Delicate. Pale fingers of a sea monster floated beside Yuji, invariably pointing towards a specific direction, regardless of his attempts to maneuver them. Captain, this is inedible, Sanchi earnestly cautioned Yuji. With a soft sigh, Yuji replied, before attending to others, you ought to learn to care for yourself first. Chapter 51. The Convergence of Twin Souls, Crow Feather Serpent. Inside the captain's quarters, facing a shattered small mirror, Yuji grasped the white serpent blade, preparing to shear his hair. A knock resonated before the door was opened. As the door swung ajar, Sanchi burst in like a rugby player. With a swift motion, Ferope shot forth, restraining her limbs to prevent her from crashing into the table. Are you in such a hurry to report something? I wanted to confirm whether the captain requires assistance. Yuji loosened her bindings, clicking his tongue. Go seek the first mate and learn about personal privacy. In the future, knock before entering. I am perfectly fine. The first mate is still on the island studying, and I am quite bored. Captain, let us spar. That is called practice, and I currently have no time. Observing Yuji slice off a strand of his long hair, Sanchi interjected seriously. Captain, that cannot be cut. It is merely hair, not a vital part of oneself. Hair is significant. My father never cuts his hair. In this world, there exists no notion that one's body, hair, and skin are bestowed by one's parents. Yet conservative-minded men do grow their hair long, believing it to be an extension of their being. Now, his silvery hair had grown long enough to cascade over his shoulders. If not trimmed, it would severely obstruct his vision. Captain, allow me to braid your hair, and then we can engage in a friendly spar, shall we? Braid my hair? Yuji exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table. I am a robust man of 8 feet. You wish for me to braid my hair? 10 minutes later, gazing at his new hairstyle in the mirror, Yuji could not help but conjure images of the Vikings. His white hair was intricately woven into several single braids, cascading down the back of his head, while a few strands floated before his eyes, with 3 thick braids hanging at his temples. He appeared quite masculine, a blend of the elegance of the elves from the movies and the ruggedness of the Vikings. Everyone possesses an innate desire for beauty, and Yuji secretly found this style rather appealing. Then let us proceed to our sparring session. On the deck, Yuji wielded a knife as he sparred with Sanchi, exchanging blows relentlessly. To be frank, her punches and kicks radiated a palpable strength, executed with precision and grace, a sight to behold. Utilizing the back of his knife to deflect her continuous onslaught, Yuji gradually found himself overwhelmed by her rhythm, receiving blows to his abdomen and sweeping kicks to his legs, becoming akin to a punching bag. Why does the captain allow me to endure this? I did not permit it. Sanchi replied earnestly. The captain is deliberately allowing me to foresee his next move, which is rather undesirable. What do you mean by deliberately letting me see? It is clear that I am being thoroughly outmatched. There is no need for concealment among comrades. He spoke candidly, admitting, I indeed like your finesse. The captain retained much of his strength, mirroring his father, who had not revealed his true capabilities. Upon hearing this, Yuji became intrigued and inquired, Then tell me, what have I held back? I cannot quite articulate what it is. Sanchi glanced at the dragon claw soul mark on the back of his hand, suddenly pointing at the raven resting on the rope, saying, It should be within the blade. Within the blade. As Yuji murmured these words, the knife transformed into a small white entity, which crawled onto his shoulder and opened its mouth wide, as if intending to devour the raven. At that moment, the raven, irate, swooped down and kicked the small white creature on its head, landing on the ship's railing and cawing in a most unpleasant manner. Be good, let it have a bite. After cawing a few more insults at the small white creature, the raven ultimately settled on the deck, turning its head away in a display of haughty disdain. In a sudden flash, the small white entity dashed forth and swallowed the raven whole. Simultaneously, an unforeseen scene unfolded before Yuji. A pair of black raven wings sprouted from the sides of the small white entity, while its tail grew numerous slender raven feathers of varying lengths. Devouring Ember Raven Feather Serpent. Complete form. During the existence of the Raven Feather Serpent, it can condense the dual soul mark at any time, imposing a certain mental burden. This appearance unmistakably resembled the feathered serpent deity from my mythology, albeit in its youthful phase. At this moment, Yuji distinctly sensed the fusion of the small white entity and the raven. With a mere thought, the raven feather serpent transformed into a blade. The blade's edge shimmered silver white, and the hilt, shaped like a white serpent's head, was adorned with several black feathers. Raven feather serpent blade, level LV6. Can generate up to 30 points of cursed serpent venom. Additionally, possessing the ability to absorb souls or ignite souls with falling feathers and scales. It had been previously mentioned that the small white entity and the raven were integral parts of Yuji's being. He grasped the blade tightly, as the ethereal raven feather serpent soul mark coalesced around his right arm. Simultaneously, the black raven feathers began to fall, igniting into white flames, and landing upon Yuji's coat, forming an ethereal, scale-like armor of shadowy soul essence. Should they touch the skin, they would directly manifest as tightly woven black serpent scales. Previously, Staubai and the raven had parted ways, and while they could also create such a soul manifestation, it could not take the form of a complete raven snake. Captain, it turns out you are also a dragon. Sanchi was eager to try her abilities, and now Yuji had fully awakened her fighting spirit. Nonsense. No dragon could match my handsomeness. Come on, Captain, strike me with your blade, and I shall return the favor with a punch. Gripping the brass claw tightly, Sanchi's hands manifested dragon claws of soul essence, and she resolved to give her all. Here we go. Sensing the fervent battle intent within Yuji, the raven snake upon her shoulder emitted a caw. Do not call out like that. It lacks ferocity. Let out a roar more formidable than a dragon's. Hiss. The snake's hiss was still somewhat lacking in power, but as the saying goes, it is indeed quite terrifying. Taste my punch. Sanchi charged forward. I shall indeed take your punch. In the split second of the blade's swing, the raven snake's soul essence merged with the blade, transforming into a serpent spirit with a gaping maw, lunging towards Sanchi's fist. Boom. A circular shockwave rippled outward, causing Clara, who was studying with Grandma Turtle in the cabin hundreds of meters away, to turn her gaze toward the ship. Do not be distracted. This step must be executed with precision. On the deck, in less than a second, the brass claw upon Sanchi's right fist was cracked. The dragon claw soul essence vanished in an instant, and her body flew away like a broken kite. Simultaneously, Yuji hastily divided her concentration, controlling 2 ropes to wrap around her right leg, preventing her from being thrown off the deck. The contract crew member, Sansi Wu, has seen their level drop to LV4, with growth experience at 87 out of 100. How fortunate it is that with a single strike, a dear brother's level was reduced. Her bloodied fists rapidly healed amidst the darkness, sustaining no serious harm. Likewise, Sansi, how did you deduce that the raven would reside within Xiaobai? The warriors possess an innate awareness. Within the abyss, countless monsters can merge, transforming into even more formidable beings. How intriguing. Let us first take a moment to rest. As he spoke, Yuji was about to transform his knife into a gun to assess its effectiveness when he inadvertently caught sight of a familiar sail on the distant sea. A ship had approached, and the more he looked, the more recognizable it became. Suddenly, Nuara retracted his binoculars, turned the ship's bow, and exclaimed in dismay, "By the heavens! We have encountered a ghost ship. But Captain, the Navy is pursuing us from behind. Have you all forgotten how my brother met his demise? I would rather face the gallows than be captured by demons." In Chapter 52, The Noble Dragon, amidst the pursuit, the pirate ship unexpectedly altered its course, hoisting a white flag in place of the pirate banner, prompting the Navy to cease their bombardment. Following this, a perplexing scene unfolded. Most of the pirates aboard leapt into the sea to escape, while one individual rowed a small boat towards them, unarmed and solitary. "Colonel, their ship is still seaworthy. Could this be a ruse to surrender? Prepare the handcuffs and leg irons." Before long, the pirate from the small boat was shackled and kneeling on the deck, awaiting his fate. Upon comparing the wanted poster with the likeness of the individual, the colonel remarked with a hint of indifference, "Noel, your willingness to surrender is quite remarkable. Enough with the pleasantries. Hang me at once, and let the Lord have mercy on my soul." "Where's the priest?" "The ship's priest?" Noel exclaimed, his demeanor betraying a desperate yearning for death. As a pirate, he had always considered himself a devout believer, and now he sought nothing more than repentance and redemption, wishing for his soul to vanish in purity. He was acutely aware of his numerous transgressions and understood that after death, his soul would not be worthy of ascending to the sacred realm, yet it was certainly preferable to being seized by the devil. The colonel nodded. "Since you have chosen to surrender, I shall grant you the honor of facing your fate with dignity." "Dignity? There is no time for dignity. Hurry and call for the priest to hear my confession. I am aware that every warship has a priest. I regret to inform you that our ship's priest is not accompanying us on this occasion." "Colonel, there is something in the water." A soldier handed over his telescope, directing attention to the horizon. Sharks? Through the lens, he beheld a series of pirates being dragged beneath the waves, leaving a trail of crimson in their wake. The devil. The devil has come, Noel shouted in terror. Colonel, there is an island ahead, and it appears there is a ship as well, reported a sailor from the lookout tower. You cannot deceive me, the colonel asserted, believing he had discerned the pirates' cunning ruse. You wish to sacrifice yourself to save your brother Bill, attempting to frighten us away with tales of the devil. It is exceedingly naive. At that moment, Noel suddenly spotted a figure descending from the heavens. It was Knife Experience 0-2, Soul 64. Who are you? Just as the colonel finished his sentence, the ship's sailors encircled Yuji, their weapons drawn menacingly towards him. With a deft flick of his left hand, a coin was tossed. The colonel caught it with ease, chuckling softly as he remarked, "Ah, so it is for a bounty. This fellow's reward level is so meager that it barely amounts to a single coin. Surely, you cannot hold him in high regard. A true bounty hunter commands at least a coin, and even that level of prowess surpasses the majority aboard this vessel." He pointed to his own head and continued, "My head is worth 2 coins. You are, after all, aiming for me, aren't you?" As his words echoed, every soldier's finger rested on the trigger, poised to fire at a moment's notice. "Not quite," came the reply. "I simply find him disagreeable and wish to stretch my legs." "Is that a problem? You are an outsider?" The colonel scrutinized Yuji's appearance and gestured for his men to refrain from rash actions, returning the bounty coin with a stern warning. "Regardless of your origins, you must understand the customs of this land. According to our laws, your act of forcibly executing my prisoner could very well lead you to the gallows. Captain, I am here to fight alongside you." A figure leapt aboard, her crimson hair dripping as it clung to her face, raising her fist in defiance. "Do not strike," Yuji called out to her, saying, "Congratulations on mastering the art of swimming." Sanchi had not arrived here via the salad route. She had instead traversed the waters, learning with remarkable speed. "Dragon, stand aside. Do not offend these esteemed guests from afar." At the command, all soldiers stepped back in unison. "Dragon, I can hardly believe my eyes. I am witnessing a dragon," one soldier exclaimed, nearly fainting from excitement. "So beautiful, too beautiful." In that fleeting moment, the colonel found himself losing composure, extending his right hand as he declared, "I accept your challenge." With a firm grip, Sanchi seized the colonel's right hand and flung it backward. A shower of wood splinters erupted as the colonel's back smashed against the ship's railing, his legs extending rigidly into the air. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was thrown with a shoulder throw. "Don't kick him in the face." Yuji hurriedly embraced Sanchi's right leg, urging him to remain calm. The colonel was not an enemy. Stabilizing himself by hooking Yuji's shoulder, Sanchi expressed his confusion. He extended his hand, challenging me. Upon reflection, Yuji realized he was to blame. Initially, he had instilled in Sanchi the notion that extending a handshake was a form of challenge. Observing the affectionate interplay between Yuji and Sanchi, the colonel pondered. "You two are." Sanchi, hooking Yuji's shoulder, declared, "He is my captain, my superior, and also my dear brother." Yuji, rising on his toes to clasp Sanchi's shoulder, added, "My brother tends to be impulsive. I apologize for any offense." Through the envious and jealous expressions of the soldiers behind them, the colonel seemed to glimpse his own visage. Could this truly be a dragon? How astonishing that he could be so close to a creature of legend and illustration, and such a handsome dragon at that. Maintaining his composure and suppressing the twitch at the corner of his mouth, the colonel solemnly inquired, "Are you esteemed guests here in search of treasure?" "No, we came." Yuji swiftly covered Sanchi's mouth, stating flatly, "It's not for discussion." The colonel, apologetic, replied, "I was rude. I have no right to intrude upon your privacy. That vessel belongs to you, correct? May I escort you there to make amends for my presumptuousness?" This colonel, of level 12, certainly did not evoke in Yuji any thoughts of unreserved candor. As a traverser, one should possess a certain moral baseline. Unlike a murderous fiend from the Mianbei, there is no need for confrontation. We have some trivial matters to attend to on this island. So I kindly ask you to turn back or take a detour. Soon, this island will be adorned with the king's flag. So I urge you both not to overstep your bounds. The colonel then cautioned, "An ancient malevolent entity, rumored to be a demon, has escaped its seal in this location. This area was once shrouded in dense fog, so I implore you to exercise caution." "Understood." Grasping the raven's leg, Yuji embraced the 3-7 and soared into the sky. The dragon, so magnificent. "Colonel, may I touch your hand?" Coming back to his senses, The colonel concealed his hand within his cloak and replied sternly, "Go search the pirate ship and confiscate the stolen goods." At that moment, not far away, the pirate vessel split in two and rapidly sank into the ocean, as though something beneath was relentlessly destroying it. If only I could witness her transformation into a dragon soaring away, I would die without regrets. Alas, why must it be a mere flight with a blackbird? It is so unfair. Why does he earn the dragon's favor while I do not? With such a demeanor, you ought not to cry unfairness. I would be more justified in doing so. Noting that the soldiers remained entranced, the colonel admonished, as subjects of the lord and soldiers of the king, "You should feel ashamed of your actions. Colonel, a dragon has graced our realm. His Majesty the King would surely be intrigued. Do not entertain thoughts of currying favor with the king. A dragon should not be sullied, nor should the king continue his descent." After the pirate ship sank, the warship turned and departed. Certainly, the colonel did not dare to approach the island, sensing the oppressive soul force of Yuji suppressing him. In a true confrontation, he possessed merely a 30% chance of victory, especially considering the presence of the dragon and the unknown entity that had sunk the pirate ship. Meanwhile, beneath the waves, Shalala and Dahong were scavenging everything of use. Dahong was remarkably adept at holding his breath, bearing 2 cannons upon his shoulders as he traversed the ocean floor. Chapter 53. The Vengeful Octopus, Preparatory Work Master. I shall etch your teachings into my heart, and I am deeply grateful for the opportunity to learn. Inside the wooden cabin, Clara observed the old turtle woman as she wielded a white wolf's tail to sweep away the dust from the eye sockets of a decaying corpse. Curiously, she inquired, "Who is this?" "My companion." "Does the master have a companion?" As the old woman turned the corpse over to clear the dust from its back, she lamented, "Had I known, I would not have chosen a lost fisherman as my partner. Do not follow in my footsteps. Choose wisely for your own life. Your captain is a fine choice. Linger a few more days, and I shall teach you how to concoct a sleeping potion. Do you think all those men lost at sea are truly dead? Forget I asked, and take care, master. Remember 2 things. Do not seek to dominate knowledge." Clara nodded, committing this phrase to memory, and asked, "What is the other?" The old turtle woman tenderly caressed the visage of the corpse, remaining silent. Clara, now transformed beyond recognition, sought not only vengeance against the sea demon that had deceived her, but also a means to cleanse her path. Indeed, as a disciple of Alan, her standing now surpassed that of the sea demon. Bidding farewell to the old turtle woman, Clara stepped outside, where a raven swooped down to seize the bag she had been carrying, a gift from the old woman to her apprentice. Upon reaching the seaside, Shalala waved her fins in the shallows, swaying her tail. "You've grown so much. Let me see if the captain has extracted all your teeth." Are you about to grow a 3rd row of them?" Riding on Shalala, they approached the ship's railing, where a rope fell at her side. "Thank you, Captain." Being yanked into the air for several meters, she quickly exhaled a bubble, spreading her arms wide as the enchanted bubble expanded to over 1 meter in size. Sitting atop the bubble, she floated down gracefully, her face radiating pride. "I am no longer the unstable one I used to be. You all are quite reckless." The pair engaged in continuous exercise, with Sanchi and his companion each balancing 2 long cannon tubes measuring 1 meter and 80 centimeters on their shoulders while practicing squats. Yuji was even more audacious, bare-chested, allowing Sanchi to stand on his shoulders as he performed push-ups. Although they may not develop bulging muscles, they were certainly honing their strength reminiscent of ancient warriors. Casting the 4 cannon tubes aside onto the deck, which caused the ship to tremble, Sanchi stepped forward, effortlessly lifting Clara and cradling her in his arms. "First mate, your body is indeed too soft. You are in dire need of exercise." "Sanchi, you are hardly a muscular woman. Pay attention to your image and demeanor, lest you be led astray by the captain." "Hey," Yuji flexed his not-so-impressive biceps. "Look closely at my sturdy arms. This is the strength of a man." Clara pouted. "I think I understand who is leading whom astray." Immediately after, Sanchi mimicked Yuji, flexing his left arm to showcase his biceps. Beyond its distinct lines, there was little muscle. "See, the strength of a man. 3-7. Be a bit more ladylike." "Huh," Clara exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock at Yuji's new hairstyle. "Where is the other woman on the ship? When did the captain get married? And how does he have a child? What are you talking about?" Yuji replied, utterly confused. "I am not married. But what about this braid?" 3-7 interjected. "I styled it. My father used to braid his hair like this." Clara, with her soft yet persistent fists, began to pummel 3-7's shoulder. "You're being ridiculous. Such side braids must not be worn casually. 1 braid signifies singlehood, 2 signify marriage, and 3 indicate offspring. After explaining, Clara proceeded to rearrange Yuji's hair, tucking the 2 extra braids behind his ears. We must set sail now, in the direction of my finger. With a swift motion, he released the ropes binding the sails, and with a resounding whoosh, the sails fell from the mast. It was at that moment a stooped figure appeared on the beach, bringing with her a gust of sea breeze. Under Yuji's mental command, the ship's helm adjusted its course, gliding toward the ocean with the wind. "Farewell, master," Clara called out, floating to the stern of the ship to wave goodbye. The following day, contract crew Da Hong has been promoted to level 4, upgrade, fixed rewards, 5 constitution, 5 spirit. Inside the cabin, in Da Hong's workshop, Yuji assisted Da Hong in heating a piece of metal until it glowed red. "Thank you, Captain, that will suffice." Displaying a remarkable disregard for the heat, Da Hong pinched the metal piece with his large left fingers and placed it on the anvil, striking it with a small hammer. Observing the small hammer in his hand, information began to appear. Level LV, 87. A supreme demon metal yet to be entirely dominated by the contracted crew member Da Hong, which harbors an immense quantity of sacred souls that are difficult to extricate. Once removed, this demon metal will be completely under Da Hong's control. Upon first glance, Yuji immediately discerned the extraordinary nature of this hammer. However, he had never mentioned it to Da Hong, for he understood a simple truth: raising unresolved matters would only distract her. "Da Hong, may I have a look at this hammer?" "Ah, of course," Da Hong replied eagerly, handing the hammer to Yuji. "Place it on the anvil. Do not pass it directly to me." In that fleeting moment, Yuji sensed the terror concealed within this object. He grasped the handle, attempting to lift it. The hammer, fractured in half, remained utterly immovable, as if it were the hammer of Thor, only to be wielded by those of pure heart. "This is beyond my strength." Previously, Clara had mentioned the skull of the saint containing sacred souls, a notion Yuji had dismissed. Yet now, it became evident that it warranted his attention. The sacred souls within the skull had transferred to the hammer. Such uncontrollable entities should not exist aboard the ship, especially since, without resolution, the hammer would not be entirely under Da Hong's dominion. An LV 87 hammer. There was no doubt, spiritual fire could not consume this artifact. Wait. Upon re-evaluating the hammer's information, he noted the keyword sacred soul. This hammer, from another perspective, was alive, as if inhabited by a spirit. Curse mark. Reflecting on the effects of Heart of 100 Fires, Yuji resolved to take a gamble. "Da Hong, do you truly cherish this hammer? I may very well render it even more fragmented, possibly ruin it." "Indeed I do. It is best if everything shatters, for then I can forge a superior tool anew." What Da Hong desires is not merely a hammer, but the essence of metal itself, as long as the material is at hand. He is fully capable of crafting a more adept hammer. Xiaobai transforms into a blade, grasped firmly in hand. The use of Heart of the Flame demands a sacrifice of tenfold one's own level and souls. With Wu Jie at level 10, this incurs a cost of 100 points. In an instant, the blade becomes adorned with intricate, interwoven crimson patterns that pulsate like veins. "What a fearsome aura," Da Hong remarks. "It is more terrifying than the curse upon my uncle." The blade's tip presses against the fractured hammer, infusing it with cursed marks, slowly, excruciatingly slow. The markings on the blade flow like viscous resin, taking nearly half an hour to transfer entirely to the small hammer. Thud, thud, new transformations emerge. As the complex network upon the hammer forms a scar reminiscent of a heart, spreading and extending like veins down to the anvil below. 2 minutes later, the hammer upon the anvil resembles a living heart laid upon a cutting board. Thud, thud. A wave of heat rushes forth, parching the skin of Wu Jie's face, causing him to retreat several paces. Whether it is an illusion or reality, the anguished cries of an eagle resonate from within the anvil and hammer, as though a bird is ensnared, burning within. "Thank you, Captain. This is precisely what I sought." Da Hong secures the hammer's handle and raises it high, while his left hand places a pair of brass knuckles upon the anvil. Clang, clang. The hammer ignites with fervent flames, and within 5 seconds, the brass knuckles turn a fiery red from the relentless strikes. The crimson figure, Da Hong, was engaged in the process of forging, drawing forth the sacred souls that had been incinerated within the hammer, a portion of which could yield a sum exceeding 3 digits. Moreover, while examining the finger guards in the midst of forging, new information prompted a smile to illuminate Wu Jie's face. In Chapter 54, titled Revenge of the Octopus, the vortex ruins, the hammer, resembling the size of a lollipop, was wielded by Da Hong with such finesse that it left a trail of afterimages. After 5 minutes, the forging was complete. Subsequently, Da Hong removed the helmet and, grasping 2 pieces of finger guards, nonchalantly consumed them as if they were mere milk tablets. Sizzle. Da Hong, your method of tempering is simply extraordinary. It is noteworthy that within Da Hong's being resides an abyss. Employing the waters from this abyss for tempering is a feat only Da Hong could conceive and accomplish. When retrieved, the 2 finger guards gleamed as if polished to a mirror finish, adorned with crimson markings that evoked the intricate damask patterns formed during the forging process. Crewmate creation, level LV4, a metal weapon sanctified by holy souls, significantly enhancing durability and sturdiness. With 4 of the soul contribution extracted by the user being granted to the crewmate, Da Hong. Upon ceasing the forging, the soul count remained unchanged. While the anvil and hammer continued to blaze, radiating intense heat, this represented a considerable waste. It was akin to expending 100 points of soul, combined with a heart of 100 fires, as the ignition source, to kindle the sacred souls within the hammer. Wu Jia once more scrutinized the hammer. Level LV 84. Heart of 100 fires, 41 points of soul remain within the curse mark. The level has been consumed. During the recent forging process, a portion of the souls transformed into flames for consumption, while another segment was integrated into the anvil and the knuckles being forged. Additionally, a part was absorbed by Da Hong, who subsequently shared half with Wu Jie. At present, the total number of souls amounts to over 9,600, which means Wu Jie has nearly 4,000 souls. However, a dilemma arises. Da Hong has yet to level up, yet has absorbed over 4,000 souls. Da Hong, Wu Jie inquired, do you feel an abundance of souls within you? Indeed, Da Hong replied, pointing to the white spots and black lines on his face. Many souls have entered my body through these channels. This revelation clarifies that within Da Hong lies an abyss, indicating that his capacity to store souls is formidable. Over time, the souls within him will transform into true spiritual essence, enabling him to elevate his level. Souls must be converted into spiritual essence to truly belong to oneself. Otherwise, even an abundance of souls would merely coalesce into soul crystals. This is the predominant method through which most beings store souls, yet it also represents a critical vulnerability. Once soul crystals detach from the physical form, the equilibrium is shattered, akin to a battery exploding. In contrast, figures like Clara or Sanchi cannot absorb such vast quantities of souls without consequence, as their bodies lack Da Hong's resilience. Wu Jie, on the other hand, can directly convert souls into spiritual essence, which translates into experience points for leveling up and can be utilized for consumption. Time is of the essence. The souls within the curse mark continue to diminish. With determination, Wu Jie poured a multitude of shark teeth from a bag and stated earnestly, Da Hong, utilize your small hammer, along with gold and silver, to forge me some shark teeth bullets. As he spoke, Wu Jie produced a piece of paper on which he had sketched the design of the bullets in pencil, as his mission was to collaborate with Da Hong to create new ammunition. Previously, aboard the pirate ship Noir, a considerable amount of precious metals was plundered, along with over 60,000 sea coins. Clara calculated that the treasure, if sold, could yield a staggering 428,000 sea coins. However, it must be noted that money only holds value when it is put to use. At sea, gold cannot be consumed, and sea coins cannot quench one's thirst. Failing to convert them into ammunition would be a sheer waste. Gold and silver, being malleable, were subjected to the intense heat from a small iron hammer, which burned with a flame twice as fierce as that of Yuji. The skilled craftsman Da Hong began by consolidating the precious metals and hammering them together, causing some metals with lower melting points to liquefy. He molded them into gold sheets, encasing shark teeth within, and continued to strike, shattering the teeth into fragments that became smooth and gradually transformed into streamlined bullets. These included larger projectile tips, long and pointed sniper rounds, as well as smaller handgun bullets. Throughout this process, Da Hong's soul was continuously enhanced due to his forging. After all, the bullets he crafted attained a certain rank, evolving into true creations of the crew. Designated creation, crew member Da Hong's creation, shark tooth bullets, level LV4. Crew member Salala's teeth, sanctified through holy purification, were imbued with rank by the soul of craftsman Da Hong. The souls harvested contribute 7 to Salala and 4 to Da Hong, who truly serves whom in this arrangement. Once transformed into crew creations, these bullets, in accordance with the contract, obligate even Yuji to yield the requisite tribute. Should Clara's enchantments be added, it would almost mean working for the entire crew. Perhaps this embodies the essence of a captain's duty. Now, a new discovery has emerged, another designated creation. It bears no extraordinary enhancements. The only additional information gleaned from examining the bullets is the presence of a prefix descriptor, in a straightforward manner. The initial step of creation is assigned to those deemed capable, granting them corresponding ranks. Although Saralara is classified as a level 7, she lacks the ability to create, as her essence is ill-suited for such endeavors, a notion that equally applies to Sanchi. Thus, the distribution of tasks becomes distinctly clear. Clara and Dahong are responsible for logistics, while Saralara undergoes untamed development, and Sanchi serves as both a brawler and a steadfast companion. The strategy becomes remarkably lucid. Before long, a total of 8 large warheads, 12 sniper projectiles of finger length, and 30 small projectiles were crafted. Additionally, a significant quantity of shark teeth remained unutilized, and the curse marks within the hammer were entirely expended. All creations proudly bore a level of 4. According to basic logic, the higher the level, the greater the destructive power. At this moment, the hammer, having endured the flames of curses, experienced a decline to level 79. It truly exhibits remarkable resilience. This is merely a spiritual entity, yet it has yielded such a multitude of souls while maintaining level 79. It is evident that an abundance of souls resides within, far exceeding any conceivable number. With the accumulation of over 14,000 souls, advancement remains elusive. The heart of Firemark is sufficient, yet not a single fire lung is present. At this juncture, a new distinction arises between the anvil and the hammer. Many of the fissures on the anvil have vanished, while the hammer has suffered even greater fragmentation. The curses leave behind indelible scars, as indicated by the descriptions provided. The hammer, already fractured, bears cracks akin to wounds that have endured secondary trauma, exacerbating their severity. At this moment, amidst the sounds of gears and iron chains in motion, Clara descended via the elevator. I heard the cries of souls. What transpired here? First mate, you have arrived just in time. Come and observe what affliction plagues this little hammer. Approaching, she attempted to grasp the hammer, but it remained immovable. Clara nodded, declaring, the demon metal has acknowledged its master. Only Daha can. Suddenly, a bubble formed, and she examined it as if it were a magnifying glass. Intrigued, Yuji reached out to touch the bubble with his finger. 2 more bubbles emerged, and the tentacle grasped one, offering it to Yuji. Be good, play with this. Don't cause trouble. Oh no, my apologies, I mistook the captain for Chi-Chi, to be treated like a child. Yuji held the 2 bubbles like walnuts in his hands, his face etched with displeasure. Indeed, it possesses a soul, it stated. What did it say? Captain, we are in trouble. Clara's expression turned grave. The saint's skull we encountered earlier belonged to a great figure, the contemporary Saint Mara Finder of the Redemption Church, whom those religious fanatics worshipped as an angelic griffin. What happened next? Daha's uncle killed her, sealing her soul within the skull, transforming it into a holy spirit as a means of exchange, transferring the curse to Dahu, who is also a demon of the abyss. Upon hearing this, Dahu exclaimed angrily, Uncle is so wicked. He deserves to die? So, are we at odds with the church? We are at odds with the entire Oakland Empire. However, she is no longer a saint. She is gradually losing her memories, merely a wandering soul yearning for a corporeal form. As long as the hammer remains intact, there should be no issue. Dahu then remarked, Captain, first mate, if it is too dangerous, I shall not keep this hammer. It cannot be discarded. Since the demon metal has acknowledged you as its master, you cannot abandon it. You may set it aside for the time being, Clara asserted with gravity. Continuing, Dahong opened his mouth, which expanded endlessly until it swallowed the hammer. Was Sanchi consumed in a similar manner before? Wu Jie, swallowing hard, inquired. Almost. Sanchi replied, Dahong was once immense, as large as a mountain. When Dahong breathed, he would draw Sanchi into his nostrils. Echu. That familiar snot once again dangled beneath Dahong's nose. By the way, Captain, pointing with his finger, the place we are heading to is the Whirlpool Ruins. Chapter 55. The Vengeful Octopus. Into the whirlpool, let us convene. On the deck, the crew gathered around a nautical map. Wu Jie pointed at the newly marked whirlpool on the map and said, We anticipate arriving at this location by noon. First mate, please provide a brief introduction. The Whirlpool Ruins, discovered by my master, Aping, are believed to have a 5-day cycle of change. Clara blew a bubble that spun gracefully as she explained. Sanchi raised her hand to ask, "Is there a fight?" "There is." De Hong chimed in with a question. "May I ask if it is a relic of civilization?" "I have never ventured inside. I fled midway," the first mate replied. "Why did you run away?" Sanchi asked, puzzled. If she hadn't run, there would be no first mate aboard now. Wu Jie responded seriously to De Hong and Sanchi. "To be honest, the three of us are quite alike. Utterly ignorant of this world. De Hong hails from the abyss, having been abandoned in obscurity for nearly 2 millennia, and has been deceived by his uncle for an equal duration. Now, he harbors a sacred soul imprisoned within him, burdened by countless accusations. Thus, Da Hong seeks vengeance against his uncle, a quest that will require considerable time. His passion lies in exploring the world, delving into the technologies of lost civilizations, and engaging in technical endeavors." Da Hong nodded vigorously, for the captain understood him well. Subsequently, Wu Jie turned his gaze towards Sanchi, recounting how she emerged from the abyss. After her parents' defeat, she challenged Da Hong, only to be drawn into his nostrils, left to languish in the depths alongside him. Therefore, she must continually grow stronger to vanquish the demons of the abyss and rescue her parents. Moreover, her quest for strength is not solely for her own sake, but also serves to aid Da Hong in a roundabout manner. Clenching her fist, Sanchi exclaimed with a bright smile, "Da Hong will be the last demon I vanquish, as per our agreement. The captain and I shall engage in a grand duel at a height equal to that of the sun." Wu Jie nodded slightly, smiling gently. "Before encountering you, I wandered in a state of confusion, devoid of deep-seated grievances, a mission, or a goal. I lacked even a backstory, arriving as nameless and unnoticed as the rain from the heavens. At that moment, raindrops began to fall, cascading gracefully. Suddenly, it struck her. Sanchi mused aloud. The captain must be a deity descended from the sky. I prefer another title. The outsider, Wu Jie replied earnestly. Friends, from this moment forward, the time of confusion is behind us. I shall lead you in conquering these vast seas. Let us learn, seek, research, battle, and explore. Only in this manner can Clara transform into the illustrious soul mage of her dreams, and Da Hong forge weapons potent enough to slay deities. Sanchi shall shatter the abyss to rescue her parents, while Sha-La-La, beneath the ship, harbors her own ambitions to become the ocean's premier predator. And so, Clara inquired, "What is the captain's objective?" Yuji replied, gazing at her. "Me?" Clara's tentacles momentarily stood aglow in a riot of colors, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Sanchi, Da Hong, Sha-La-La, you are all my goals. You have filled this vessel and, in essence, filled me. I am grateful for your presence aboard. We ought to express our gratitude to the captain. Without you, I would have perished, and so would Da Hong, much like the Sanchi within her. Without the captain, it seems we would all have met our demise, including Sha-La-La. The fog of the sea dissipates, and she cannot adapt to the new environment." In that fleeting moment, Clara discerned a pivotal insight and exclaimed, "I understand. Our fates had already ceased to unfold. It is the captain who has bestowed upon us new destinies. You grasp it now?" Yuji remarked, taken aback by her realization. "Do not overthink it." Understood. Subsequently, Yuji outlined their future plans. The first step: eliminate the former master of the first mate, seize her treasures, and rummage through her heart and soul for a substantial bounty. Understood. The group echoed in unison. The second step: journey to the royal city. I must sever all ties to the past. Although initially reluctant to involve myself with Wei Er's soul, it seems an inescapable fate looms. Without fully severing the past, Yuji felt an unsettling disquiet. Understood. She possesses what I do not. Yuji consoled. Do not be afraid. What she has, you can also attain. You shall not be outdone. Why must we engage in such peculiar comparisons? Gazing at Clara, Sanchi expressed profound admiration. The first mate has 3 hearts and 9 brains. How extraordinary. Captain, have you uttered yet more bizarre terms? Sanchi has learned them all. The torrential rain poured incessantly, and the great whirlpool spun relentlessly. Clutching the raven as it soared above, Yuji used his other hand to secure his hat, his gaze unable to penetrate the depths of the whirlpool below. This vortex, nearly 60 meters in diameter, resembled a drain in a swimming pool, drawing everything nearby into its grasp. It currently spun in a clockwise direction, allowing entry. The subsequent course must be determined independently. Yuji forcefully maneuvered the ship's helm, angling the vessel towards the whirlpool at a 45-degree tilt. Captain, if I may interject, Entering the whirlpool in this manner may destabilize the center of gravity, potentially capsizing the entire ship. Clara shouted from the bow. One need only have a modicum of understanding in physics to realize that Sanchi's approach would at most tear down the railing and damage the deck beneath their feet. Do not waste your strength, Sanchi. Tell me, who possesses the greatest strength aboard this vessel? Currently, it is the captain, but I believe it shall soon be I. Prepare to witness the true essence of brute force. Yuji slammed his hand upon the ship's helm. With a resounding bang, the anchor was launched. In less than 3 seconds, the hull emitted the sound of chains scraping as a massive shark clamped onto the anchor, erupting from the sea and soaring over the ship, which measured over 8 meters wide, landing on the other side. The iron chain encircled the hull of the ship for nearly a full turn. As the vessel entered the vortex, Sharala tightened her grip on the chain and began to drag it sideways, causing the chain to tauten. Hold on. The world spun chaotically. Amidst the ceaseless whirlpool, Yuj tilted his head upward, noticing that the opening above had shrunk to the size of a whale's mouth. Glancing sideways, he observed the powerful tail of a shark thrashing within the vortex. Captain, the smaller the vortex, the faster the rotation. Then let us unleash some flames. With a swift thrust, a knife pierced the deck, and in an instant, the chain ignited with ethereal fire, spreading rapidly towards Sharala's mouth. In the blaze, Sharala transformed into a spectral shark. Rather than being reduced to mere bones, her form expanded, akin to Popeye after consuming spinach. With her 2 front fins thrashing wildly like hands, desperately paddling through the water. Moreover, gaping holes were burned into the gills on either side of her body, releasing torrents of flame-laced water, reminiscent of a jet engine's exhaust. With Sharala's external force guiding them, the ship descended steadily into the vortex. Suddenly, Yuj turned to Sanchi, who reached out towards the burning black and white flames enveloping the iron chain. Sanchi, learn to control yourself. I just want to touch it. You lack the soul to sustain it. If you linger too long, you might forget even the visage of your parents. Captain, the remnants of the vortex, the cursed, lost ancient town, are just ahead, Clara announced while gripping the rope. At her words, Yuj calmly approached the opposite side of the ship. Below, dilapidated houses were arrayed, untouched by the encroaching sea, as if separated by a glass dome. At that moment, a distant voice echoed from below. A vessel ensnared in the whirlpool. Welcome. You may revel in the knowledge that you are destined to become part of the sacrifice to meet your demise here. Chapter 56, The Vengeful Octopus, A Deadly Encounter. Today, Aping found herself in a delightful mood, akin to a drowsy head meeting a soft pillow. Lo and behold, a ship had unexpectedly fallen into the fray. She traversed the dilapidated streets, her gaze drawn to the 2-masted sailing ship teetering at the edge of the whirlpool. As she peered into the swirling depths, her heart raced at the sight of a lit shark. She swallowed hard and cautiously approached, eager for a closer inspection. Within the rapidly flowing vortex, a fish with gills that exuded a black and white spectral flame swam against the current, perfectly synchronized with the whirlpool's speed. A chill crept over her, prompting her to glance down at her chest, where a tiny black speck had caught her attention. Following its source upwards, she beheld a figure perched atop the mast, with a serpent spirit coiled upon its shoulder, adorned in white skin and black feathers. This serpent spirit bared its fangs and unleashed a deep purple venom, which was absorbed into the peculiar long tube gun, resembling a snake and embellished with black feathers, through a bizarre opening. She found herself utterly perplexed. After all, a flintlock firearm possesses only a firing point, devoid of such a chamber design. The more she observed, the more bewildered she became. Suddenly, she turned her head to witness a colossal shark surging forth from the whirlpool, its gaping maw revealing a horrifying array of 3 rows of fangs. Damn it! Which lich dares to breach the rules and invade my space? With that thought, her tentacles ensnared a drifting corpse and hurled it towards the great shark. With a resounding bang, the unfortunate corpse met its demise within the shark's jaws. Explosive corpse technique. Aping extended her hand, causing the corpse to detonate, propelling the shark violently into the whirlpool. You wretched lich. Halfway through her words, Aping suddenly glanced at her chest, where a gaping hole had appeared. Subsequently, deep purple veins began to spread around the wound, and a faint blue ichor began to flow. Am I injured? She turned her neck 180 degrees to behold the horrifying bloodied cavity on her back. A jolt of numbness surged through her abdomen, the pain barely surpassing that of a mere mosquito bite. Please stop. Why must you attempt to kill me upon our first encounter? The only response she received was the sound of a great shark bursting forth from the swirling waters, in an effort to ensnare a drifting corpse and hinder its advance. She was suddenly taken aback as her body stiffened, rendering her momentarily senseless to her own existence. Who? From above? Sharala dove towards A Ping, but did not knock her off balance. However, maintaining her footing was hardly a favorable outcome. Sharala viciously bit into the tendrils beneath A Ping's waist. Damn it, to hell with this. I cannot be bitten by a shark. At this moment, A Ping's mind was in disarray. Her assailant struck without warning and was aware of her vulnerabilities. Take this. With a fierce upward glance, she beheld a white figure descending from the heavens, with her right leg thrust into the mouth of a cannon. The dragon. It still exists. What sort of technique is this? With a resounding thud, a powerful kick sent the cannon crashing down onto A Ping's crown, forcibly embedding her head into her chest. In an instant, Sanchi withdrew her right leg from the cannon's mouth, executing a backflip as she landed gracefully on the ground. Contracted crew member Sanchi Wuchi has leveled up to at least level 5. Level up fixed reward, Spirit 3, Constitution 7. From her white shorts, she retrieved a red-striped finger tiger, adorning her hands, while Sanchi bit down on the bandage around her wrist and tightened it. I do not strike women. I shall spare your life. With that, she dashed forward, delivering a punch that sent the head of the nearby undead flying. At that moment, Ah Ping turned her body, revealing her grotesque face from the gaping wound on her back. How dare you bully the demon? In an instant, she sacrificed a tentacle, propelling the Saladera several meters away. Who are you? She leaped, aiming the tip of her blade at the face hidden within the wound. Damn you. Die. Ah Ping cursed vehemently, attempting to fling out her tentacle, yet she found herself immobile. The effects of 60 points of cursed serpent venom rendered her paralyzed. With a piercing sound, the blade plunged into the wound, and Wu Jia gripped the knife with both hands, pulling upward. Suddenly, a large gash was opened. Knife experience 1. Immediately, crimson flames ignited upon the blade, and with a powerful shake, he unleashed the serpent bone whip, ensnaring Ah Ping's body. Pulling with the force of a spinning top, her hands were instantly crushed, the bone whip embedding deeply into her flesh. Please wait. At least let me understand the reason for this. With her other hand, she produced a small circular mirror and presented it before the wound. Wu Jia remarked earnestly, You are exceedingly ugly. Damn you. I will slay you. In that moment, a portion of Ah Ping's spirit emerged. Clara floated in a bubble, shattering a stone with her hands, sealing the soul. Your spirit, trapped within your body, be cursed. Gallstones. The gallstones within her body were inexplicably utilized as a tool. Wu Jia noted with bemusement that not all families are alike. They all engage in peculiar practices. After being subdued, a tortoise-shell-shaped curse mark manifested on Ah Ping's abdomen, an indomitable shackle imprisoning her spirit within. A Ping, let us embark on our journey. Wait, my dear little one. A Ping pleaded, I am your master. It was I who guided you into the sea when the sorcerer pursued you. Thank you, but you are no longer my master. I am Aylin's disciple, Iku. She instructed you to take her as your mentor? Good heavens, does your gratitude truly suffice for what I have done? A Ping shouted, Do not let him stab. Keep this great shark from biting me, for I shall perish. I truly shall perish. Found it. Wu Jia extracted a heart the size of an apple, holding it in his hand as it ignited. Level 15 life heart. You, my destined demise. No. A Ping's heart burned with anguish as she cried out, Just a little more, just a little more. I cannot die. Observing A Ping, Clara extended a vial of potion. Drink, and you shall pass into slumber without suffering. My dear little one, I love you dearly. How could you bear to end my life? I hold you as my own. Yet, you have tormented me, subjecting me to twisted agony, transforming me into this wretched state. The scars upon my body have faded, yet the wounds upon my heart remain ever present. Seizing the potion, Wu Jia forcefully poured it into A Ping's mouth, shattering the glass vial with a single blow. If the patient refuses to take the medicine, then it shall be administered. You, wretched couple. Before succumbing to slumber, A Ping shouted at Wu Jia. Have you lost your senses, aiding this hideous little creature? How can you support her in such an appalling state? In response, Wu Jia grasped Clara's petite face. How dare you claim that my first mate is unattractive? You ought to be condemned. Clara, you shall not have a favorable outcome with him. You ought to be the key to unlocking treasures. Your soul is pure enough to unveil the riches within. A Ping speaks her provocative words. Claiming she can break the curse, she will slay her at the altar, and the treasure shall be revealed to you. Can you guess what lies within? If you wish to know, spare my life. Ah, how dare you? Once again, she retrieves a heart, clenching it in her hand as it burns. Wu Jie inquires, how many lungs do you possess? Oh, you are a fish. How many gills do you have? To hell with you. I shall curse you even in death. A Ping spews ink in a frenzy. Did you learn those profanities from her? Yes. Then learn a bit more and hurl insults at her. She spits a mouthful of ink at a Ping, and Clara exclaims, to hell with you. You wretched hag. Wu Jie steps aside, and indeed, the spectacle of women bickering is quite entertaining, exchanging saliva and ink. They tug at each other's hair, strike each other's faces. Cheering for the chaos. Chapter 57. The Revenge of the Octopus. How delightful. Her moral standards do not permit such behavior. After all, she is the guiding master on her path as a sea demon. It is evident that her moral compass has ample room for decline. As a Ping succumbs to slumber, Clara wipes the ink from her face, saying, please journey peacefully. She delivers a kick to Xiao Bai's head, as the raven, cursing, releases Clara from her burning soul state. Ever since Xiao Bai and the raven merged, their relationship has grown exceedingly intricate. Despite receiving a kick, Xiao Bai is not angered. Instead, it shakes its head, brimming with pride. As the flames subside, Clara emerges anew, cleaner than after a bath. Captain, I deeply apologize for this moment of indiscretion. Indiscretion? Yuji, perplexed, remarked. You should take a look at Chi-Chi and Shalala to truly understand what it means to lose composure. Upon hearing this, Clara gazed toward the desolate town, where the streets were littered with broken bodies, as Chi-Chi single-handedly cut through the thoroughfare. Faintly, shouts of "take this punch" could be heard from another street. Moreover, there were those engaged in the grim task of cleaning the battlefield. A creature resembling a shark, Shalala crawled across the ground using its fins, voraciously devouring flesh. Regardless of how much it consumed, the blood and meat were incinerated within its form, reduced to nothingness. This was different. Ruffling her little head, Yuji casually remarked, you constantly dwell on your worries. If you wish to curse, then curse. It is entirely natural to vent the anger that has been suppressed for so long. Indeed, I feel much more at ease now. A feather ablaze with white flames fell upon the white serpent blade, igniting black flames in an instant. It pierced into Apink's abdomen. Blade experience 3, gun experience 0. 5. In the black flames, her soul was consumed. Soul 1421, subsequently, with a swift motion. The blade extracted a heart the size of a pomelo, which Yuji held in hand, engulfed in flames. Heart of Fire 242. Through the marked weakness of the cursed serpent's venom, Yuji discerned that her vital organs were dislocated. The heart was concealed within her waist, while her lungs had shifted into a thick tentacle. Upon severing this tentacle, the aberrant lung appeared, resembling a typical lung but manifesting as a multi-lobed gill. With a flick of his left hand, azure flames emerged, pressing down as ice crystals spread. When the lung shattered, the flames coalesced into a spark of fire, transforming into a phantom of the lung. At that moment, Yuji held his breath, the phantom of the lung remaining still. Exhaling, the lungs appeared to contract, while a deep inhalation initiated their expansion, perfectly synchronizing with the body. With a mere thought, Yuji transformed it into flames, infusing them into the mark upon his chest. A chilling sensation enveloped his entire being, and as he exhaled, he instantaneously froze the water molecules into crystalline ice, creating a mist, unlocking the flame of the lung. Lung of Fire Level 5, it seemed that after shattering the sea monster's lungs, the excess had automatically converted into a mark. It was time for an upgrade. Just as he was about to inject his soul with the raven's gun, Yuji sensed an inexplicable connection. It appeared that upgrades no longer required the raven. Guided by his body's intuition, he expended 10 hearts of fire and 1 lung of fire. Subsequently, Yuji gazed at the black spot on his chest, where he observed 10 red lines emerging from his heart, drilling into the dark point, while a blue line materialized from his chest, similarly penetrating the black spot. Soul minus 12,000. Level increased to level 11. Upgrade fixed rewards. Constitution 5, Spirit 5. Soul mark. Heart of Fire. Capable of inflicting an 11 soul burning effect on units below level 11. In the absence of a soul, it creates a puppet. Soul mark. Lung of Fire. Capable of inflicting an 11 soul freezing effect on units below level 11. In the absence of a soul, it creates a soul crystal. No longer did he need to press the gun against his chest and gradually infuse his soul as before. Now, he could achieve it in a single step. He examined the requirements for advancing to level 1214, 000 souls, 10 lungs of fire, and 1 heart of fire, apart from needing an additional 2,000 souls. The upgrade conditions remained fundamentally unchanged. With the Seed of Fire now in possession, obtaining the mark from monsters of level 5 and above posed no significant challenge. Now possessing the ability to freeze, one could immobilize the other organs of the sea monster. In due time, as levels increase, could one not also accumulate imprints from these other organs? There is no harm in attempting. Yuji ignited the corpse of the sea monster with blue flames, and soon, a layer of ice crystals formed upon its surface. The once vibrant level 14 corpse, now devoid of soul, became incapable of forming a pact. It had downgraded. After a brief moment, it fell from level 14 to level 13. Even freezing proved futile. Life could not be retained. It had lost its freshness. Nevertheless, using blue flames to chill beverages would certainly pose no issue. With a flick of his hand, the lung of fire imprint materialized, distinct from the heart's pattern, its azure lines mirroring the structure of the pulmonary trachea. The overall appearance of the imprint resembled a primary trachea, with root-like bronchial branches radiating from either side. The heart of fire could manifest fiery puppets, yet lung of fire bore no mention of puppetry. This seemed logical, as the ability was to freeze the soul, devoid of combustion or consumption to generate power. At that moment, a thunderclap resonated within Yuji's mind, illuminating his thoughts. Don't kill them all. Leave a few for me to play with. As he spoke, Yuji seized the raven and took flight. The captain was indeed brimming with vigor. Daho, laden with an anvil, leaped from the ship. The iron chains binding the anvil also bore a tool bag and an array of implements, including shovels, files, and crowbars. Daho, where are you headed? The architecture here appears quite familiar. I am going for a stroll, he replied, fastening the locks on either side of his helmet. With that getup, you look as if you were embarking on an archaeological expedition, Clara remarked. Crouching down, the vibrant red figure caressed the azure stones beneath, feeling extraordinarily fortunate to have found precisely what was desired. You are busy, Clara remarked, casting her gaze towards the central pyramid altar of the town. I, too, should embark on my archaeological endeavors. Meanwhile, the fish fin-adorned Salera crawled towards the frozen corpse of the sea monster, opening wide its mouth. Contract crew member Solara's level has risen to LV8. Level up fixed reward, Constitution 10. On another street in the ruins town, Yuji stepped upon a level 4 wandering corpse. Stay still and comply with the injection. The blood-red markings emerged upon the white serpent blade, infusing the wandering corpse with its essence. Blade experience 0.05 subsequently. The crimson pattern spread across the back of the corpse. Under the weight of level suppression, the wandering corpse struggled for a brief moment before succumbing to stillness. Lacking a soul, it began its transformation into a puppet. New information then appeared. Wandering corpse about to become a puppet. Level LV 4.11.4. Soul 28. Astonishingly, one could discern the quantity of souls within. Yuji proceeded to inject the lung of fire mark into the wandering corpse. Corpse about to become a puppet. Level LV 2.22.2. Soul 25. Soul crystal 3. With the decrease in level, the consumption correspondingly diminished, and a soul crystal was formed. 11% of 28 souls amounted to approximately 3 souls. Upon the back of the wandering corpse, the lung of fire mark revealed a crystal the size of a grain of rice. Extracting this soul crystal, Yuji then produced a dark green soul crystal he had previously acquired from the sea creature. Soul crystal 2851. As if struck by a thought, Yuji gazed towards the wandering corpse that was crawling toward him from a distance. Level LV 3. Soul 15. It has nothing to do with puppets. After acquiring the pulmonary organ, one can discern the extent to which soulless entities harbor souls. The flames of the pulmonary organ may very well transform souls into a liquid state, capable of freezing them. By affixing a grain-sized soul crystal to a larger soul crystal and igniting a flame in hand, the grain-sized soul crystal vanishes. Soul crystal 2854. 2 types of soul crystals converge. The rarity of soul crystals is self-evident. Utilizing the lung of fire imprint to gather soul crystals, thereby accumulating a larger soul crystal, currently seems a futile endeavor, bordering on folly. However, the azure spiritual fire can transmute small soul crystals into larger ones, resulting in crystals of superior quality. 5 sea orders are equivalent to 10 sea orders, just as 5 soul crystals equate to 10. Are they comparable? Absolutely not. Previously, we had traded soul crystals, yet no definitive figure exists globally to quantify their abundance. Nevertheless, One can assert that a 10-soul crystal could exchange for at least 3 4-soul crystals. The higher the number, the more significant the disparity, for precious soul crystals are exceedingly rare. In this moment, the usually stern Yuji could not suppress a merchant's grin. "Captain, I am here to protect you." Sanchi leaped from the rooftop, crushing a crawling corpse beneath her foot. Contracted crew member San Siwuchi has been upgraded to level 6. Upgrade fixed reward, Spirit 3. Constitution 7. "Captain, I feel my strength increasing." Sanchi gazed at Yuji, who wore a rather peculiar smile. Producing a pipe and lighting it, Yuji exhaled smoke and humbly remarked, "Before you stands the wealthiest upstart of the seas. Beware, or I may crush you with my riches." The captain's words were difficult to comprehend. "I am happy. Are you happy?" Sanchi nodded with a smile. "Very happy. Then let us high-five." "Yay." The two exchanged a high-five. Chapter 58. The Vengeful Octopus and the Great Treasure. The underwater environment was not gloomy. The streetlights in the lost town emanated a glowing enchantment, indicating that the sea witch aping had lingered here for quite some time, making it her home. Beneath the streetlight, amidst the intertwining flames of red and blue, a puppet slowly rose. It bore 2 distinct marks on its back. Flame Puppet, Level LV. 2, 47-2, Soul, 0, 2 points, representing its level and consumption. 47 points denoted the total of all souls, including those of the wandering corpses and the heart and lungs of fire. In simple terms, the high and low temperatures balanced each other, preventing the puppet from being reduced to ashes too quickly. To be frank, puppets, as consumables, were primarily utilized for assistance in battles. They were not sufficient for tackling monsters alone. Caw! A raven perched on Yuji's shoulder, delivering news. The monsters are no longer visible? I have vanquished them all." Sanchi raised a fist triumphantly. By golly, when it comes to the enthusiasm for monster hunting, Sanchi truly excels. At present, the fire heart stood at 42-24-100, while the fire lung was at 4-12-100. Once level 15 was reached, the next organ of fire would be unlocked, allowing the fire lung to transform into a major curse mark. This would possess the capability to freeze souls. And once it became a curse mark, perhaps it could resolve the issue of the sacred souls within the Great Hammer. Ultimately, even with an additional heart of 100 fires, curse mark, Yuji was disinclined to pursue the idea of hammering for souls. Should the sacred maiden's spirit escape upon being shattered, it would indeed provoke the wrath of the entire Oakland Empire. On further contemplation, in terms of lineage, Sanchi could be regarded as an ancestor of the great Emperor of Oakland, given her half-Oakland heritage. The situation is dire, with a crimson backdrop that evokes fear and hostility from all. However, Sanchi stands apart. Her ancient dragon lineage alone elevates her status. And coupled with her identity as the daughter of the god of war, she can navigate the Oakland Empire with unparalleled ease. Such a prestigious identity, if not harnessed effectively, would be a profound waste. Her identity as a dragonkin is of little consequence, yet. Yuji inquired of Sanchi, "Please introduce yourself." "I am Sensawuki, a crew member of Captain Yuji." Yuji replied, astonished. "I recall that you introduced yourself by naming your parents." The first mate has stated that an exceptional warrior understands the importance of self-advancement rather than merely basking in the glory of others. I aim to make the name Sensawuki resonate louder than that of my father. He intended to remind Sanchi to guard her identity carefully, but it seemed that Clara had already alleviated many of his concerns. "Good afternoon, Captain Sanchi." Dahong passed by, laden with an assortment of items. "Here is a little companion for you." Yuji commanded the fire puppet to accompany Dahong. "Dahong, feel free to instruct this puppet to assist you with your belongings." "Very well." Dahong placed a stone slab, thrice the size of a manhole cover, onto the puppet. With a resounding crack, it flattened. Yuji felt a shiver run down his spine, pondering what would become of a warrior with Dahong's physical prowess. Then, flames erupted from beneath the stone slab, as the fire puppet strained to lift it. Simultaneously, its level ascended to level 5, at the cost of doubling the consumption rate of souls. Preliminary estimates suggest that the remaining 46 points of soul energy may not sustain for more than 2 hours. It is requested that these items be transported to the vessel's side. With that said, Dahong did not hesitate to pile a heap of items onto the stone slab. The greater the weight, the more the flame puppet's calves trembled, while its level continued to rise, reaching level 9. Under such conditions, it is likely that the flames would be extinguished in less than 20 minutes. The crimson flames had entirely overpowered the azure flames. No matter. Consider it a fee for the puppet's cremation, which is preferable to continuing as a wandering corpse. With heavy steps, the flame puppet advanced towards the vessel, akin to a small truck burdened with cargo. Wu Jie gazed at the sky, observing that the whirlpool at sea was merely the size of a bowl, its overall shape resembling an inverted funnel, wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. Such phenomena, akin to treading upon Newton's coffin lid, can only be elucidated by concealing great secrets. After bidding farewell to De Hong, Wu Jie and San Qi proceeded towards the altar at the center of the town. Ascending as if to the pinnacle of a pyramid, they discovered Clara standing in a daze for an extended period. "First officer, have you made any discoveries?" Coming to her senses, Clara replied earnestly, "A ping deceived me. This place has a rotational cycle that changes every 5 years, not 5 days. Are we to wait here for 5 years? The last cycle occurred 2.5 years ago. If we break the curse, the whirlpool will reverse, and this place will be forever submerged by the sea." Pointing at the stone basin at the center of the altar, adorned with peculiar hieroglyphs, Clara continued, "The inhabitants of this little town worship the abyss and assist it in harboring something within our realm. Upon discovery by a certain prominent figure, this town was plunged into the sea. Furthermore, another distinct demon has visited this place, leaving behind a vortex curse. Captain, please summon De Hong to translate this phrase." The raven took flight, and shortly thereafter, De Hong hurriedly followed, arriving breathlessly. "De Hong, could you kindly translate this sentence for me?" "Thank you. No need for thanks. It is my duty," De Hong replied as he approached the stone basin, effortlessly reciting the demon's tongue. Upon completion, the altar shuddered ominously, and the stone basin began to fissure. "The curse has been lifted." Clara's eyes widened as she turned to De Hong. "The meaning of this phrase is quite simple. Those of the same kin shall bestow upon me the crystallization of knowledge from this life. As for those who are not demons, they must offer a pure soul as a vessel for the knowledge to be contained." Immediately, blood surged forth from the cracks of the basin, floating in reverse and coalescing into a blood-red crystal the size of a jujube. "The crystallization of demonic knowledge," Clara exclaimed. "Is this what the first mate desires?" Grasping the red crystal, De Hong handed it to Clara. "It cannot be given to me. The reason for requiring a pure soul as a vessel is that direct insight into the knowledge contained within would be fatal." "A mere glance could be fatal?" Yuji instantly conceived the perfect strategy to present this object to an enemy, allowing them a fleeting glimpse, resulting in their immediate demise. Indeed, knowledge remains the ultimate weapon, possessing the power to drive one to madness or death. Yuji interrupted the bookish musings, stating, "First mate, while learning is undoubtedly commendable, overindulgence in knowledge within a short span may not necessarily yield positive outcomes. It is prudent to take one's time. How can this entity render a person lifeless? Even the blind can perceive it. The knowledge crystallized by demons, it is said, directly transfers to the soul upon contact. If this object were to touch someone, what repercussions might they face? Insanity, chaos, or perhaps instant demise? What influence might this crystal itself endure?" "I cannot say," Clara replied, shaking her head. With a clap of his hands, Yuji instructed, "De Hong, procure a small box for safekeeping." Observing this, Clara inquired with curiosity, "Have you read through it all?" "Thank you very much," Yuji lamented as he witnessed the seemingly invincible bullet vanish. Knowledge is meant to be applied, not merely acquired. Like a sudden enlightenment, Clara nodded vigorously. Pondering the captain's philosophical discourse, only practical knowledge can be deemed true knowledge, while learning for the sake of learning leads one into a quagmire. Silently giving a thumbs up, Yuji found himself at a loss for words. "Look, there is another one." Sanchi pointed towards the stone basin. "Everyone, refrain from being reckless," Yuji urged hastily. "This is..." The more Clara gazed, the more her brow furrowed. "This is another crystal left by a demon. It is truly vile." "How vile?" Clara elaborated. "Within the abyssal forbidden techniques, there exists knowledge regarding demon crystals. Such irregular crystals, adorned with snowflake-like patterns, are filled with ineffective and chaotic information. Absorbing them would only lead to mental collapse and a descent into death. The first mate instructed, exhale a bubble to encapsulate this item, De Hong, and bring a small iron box to store it." The captain interjected, "This item poses significant danger. There are 2 categories of waste, ordinary refuse and hazardous waste. If hazardous waste is utilized properly, it ceases to be mere refuse." Chapter 59. In pursuit of the Mecca in October of the 59th year of the Sea Order, Yuji's vessel sailed towards the royal city. Upon the deck, De Hong entrusted Clara with 79 square slabs of bluestone, each measuring half a centimeter in thickness and half a meter per side. I have translated the text within my mind, should the first mate encounter any unfamiliar words. De Hong inhaled deeply, attempting to clarify. As Clara examined the first slab, her brow furrowed in inquiry. I do not comprehend the initial phrase, the moment of the solar eclipse. Does this denote the timing of an eclipse? It is a verb. De Hong replied. A verb? Upon reviewing the contents and peculiar illustrations on the first slab, Clara exclaimed, I see. This is a form of incantation, a method to ensnare the sun in an eclipse. The term carved signifies the depiction of the correct soul imprint, yet the content is conflicting. A self, she added. A self? After a moment of contemplation, Clara continued, it does not imply ensnaring the sun in an eclipse, but rather allowing me to witness the sun obscured by an eclipse. To this, De Hong shrugged apologetically. I am unfamiliar with incantations. I merely transcribed what I observed. Exhaling a bubble, Clara pinched it between her fingers, closing her left eye while peering through the bubble with her right to gaze at the sun. This action resembled using a magnifying glass to view the sun, akin to concentrating its rays to scorch an ant. The extreme brightness also begets profound darkness. In Clara's right eye, the world was enveloped in shadows, with the sun serving as the very source of this obscurity. She had been blinded. Simultaneously, with her other hand, she transcribed the patterns she perceived onto the parchment. After bursting a bubble, she covered her right eye, and slender black lines emerged at the periphery of her eye, akin to shadow, only to vanish swiftly. Upon reopening her eyes, her right eye returned to its original state. On the parchment lay a wavy ring imprint, not perfectly circular, with a notch at its base. Subsequently, Clara replicated the mark from the stone tablet within the ring. Two distinct imprints aligned harmoniously. In that fleeting moment, Clara sensed the world plunge into darkness once more, only to revert to normal after half a second. Did you notice how abruptly it turned black just now? No. Engrossed in examining the imprints on the parchment and scrutinizing the inscriptions on the stone tablet, Clara commenced her research. Magic stems from incantations, yet possesses an inherently different nature. Incantations emphasize idealism, leaving soul imprints unaltered. Through comprehension, one can learn and even acquire their own soul imprint under certain conditions. In contrast, magicians believe that all soul imprints adhere to a certain logic, akin to mathematical operations, allowing them to apply acquired symbols to another equation, enabling it to function and hold true, thereby yielding a corresponding formula. It was evident that Clara embodied both aspects. She meticulously memorized this soul imprint and inscribed what she deemed compatible marks on another piece of parchment. First mate, I'm off to work. Feel free to summon me if needed. All right, this very stone tablet alone will keep me occupied for quite some time. Shortly after the elevator descended, Chi-Chi arrived. The first officer greeted the captain, Sho. She gestured for Sanchi to be quiet. Clara inquired, is there something the matter with Sanchi? I want to play with the captain, Sanchi exclaimed. The door is currently closed. Clara pointed towards the shut door and added, do not knock. If it is not of utmost importance, let us not disturb. It was not merely a matter of busyness, but rather a matter of ability. Instinctively sitting on the stone slab, Sanchi hastily rose again, blowing on the stone as if to prevent it from becoming soiled, wondering if it was of great significance and if she had damaged it in any way. Clara smiled. Not at all, but if I were unaware of your nature, I might feel offended. Offended? Sanchi queried. For instance, if you were dining and I plopped down on your bowl of food, how would you feel? With a swift motion, she lifted Clara as she feigned anger. Yet the undeniable smile on her face rendered her fierce canines less intimidating. If you fell into my bowl, I would devour you in one bite. Haha. Please do not bite my belly, it tickles. She promptly set Clara down and, with a serious demeanor, declared, I apologize for making the first officer uncomfortable. I am not angry. In truth, Sanchi has always exhibited the true demeanor of a knight, a warrior. She acknowledges her mistakes and desires to protect and care for others, yet she lacks something. Lack what? Clara asked. Patience and self-restraint. As she spoke, Clara retrieved a needle and a thread, demonstrating the art of threading the needle. If you are bored, learn to thread a needle. For a tomboy like Sanchi, this task proved to be a formidable challenge. Her hands, considerably larger than Clara's, struggled for quite some time without success. Boredom prevails, yet patience may yield unexpected rewards. Within the captain's quarters, a large metallic bullet, fashioned from a shark's tooth, is lodged in the crevice of the floor. The white serpent blade bears a cross-edged groove upon it, imparting a similar effect to that of a dum-dum bullet. This is not merely an endeavor for novelty. It is a refinement of skill. The blade measures 1.2 meters in length, akin to the stature of an individual standing 1.8 meters tall, rendering it almost a two-handed sword. However, for the lanky Yuji, the length is just right. Engaging the hilt to perform delicate work upon the bullet presents a challenge comparable to that of a surgical procedure. This precision in the blade's technique transforms the act of slaughter into a meticulous operation. After engraving 3 expanding bullets, Yuji retrieves a small metallic round box, akin in size to a lipstick. Within lies a crystallized knowledge. Soul? 5. Though not a soul crystal, it harbors 5 points of essence. Clara had previously reiterated the peril associated with this object. Nonetheless, if it posed no danger, Yuji would not carry it so closely. Retaining a trump card can avert numerous predicaments. As he pushes open the door, an unusual tranquility envelopes the scene. Sanchi sits cross-legged on the deck, threading a needle. Clara, typically so chatty, is engrossed in her research, engaged in incomprehensible activities. The serenity remains undisturbed as Yuji softly approaches the lift, descending. The mechanism operates silently, a testament not to any silencing magic but to the passage of time, which has melded the gears into an integral part of the vessel, impervious to wear unless subjected to external force, thereby alleviating maintenance burdens. Upon reaching the Big Red workshop, he observes Big Red, deftly gripping a small square hammer, diligently striking stones upon the anvil. Before departing from the vortex ruins, Dahong took away over 30 cubic meters of azure stones, meticulously arranged within the cabin to maintain a stable center of gravity. They occupied minimal space, allowing barrels of wine and provisions to be placed around the stones. These brittle and inflexible rocks, under Dahong's deft hands, appeared as malleable as clay. This remarkable talent puzzled Dahong, who could not quite fathom its origin. Clara suggested that it stemmed from their demonic existence beneath the sea, birthed within the fiery depths of volcanic fissures, where stones held an affinity for demons. Similarly, demons possessed a particular fondness for metals, especially rare ones. By Dahong's side lay a large stone hammer, perfectly sized and showing no signs of use. "Good day, Captain," Yuji remarked, gazing at the hefty stone plate armor upon the anvil. "Are you crafting armor for yourself?" "I'm attempting to create a replica to accompany the captains on their excursions," Dahong replied. "A replica?" Yuji pondered. "I have discovered that my soul has grown considerably stronger, allowing me to transfer my perception to the stone, as if controlling another body." With a whimsical chuckle, Dahong wiped his nose and said, "I know I must remain concealed. I long to witness this world." After conversing with Dahong for a while, Yuji instantly grasped the design concept and exclaimed, "So you wish to pilot a Gundam? Make one for me as well. Can the captain make the stones obey?" Yuji inquired, shaking his head. Dahong mirrored the motion, acknowledging the challenge. "It matters not if I cannot achieve it. The idea is splendid, and I wholeheartedly support it." "Thank you, Captain. I require 2 gems of this size. The closer to glass the better, though they must not be glass, for I intend to use them as eyes." Dahong gently spread her fingers, indicating a size akin to that of a goose egg, in pursuit of realizing Dahong's dream of traveling without setting sail, and to fulfill the ultimate aspirations of a man. Wujia resolutely declared, "I shall resolve the issue of this high-tech component for you." Chapter 60. Exchanging money for Clara's family in the captain's cabin of the Royal City Sea. A gemstone of this magnitude poses quite a challenge. I only possess 15 stones of such size at home. Clara was not attempting to boast. The Morin family's superior was not the Oakland Empire, but rather one of the 9 imperial families, the Hailing family, governing the circulation of Hailing currency across 3 nations, including the Tagger Kingdom. To put it plainly, her family was not merely wealthy. They controlled the finances, with her father dictating the flow of Hailing currency. At that moment, Wujia found himself surprisingly appreciative of Clara's Versailles display of wealth. "Let us visit your home. Is that truly possible? My residence is in the royal city. Are we really going to my house? I have an island situated 16 nautical miles from the royal city island, outside its jurisdiction, complete with a private port. I am eager to meet your parents and express my gratitude to them for bringing forth such an extraordinary daughter." "Oh dear." The captain always utters words that make one blush and feel their heart race. This is the perfect opportunity to procure some Hailing currency for a wand and gather materials. "I shall prepare." In the cabin, within the first mate's quarters, Sanchi sat gracefully on the bed, threading a needle with poise. Clara tidied her attire and asked Sanchi, "How do I appear?" "Shoo. I now find threading quite engaging. Congratulations on your newfound patience." Clara hummed a cheerful tune while concocting 2 vials of disguise potion. The siren's predicament has been resolved, yet the matter concerning the sorceress remains unresolved. During her flight, she gleaned certain information. The Magic Academy has not issued a bounty for her name. Rather, it publicly claims that Clara has gone missing, subsequently asserting that a monstrous experiment has escaped. This serves 2 purposes. First, it diverts attention, leading others to mistakenly believe that the creature is responsible for Clara's disappearance. Second, under the guise of searching for Clara, the Magic Academy has extorted a considerable sum from her family. When it comes to money, notions of right and wrong become irrelevant. The actions of the Magic Academy are indeed unscrupulous, yet any party would act similarly. This strategy not only alleviates the ire of the Morin family but also generates funds. In due time, a convenient fabrication could be spun, claiming that Clara was merely a guise for the creature, especially since her previous disguises had numerous flaws. Ultimately, even with her parents' staunch protection, the Magic Academy possesses ample means to seize her. After altering their course, Clara, accompanied by Yuj, set sail towards a private island. On October 5th, 59 years into the reign of the sea, in the afternoon, Yuj and the silver-haired Clara stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the towering castle upon the island. "Captain, my home is far more splendid than the royal palace. Yet regrettably, we cannot linger. We must depart in 12 hours. Are we not bringing Sanchi and Da home?" As they drew closer, Yuj noticed several luxurious vessels docked at the port. Simultaneously, a figure spotted them from a distance, rushing through the waves. "We shall not allow them to stir this murky water," he declared, donning a white mask. "Captain," Clara suddenly felt an ominous premonition. "Present the invitation, or else." "Miss, is it truly you?" The young lady approached, her feet gliding gracefully upon the surface of the sea. The man, having attained the remarkable level of 24, knelt before Clara, inquiring, "Shall I accompany you?" The audacity of the masked figure was astonishing. A blade was pressed against Clara's throat as Yuji commanded, "Compose your thoughts and repeat that." With a resounding slap to his own face, the 7th guard respectfully asserted, "No need. I possess the ability to fly. Furthermore, maintain your distance and instruct the others to retreat far into the depths of the sea." "Who are you attempting to intimidate? Do you not wish to leave?" Yuji applied slight pressure, causing the knife to draw blood from Clara's neck. The formidable figures lurking beneath the water vanished, and Yuji remarked coolly, very obedient, "Follow me." The 7th guard suppressed the fury in her gaze, refraining from any further actions. She would lead the way. This was her domain, and there was no fear of losing their path. As a raven descended, Yuji lowered his voice. "Is this your first time being kidnapped? Hold on tightly." On the island, within the Morin family's reception room, the head of the Morin family gestured for the maid pouring wine to withdraw before resting his eyes against the back of the sofa. Beside him, a striking woman with silver hair, exuding an extraordinary aura, spoke. "My husband harbors no disdain for you two. The gentleman is the vice president of the kingdom's magic guild, and the lady is the dean of the academy." The elegantly attired man and woman nodded in agreement. "You bring disheartening news. The president was an exceptional individual who did not deserve such an early demise." The vice president responded awkwardly. "The president is unable to attend due to pressing matters." "Are you preoccupied with selecting a coffin for yourself?" The director of the institute forced a smile. "Madam, I comprehend how distressing the disappearance of Miss Clara must be for you. It is said that those who possess knowledge of soul arts enjoy longevity. Upon our first encounter, it feels as though we are separated by several epochs. Has the director been delving into the art of beauty magic since the Bronze Age?" The technique appears somewhat unrefined. Realizing that pleasantries are futile, the vice president interjected, "We possess information regarding Miss Clara." Master Morin opened his eyes. "I have but one daughter, and I continually hear that you bring forth numerous tidings concerning her. Sir, once the fog dissipates, we shall be able to search more meticulously, employing a thorough search strategy alongside the accounts of treasure hunters. We are certain that Miss Clara is on one of the islands. Poor Clara may soon become prey for a creature, yet we find ourselves facing financial constraints. My daughter is already deceased." Master Morin produced a special piece of paper, inscribed with his signature, sufficient to exchange for currency at any maritime bank across 3 nations. "I am a merchant amongst merchants. I can discern reality. I hope you understand that the funds I provide are not a testament to my faith in you. You are always capable of concocting some splendid falsehoods. At least for a fleeting moment, I can convince myself that my daughter is still alive, and that is worth my expenditure. Next time you come seeking funds, fabricate a more compelling tale. Does Mr. Morin have other guests arriving? The vice president suddenly inquired. The door was forcefully kicked open, and Yuge entered, bearing Clara. Afternoon tea delicacies? He handed the knife to Clara, urging her to press it against her neck. Yuji stepped forward, plucking a piece of pink macaron dessert, lifting the lower part of his mask to take a bite. The strawberry flavor was overly sweet. The 4 individuals in the room wore strange expressions, and the gray-haired lady rose, exclaiming, "Little candy bean. Mother, I am not a child anymore. Please refrain from calling me that." Clara pressed the knife deeper into her neck, declaring, "Mother, I am under a spell. If you do not heed this man's words, he will force me to slit my own throat." Mr. Moore's associates indeed possessed peculiar abilities and exceptional talent in locating individuals. Thank you. The head of the Morin family kept his eyes shut, leaning back on the sofa. "What do you want? And who are you?" Yuji moved a chair to seat himself, pouring a glass of red wine for himself. "You are truly courting death." After delivering her warning, the headmistress turned to Clara. "Reveal your disguise, you monster." With that, she waved her sleeve, conjuring a gust of wind that sent Clara's hair swirling. When the illusion spell remained intact, the headmistress chuckled. "Clara, quite impressive, a genius student. I am curious about what else you have learned. Mother, please send them away, or I will perish." How surprising indeed. The vice president picked up a piece of paper from the table, addressing Yuji. "You have a hostage. Your words carry weight. We have no reason to linger here. Do we? Or perhaps, shall we have a drink before departing?" Yuji offered a wine glass. A mask cannot conceal one's face. The vice president rose. "I am a businessman. You hold no value. Leave the money." The head of the Morin family rubbed his eyes and said, "I apologize. I am accustomed to your generosity." The vice president set down the paper. Yuji glanced at it and inquired, "Is it truly worth anything?" "The unit is in millions." Clara forced a smile. Chapter 61, The Great Red Number 2, soon to be produced in the Morin family's reception room, noticing that the other party was staring at him. Yuji poured a glass of wine and asked, "Mr. Morin, would you care for a drink?" With pure white hair, Morin remarked to his wife, "Perhaps he hails from the Fam Empire, just like you." Mrs. Morin, intrigued, responded, "He sports the warrior braids from the ancient times of Oakland, which does not suggest a Fam origin. With those solid black eyes, might you be a direct descendant of Emperor Losiris?" Morin further inquired, "I did not come here for idle chatter." Yuji gestured as if counting money. "The amount I offer you corresponds to what the 3 nations must surrender. If you wish for more, I fear you will have to wait." "We can substitute with other items," Yuji declared, picking up an apple to demonstrate size. "For instance, a gemstone of this magnitude." Straightening himself as he uncrossed his legs, Morin replied, "I possess 17 gems of such size. Dad, we only have 15 left." One was given to grandfather, and another to the current king of Tagger, locked away in the second row of cabinets on the 3rd floor, Clara remarked casually, then hastily pressed a knife to her neck, feigning a trembling motion. It appeared as though she were battling an unseen force. "If I do not provide this man what he desires, he may kill me. I can barely control my hand. You stay here. I will retrieve it myself." Morin appeared to be speaking to the air as she rose to depart. "As you wish." Suddenly, a robust voice resonated in the atmosphere. Mrs. Morin's eyes were red. Yet she refrained from rushing to embrace Clara, saying, "Little sweet pea, you have grown." "Madam, was she not smaller than she is now?" Clara's complexion was far superior to what it had been at the academy, a testament to your care. "Not at all, in truth. It has been she who has tended to my every need." Clara's face shifted through shades of pale and flushed as she thought, how could such words be carelessly uttered in front of an adult? "What merit does my little sweet pea have in being kind to you, merely because of this knife? I rely on my appearance to survive." Yuji removed his mask and stated with gravity, "I am Yuji, a foreigner." "Oh dear, mother, do not be beguiled by his visage. Rogues such as he often demand a ransom. Hurry and urge father to hasten. Are you not a man of Mr. Bai? I do not dispute your claim of relying on your looks, yet I firmly believe that one cannot reach this point solely on such superficiality. Who stands behind you?" "Your daughter, little sweet pea." Clara exclaimed urgently, "Mother, please do not inquire further. Quickly provide him what he desires. Perhaps if he is pleased, he will release me. Catch this." A fist-sized emerald was thrown into the air. At that moment, Clara instinctively caught it, reminiscent of the times she played catch with her father during her childhood. Father, you truly understand me. It's exposed. You weren't subjected to any enchantment. You willingly chose to associate with him, effectively kidnapping yourself. What were you thinking? I wanted to. My child, you expressed a desire to learn magic, and I granted you that wish. You declared your disdain for marriage, and I rejected the proposed union from the Hyun family. Do you recall the boy with green eyes? You slapped him once for expressing his wish to marry you. Now, that lad has vanished, his fate unknown. I believe you possess the discernment to judge a man's reliability. After speaking, Morin placed the chest filled with precious gems on the dessert, crushing it beneath its weight. Seeing the dessert ruined, Yuji remarked, "You must trust your daughter's judgment. Her association with me promises a bright future, one of great promise. Do not be so reckless. This is not recklessness, but a wager. Sit down and gamble with me. Should your dog succeed in killing me, you must find the antidote to save her. Stand down." Morin bellowed. "As you command." At that moment, the hilt of the knife in Clara's hand transformed into a white serpent, sinking its fangs into her wrist. Deep purple veins spread rapidly, and in less than 2 seconds, Clara became as motionless as a statue. "Master, the venom is exceedingly potent. I do not recognize it. He is serious, and the young lady's life is in peril." The expert is not the cloaked figure. At least within this room, Yuji could not even catch a glimpse of the true master. No matter, with leverage in hand, there is no need for panic. From the box, Yuji selected 2 translucent, pale green gemstones of exceptional quality and tucked them into his coat. "I am a person of principles. These 2 are precisely what I desire." He then took the large gemstone from Clara's hands, "For she is my hostage. The gem you offer her is equivalent to a tribute to me." Yuji continued, selecting another fine gemstone from the box. "This one serves as your compensation for the intimidation you have inflicted upon me. In fact, take them all, lest we waste further time with needless negotiations. Administer the antidote to my daughter immediately." Generously, he closed the box and secured it, placing the paper on the table, akin to a check, into his pocket. "This is the fee for her treatment. You masquerade as Mr. White. Do you believe I would trust you?" Mrs. Morin interjected. "I trust he does not use a false name. He is an outsider attempting to coerce us into revealing our vessel. The port authorities are currently very vigilant, and his ship cannot pass through." Upon hearing this, Morin approached the window, observing as the vessel from the Magic Academy departed, while another ship entered the dock. "How dare you treat my daughter in such a manner, and yet expect me to reveal my ship to you? Can you truly expect a refusal?" Morin's fury reached its zenith, leaving him with little recourse but to seethe in rage. Yuji regarded him coolly. "I possess a penchant for cleanliness. Should you allow anyone to approach my vessel and sully it, I regret to inform you that your daughter will also become tainted." "Agreed. There is no need for further escort. I shall tend to your daughter for as long as you care for my ship. Worry not. Little Sweet Pea will come to no harm. I sense she is rather content," Mrs. Morin remarked. "What is there to be happy about? Being exploited and poisoned. The awareness of a mother. Do you remember when you deceived me into running away from home? I was indeed happy then. But this is different. You abducted someone else's daughter, and now it is your own daughter who has been taken. My father must have felt the same way you do now. Like mother, like daughter, finding joy in abduction. You old rascal." She kicked Morin on the leg, exclaiming, "I was happy only because you abducted me." Morin, rubbing his knee, inquired, "Is he here to assist Mr. Bai or to confront him? Who do you support?" "I support no one. It matters not who controls the regime. The sea order is always advantageous." Morin fulfilled his promise, ensuring Yuji had a clear passage as he carried Clara onto the ship, incinerating the remnants of poison on her wrist. Little by hardly used much poison. "Are you still pretending?" I was furious, absolutely furious. The captain only demanded this trifling sum, a few stones and 10 million sea orders, which is hardly enough for a dowry. Are you truly willing to marry while losing money? There are moments when I genuinely wish to punch the captain. Yuji required merely 2 gemstones, presenting the box and check to Clara, saying, "This is yours. My own. You must understand, I do not seek your wealth. I intend to utilize your resources for your own purposes. Take it to the royal city to sell wands and materials." "To the royal city? Nonsense. You are a hostage and must accompany me. A fight cannot lack its essentials. And leaving Dahong alone on the ship would be too lonely, hence." Yuji produced the large gemstone, Dahong number 2, about to be launched. Chapter 62, Entering the Royal City. Inside the cabin, the contract crew member, Da Huang, has elevated to level 5. The fixed rewards for this upgrade include a 5 increase in physique and a 5 increase in spirit. At this moment, Da Huang is wholly engrossed in assembling a puppet and does not immediately perceive the changes in her body. Captain Chi speaks in a hushed tone, her left hand deftly manipulating a needle while her right hand deftly guides the thread. Look, she swiftly threads the needle. Surprisingly, the usually boisterous Chi sounds rather soft and gentle when she lowers her voice. Do you wish to learn embroidery? What do you intend to showcase? Patience. Chi asserts with earnestness. Patience is an indispensable virtue for a warrior. Observe. Clara watches intently as Da Huang meticulously executes various assembly steps. Although she does not comprehend the entire production process, she understands the underlying principles. Da Huang creates a vessel congruent with her own physique, storing the sensory perceptions within it, thus enabling remote control. Ahead, a tall stone statue puppet has been completed, and Da Huang places 2 pale green gemstones into its eye sockets. It is akin to the transformative moment of a dragon's awakening. The puppet, with its rounded form, a stone exterior, and an intricate mechanical core, momentarily glimmers to life. Subsequently, Da Huang wraps iron chains around the puppet's body and removes one of her own horns. Da Huang, can your horn be removed? Clara inquires, astonished. Yes. It is time for a replacement. Da Huang proceeds to affix the demon horn atop the puppet's head, evoking the sensation of installing an antenna. Da Huang, what do you think of the name Teletubby? Teletubby? What a curious name, Clara remarks, placing a hand on her forehead. As I assembled it, I could not help but recall the captain's words regarding the name the Crimson Two. The whimsical Teletubbies would not suffice, and although I felt a twinge of regret, the Crimson Two was quite commendable. It petrified. Were the components of the crimson horns akin to those of stone? The crimson horns affixed to the puppet were visibly transforming into gray stone, merging seamlessly with the puppet. I gazed at this life-sized statue puppet, a replica of the Crimson creation named by you, the Crimson Two, crafted by the contract crew member Crimson, level, LV-5. Demon Transformation Horn, a horn dropped by the contract crew member Crimson, containing a fragment of his soul. Demon Metal Iron Chain, an indestructible metal, unified with the essence of Crimson. Subsequently, the Crimson gradually settled down, mucus intermittently seeping in and out of his nostrils, as if he had slipped into slumber. Above his head, in the hollow where the horns had fallen, were tiny, sharp red spikes, resembling chili peppers. Meanwhile, the Crimson Two stirred, raising a hand in greeting to the onlookers. Crimson, can you speak? I inquired. Indeed, came the reply from the slumbering Crimson. The puppet lacked the capacity for sound, but it was of little consequence. As she spoke, Clara retrieved a piece of parchment and cast a spell upon it. She then tore it in half, placing one half over Crimson's mouth and the other over the face of the Crimson Two. Following this, she whispered incantations and removed the 2 pieces of parchment. Like tattoo stickers, they left a hexagram soul imprint upon Crimson's mouth, and similarly on the Crimson Two. The magical soul imprints employed by the sorceress were as precise and structured as standard geometric shapes in mathematics, each stroke meticulously straight and orderly. The concept of curse soul marks is rather abstract. Consequently, mages can cultivate en masse with homogeneity. Meanwhile, beings like sirens and sorcerers who employ ancient incantations are gradually fading away, as the lengthy process of apprenticeship proves to be inefficient. As time progresses, magic has long since become the prevailing force, utterly overshadowing curses. The new generation pushes aside the old, with the latter perishing upon the shores of time. For instance, in the kingdom of Tagger, regardless of their nature, curse practitioners are often perceived as malevolent or associated with voodoo. In truth, this magical soul mark originates from the most fundamental ability within curses, transference. Da Huang, why don't you give it a try? Greetings, first mate. With closed eyes, Da Huang spoke, yet her voice emanated from Da Huang too. Everything is fine now. Da Huang can stroll through the King's Square without issue. People will merely cast a few extra glances, mistaking Da Huang for a member of the Stone Demon clan. Stone Demon? Clara elucidated. During the Silver Age, the Stone Demons were exiled and abandoned by the Abyss, said to be the unwanted remnants of demons. In the Golden Age, humanity embraced the Stone Demon clan, becoming allies. An empire now exists under their dominion. That is reassuring. We shall meet at the King's Square the day after tomorrow. Shall we not act together? You and Da Huang should procure the necessary items and deliver them to your island, while Sanchi and I gather intelligence. Your hands seem rather unclean. Clara chuckled. It is the captain who has taught you well. We will reconvene at the statue of the White Wolf Knight in the King's Square the day after tomorrow. Yuji and Sanchi journeyed aboard the Salalara towards the royal city. Clara's Island is merely 16 nautical miles away from the royal city, allowing a clear view of it from her home. As they approached, the grand architecture of the island became visible from afar, with towering statues rising majestically above the sea. Yuji pointed towards a colossal dragon statue and asked, Sanchi, does that resemble your mother? Not at all. My mother is crimson, adorned with scales akin to mine. Upon getting closer, Yuji gestured for Sanchi to observe the figure of a man atop the dragon. Doesn't that dragon rider resemble your father? Not in the slightest. My father wields an axe, not a broadsword. Yet, inscribed on the pedestal was a tribute to the god of war. It seemed that time had proven to be the ultimate weapon, erasing the memories of the people. Now, even the weapon of the god of war was forgotten. As they neared the coast, a young mage arrived, gliding on a circular disc. Riding a shark, how unusual, remarked Yuji. You sitting on a pot lid is even more peculiar. The mage smiled but remained silent, his gaze suddenly fixated on Sanchi behind Yuji. A dragon? The disc descended gracefully beside Sanchi. Greetings, I am. The young mage, both anxious and exhilarated, extended his hand towards Sanchi. I accept your challenge. With a splash akin to skipping stones, the mage ricocheted 3 times upon the water's surface. You have lost. You are unworthy to be my opponent. He consumed a potion to mend his injuries and, perplexed, inquired, Have I committed any offense? You challenged me. Proud yet enchanting, the young mage murmured to himself, believing that merely approaching a dragon constituted a defiance of its majesty. He then shot a glare at Yuji. What is your connection to the dragon? That is none of your concern. Should others dare to speak to him in such a manner or take him lightly, they would not only be barred from entering the royal city, but would also be cast into the dungeons as accomplices of the infamous Mr. Bai. Yet now, he refrained from offending, let alone summoning someone to inspect Wujie. No one wished to provoke individuals of significant stature, especially those accompanied by a dragon. What brings you two to the royal city? To seek an audience with the king. To engage in combat. You. The young mage swallowed hard. You intend to confront the king? The mage's pupils contracted as he bowed his head, speaking with utmost reverence. Please allow me to escort you through the checkpoint. Recently, rebel factions have been rampant. I advise you to exercise caution around those wearing white masks. Chapter 63. The Prophet from Soul Crystal Discrepancies in the streets of Tagar Royal City. A patrol of soldiers was on duty. The captain, noticing 2 individuals lurking near the bulletin board as if deliberately tearing down a wanted poster, squinted for a closer look and observed the dragon scales and horns. A noble dragon. He approached Sanchi and addressed him with a bow. Might I inquire who you are? Please, wait a moment. The captain called out to a member of his squad. You. Continue the patrol. Then, with a sycophantic demeanor, he inquired, Are you two here to trade in soul crystals? Will you be leading the way, or shall you merely stand idly by? This way, please. Following the patrol leader to a junction, he brusquely halted a carriage, pulling out one of the passengers and ordering the coachman to dismount. He then drove the carriage, accompanied by Wu Jie and Sanchi, toward the largest soul crystal market in the royal city. Upon arrival, his face was a mask of flattery as he expressed his diligent hope that the esteemed guest would speak kindly of him before the king. Upon opening the car door, his smile abruptly faded. The interior was devoid of any presence. Outside, a grand establishment adorned with the insignia of the Wizarding Guild and the Sea Order. Yuji recalled that the display of the Sea Order's banner signified acceptance of maritime transactions. Sanchi refrained from speaking carelessly for a moment. Understood. Upon entering the shop, he was greeted by a slightly plump man who hurried towards him, exclaiming, The sea breeze has brought us a distinguished guest. Praise be to the sea god. Suddenly, someone shouted, Master, I have seen a dragon. At this, all eyes within the shop turned in unison. A dragon? A true dragon, or one capable of assuming human form. Who was this individual to have a dragon standing behind him? Dismissing any hesitation, Yuji promptly produced a substantial piece of soul crystal. The slightly plump man nodded and inquired, Are you here to sell, or do you require an equivalent quality of soul crystal? Barter, came the reply. Please follow me. Are you also heading upstairs? The slightly plump man barked impatiently ahead. Soon, 2 burly men stood guard at the staircase, resembling twin sentinels, dissuading anyone from lingering with their gaze. I beg your pardon. This nation holds dragons in great reverence, the slightly plump man chuckled. Including myself, this is my first encounter with a living dragon. Indeed, The shopkeeper, accustomed to dealing with patrons, had already classified Yuji as an outsider. Upon reaching the second floor, he dusted off a pristine, opulent armchair with a handkerchief, gesturing for Yuji and Sanchi to take a seat, before retrieving an illustrated tome. These are the treasures of my shop. You may exchange soul crystals or the sea order for whatever you desire. Soul crystals. Without consulting the illustrated guide, Yuji spoke directly. Exchanging soul crystals for soul crystals? The slightly rotund man momentarily doubted his hearing. Using this soul crystal to exchange for smaller ones? Is there a problem? Yuji countered. Rubbing his scalp, the man incredulously replied. It has always been the case of exchanging small for large. I've never seen large exchange for small. Shall we proceed with the exchange? Of course, let's proceed. He clapped his hands twice, and a woman clad in revealing attire approached, carrying a silver tray laden with small soul crystals resembling rock candy. As it happens, many high-quality soul crystals in my shop have been exchanged by a young customer. I have an abundance of these small soul crystals. Whatever quantity you desire, I can provide. At that moment, Yuji gleaned valuable information. This opportunity not only allowed him to profit from the price difference of the blue fire, but also to inquire about the flow of soul crystals. It was evident that Mr. Bai's associates required soul crystals, particularly those of exceptional quality. The customer you mentioned, I might know him, Yuji mused. The slightly rotund man contemplated. Soul crystal transactions are never recorded, but I remember this individual had distinct characteristics. Green pupils? Indeed. However, your black pupils are even more unforgettable, Yuji smiled, suggesting familiarity. Pushing the silver tray towards Yuji, the man remarked, these small soul crystals were all exchanged from him. Peering into the tray, Yuji noticed that all the crystals were of poor quality, the size of a fingernail, with a soul quantity barely reaching 150. How much can this soul crystal be exchanged for? Examining the dark green soul crystal in Yuji's hand, the slightly rotund man retrieved a scale from beneath the table. Please place it here. Yuji complied and placed the large soul crystal on the left side of the balance. Immediately after, the slightly plump man grabbed a handful of soul crystals and placed them on the right side of the balance. The scale swayed slightly, yet the larger soul crystal remained lower. The man seized another generous handful and added it. The left side held a total of 2,854, while the small pile on the right reached 2,978. Nevertheless, the left side still bore the weight. Subsequently, the man added a small handful of soul crystals, achieving balance. On the left, the soul quantity was 2854, while the right side measured 3312. The disparity emerged, netting a profit of several hundred in soul quantity. The slightly plump man then retrieved a black feather from beneath the table and placed it on the left side of the balance. The left side dipped once more. At this juncture, Yuji found himself perplexed. The man added another small handful of soul crystals to the left, restoring equilibrium. In that moment, the left side registered 2854, while the right soared to 3654. The soul crystals were now equal. Was the young gentleman truly intent on confirming the exchange? Why add a single feather from a bird on my side? Yuji inquired with curiosity. The slightly plump man explained. This is a black swan feather, utilized to compensate for the exchange. When trading such a substantial soul crystal for a smaller one, it is only natural to make amends. What constitutes a conscientious transaction? Not only does one profit from the price difference, but the individual also compensates for it themselves. Confirm the transaction. Very well. The slightly plump man turned the balance, with the left side facing Yuji and the right side directed towards him. He grasped a handful of large soul crystals and tucked them into the pocket of his coat, while Yuji allowed the small white creature hidden within his garments to burrow in, igniting a flicker of blue flame. During this period, Yuji gradually added the soul crystals. Thank you for your trust in our establishment. After handing over the sizable dark green soul crystal to the alluring woman, the slightly plump man gazed at the dragon-like figure, exclaiming, "Your beauty is utterly enchanting. In my childhood, I perused numerous illustrated books. Yet the depictions of dragonfolk within those pages could not capture even a fraction of your exquisite allure. What did you say? Do you wish to engage in a brawl? I shall oblige, but refrain from uttering phrases that elude my understanding." Having navigated the treacherous depths of the abyss since her youth, the dragon-like figure, known as Sanchi, had only encountered the distorted forms of fallen cultists and her parents. Thus, her sensitivity to notions of beauty and ugliness was rather dulled. It was akin to her first encounter with Clara, where she could not discern the difference between hair and tentacles. Shopkeeper, might I exchange for another piece? With that, Yuji placed another soul crystal upon the scales. A yellow-green soul crystal of superior quality. At that moment, this soul crystal, no larger than a small dumpling, shimmered with hints of yellow within its dark green hue. Yuji understood that regarding the quality of soul crystals, the deeper the color and the larger the size, the more desirable they were. This particular crystal boasted a soul quantity of 3,654. Of course, igniting blue flames consumed a few points of soul energy. However, in comparison to the price difference, it was but a trifling matter. His lips quivering, the slightly plump man clapped 3 times, and the alluring woman approached with a golden tray. Once again, I reiterate, young sir, for a sizable soul crystal, I shall offer you an equal exchange. That is the only piece I possess. It is worth noting that, like a cunning rabbit with multiple burrows, after Yuji exchanged here, he would naturally seek another establishment for his next transaction. Chapter 64. Indeed, this young boy resembles a small cat. The soul crystal was placed on the scales, with the left side reading 3654 and the right side pressing down to 4871. With 2 black swan feathers pressed atop, the shopkeeper once again placed a handful of soul crystals, achieving the staggering figure of 5,421. The amassed soul crystals emitted visible waves of soul power. Even the golden balance used for weighing contained a remarkable 24 points of soul energy. As before, the left side of the balance faced Yuji, while the right side was directed towards the shopkeeper, confirming the transaction. To make room, Yuji took out a shattered small round mirror and poured all the soul crystals into it. The shopkeeper opened the illustrated catalog and pushed it towards Yuji, inviting him to select any item from the second page as a gift for both of them. As the saying goes, the shrewdest merchants always understand the importance of giving concessions. Managing such a large store in the royal city, the slightly plump shopkeeper was naturally aware of this principle. Moreover, he intended to deepen his relationship with Yuji, facilitating future business dealings of this nature. Given the shopkeeper's proposition, there was no reason not to acquiesce. Upon examining the second page of the catalog, Yuji found himself captivated not by the rare items displayed, but rather by the illustrations, which astonishingly contained 2 or 3 points of soul energy. Shopkeeper, who is the artist behind these drawings? Yuji inquired. The shopkeeper replied candidly, a young painter. Quite an unusual artist, short in stature like a child, who is not fond of conversation. It is said that he has lived for a long time. The picture books I perused in my childhood were illustrated by him. An artist? A master of art? Yuji asked with curiosity. Oh, slapping his forehead. The portly man exclaimed, I greatly admire him. I grew up watching him create his works. After establishing my business, I commissioned him to illustrate the catalog for the convenience of my customers. He once made a request of me. If any rare guests visit the shop, please inform him to come and take a look. As he spoke, the slightly plump shopkeeper cast another glance at Sanchi and took a deep breath. He was determined not to miss the opportunity to witness a dragon, for he believed that his artistic skills would surely flourish after such an encounter. Within the pages of the illustrated guide, Yuji discerned an additional layer of meaning. If one were to observe the fluctuations of soul energy in the illustrations, a faint outline of a mask could be revealed. Even more intriguing was the striking resemblance between the illustrations in the legend of the White Wolf Knight and those in the guidebook. Could it be that this young artist had encountered the White Wolf Knight and had illustrated his biography? Shopkeeper, I wish to pay a visit to this person. Where does he reside? He has a rather peculiar temperament. The shopkeeper retorted with a smirk, and he may not even be human. On one occasion, I glimpsed beneath his large hat and noticed cat-like pointed ears. Then I must go even more. Yuji exclaimed. He lives at 43 Black Shell Street, where you will find a shop named Black Cat Studio. The door will surely be closed, but if you mimic a cat's meow, it shall open for you. Very well. I shall take that. Yuji indicated a small mirror. The shopkeeper nodded. It is a magical mirror, impervious to shattering, capable of reflecting the souls of wanderers. After navigating through the street twice, Yuji exchanged over 5,000 souls for a total of 18,000. At this figure, further exchanges would be excessive, yet several shops had already taken note of him. Additionally, he sensed the presence of a raven, indicating that someone was following him. Whether this was due to an interest in the soul crystals or in Sanchi remained uncertain. While en route to Black Shell Street, Yuji intentionally led Sanchi into an alleyway. At the end, a voice emerged from behind. It seems you have discovered me. Drawing forth a magical small mirror, I glanced backward. Gillen, it has been a long time. Gillen gazed at UG's silhouette. His Adam's apple quivered. Mr. White from Wildman Island had indeed arrived. I had inquired of him, and he had never brought anyone along. Therefore, a confrontation was inevitable. UG flicked his wrist, and a white serpent slithered from his sleeve, transforming into a blade, while a raven perched upon his shoulder. Let us engage in battle. Sanchi, brimming with eagerness, chimed in, please, eliminate Mr. White. Suddenly, Gillen covered his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he is not the White Wolf Knight. Mr. White is the White Wolf, not a knight. In that fleeting moment, within the mirror, a white wolf spirit emerged behind Gillen, countless souls howling upon the visage of the wolf. I began to comprehend the purpose behind your manipulation of souls. Among these souls, UG did not discern Will's essence, yet he could surmise the fate awaiting it. Not only the flesh was distorted, but the very souls were as well. They ensconced the souls of others within a single body, thereby achieving an extraordinary enhancement of mental prowess. To put it plainly, at this moment, Gillen was no longer merely a man, but a severely psychologically fractured individual burdened with the souls of countless others. I cannot remain here for long, Mr. White is watching everything. Jimmy, the king is not a king, the knight is not a knight. The next instant, Gillen leapt into the air and vanished. It was not so enigmatic. He had merely ascended to the rooftop and fled. Grasping Sanchi's left hand, I cautioned her against pursuing him, saying, do not disrupt the plan. Let us first pay a visit to the painter. If we are unaware of what the White Wolf entails, this confrontation will be a mere chaos. Understood. Sanchi nodded, now possessing a newfound patience. As dusk settled, she traversed a significant portion of the royal city, arriving at number 43, Highbeak Shell Street. Outside a modest establishment, a sign proclaimed Black Cat Studio. Can you mimic a cat's meow? Whispered Wahujio, imitating a soft meow. A woo. Sanchi boisterously echoed. This loud exclamation drew the attention of the residents above, who poked their heads out in unison. Dragon! They exclaimed. Is that a dragon's roar? To avert a larger gathering, Wuju called out a soft meow meow. Suddenly, the shop's door swung open, revealing a young boy from the kindergarten class, donning a large black hat. Cats don't make that sound, he said, his voice sounding as if he had just awakened, his face still clouded with sleep. He placed a small stool atop another. When he attempted to stack another stool, he could not manage it, no matter how he tiptoed. Let me assist you, Wu Jiao offered, neatly stacking the 3 small stools. Thank you. The boy expressed his gratitude before emerging from the shop with a small ladder that matched his height. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Wu Jiao lifted him and placed him on the 3-tiered stools. Thank you, the little boy said, standing on the chair, tiptoeing to extend his right hand towards Sanchi. I am Mr. Black. You shall not strike. Wu Jiao swiftly embraced Sanchi, urging her to refrain from impulsive actions. Sanchi shook her head, stating, I shall not accept his challenge. He is far too small. Standing atop the stool, Mr. Black spread his arms as if gesturing, then drew a paintbrush from beneath his hat, directing it towards Sanchi's face. I know how to paint now. Subsequently, he leaped from the 3rd tier of chairs, tripping over his left foot with his right. With a soft thud, his delicate face met the ground. Struggling, he propped himself up with his small hands, appearing to exert great effort. A raven swooped in, grasping his brown suspenders and lifting him up. Thank you. He glanced up at the raven, exclaiming, Big bird, hide. Yet, his little feet flailed helplessly in the air, unable to escape. Yuji instructed the raven to release him. He stumbled a few steps before tumbling at the entrance of the shop, his oversized black hat resembling a beret flying off, revealing a pair of black cat ears atop his head. His movements were uncoordinated, and as he landed, his face met the ground, terrified of the bird. Indeed, he was a cat, Yuji thoughtfully remarked. Chapter 65, The White Wolf. Word of the dragon's presence swept through the street like a gust of wind, drawing a throng of people outside. Mr. Black, I would like to request a painting. Mr. Black, may I come in and take a seat? The noisy crowd, having learned that the raven would not capture or devour him, heard the cat artist known as Mr. Black declare, Sir, please close the door. A voice cried out in pain, My hand is broken, but I encountered a dragon. I wanted to. Then, 3 or 7 individuals slammed the door, crouching down to lock the handle from beneath. Perhaps due to a sound-dampening enchantment placed upon the door, the cacophony of voices outside vanished in an instant. Inside the studio, luminous stones adorned the walls, serving as wall sconces, and various artworks were meticulously arranged. The white marble floor bore not a trace of ink. This stands in stark contrast to the imagined artist studio. In Wujia's view, the inky mess and disordered sheets of paper perfectly encapsulate the artist's lifestyle. Beautiful elder sister, might I trouble you to stand before me? The cat climbed the small staircase to take a seat on the stool, a blank canvas resting before her, accompanied by an oil painting palette. Sanchi, I am calling you. Sanchi, surprised, pointed to herself. Am I the beautiful elder sister? I shall compensate you for your modeling. The cat nodded. What does it mean to rely on one's looks? This is it. Wujia took Sanchi to stand before the canvas, instructing her. I will take a look at a few paintings. You shall remain here and not move. After a few words of caution to Sanchi, Wujia sought the cat's consent and began to observe the various artworks in the studio. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and what the artist perceives, they shall render. The style of these paintings leans towards realism, devoid of abstract influences, yet the most unforgettable aspect lies within the portraits. In stark contrast to the cat's listless demeanor, these portraits are imbued with emotion, and their eyes sparkle with life. Upon closer inspection, one might feel the figures within the paintings are alive. Particularly striking is one painting featuring 3 individuals with faces that seem to leap forth with vividness. Each piece is infused with a palpable vitality. Even the landscapes are no exception. A painting depicting the sun setting upon the sea reveals the soaring life of seagulls, no larger than white dots. A tree, with each leaf seemingly basking in sunlight, engages in photosynthesis. Life. This was Wujia's initial impression upon viewing the artworks. Each piece exudes a vibrant essence. Furthermore, within each painting, one can sense the lingering souls of countless spirits. Wujie glanced sideways at Mr. Hay. Level LV, 8. A synthetic being that emerged during the soul refining process. Upon its inception, it was bestowed with a soul. Soul refining is a prevalent method of utilizing spiritual energy, predominantly employed by magicians and sorcerers. Much like universally recognized units of measurement such as centimeters, grams, milliliters, and temperature, the widespread adoption of soul refining has led to a standardization of these units. This resembles the principles of alchemy. With the onset of the era of harmony, the world has gravitated towards unification, rendering superfluous measurement units obsolete. Naturally, this perspective is subjective to Yuji, as he is more familiar with these measurement units. In truth, each unit possesses its own distinct nomenclature and exclusive symbols. Generally, they adhere to a decimal system, with negligible discrepancies in measurement units. In light of this, it is not surprising that Mr. Black is a synthetic life form, complete with feline ears atop its head and a tail peeking from its suspenders. Following this line of thought, it is utterly implausible for Mr. White to claim no connection to him. Observing the cat engrossed in painting, Yuji refrained from interrupting and instead perused the various artworks. Ultimately, he discovered a clue at the hard pen drawing workstation in the corner. The hard pen technique is often utilized for illustrations in books, portrait sketches, akin to comic art. Among the neatly arranged manuscripts, the oldest batch of yellowed papers contained a simple depiction of a white wolf knight. While it bore a close resemblance to the illustrations from his memory, the vitality captured within the artwork conveyed a vastly different narrative. From the initial portrayal to the concluding image, an animated sequence inadvertently formed in Yuji's mind, depicting the white wolf knight gradually consuming his wolf soul counterpart. Yuji had only heard of the soul warriors who fell into madness, consumed by the phantoms within them. It was a novel experience for him to witness the reverse phenomenon, where one's own phantom devoured the essence of the self. The shopkeeper had previously mentioned that the cat had lived for an extended period and had indeed encountered the white wolf knight in person, an extraordinary claim. Setting aside his draft, Yuji caught a glimpse of a framed oil painting used to prop up a corner of the table, its back facing upward. Considering the cat's attitude toward artworks, this piece was evidently remarkable. Gently extracting the painting, Yuji turned it over and was indeed met with something extraordinary. The painting began to evoke a world of imagination. It depicted the cat wielding a paintbrush, perched upon the neck of a large white wolf with a severed tail, rhythmically tapping the wolf's head with the brush. Even the little cat harbored dreams of heroism. The background of the oil painting featured an unoccupied throne adorned with a crown, flanked by a suit of armor. This armor held a great sword, emblematic of the cross, inverted as if it were a mere prop. This was the armor of the White Wolf Knight. The throne stood vacant, and within the armor, no knight could be found. There is a saying that when towering mountains meet flowing waters, one finds a kindred spirit. Yuji exclaimed, "The king has long since become a mere name. The white wolf has renounced its knightly identity. It is not the king who governs the realm, but the severed-tailed white wolf. The cat ceased its painting, a droplet of white oil ink falling to the floor, and calmly inquired, "Sir, are you proficient in combat?" "Quite so," he replied. "I have no trouble dealing with the three figures within the painting." The white wolf was orchestrating a farce, commanding its soldiers to apprehend Mr. White while simultaneously using his identity to lure many to the royal city under the guise of freedom. What it truly desired was war and bloodshed, inciting the church to engage in slaughter, beckoning warriors to join the fray. Yuji posed the most crucial question lingering in his heart. Is the white wolf knight a creation of my own? Meow? The sound of a cat echoed softly. Setting aside his oil painting, Yuji chuckled. Wolves revel in the thrill of the hunt, particularly when their prey is ensnared in a dilemma. They delight in lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. No sooner had he spoken than he pivoted, driving his blade deep into the wall. Knife experience 3, his right arm ignited with crimson flames, the blade transforming into a serpent-like whip as it pierced through the thin barrier. With a sudden yank, he extracted a figure clad in a white mask. Before this individual could utter a word, Yuji withdrew the whip, morphing it into a bone dagger, which he plunged into the stranger's chest. Knife experience 4, Soul 479, Heart of Fire 244. At that moment, a silhouette burst forth from the gaping hole in the wall. Take this. As the ground beneath the cat crumbled, a figure emerged, hurling him aside with a powerful grip. You wretched feline. How dare you betray Mr. White? Do you think you are worthy of the name Mr. Black? With that, the assailant brandished a dagger, aiming it at the cat. Bang. Gun experience 9, Soul Devouring Raven gun upgraded to level 6. Upgrade ability, maximum charge of 30 points of soul. Soul line aiming extended to 200 meters. Soul 412, crimson blood splattered, staining the canvas in a vivid pool of red. Breaking free from the man's grasp, the cat seized a paintbrush, crouching on the ground to use the blood to depict the character's crimson hair. Yuji lifted the mask from the man's face, revealing a visage identical to that of the three figures depicted on the wall. Subsequently, he ignited the man's heart and lungs in flames. Meanwhile, within the palace, as the king reveled in the performance of the dancers, a sudden voice from the chancellor beside him broke in. Your Majesty, the beautiful dragon has arrived in your realm. Shall we have her pour wine for you and perform a song and dance? A dragon? No, we must not provoke a dragon. Your Majesty is the king. In this land, you may do as you please. Indeed, I am the king. I shall do as I wish. Issue a command to seek out the dragon and bring her to the palace. Observing the young prince he had nurtured, the chancellor displayed a paternal smile, though the underlying malice was most evident to the kneeling Jiluan behind him. He realized that the white gentleman he had been pursuing was, upon deeper understanding, a creature long devoid of humanity. With the king issuing commands ahead, the chancellor followed suit. My beloved little wolf, unleash your predatory instincts and hunt the dragon. The prey has arrived. Let the joy of the hunt permeate the entire kingdom. Chapter 66, The White Wolf Scheme in the Studio. It is known that warriors of level 5 and above have begun to grasp the essence of soul power. Moreover, levels above 5 serve as the source of the heart-lung imprint. Currently, his own soul had accumulated over 6,000, with 18,000 souls within the soul crystal. The heart of fire stood at 69, and the lung of fire at 25, sufficient to ascend to level 12. He retrieved a small soul crystal, the size of a pale yellow dumpling, formed through the combination of blue flames. Yuji had discovered the critical point. Once the size of the soul crystal reached a certain threshold, the increase in soul quantity would alter not its volume, but its color. To expand the soul crystal further, one must let the soul quantity surpass the figure of 20,000. Currently, 3 qualities are known: the grayish-white variant, no larger than a longan; the light green variant, no larger than a walnut; and the more advanced dark green variant, which gradually reveals a hint of yellow, with the maximum size not exceeding that of a soup dumpling. Following basic logic, a pale yellow soul crystal the size of a soup dumpling, when further enhanced, transforms into a dim yellow with poor translucence. With fire ignited in hand, and after consuming 10,000 soul units with black flames, the soul crystal's volume remains unchanged, morphing into a dark green hue tinged with yellow. Heart of Fire -1, Lung of Fire -10, Soul -14,000. Level raised to LV 12. Upgrade fixed rewards. Spirit 5, Constitution 5. In accordance with the fundamental logic of the golden finger, upon reaching level 5, a new organ of flame undergoes qualitative change. The middle digit, being 3, indicates that at level 13, a contract mark will be added. Ascending to level 13 requires 16,000 souls, 10 hearts of fire, and 1 lung of fire. Jiren is cautioned that Mr. Bai monitors everything, and while speaking, he covers his own eyes. It is evident that Mr. Bai observes those bestowed with wolf souls, having the ability to see through their eyes under certain conditions, such as when the wolf soul manifests on their bodies. Contract crewman CC Wu Chi elevated to LV 7. Upgrade fixed rewards. Spirit 3, Constitution 7. What a thrill. In the wall S interstice, CC remarked to Wu Jia, Captain, I did not shatter his innards. For Wu Jia, it is of little consequence. Burning the heart to ashes and the lungs to fragments suffices, as there is no necessity for the innards to remain intact. As long as vitality persists, there is hope. Presently, Xiaobai has adeptly mastered the necessary skills, effortlessly gliding over to assist Wu Jia with the handling of the corpse. Did this fellow exhibit the white wolf spirit when you struck him? Wu Jia inquired. Indeed. Sanchi nodded, revealing that concealment was futile. She had long since exposed herself to the worst possible outcome. This place was no longer safe. Mr. Black, what else do you know? This name was imposed upon me by Mr. White. I do not refer to myself as Mr. Black. The cat paused its drawing and stated, I am Cat Jack. As you can see, I am not human, and I know not what I am or why I exist. A painter took me in and taught me the art of painting, proclaiming that one should not ponder the meaning of life but rather appreciate its beauty. Once, this was a land of freedom and beauty, but the White Wolf Night brought forth war. Upon hearing this, Wu Jie gazed at the ceiling, where a gruesome depiction of battle was rendered. It was as though one were amidst the battlefield, with soldiers crying out and civilians wailing. Whether it be the old king or the new, the White Wolf has never desired civilization or order. Although the world is perpetually a realm of the survival of the fittest, there exists, at the very least, a semblance of civilized order. Even the demons from the abyss aspire to civilization and order. Mr. White is indeed the White Wolf, yet he is not the White Wolf Knight. He lacks the spirit of chivalry entirely. From another perspective, Mr. White's slaying of the White Wolf Knight is justifiable. However, he has fallen. He was once a person who at least sought prestige and identity. Why write an autobiography to boast about oneself? Aaron once remarked that this feeble white wolf is both confused and eager to accomplish great deeds. Of course, it was Aaron who described it as feeble. The title of White Wolf Knight rings resoundingly. If the king is indeed a puppet, bestowing upon him the honor of a great knight is hardly an issue. Yet, he shall never surpass other renowned knights, merely acquiring a modicum of fame within this realm. Unable to achieve global renown, he spiraled into self-despair, ultimately choosing to transform into a white wolf, forsaking his humanity. What an absurd pursuit of wildness. Humans possess limitations, hence, he opts not to remain human, does he? To know oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in countless battles. At this moment, Yuji gradually comprehends the meaning behind Mr. Bai's gift of the wolf spirit. It yearns for others to transform into wolves alongside it. Though it has already usurped the power of the state, it continues to strategize for war, endeavoring to create an environment conducive to hunting. Viewed from the perspective of the adversary, it aspires to become a true wolf. A wolf king leading a pack of cubs in pursuit of prey, engaging in bloodshed, and expanding its tribe. Quite the ambitious creature. Cat Jack. Yuji posed his final inquiry. Does the white wolf secretly harbor a troop of monkeys with wolf-like traits in the royal city? Indeed. It has transported numerous wolf monkeys from White Mountain Isle, keeping them within the sewers. Reflecting on the past, Yuji mused, the white wolf schemes have long been in motion, desecrating the church, placing bounties upon itself, experimenting with beasts. Sometimes, one must step outside the chessboard to gain clarity on the game. Throughout his journey, Yuji has not engaged with many. Yet, from what he has observed and experienced, he can surmise the larger picture. In this scenario, it is certain that 4 distinct factions will undoubtedly participate. The clergy, who are actively seeking the one to slay the saintess. The sorcerers, who pledge their allegiance to the king, the royal army, and the massed organization. Additionally, there are those with ulterior motives, treasure seekers arriving at the Misty Sea. Regardless of their origins, they must ultimately converge in the royal city to sell their riches. Especially now that the mist has lifted, allowing for a direct route without detours through the Great White Island. Bounty hunters, The reward offered by Mr. White has escalated to 6 coins, and those driven by greed will not let this opportunity slip away. At this moment, a peculiar sound resembling a cat's meow emanates from outside the door. Cat Jack, are you quite renowned in the royal city? How is it that so many are aware of your method of entry? The people on the street seem to know. Cat Jack continues his artistic endeavor, glancing occasionally at the strokes of Sanchi's brush. Since they have come to his doorstep, he decides to open the door. Sanchi pulls it ajar, revealing a soldier of the king standing outside, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With a thud, the soldier collapses, and behind him stands Jiren, wielding a bloodied great sword. Jimmy, kill me, or allow me to kill you. I am Yuji. Jimmy, it has begun. There are whispers of a dragon visiting the royal city, with rumors that the king intends to defile it. Others speak of the masked ones seeking to hunt the dragon. All you mention points to a single individual, the tailless white wolf. More soldiers will come, intent on capturing the dragon. Other masked figures will arrive, determined to slay it. Those who adore dragons will come to protect it. The oblivious will also gather, unwilling to miss the spectacle. As he speaks, Jiren's sword tip is directed at Yuji. Come forth. Yuji drew the poised Sanchi behind him, realizing that this confrontation required his direct intervention. Do you remember Clara? Clara, a name both strange and familiar. Her father recounted how she once slapped the son of the maritime magnate. On Baishan Island, you wore a mask, and it was understandable that she did not recognize you. However, it is perplexing that you failed to recognize her. I wonder if you have forgotten something vital. If indeed a woman struck you, perhaps it is best to forget. Do you recall your brother? What brother? Jilin's expression grew vacant, tears streaming down his cheeks. The wolf spirit erases one's memories. For you, death may be the ultimate liberation. Otherwise, in the end, you might not even remember your own name. Xiaobai consumed the, grasping the crow-feathered blade tightly. As Yuji said, Jilin, farewell. Chapter 67. The resurrection of the paper man at this moment. The white wolf spirit on Jilin's shoulder pressed down with its claws, its head emerging above him. He appeared to be under the control of a wolf. A howl pierced the air, faintly echoing with the cries of countless souls. Wolf Fong slash. Jilin shattered the door of the studio, charging at Yuji with the splintered wood. His momentum formidable. Clang. Yuji intercepted the strike with his blade, though he was outmatched in strength by the level 19 Jilin. In that fleeting moment, the crow-feathered blade ignited in crimson flames, transforming into a flexible whip that coiled around the great sword, striking Jilin's back. Heart of Fire. 1. Blade experience. 2. Simultaneously, the knife, now contorted into a bone whip, suddenly ignited in blue flames, freezing its form in the momentum, reshaping into a hooked sword. With great fortitude, Yuji endured the impact of the great sword striking his left shoulder. He yanked the hooked sword back and thrust it once more into Jiren's back. In that fleeting moment, the raven-feathered serpent soul surged forth from Yuji's shoulder, breaching the white wolf soul and unleashing a spray of dark purple venom upon Jiren's wound. The conditions for the curse were met: a wound, a serpent's poison. In close combat, Yuji found himself at a disadvantage, yet his cunning allowed him to inflict 3 persistent negative effects upon Jiren in the blink of an eye. Instinctively, Jiren's body yearned for a desperate gamble, craving liberation. However, the white wolf soul did not share this sentiment. The heart and lung imprint caused the curse of the serpent's poison to permeate not only Jiren's back, but also that of the white wolf soul. Flames exert a natural suppressive force upon ethereal beings. What do you fear? Jiren bellowed, chastising the white wolf soul within him. The wolf's claws dug deeply into Jiren's shoulder, forcing him to leap backward. As he did, the blue flame-hooked sword tore open an even larger wound on his back, revealing crystalline ice. Indeed, he had no choice but to leap. The curse of the serpent's poison could stack infinitely, should he remain steadfast. The raven-feathered serpent soul would relentlessly spray venom in maximum doses, and his wound would continuously absorb the curse. There was no room for hesitation in battle. As the saying goes, beyond 7 paces, the gun is swift. Within 7 paces, it is both swift and true. Transitioning the knife to his left hand, Jiren retrieved a large bullet from his waist with his right, pulling the trigger with precision and charging it with 30 points of soul energy. Is that a gun? Jiren exclaimed, his eyes drawn to an eerie spear fashioned from serpent bones for the barrel and bird bones for the handle. With a resounding thud, Jiren instinctively raised his great sword to shield his chest. The piercing sound of the blade resonated as the large projectile detonated, shattering into countless fragments that pierced into his ribcage. Not only that, The immense force propelled him into several somersaults, landing him back onto the street, where he finally dissipated the shockwave. Each breath he took was a torment, a harrowing ordeal, as an abundance of foreign objects lodged within his lungs. Furthermore, the cursed venom gradually took effect, rendering his body increasingly rigid, a searing chill coursing through his back, an unshakable agony that penetrated his very soul. With a reflexive leap, Jiren narrowly evaded the gunfire, his pupils constricting midair. Yuji surged towards him like a malevolent specter, a true embodiment of evil, a skeletal figure engulfed in crimson flames. The power surged from his feet, and in the air, evasion was no longer an option. He could only hastily adjust his stance and swing his great sword. With a crack, the blade, fierce as a wolf, severed Yuji's right arm in an instant. The sword still suspended in the air. Yuji seized it with his left hand, driving it into Jiren's chest. A masterstroke. Boom. Flames of red and blue erupted, incinerating his heart and lungs. The raven-feathered serpent spirit clashed with the white wolf spirit, engulfed in black flames, spiraling in a fiery embrace. The white wolf spirit struggled for a brief moment before dissipating into nothingness. Extracting the blade, Yuji retrieved his severed arm and, amidst the black and white spiritual flames, reattached it. A lich? The lich typically remains aloof from worldly affairs, tending to the remains of the deceased along the shores. Yet, what brings it to the royal city? It bears less resemblance to a traditional lich and more to a warrior who has mastered the enigmatic art of soul condensation. Reduced to mere bones and then reformed into a humanoid figure, this extraordinary sorcery is unlike any encountered before. Could it possibly be a manifestation of abyssal soul magic? The essence of its soul form is unfamiliar. Upon which creature is this soul condensation based? The streets are thronged with unrelated onlookers, clad in holy robes. The priests stand alongside armored soldiers of the kingdom, while treasure seekers of various kinds mill about, and some linger in the shadows, gradually retreating. At this moment, Jiren's body suddenly rises. Flame puppet, level LV, 1, 24-1, soul, 0. Under the influence of the mark, Jiren's corpse transforms into a puppet, possessing 24 points of soul energy. Perhaps sensing a threat, the puppet's level instantaneously escalates to 12, unleashing a furious roar towards the crowd. What a terrifying sight. A middle-aged priest retrieves a golden crucifix and addresses Yuji. Wretched being, may you be absolved of your sins in the light of the holy. A wave of light emanates, illuminating Yuji, who is soon accompanied by an ethereal crucifix appearing behind him. After 2 seconds, the priest furrows his brow and declares, "There are no sins to absolve?" As he turns to pass through the illusory crucifix, Yuji clutches his chest, longing only for a meal and a moment's rest. "Will you let me go?" he implores. "Stand still, everyone." The priest carefully stows the golden crucifix and informs his fellow clergymen he is innocent. We have no authority to judge him. With that, the priest's gaze returns to the puppet, ablaze with fury. "But this abomination does. Purge the evil." Flame puppet, 1, resting his hand upon the dilapidated door. Yuji glanced at the chaotic state of the studio, feeling somewhat embarrassed for causing trouble upon his arrival. No matter. Meow Jack quickly stood up, only to plop back down on the floor, exclaiming, "I have painted a dragon." On the ground lay a portrait of a figure resembling Sanchi, vividly alive with light in its eyes and flowing red hair. Of course, the image of Sanchi with her long, flowing hair was sculpted using splattered blood. Soul quantity, 16123. Indeed, in Yuji's eyes, the soul within the painting inexplicably increased, prompting him to gaze at the other portraits in the room. Simultaneously, the souls within all the other images gradually diminished. If one were to liken souls to iron filings drawn to a magnet, this painting served as the most potent magnet in the vicinity, attracting souls until the number surged to 28. "Is this me?" Sanchi inquired, pointing at the portrait. "No, she is you from 20 minutes ago, the you of imagination. I captured that moment of you." Meow Jack attempted to lift the painting board with both hands, but his small arms were insufficient, leading him to awkwardly state, "I recorded the image of you as I envisioned you." Yuji observed the portrait, noting the presence of souls, yet devoid of levels, as it differed from a wandering corpse, the latter being alive and animated, adorned with naturally formed curses and marks. "Meow Jack, may I have this painting?" "Of course. I merely wish to paint it. It pleases me that you like it." As he spoke, Meow Jack turned to Sanchi and said, "Thank you. I shall provide you with compensation." A blade pierced the portrait, infusing it with a red and blue imprint. "Sir, what is this?" Jack the cat inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the painting, followed by a dragon-like being engulfed in flames. The canvas, measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in width, depicted a humanoid void. Flame puppet, 52-1. 2 seals held 24 points of soul energy, while the canvas contained 28 points, totaling 52. Under the searing effect of the flame seal, the essence transformed into a spirit. Of course, the beings from this two-dimensional realm possess area, but lack volume. They are merely paper figures. Chapter 68. The understanding apprentice word had spread that the white mask intended to hunt a dragon, stirring a deep-seated yearning among many to gather at the door. A dragon. Indeed, a dragon, albeit a paper one. This was merely an illustration of a dragon. Moments ago, the dragon had accompanied Mr. Black upstairs to collect a reward. Soon, it would descend. Is this the work of Mr. Black? He despises fire. Why then does this painting exhibit flames? The peculiar spell allows a canvas to resonate with an essence akin to a soul, mused a curious level 24 mage. Clear the way. A battalion of soldiers pushed through the crowd, brandishing a royal decree, rattling off a myriad of formalities. In essence, the king summoned Sanchi to the palace for an audience. Just then, a paper dragon, predominantly adorned in blue flames with a hint of red, approached the soldiers. This is the dragon the king desires, Yuji remarked casually. As the lead soldier gazed upon it, he exclaimed, "How striking!" But upon viewing it from the side, he added, "It's so flat. This is not a dragon." Among the crowd, many recognized Sanchi, appearing rather fervent. Yuji queried them, "Is this truly a dragon?" Previously, the crowd witnessed the enigmatic figures of Sanchi and Cat Jack ascend the staircase, nodding in agreement, proclaiming, "This is a dragon." "This cannot be a dragon," retorted the leading soldier, his expression one of discontent. "Indeed, this is a dragon." Wu Jia inquired of the onlookers. "The eyes of the masses are as clear as day. Wouldn't you agree?" "Yes," the crowd affirmed. The soldier, however, was aware of the truth. He had glimpsed Sanchi's countenance. It had been previously noted that the entire world revered dragons, especially within the vast realm of the Oakland Empire. The soldier understood that bringing a dragon to the palace was a precarious endeavor. Dragons must not be desecrated, nor should even a king dare to offend them. It sufficed to deliver a mere token. "Noble dragon, we implore you to accompany us." The paper figure possessed a soul, yet was not resistant to flames, fortunately. The blue fire maintained a gentle temperature, ensuring safe passage to the palace. "Proceed," Wu Jia commanded the paper dragon to follow the soldiers. "May I inquire, are you a lich or some other being?" questioned the priest, who had previously intended to confront Wu Jia. "Captain, the ghost captain," came the reply. "Servant of the abyss?" The priest probed once more. "What business is that of yours?" "Sinner, mind your manners when addressing me." The priest gestured for his companion to silence, then turned to Wu Jia with a smile, stating, "The ocean is boundless, and it is only natural that some existences remain shrouded in mystery. As long as you do not descend into the abyss, you are indeed a child of the divine." With that, the clergy departed, unwilling to squander further time. The term lich was one Wu Jie had encountered numerous times, reputed to denote a profoundly mysterious entity, distinct from the sea sirens who serve the ocean. Liches served death. Although the specifics of their service remained largely unknown, most, like Wu Jie in his peculiar form, did not dwell upon it. The sea is rife with peculiarities, and after witnessing so many, one can become quite numb to them. A ghostly captain? A level 31 treasure hunter, clad in a brown coat and adorned with a fish-skin captainess hat, emerged from the throng, 5 bounty coins dangling from his waist. He scrutinized Yuji and inquired, "What is the name of your ship? If it is indeed a ghost ship, I may have heard of it." "A ship name?" Yuji felt a jolt of panic. He had yet to bestow a name upon his vessel. In that fleeting moment, countless names flitted through his mind: the Flying Dutchman, the Titanic, the Endless Sunshine, and so forth. Ultimately, Yuji shook his head and replied, "No comment. It is best to deliberate on a ship's name when everyone is present. As captain, one must uphold the principles of democracy." "Captain, Cat Jack has given me something wonderful." Amidst the sound of hurried footsteps on the stairs, Sanchi appeared, left hand grasping Cat Jack and right hand clutching a 30-centimeter-long black dragon horn. A dragon horn? Bestowing a dragon's gift is indeed a commendable reward. The horn can enhance weapons, and in due time, it will be handed over to Da Hong, allowing Sanchi's Finger Tiger to undergo a significant transformation. Cat Jack. held in Sanchi's grasp, covered his face, his tail drooping limply. He detested being seen in such a state by so many. It is essential to understand that beneath his youthful exterior lies a mature soul, with aspirations of becoming a great hero. The desire to be a hero is never a trivial notion. Otherwise, the only abstract painting would not depict a fierce assault on the white wolf. It is indeed a dragon. The erudite bounty hunter, also a treasure seeker, gazed intently at Sanchi and inhaled deeply. Dragons, the ancient beings on the brink of extinction. I never expected to witness one in this land. Upon hearing this, Yuji discerned an underlying implication and inquired, "Are dragons in other regions perilous?" The bounty hunter replied earnestly, "Since she refers to you as captain, it is your duty to safeguard her. There are those who, by consuming a dragon's heart, acquire its power. However, such occurrences are absent in the Oakland Empire. Thank you for the warning. How well do you know Mr. Bai?" Yuji responded, "He resides in the royal palace." "Thank you." With that, the bounty hunter departed. The phantom captain, accompanied by another level 15 individual adorned with 2 coins, asked, "How did you encounter the dragon?" "I have heard that dragons no longer transform into humans, distancing themselves from mankind. It was a fortunate find." Yuji, not wishing to prolong idle chatter, urged the crowd to disperse. Those who understood the rules left contentedly after witnessing the dragon, while those who did not, having observed Yuji's displayed prowess, refrained from any foolishness. "Mr. Hay, could you sketch a dragon for me? Night has fallen, and I must dine. I shall return tomorrow." Most people departed, yet a few, eager to prove their mettle, boasted to Sanchi of their capability to protect her and attempted to lay hands on her. Yuji, disinclined to be polite with such brazen individuals who harassed employees, transformed into a skeletal figure and delivered a stern lesson to several of them. With a single stroke, a heart of fire mark was etched upon someone's face, followed by a considerate gesture of presenting a mirror for him to behold the flames that danced upon his visage. The disfigurement was but a minor consequence. His level was below 12, and his very soul was scorched by 12, rendering him permanently disabled. After dissuading the onlookers, Yuji heard a voice. "Captain, allow me to treat you to a meal," spoke Cat Jack. In the opulent dining establishment of the royal city, the place was bustling. Every seat occupied. Yuji, relishing his meal, raised 3 fingers. 3 more servings of black pepper steak, Cat Jack ordered. 30 portions. Upon the conclusion of their feast, Yuji's table was piled high with a substantial stack of plates, towering even above him. Gazing at the towering plates, Cat Jack glanced at the flat abdomen of Sanchi. Astonished, "Where do you fit all that food?" "In my muscles," Sanchi replied, attempting to flex his biceps. "You have certainly spent a fortune." Yuji retrieved a mirror. The dark lines on his face had noticeably faded, yet a persistent pain lingered in his right hand, overshadowed by the tearing sensation coursing through his muscles. It must be said, this mirror truly was unbreakable. With a snap of his fingers, the surface shattered, only to swiftly mend itself. A conscientious merchant, indeed. Contemplating the rarity of dragons as spoken of by the people, Yuji inquired, "Cat Jack, how did you acquire your dragon horn?" "It was left to me by my mother. She originally intended to use it to create a dragon, but it proved unfeasible." As he spoke, Cat Jack stood atop his chair. "Captain, by what means do you bring paintings to life?" "A mere touch of fire will suffice," Yuji replied casually. "Fire? But wouldn't the painting simply turn to ash when burned?" "Life unfolds in such a manner. One is born, ages, and ultimately perishes, yet also experiences growth. This encapsulates the essence of existence. What is life if it remains unchanged? When a painting is engulfed in flames, its transformation into ashes is inevitable. However, this journey embodies a life ablaze. I am eager to learn from you. I wish to become your apprentice." Wu Jie, taken aback, had initially intended to invite Cat to board the ship only after their relationship deepened, yet now, there was no need for an invitation. Cat approached of their own accord. "What an exemplary employee's mindset. I shall pay the tuition fees, as long as you do not look down upon me. To work for me and expect remuneration? A truly remarkable employee, a paragon. The bill, please." Cat hopped about, catching the attention of the waiter. "No need for payment." The waiter hurried over, gratitude evident in his gaze towards Sanchi. "Thank you for your patronage. The owner has stated that you are welcome to dine here anytime. Free of charge." It seems that relying on one's charm holds truth. With Sanchi seated here, it serves as the finest advertisement. Meeting Cat's earnest gaze, Wu Jie nodded slightly. "Very well, but you must perform well. I permit you to address me as master, and aboard the ship, call me captain." Thank you, Captain Master. Chapter 69. The Devil's Bargain. The night was deepening. The royal chamber was ablaze with light. The king, gaunt from a life of indulgence, held a goblet of wine, extending it toward the paper figure before him. Dragon, ha ha ha. This is the finest wine in the world. Share a drink with me. Your Majesty, this is not a dragon. The Chancellor's expression darkened. He had intended to use the pretext of hunting dragons to instigate the first clash. Yet it appeared he had been deceived. This is not a dragon. The dragon boasted flames and scales. The king scrutinized the paper dragon before him, noting that it bore little difference from the one depicted in the painting, perhaps even surpassing it in beauty manifold. The frog at the bottom of the well remains unchanged in its perception of the sky. Despite the presence of birds above, the king resolutely declared, "This is indeed a dragon. If I say it is a dragon, then it must be so. If His Majesty asserts it, it must be true." The Chancellor reached out to touch the ethereal blue flames of the paper dragon, feeling an unbearable chill akin to touching ice that had endured for a millennium. You dare to spy on me. What audacity! Enraged, the Chancellor struck the paper figure, shattering it into fragments. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed the eyes behind that paper figure, watching him incessantly. "Your Majesty, this is not a dragon. It is a spy sent by our enemies to surveil you." "The dragon is dead," the king exclaimed, panic-stricken as a child. "Dead. The dragon is dead. We shall face retribution from other dragons." "Your Majesty, this is truly not a dragon. At the very least, you must recognize that this is merely a piece of paper, a spy dispatched by our foes." "What?" The king gestured towards the portrait of Emperor Oakland upon the wall. "Then, do you claim that this too is an enemy's means of surveillance?" "This is a painting." The Chancellor pressed the king's head down, urging him to observe the paper scraps on the ground, which, like the painting, were mere representations, falsehoods. Perhaps due to the vigorous motion, the crown fell with a clatter. Without the crown, there is no king. The king scrambled on all fours to retrieve his crown and place it upon his head. The attendants turned their faces away, accustomed to the absurdity of their king and the Chancellor who manipulated him from behind the scenes. "Your Majesty, it is time to rest." The Chancellor scoffed coldly and turned to leave. As he approached the palace, he inexplicably noticed a shadow ahead. An assassin? The figure advanced toward him, bearing a face eerily identical to that of the Chancellor, pale and ghostly. "Imitating me?" The Chancellor sneered. "Do you wish to usurp my position? A foolish endeavor." The shadow fixed its gaze upon him and spoke. "I need you to ascertain whether a certain individual is truly deceased, a stone puppet bound by iron chains. I have heard whispers of two lavish spenders in the city. One is a sorceress, and the other her stone golem servant." The Chancellor pondered for a moment before responding. "Thus, before the sun sets tomorrow, adjust them accordingly." "Ha." The Chancellor replied nonchalantly, "Your prowess surpasses mine. Why do you not investigate personally?" Grasping the Chancellor's throat, the shadowy figure, now transformed into a menacing visage, declared, "Knowing well that my strength eclipses yours, you are truly unafraid of death. If you intended to end my life, you would not dally so." Releasing the Chancellor, the shadowy figure continued, "Should a demon lurk beneath its exterior, I grant you the privilege of serving me." "The demon's law." The Chancellor retorted coldly, "I shall not broker a deal with a demon. I demand a full moon." "Agreed." The following morning at the King's Square, near the statue of the White Wolf Knight, "Captain," Clara called out, waving at the three approaching figures from a distance. "Good morning." Yuge approached the imposing figure of the Crimson Number 2, scrutinizing its new form. The entire exterior is enveloped in a gray-white stone shell, standing approximately 3.5 meters tall. He raised his hand, producing the sound of gears in motion, as a voice emanated from the soul imprint on his face. "Greeting, good morning, Captain. Are you also a being of creation?" Cat Jack inquired, gazing at the Great Red Number 2. Lowering its head, Great Red Number 2 responded, "You could say that." "Oh, a product of the era of soul refinement," Clara exclaimed, lifting Cat Jack to inspect the soul imprint in his dark purple feline eyes, saying, "Crafted by the hands of Master White Rose. Do you know my mother?" "I'm afraid not. Master White Rose is not her name. It is a title that refers to a soul name. During the late Golden Age, around 200 years ago, a fervor for soul refinement swept across the globe. Countless masters created various soul-refined products, soul potions, and soul formations, among others. The most advanced soul refiners were capable of creating artificial products that closely resemble living beings. "You are quite adorable, little cat," Clara remarked, releasing Cat Jack, who promptly fell face first to the ground. "My apologies." Clara hurriedly helped him up. You haven't calibrated your balance template properly. It's all right. Does my apprentice lack intelligence? Wu Jia blurted out. That could be one way to interpret it. Clara nodded. Then curiously asked, an apprentice? Does the captain have an apprentice? Yes, I teach him to paint. Cat Jack chimed in. Learning from a master means one can never exhaust the knowledge. Here, Great Red, enhance my weapon. San Chi urged, handing the dragon horn to Great Red number 2. A glimmer of light flashed in its pale green gem-like eyes as it accepted the dragon horn, rotating its neck, exclaiming, excellent material. Captain, Clara leaned closer to Yuji, lifting her gray cloak. Look, how exquisite and delicate. She produced a wand resembling blue crystal, pointing at the crimson gem atop it. This is a magic energy crystal. It can store soul imprints, allowing me to use it as a medium for casting spells in the future. Yuji remained perplexed, finding little value in her words. He chuckled softly as a crow landed on his shoulder with a loud caw. Ah, esteemed guests have arrived. The sound of galloping hooves approached from a distance, prompting Yuji to retrieve a small magical mirror, gazing towards the rear. Before him stood a middle-aged man with a pale face, shrouded in a tempest of dark clouds formed by countless wandering souls, obscuring his features. It is worth noting that the magical mirror serves merely as a tool. Its revelations depend on one's mental prowess and sensitivity to souls. Among the restless spirits, Yuji could not discern their forms clearly. Was it you who spied on me last night? The Chancellor dismounted, raising a hand to signal his guards to remain still. Yuji ignored him, handing the mirror to Clara. First mate, can you discern anything about him with this mirror? The soul reflection mirror, crafted by my master, she replied, taking the mirror and gazing at the pale-faced Chancellor behind her. So many wandering souls. It's a miracle he hasn't lost his sanity. One of the faces resembles the captain's. It seems that Will's soul resides within him. Turn around, boy. Do you have any idea what lies within the stone demon beside you? None of your concern. In an instant, the Chancellor appeared before the crimson number 2, his hand plunging into the crevice of his stone chest. With a decisive crack, he forcibly tore apart the stone breastplate, sending fragments scattering. A puppet? The Chancellor furrowed his brow, realizing perhaps he had been overly cautious. The transaction was complete. Immediately, a full moon soul mark materialized upon the Chancellor's forehead. Shattering the soul mark, the full moon emerged. You wish for me to end my own life? You only desired the full moon. I have provided it, yet never stipulated any additional conditions. At this moment, the Chancellor muttered to himself, cursing the empty air repeatedly. Is this the soul mark of the abyss? Clara whispered.